Yu traveled through another world and became a three-colored black demon. His three-colored bloodline was coveted by the world, and wherever Yu went, people wanted to refine his demon essence. Fortunately, he awakened the Destiny investment system, which allows him to see through other people's fate and obtain more resources through investment. But his unique demonic nature prevented him from appearing in public. One day, he was pursued by the most beautiful woman of the Zhan Yue sect. He counterattacked and replaced her with a brand new Mu Qingyi, possessing the destiny of a female protagonist. From then on, he embarked on a path of investment from which he could never return. Just now, I traveled through time and became a demon. Looking at the little animal reflected on the lake, Yu roared in despair. One second he was sleeping on the soft, big bed, and the next second he was lying weakly on the river bank. Did he die in his sleep? That doesn't make sense. Calming down, Yu looked at the shadows of the spirit birds and beasts reflected on the water. Its body shape is very similar to the crow in its previous life, and its body is covered with pink, blue, and purple fur. Soft, delicate, and lustrous, the slender legs are inlaid with snow-white crystal stones, which look like scales and are very strong. And those pupils were also pink, blue, and purple. At this moment, the monster was covered in blood, looking a little dirty and disheveled. Hiss! With a painful sound, a huge amount of memories flooded into his mind like a tide. The three-colored black monster is an evil beast from the ancient demon clan, born with the disaster of slaughtering all living things. Whenever the three-colored black demon breaks through a major realm, it will trigger a terrifying evil thunder. What's strange is that the target of the evil lightning is not the black monster, but everything except it. Wherever the evil thunder passes, all living things are destroyed. It represents evil and destruction, so it has been called an evil beast since ancient times. At the same time, it possesses mysterious and extraordinary demon essence. Those who refine the demonic essence can achieve enlightenment and ascend to heaven, transforming themselves. Even the strong ones of the human race, or the powerful ones of the demon race, were extremely jealous. A classic alternative, Dinglu. Therefore, from ancient times to the present, whenever a strong person encounters the three-colored black monster, he will capture it under the legitimate pretext of eliminating evil and refine its monster essence. The three-colored black demon in memory lives in the fantasy demon forest and is protected by a nine-tailed fox. The three-colored black demon is still very young and is still a minor among the demon clan. In the previous month, it appeared at the edge of the forest and was discovered by a powerful human. So he was chased all the way. Finally, he escaped from the pursuit of the human strongman at the cost of heavy injuries. But it was also on the verge of death for this. He died when he escaped to Chishan Lake at the last moment. So Yu inexplicably took over its body and successfully replaced it. It's okay, it's okay. It's a male I can change back when I transform later. Yu breathed a sigh of relief after checking her physical condition. It doesn't matter if you travel through time and space and become a demon. At least you are still a male. But after a moment, he began to complain. But this is truly tragic. Wasn't this three-colored black demon born to be ostracized? Was it meant to be used as a tonic for others? A powerful bloodline, yet it can trigger terrifying evil thunder, and its own demon essence is used as a dowry for others. It's over, I've taken over this body. What am I going to do next? Not only did he travel through time and space and become a three-colored black demon, he was now seriously injured, and his cultivation was only comparable to that of the peak of the first level. You must know that now any demon or human cultivator can capture him alive. What's the point of this? At this moment, an ethereal mechanical sound rang out in my mind. Ding, the object's conditions have been detected to be compatible. The system has begun attempting to fuse and bind. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully bound to the Destiny investment system. The system appeared. Yu was overjoyed. His thighs were coming. System, what functions do you have? Yu was a little excited. This system is a Destiny investment system. The host can select an object to invest in. Later, they will receive corresponding rewards based on the resources invested and the object's Destiny level. Investment feedback. But I have nothing now. I'm seriously injured, and I might even be hunted down. Where do you want me to invest? What should I invest in? Who should I invest in? Yu wanted to cry, but had no tears. Please, he is a demon, and he is the kind of demon that is a tonic. How can he invest in this? If he were to find someone to invest, he would probably be coveted right away. Is it worth investing his life? Ding, we've noticed the host's current critical situation and are now rewarding you with a newbie gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate Taoist body. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level technique, Tailing 1,000 techniques. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the life-changing talisman. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the third-grade elixir, Yuan Yang grass. Boom! As soon as the system's voice fell, Su Yu felt a surge of power throughout her body. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth poured into his body from all directions. His affinity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth increased dozens of times. At the same time, he felt a mysterious power in the dark. This is the innate Taoist body. This is a body that transcends the king's body, and even most of the divine bodies and holy bodies cannot match it. It is naturally compatible with the Great Way and is the darling of heaven and earth. Under the infusion of the innate Taoist body, Su Yu found that all his injuries had healed. The strength has recovered to the middle stage of the third level, which is the human spiritual sea realm. At the same time, a huge and obscure memory flooded into Su Yu's mind. Divine-level Kung Fu, Tai Ling 1,000 techniques. Not only can he master the power of Tai Ling, but he can also copy all the skills below his level. It hit me. System, what is this life-changing talisman? The life-changing talisman is a life-saving talisman chosen based on the host's current situation. The host selects a target and activates the talisman, which allows the host to completely replace the target's identity, gaining their appearance, memories, fate, etc., allowing the host to have a complete second body. Does that mean you completely replace everything about the chosen person? I'm no different from the real him. That's right, once the host's life is changed, he can completely hide his true identity and no one can detect it. Su Yu was a little stunned. This life-changing talisman was tailor-made for him. With his identity as a three-colored black demon, he simply couldn't appear openly. But with this life-changing talisman, there is no need to worry about this risk. He can replace someone's identity, become him, and then become stronger silently. System, I have a question. Does the person I'm replacing have any requirements? What will happen to him after I replace him? There are no requirements for the object of the replacement fate. Once the host selects the replacement object, the object will naturally die and disappear from this world. Are you going to die voluntarily? Su Yu murmured softly. He did not think this method was cruel. On the contrary, he felt very happy, because in the memory of the three-colored black monster, he read countless scenes of being spied on by monsters and humans. They all wanted to swallow his demon essence. If he had not been rescued by the nine-tailed fox demon, he would have met with an accident long ago. Well, now there have been accidents like this time. Therefore, if he meets some unlucky person in the future and the other party wants to devour him, he will definitely throw out the life-changing talisman without hesitation. After thinking it over, Su Yu began to plan her next steps. He doesn't want to go back to the fantasy demon forest now. After all, his soul is human, and he cannot adapt to the living habits of the demon race. And if he was in contact with her for a long time, he would definitely be exposed. After all, the nine-tailed fox demon in his memory was a big shot. The best person he would choose to change his fate is the human race. And they are the human race who can easily access the powerful destiny. After all, the human race is favored by the great Tao, and the wisdom and luck it possesses are far higher than those of other races. Moreover, he could be said to be a human in his previous life. Chapter 2. At the same time, 1,000 meters away, a young woman who was nearly 18 years old rushed to the shore of Chishan Lake, paused, and looked around. She has fair skin and beautiful face, and she wears a white dress, but it cannot hide her proud figure. There is always a coldness between his brows that keeps people at a distance, making people feel intimidated. The three-colored black demon's aura stopped here. It seems that it should be not far from here. Speaking of the three-colored black demon, a hint of heat flashed in Mu Kingyi's beautiful eyes. That's the three-colored black monster. It is rumored that if she seizes the demon essence of the demon clan with ancient blood, her cultivation will skyrocket. By then, she will surely be able to easily win the championship at the Zhan Yue Sect's Prodigy Conference next month, thereby gaining more resources. She was just about to return to the sect, but she didn't expect to encounter such an opportunity. Thinking of this, his spiritual sense swept around. Not long after, at a corner of the lakeshore, the divine sense found the three-colored black monster hiding in the grass. Found it. Mu Kingyi's expression lit up with joy, and he made a hand seal. A net of light instantly enveloped Su Yu. Su Yu, who was still hiding in the corner and thinking about the future, suddenly felt dazed, and a palpitation arose in her heart. He quickly looked up and saw a 10-meter-wide light net coming towards him. With a quick mind, he immediately flapped his wings and dodged quickly. "What's going on? Someone came to me so soon." Su Yu became more alert after seeing Mu Qingyi. He has only been here for less than an hour. "Just surrender, you beast." Mu Qingyi had long sensed that Su Yu was a third-level monster, while she was at the nascent soul stage, which was comparable to the fourth level. "Heh, you're only in the middle stage of the condensation core realm, just one major realm higher than me. It's still uncertain who will win." Su Yu sneered, saying that at least he had cultivated a god-level technique and had ancient blood. Although he has not awakened yet, he is still confident that he can deal with a Ningden. But when Mu Qingyi slashed at him with a sword, his eyelids twitched wildly. The sharp crescent sword energy flew towards Su Yu at lightning speed. When Su Yu put up a protective shield, the sword energy struck the shield, and Su Yu's figure flew backwards. He was forced back by a single move. "What's going on? This woman seems a bit fierce. It seems that she can also fight against opponents of higher levels. Could she be a genius of the human race?" Su Yu immediately used his divine eyes to identify it. His heart sank instantly. In his sight alone, the three blood-red words Mu Qingyi rose slowly above her head. Red Destiny, could this be the legendary Heroine? Su Yu was stunned. He didn't expect that he would meet the rumored Heroine as soon as he crossed over. Red Destiny, this is the highest destiny level in the system's destiny level. The system's destiny levels are divided into white, gray, orange, green, blue, purple, gold, and finally red. With this kind of fate, one can be said to be the true darling of this world. Being able to fight against opponents of higher levels is commonplace. Although Su Yu now has a good innate Taoist body, the talent highlighted by the Taoist body is mainly in the aspect of cultivation, and does not have much improvement in actual combat. At most, your spiritual power will be more abundant, and your recovery ability will be stronger. And now, he was being hunted down by the heroine of the highest destiny as soon as he crossed over. Generally speaking, people with this kind of fate should be Su Yu's investment targets. Well, while Su Yu was shocked, Mu Qingyi's sword intent flew over again, and its power is even stronger than before. "System, what should I do? I can't beat her, save me." Su Yu, who was fleeing in a panic under the sword energy, screamed wildly in his heart. "Dear, the system recommends that the host use the life-transforming talisman directly on the heroine Mu Qingyi. This way, you can successfully escape danger and get a good second body. Use the life-changing talisman on this woman. Make me the heroine." "System, are you kidding me?" Su Yu felt it was ridiculous when she heard what the system said. Let him be a woman, and a heroine with countless karma. How can he play this? This is unavoidable. After all, with the host's current means, this is the only way. Otherwise, you will just have to wait for death and let her devour your demon essence. Besides, she is destined to be a female protagonist. The people she will come into contact with in the future will definitely have male protagonists. The main function of your companion system is destiny investment. If the host wants to grow faster, investing in the male protagonist of destiny is definitely the most cost-effective. Su Yu fell silent. This dog system is indeed good. If you ask who is the best person to invest in, it must be the male protagonist. And the one who is most likely to be in touch with the male protagonist's fate is definitely the female protagonist. Well, while Su Yu was lost in thought, Mu Qingyi's sword intent attacked again. The sharp sword light covered all directions, breaking through Su Yu's defense when he used all his strength to activate the Tai Ling Kaiyan Fa Ju. With a crackling sound, Su Yu's whole body was pierced by the remaining sword energy. Three-colored blood flowed from his body. The severe pain made him collapse to the ground. "Ahem, we have no grudges against each other. Why do you want to kill me?" Mu Qingyi's eyes were icy cold. "Humans and demons have been at odds since ancient times. It is our duty to kill the demons. And your existence is a disaster and will bring disaster. Bah, you're full of righteousness and morality, but you just want to take my demon essence, right? Why are you being so hypocritical here?" Su Yu sneered, and he immediately stood up and took out the life-changing talisman in his hand. "Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for being rude." Mu Qingyi smiled slightly. A dying demon actually dared to speak so arrogantly here. He really overestimated his own abilities. Immediately, an unprecedentedly powerful sword intent condensed in her long sword, and she wanted to kill the three-colored black monster with one sword. The sword intent was as vast as mist and rain, attacking Su Yu like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. And just at that moment, Su Yu crushed the life-changing talisman. A white light burst out, engulfing the rain of swords, and then quickly extended towards Mu Qingyi. What is this? Looking at the white light, Mu Qingyi felt as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She had a vague feeling that if she was hit by this white light, she would definitely die. Well, Mu Qingyi wanted to dodge quickly, but the white light seemed to have locked onto her and submerged her in an instant. In the white light, her body disappeared bit by bit, and finally completely disappeared into the sky. At this moment, after using the life-changing talisman, Su Yu had a mysterious feeling. A white light flashed around his body, and white mist rose. Not long after, a figure identical to Mu Qingyi appeared. The same face, the same memories, and the same fate. It was as if at this moment, he was the real Mu Qingyi. Is this what it means to change one's fate? It's truly miraculous. Su Yu pinched the skin as smooth as jade, and her mind was a little dazed. This is his second body. He can now be in this form at any time, possessing everything that Mu Qingyi has, and even replacing her in experiencing everything in the future. And he felt as if he had touched something in the dark. The heroine's fate. If it weren't for the heroine's fate, Mu Qingyi wouldn't be the first to find him when he was injured. If Su Yu had not intervened, the three-colored black demon would probably have died by now, and the exposed demon essence would probably have been obtained by Mu Qingyi. Open the Properties panel. Destiny Investment System. Host, Su Yu. Race, three-colored black demon, Demon Clan. Life Substitute. Mu Qingyi, Human Race, Red Fate. Cultivation. 4th level Dan Condensation Realm Midstay. Constitution. 3-color Bloodline Unawakened, Innate Taoist Body, Sword Heart Clear. Kung Fu, Tailing 1000 Techniques, God Level. Martial Arts, Qingyun Kongling Sword Technique, Level 6. Items, Jade Water Sword, Yuan Yang Grass. Not bad, it's a pretty high start. Su Yu adapted to this body and was quite satisfied. From today on, I am Mu Qingyi. Chapter 3. After becoming Mu Qingyi, Su Yu immediately returned to Zhan Yue sect. Now that he has successfully changed his fate, the first thing he must do is to find a high-level person with destiny to invest in. The Zhan Yue sect in Mu Qingyi's memory is one of the 4 major sects in the Dongshuan territory, with a 10,000-year-old Taoist tradition. He has countless talented disciples, and I believe that investing in anyone will get good feedback. And the sect where the heroine's fate lies might have the legendary hero. Then, cluck, 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 tilde, tilde. Thinking of this, Su Yu became more and more excited, and inexplicably let out a sweet laugh that even he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. When he grows up, he will definitely reveal his true form to kill those who want to devour his demon essence. Gotta make them look good. The Zhan Yue sect is located in the southern part of the Dongshuan territory, in the vast Heiyu Mountains. The Zhan Yue sect has a total of 7 meridians, including the Tianshu Peak, which is the main meridian. The peak for casting spiritual weapons. Tianhun Peak, where you can cultivate your spiritual power. The Body Refining Peak. Yeafeng for refining medicine. Yuling Peak is dedicated to recruiting female monks. And Qingyu Peak, which is a comprehensive type like Tianshu Peak. Mu Qingyi is the direct disciple of Qing Chenzi, the great elder of Tianshu Peak. Mu Qingyi is a cold and arrogant person with few friends, but through her memories we know the truth. She is just cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She was gifted and had reached the middle stage of the nascent soul realm at a young age. He is one of the best among the younger generation of Zhan Yue sect. The cultivation system of the true spirit continent is divided into the body tempering realm, Qi gathering realm, spirit sea realm, pill condensation realm, kingship realm, emperor ascension realm, heavenly venerable realm, holy Tao realm, great emperor realm, and the final true God realm. Each realm is divided into 4 small realms, early, middle, late, and perfect. Her attainments in swordsmanship were even better, leaving the other disciples of the Zhan Yue sect far behind. Previously, Mu Qingyi crushed Su Yu with his powerful swordsmanship. Her beauty is no less than her talent. With her beauty, she won the first place on the Jade Immortal list of Zhan Yue sect, and was named the most beautiful woman in Zhan Yue sect. At the same time, she has a good family background. In Mu Qingyi's memory, her father, Mu Yun, the head of the Mu family, was a powerful half-step heavenly venerate, on par with the 7 peak masters of Zhan Yue sect. It can be said that Mu Qingyi is the kind of person who grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. As he flew over Tianshu Peak, disciples from the sect would occasionally glance over at him, but they didn't dare to get close, and could only watch secretly from a distance. Is this the Zhan Yue sect? It's really huge. My first priority now is to find those disciples with high destiny levels to invest in. Logically speaking, Mu Qingyi has a female protagonist's fate, so her sect should also have a demon with a similar fate to the male protagonist. After all, the two should attract each other. Not long after entering the Zhan Yue sect, Su Yu began to wander around Tianshu Peak. Exchange Pharmacy Merit Hall. Not long after, when Su Yu stepped into the martial arts training ground, the system prompt sounded in his mind instantly. Ding, alarm, alarm. The strongest red destiny has appeared within a kilometer radius. The strongest red destiny. Its luck far exceeds that of the true spirit continent. Please approach with caution. Please approach with caution. Ding, alarm, alarm. The strongest red destiny has appeared within a kilometer radius. Su Yu looked stunned. The system's prompt sounded 3 times. Is the red destiny so high-end? He instantly swept his spiritual sense across the system, searching for what the system called destiny. At this moment, the martial arts training ground was crowded with people. It seemed that something had happened there, causing many disciples of Tianshu Peak to gather around. Su Yu flew up and opened his third eye when he saw the young man surrounded in the center. In an instant, the 2 large blood-red characters, Yixuan, appeared in his sight. His red fate, the highest level of fate, and it is as bright red as blood. Whispers were heard all around. Tusk, Xu Yungxi is hooking up with Lu Ming and wants to kick Yixuan out. Lu Ming, that's the grandson of the 3rd elder of Tianshu Peak. He acts very flamboyantly. It seems that Yixuan will have a hard time getting away today. Serves him right. Who made him so easy to bully? He's been stuck at the perfection of body tempering for 5 years. What a loser. He's a disgrace to our Tianshu Peak. Xu Yungxi is truly ruthless. She joined Tianshu Peak at the same time as Yixuan. It was said that they were childhood sweethearts, but in the end, she chose to throw herself into Lu Ming's arms out of vanity. Alas, the human heart is unpredictable. On the martial arts field, Yixuan was surrounded by several disciples wearing the same clothes, led by a young man in gorgeous clothes. Next to him was a pretty girl about 16 years old. She was wearing a light blue dress and looked graceful. Her eyes were lively, and her originally pure and fair face was now covered with rouge and powder. Lu Ming looked at Yixuan with contempt, and a hint of sneer flashed across his feminine face. Yixuan, hand over the jade pendant quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. Yixuan ignored Lu Ming's shouting and looked at his childhood sweetheart with disappointment in his eyes. Even endless anger rose in my heart. Yungxi, I have no objection to you leaving me to pursue the life you desire. After all, I can't give you what you want right now. But why did you take advantage of the situation? Tell it to others. The jade pendant of his Yi family was handed down from his ancestors, and it was so strong that even the Emperor Realm could not destroy it at all. It is rumored that there is a big secret hidden in the jade pendant. He told Shui Yungxi about this matter when he was young and full of energy, and trusted her. And now Lu Ming came to him to ask for the jade pendant. It must have been Shui Yungxi who leaked it. Shui Yungxi kept avoiding Yixuan's eyes, and her tone was persuasive. Yixuan, hand over the jade pendant. It's useless for you to hold it. Perhaps it can only be used in the hands of a genius like Lu Shao. Bullshit, this is something from my Yi family. When should I give it to others? A trace of ferocity flashed across Yixuan's face, and he roared at Shui Yungxi. Lu Ming approached Shui Yungxi and hugged her waist. He laughed wickedly. It seems that you still don't know who you are. I not only want your woman, I also want your treasure. If you refuse to give it to me, I will snatch it away myself. What I love most is seeing the desperate and helpless eyes of you ants. Get started. Following Lu Ming's order, all the disciples laughed evilly and moved closer to Yixuan with loose bones. Yixuan's expression changed. He has only just reached the perfection of the body tempering stage, and there is no way he can be a match for this group of people in the spirit gathering stage. He's only just starting to get better. He needs time. Lu Ming, do you have to rob something just because it's not yours? This is the Tianshu Peak training ground, a public place. Humph, I'm the boss here. No one will care about a loser like you. As he spoke, the fists of Lu Ming's followers had already attacked, carrying spiritual power and hitting Yixuan's vital points. Yixuan dodged repeatedly, avoiding multiple fist shadows, but the opponent had too many people, so he was attacked from behind. Bang! Yixuan was knocked to the ground, and a group of people rushed up and beat him up. How pitiful. To be honest, Yixuan is so pitiful. He has absolutely no power to resist. After all, he's only at the body-tempering stage and hasn't even cultivated his spiritual power. All of Lu Ming's men are using their spiritual power when they attack. It seems like Yi Xuan will end up half dead today. It's better to die, then you won't be bullied anymore. When the crowd saw this situation, they all started talking. Some people felt sorry for Yi Xuan, while others gloated over his misfortune. Chapter 4. Yi Xuan continued to be beaten by a group of disciples and had no power to fight back. Stop! Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more serious, a clear and spiritual sound was heard. Immediately afterwards, a sword light streaked across the sky in the distance and rushed towards them. The ground was instantly split in half, leaving a 10-meter-long scar. The terrifying sword energy turned into a wave and spread out in all directions, repelling everyone. The group of disciples who beat Yi Xuan also flew backwards and rolled on the ground. Su Yu flew over from a distance and landed in front of Yi Xuan. Holding a 3-foot-long sword, Liulai pointed it at Lu Ming and looked at the few people with cold eyes. Lu Ming, you are so bold. You actually dared to openly beat up your fellow disciples in the training ground and bully others. Do you want to be called in for questioning by the law enforcement hall? After everyone saw the figure clearly, the quiet atmosphere was instantly disturbed. Hiss. Mu Qingyi, it's actually Fairy Qingyi. She actually showed up at the martial arts training ground. So beautiful. As expected of the top of the Jade Immortal ranking, she's truly stunningly beautiful. If Fairy Qingyi could be my Taoist partner, I'd be willing to live 100 years less. You're dreaming. Qingyi is not only #1 on the Jade Immortal ranking, but her cultivation talent is also among the best in the Zhan Yue sect. How could you dare to blaspheme this? What's going on? Doesn't Fairy Qingyi never meddle in other people's affairs? She even never communicates with outsiders. Why would she stoop to help someone who has nothing to do with Yi Xuan? The disciples watching around were all surprised. The influence brought by the most beautiful woman in Zhan Yue sect is even not weaker than that of some peak masters. While Yi Xuan was in a daze, he also saw the stunning figure standing in front of him. There was surprise in his eyes, but also confusion. Why would this fairy, whom he had never met before, help him? Lu Ming was also stunned when he saw Mu Qingyi. A hint of madness and greed flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he swallowed secretly. But looking at the sharp sword pointing at him, he couldn't help but feel fear. He might be able to show off to some ordinary disciples in the outside world. However, he did not dare to offend a true disciple like Mu Qingyi. After all, true disciples all have their own backgrounds. What's more, Mu Qingyi's master is the Great Elder, who is in charge of the law enforcement hall. As a disciple, Mu Qingyi also has the power to arrest him and even punish him. Although he really wanted to get this kind of woman, it was just a thought. So he immediately became reserved, humble and gentle. Senior Sister Qingyi, I think you must have some misunderstanding. We are just practicing martial arts. Su Yu frowned. Practicing martial arts? I saw you ordering someone to beat up a fellow disciple. That's right, this Lu Ming is bullying his fellow disciples. Not only did he steal Yi Xuan's girlfriend, he also wants to take away his family treasures. Fairy Qingyi, please punish this arrogant and domineering disciple. Fairy Qingyi truly has a compassionate heart. She is an immortal descended from the 9 heavens. The disciples around saw Mu Qingyi upholding justice, and all agreed. There are not many opportunities to win the favor of a fairy, and this is one of them. Damn it, Lu Ming's face turned pale. He didn't expect so many people to stand up and point at him. If Mu Qingyi hadn't appeared, these people could only bow and nod to him. But what he cares about most now is Mu Qingyi's attitude. Fairy Qingyi, what do you want me to do? Su Yu frowned. Of course, he couldn't really arrest Lu Ming and take him to the law enforcement hall. After all, the other party was a person with status and background. And this doesn't fit her personality. Why would the cold-blooded fairy insist on sending a young man to the law enforcement hall for a piece of good for nothing she had never met? Could it be that the fairy is having an affair with the waste? If he did that, it would cause a stir. At the same time, it will also cause endless trouble to Yi Xuan. After thinking for a while, he looked at Yi Xuan, who was covered in blood on the ground, and said coldly, "Leave some medical expenses for him, and don't bother him again in the future. Otherwise..." As he spoke, the long sword in his hand shook and sword intent surged. Feeling the sword intent stinging his eyes, Lu Ming shuddered in his heart and nodded repeatedly. Everything depends on the fairy's orders. So he quickly threw a jade bottle of elixir to Yi Xuan. You are lucky today, as Fairy Qingyi is helping you. Let's go. After giving the pill, he glared at Yi Xuan fiercely. then turned around and wanted to leave. Wait. However, at this moment, a somewhat weak voice was heard. Everyone cast their eyes over. Yixuan staggered to his feet with his seriously injured body and came to Su Yu. He did not take the jade bottle, nor did he even look at it. In front of everyone, Yixuan seemed to have made some kind of decision. Lu Ming, the grudge between us is destined to be resolved. Although Fairy King Yi asked you to let me go, I don't want to let you go so easily. Originally, I just wanted to practice peacefully, but you guys kept bullying me again and again. Yixuan's expression was cold, and a hint of ferocity flashed across his young face stained with blood. Lu Ming, you should attend the Tianjiao conference in a month, right? See you at the tournament in a month. If we meet, we'll settle our feud once and for all at the tournament. If we don't meet, we'll have a life and death duel after the tournament. Lu Ming, do you dare to answer? Yixuan's voice was sonorous and powerful. Although it was a little weak at the moment, it was firm. What, Yixuan actually wants to challenge Lu Ming to a fight? Is he crazy? Has he been beaten stupid? Although Lu Ming is not a top-tier genius, he is also in the middle stage of the spiritual sea realm, 2 realms higher than Yixuan. Defeating Lu Ming in 1 month? How is that possible? I think he is really crazy. Everyone present was puzzled by the boy's roar, and even laughed at him for overestimating his own abilities. After hearing this, Lu Ming burst into laughter. Haha, tilde defeat me, with your strength in the body-tempering realm. Or is it the scarred look you have now? Yixuan, do you really want to challenge me? But after laughing, he came to his senses. Originally, it was difficult for him to touch Yixuan because Mu Qingyi was there, but now he came to him on his own initiative. What else could he say? I'm afraid Mu Qingyi can't stop it now even if she wants to. What a stupid guy. Yixuan said coldly, why you don't dare? Okay, in that case, I agree. Lu Ming agreed readily. It just so happens that Fairy King Yi is here to testify today. We'll meet at the martial arts competition in a month. I hope you won't let me down then, Yixuan. After looking at Yixuan with a half-smile, Lu Ming left with his younger brothers. Shui Yunxi followed behind him. She looked back at Su Yu, a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes. She was jealous of Lu Ming's flattering attitude towards Mu Qingyi, her beauty and her talent. But she also knew that there was a huge difference between her status and the other person's. But she didn't expect that Mu Qingyi would come forward to help Yixuan. Is there something secret between the two of them that she doesn't know about? It's impossible. How could a girl as proud as Mu Qingyi be interested in a loser like Yixuan? Originally, she felt a little pity for Yixuan. After all, they had been together for so long. But now looking at Yixuan's challenge, she seemed so ignorant of the immensity of the world. She was right to leave. After Lu Ming and his group left, the people around them also left under the pressure of Mu Qingyi. Right now, only Su Yu and Yixuan are together. Chapter 5. Thank you for saving me today, Fairy. If it weren't for you, I would have been seriously injured and passed out. Fairy, your kindness is great. Yixuan will always remember it in his heart. When Yixuan saw Mu Qingyi's face, he was stunned at first. Then he clasped his fists slightly stiffly. He never expected that the most beautiful woman in Zhan Yue's sect, the aloof and cold fairy, would actually help him. Wasn't it rumored that Mu Qingyi was supposed to be aloof, unconcerned with everything? Why did he feel something was different? Looking at the somewhat bewildered young man, Su Yu said with a half-smile, where's your earlier confidence? Where's your arrogant words towards Lu Ming? Why are you so nervous seeing me? I'm not a man-eating monster. Yixuan smiled awkwardly. Su Yu also looked at the boy, her beautiful eyes floating all over him. Is this the destined child with a red destiny? He is not an adult yet, looks to be only 16 or 17, well. He has delicate features and is a little handsome. I don't know what's so special about him. Why did you so rashly choose to challenge Lu Ming a month later? Are you so sure? Yixuan smiled bitterly. To be honest, I'm not very sure either. I just saw through some things and felt that I was too naive, so I chose to take a gamble. Su Yu narrowed her eyes. Is it because of Shui Yunxi? Yixuan nodded. She does have her reasons. After all, Shui Yunxi is the woman who grew up with him, and they are considered a noble family. But after joining the Zhan Yue sect, perhaps because of his stagnation, Shui Yunxi began to gradually distance himself from him and slowly leaned towards Lu Ming's noble disciples. Therefore, he was targeted by Lu Ming and others and was constantly bullied. He finally saw the world clearly. When you are weak, some people will leave you, and the strong will play with you wantonly and treat you as a plaything. Therefore, the only way to break all injustices is to become stronger. Do you still like her? Su Yu suddenly said at this time. Yixuan shook his head. Actually, I never liked her, but my family always wanted to promote our relationship. This kind of woman is not worthy of my affection at all. Since she wants to leave, I will not try to stop her. From now on, anything that happens to her, whether she lives or dies, has nothing to do with me anymore. Su Yu glanced at Yixuan with appreciation. Not bad, you can take it or leave it. As long as you are willing to work hard, she will regret it later. At this time, he took out a spiritual medicine from the space ring and handed it to Yixuan. This is a third-grade spiritual herb, yuan-yang grass. It will be helpful to you at this stage. I'm giving it to you. Feeling the pure power of the red sun, Yixuan was shocked. He really needed this yuan-yang grass, but he knew that he couldn't take Su Yu's things, so he quickly refused. I appreciate the fairy's kindness. Fairy, please take it back. You've already saved me once. There's no need to give me treasures again. I came to help you just to invest in your spiritual medicine. Hey, Su Yu said calmly. This level of spiritual herbs is no longer useful to me. If you need it now, I will give it to you. Yixuan's face was firm and he still refused. No. My grandfather said that a real man shouldn't accept gifts for nothing. I can't accept it. Su Yu stroked her eyebrows with a headache. He really didn't expect that Yixuan was such a stubborn person. Then an idea came to me. I gave you the spiritual herbs not just to help you. That Lu Ming, the way he looks at me is not right. He has improper thoughts about me, so I gave you this spiritual herb so that you can teach him a lesson for me, so that he will learn his lesson. Do you understand? Yixuan, who had been refusing, stopped immediately when he heard this. For some reason, when he heard that someone was plotting against Su Yu, he felt a little irritated. What's going on? Why do I feel this way? When Su Yu saw Yixuan's expression become strange, her eyes lit up. There's hope. After Yixuan did not take any action for a long time, Su Yu began to pretend to be indifferent. He snatched the yuan-yang grass back from Yixuan's hand with a cold expression, giving Yixuan a distant feeling. HMPH, since you're so evasive and so unsympathetic, let's just say goodbye. Just pretend I didn't save you before, and we've never met. After saying this, he let his clothes flutter in the wind and walked away. Yixuan panicked instantly. Unexpectedly, he immediately grabbed Su Yu's wrist and hurriedly explained. No, fairy, I didn't disagree. I just don't think it's okay to take advantage of fairies. But if that Lu Ming really dares to think about the fairy, then I am willing to help the fairy eliminate this hidden danger. A cruel look appeared on Yixuan's face. Even he didn't realize that his hatred towards Lu Ming had increased several times. Su Yu pursed his lips slightly, turned around and looked at Yixuan tentatively as if he was unsure. Are you really willing to help me teach Lu Ming a lesson? Yixuan nodded heavily, patting his chest and guaranteeing, Don't worry, I Yixuan always keep my word. Good. Su Yu only said one word, okay, then looked at her wrist, which was tightly grasped by Yixuan without saying a word. Yixuan also reacted. His face turned red instantly, and he took his hand away and put it behind his back in a bit of a loss. At this moment, there is still a faint warmth on the palm. What's going on? Why is my heart beating so fast? Yixuan was secretly shocked. Su Yu chuckled, and after handing the yuan-yang grass in his hand to Yixuan again, he looked at him meaningfully. Junior brother Yixuan, don't let me down. After saying that, he walked away without looking back, then flew up and turned into a ray of light and disappeared from Yixuan's sight. She walked without hesitation or pause. Looking at the figure walking away, it seemed as if what happened before was still vivid in my mind. Yixuan held the yuan-yang grass in his hand and was silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed. What's the matter? Zio Yexuan, are you moved? The jade pendant hanging on Yixuan's neck was emitting a faint glow at this moment. It's just that the joking tone is more obvious. Yixuan's face flushed, and he shook his head repeatedly. How is that possible? I just don't think Fairy King Yi is as cold and aloof as the rumors say. Compared to her, Shui Yunxi isn't even worthy of carrying her shoes. Indeed, at such a young age, she has reached the middle stage of condensation pill and possesses a clear mind for swordsmanship and an innate Tao body. This woman has a promising future. A clear sword mind, an innate Taoist body. Fairy King Yi is so outstanding. Yixuan was also surprised when he heard Mr. Wu's praise. That's right, the Xianshan Tao body, a constitution naturally compatible with the Tao. If you practice dual cultivation with it, the benefits will be endless. Zio Yexuan, are you really not going to consider it? Yixuan's face darkened. Mr. Wu, could you please be more serious? Haha, Tilda, it's just a joke. Don't take it so seriously. But as your master, I sincerely suggest that you capture her. After all, she also has great luck, and perhaps her fate will become entangled with yours in the future. Is it fate? Yixuan narrowed his eyes. And I think that little girl seems to be interested in you too. Teacher. Chapter 6. Master Wu, how long do you think it will take me to catch up with Fairy Qingyi? I'm talking about cultivation. Catch up with that girl? It will probably take 2 or 3 years. After all, she is improving while you are improving. But as long as you work hard, you can surpass her in less than a year. You are the owner of the Chaos Body and the Fighting Heavenly Body. Your talent is unprecedented. This legendary physique will make you the master of heaven and earth. With your help, the time it takes for you to reach the peak will definitely be shortened. The ruler of heaven and earth. If that's the case, awaken the fighting celestial body first. Yixuan tightly grasped the yuan-yang grass in his hand. Finally, he dragged his wounded body out of the martial arts training ground. The other side. After parting with Yixuan, Su Yu went to her own side hall. True disciples like Mu Qingyi usually have their own separate residence for practice. He sped for a long time and began to slow down after confirming that there was no one around. Yixuan, I'm not sure what your secret is, but I've finally found an investment target. I really have to thank Lu Ming for giving me the opportunity to help get closer to Yixuan and gain his favor. It has to be both non-suspicious and consistent with my identity. I have finally invested in a third-grade spiritual medicine. I don't know what reward Yixuan will get after taking it. He has found an investment target. Now I have to think about how to make a reasonable long-term investment in Yixuan. After all, they didn't know each other, and if they kept looking for Yixuan, others would definitely think that they had some hidden secret. Even Yixuan would definitely find it weird. How can I invest in Yixuan for a long time? Su Yu thought with his chin on his shoulder. While thinking, Su Yu went directly to Mu Qingyi's residence. Mu Qingyi usually practices at home and never goes out. Apart from the master's summons, few people come to see her. This made Su Yu feel relieved. A paradise on earth nestled in a dangerous peak. There is another world inside the cave, with complete living facilities. The spiritual energy in the residences of the true disciples of Tianshu Peak is generally much richer than in other places. There are also dedicated training centers that provide resources every month. These are the benefits of true disciples. Su Yu started meditating and practicing as soon as she arrived at the Taoist temple. Possessing an innate Taoist body, one's cultivation speed is far superior to others. Not long after, the ethereal voice of the system came from my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host on your successful investment. Investment resource, grade 3 Yunyang grass, investment target, Yixuan deep red fate, rewards now being announced. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained the 4th grade natural treasure, the spirit pear moon fruit, the 4th grade top grade elixir Xuanzhen Dan, and the 6th grade body movement floating light and shadow. Hiss, Yixuan has already taken the Yuanyang grass. A 3rd grade spiritual herb actually gave me so much feedback. All of them are of higher quality than the 3rd grade, and some even have 6th grade body movements. Is this the red destiny? This feedback is amazing, love it. Su Yu was a little excited. He immediately took the Xuanzhen pill. The top-grade Xuanzhen pill can directly improve one's realm to a lower level, no matter what the situation is below the king realm. As the blue pill, which was filled with traces of spiritual energy, was swallowed into the throat, a powerful spiritual energy surged through the meridians of the whole body. The spiritual energy was injected into every cell crazily. Su Yu immediately activated the Tai Ling Kaian Fa Ju to refine it. After half an hour, Su Yu's realm directly reached the late stage of nascent soul realm. If I get another top-grade Xuanzhen pill, my Xianshen Dao body won't even need to slow down, and I can directly break through to the condensation pill realm and achieve perfection. Su Yu sighed lightly and began to practice fleeting lights. It just so happened that he had not practiced higher-level physical skills, so this 6th grade glimpse was very suitable for him. However, just when he was about to practice fleeting light, a jade pendant in the space ring glowed and vibrated slowly. Is this a summons from Master? Su Yu concentrated slightly. This jade pendant was a personal item given to his disciple by Qing Chenzi, the great elder of Tianshu Peak. It not only provided proper protection, but also allowed for communication. And now the message conveyed by the jade pendant is that all disciples should go to King Chenzi's main hall. After putting away the jade pendant, Su Yu immediately got up and went to the main hall. After half a minute, they arrived at King Chenzi's main hall. When Su Yu arrived, the other three senior brothers and sisters had also arrived. After seeing Su Yu, several people greeted him with a smile. Su Yu also responded one by one. In Mu Qingyi's memory, she did not have much contact with the other three fellow disciples. However, the eldest senior brother, Qiu Hongyun, comes to show his courtesy from time to time. Sitting high up was Qing Chenzi in a green robe. He was an old man in a green robe who was over 1,000 years old and possessed the formidable strength of a half-step heavenly venerate. When Su Yu used his divine eyes to check, he found that he had a dark green fate. The green fate is below the blue fate and has the potential to break through to the level of the heavenly venerable. I guess their master Qing Chenzi was also a top genius in the sect when he was young. After seeing Su Yu coming, Qing Chenzi, who was sitting high up, nodded. "Looks like everyone's here." Qiu Hongyun stepped forward, clasped his fists, and asked, "I wonder what instructions our master has for me and my fellow disciples." Qing Chenzi chuckled and said, "In a month, my Zhanyue sect's Seven Veins Martial Arts Conference will be held. What are your thoughts?" Qiu Hongyun and the others looked at each other. The Seven Clans Martial Arts Competition is held every 3 years. Now all the disciples from the Seven Peaks are practicing hard to prepare for the competition. I will definitely try my best to win the championship. Qiu Hongyun said neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Champion?" Qing Chenzi shook his head. He knew very well about his disciples' abilities. "Hongyun, although your cultivation has reached the half-step to becoming a king, I heard that there are several talented disciples in the Seven Peaks who have already achieved the status of a king. First place might be a little difficult, but if I work hard, getting into the top 10 shouldn't be a problem. Has any disciple reached the king-level realm?" Qiu Hongyun was stunned when he heard Qing Chenzi's words. The realm of being crowned as a king. This is the realm that the deacons and elders of the major peaks are in. If any disciple of Zhanyue sect reaches the king realm, then the hope of defeating them will be slim. Although he is now a half-step king, he has only just broken through. Even with King Chenzi's help, he cannot force a breakthrough within a month. In this Seven Veins martial arts competition, I hope you can achieve a good ranking. 4 red pills with a fragrant aroma appeared in King Chenzi's hand. With a wave of his robe, it turned into 4 streams of light and flew into the hands of 4 disciples. This is the top grade, 4th grade red spirit pill. It is extremely helpful in improving and refining your spiritual power. Once you have thoroughly refined it, your strength will be greatly improved. Su Yu and the other 3 were overjoyed and thanked Qing Chenzi. Qing Chenzi shook his head. "That's fine. After all, you are my direct disciples. If you have any questions, you can always come and ask me during this period." Chapter 7. Also in Thunder Cloud Valley, the 4 of you are eligible to go to the 4th floor this month. No fees are required. Simply take out the tokens I've given you. "Thank you, Master." The 4 of them thanked him again, and even Su Yu was very excited. Thundercloud Valley is the precious place for Zhanyue sect to practice. The depths of Thundercloud Valley are useful even for reaching the perfection of the Ascension Emperor realm. If they can practice on the 4th level for a month, they will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Qing Chenzi shook his head and looked at Su Yu with a smile on his face. "Qingyi, your strength has increased again. You have reached the late stage of the condensation pill realm so quickly. You are indeed a peerless genius with a clear swordsmanship." 4th junior sister has made another breakthrough. 2nd senior sister Xuan Xian's expression changed. Mu Qingyi had just broken through to the middle stage a month ago, but only a month had passed and her junior sister had broken through again. You know, she is only 18 years old now. "Master, you are too kind. I just had some insights a few days ago. Keep up the good work. I hope you can achieve good results in the martial arts competition, Qingyi. Then I will go to watch the game myself." "Master, are you going to watch the 7 Clans martial arts competition in person?" Qiu Hongyun asked in confusion. You know, in the past martial arts competitions, Master, the Grand Elder of Tianshu Peak, had only attended a few of them. King Chenzi stroked his beard and said, "I will go to this competition. After all, my Qingchen lineage has always been quite deserted." Xuan Xian was silent for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Master, do you want to accept a disciple at this martial arts competition?" "That's right." Hearing this, Su Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Master King Chenzi wants to accept a disciple at this martial arts competition. God is really helping me. Originally, he was still worried about how to get close to Yixuan. In this martial arts competition, I believe Yixuan will definitely be a rising dark horse who will show his brilliance. At that time, it will definitely attract Qing Chenzi's attention, and he will extend an olive branch to him. If Yixuan became Qing Chenzi's junior apprentice, wouldn't it be easy for him to invest however he wanted? By then, there will be no so-called ambiguity and rumors from the outside world. I can also feel at ease. The more I think about it, the more certain I become. Therefore, his top priority now is to find a way to trick Yixuan into becoming Qing Chenzi's disciple. After Qing Chenzi continued to give a few instructions, Su Yu and the others left the main hall. Because of the red spirit pill, the eldest senior brother Qiu Hongyun and the third senior brother Yang Yulong said goodbye to Su Yu and hurried back. Before leaving, Su Yu called out to her second senior sister Xuan Xian. Xuan Xian is quiet, gentle, and friendly to others. Even Mu Qingyi in the past recognized this senior sister. Fourth junior sister, what's wrong? Seeing Mu Qingyi stopping her, Xuan Xian looked at her in confusion. Su Yu smiled and said, Second senior sister, I heard that you have reached a bottleneck in your practice of the Bihai Shui Jiu. Junior sister, I have a top-grade, third-grade Xuan Shui Dan that can help you break through. As he spoke, he took out an exquisite little box from his space ring. Top-grade, third-grade Xuan Shui pill. Xuan Xian looked at the sandalwood box in Su Yu's hand in surprise. Generally, the grades of elixirs are divided into 4 grades. General, good, excellent, and top grade. Top-grade elixirs are difficult to obtain. Even for master, there are not many top-grade elixirs like the 4th-grade ones. The 3rd-grade, top-grade Xuan Shui pill was of great help to her in breaking through the 4th level of Bihai water art. Junior sister, this thing is too valuable. I can't accept it. Xuan Xian immediately declined. Su Yu shook her head. Sister, this Xuan Shui pill is of no use to me. I'd rather give it to you instead of keeping it. Since I joined Master's lineage, senior sister has always taken good care of me. Qingyi still hopes that senior sister will accept me. You and I are from the same school. There's no need to be so unfamiliar with each other. Xuan Xian looked at Su Yu's sincere look and felt a little moved. It's really strange. My junior sister, who is always so cold and doesn't like to communicate, seems to have become so easygoing and approachable today. Since junior sister insists, I won't be surprised. If you need me in the future, please let me know. Su Yuhan smiled and nodded. Junior sister, I will. After saying goodbye to Xuan Xian, Su Yu also returned to his side hall to refine the red spirit pill. Although the 4th-grade superior one is not enough to elevate his realm, it can play a very good tempering effect and stabilize his cultivation. After absorbing the elixir, Su Yu focused on practicing fleeting lights for the next 2 days. The next day, the system's voice sounded again in my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host on your successful investment. Investment resources, 3rd grade Supreme Xuan Shui pill, investment target, Xuan Xian Green Fate, rewards now being announced. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained the 4th grade spiritual weapon Kingling Ruyi boots. Su Yu was slightly startled. Is the investment successful? But this investment reward is so much less than Yixuan's. It was also a 3rd grade investment. But Yixuan's Red Fate feedback was 2 top-grade 4th-grade items, and he also had a 6th-grade body movement skill. However, Xuan Xian's Green Destiny is only a 4th-grade spiritual weapon. It turns out that Red Destiny is the best investment target. Su Yu sighed and put on the Kingling Ruyi boots obediently. What's more, he didn't have this kind of spiritual weapon, only a spiritual sword, which was very suitable. Su Yu continued to practice for 7 days, and achieved some success in practicing fleeting lights. After tidying up for a while, Su Yu left the side hall. He was going to Thunder Cloud Valley to practice. With the help of Master Qing Chenzi, they can go to the 4th level of Leiyun Valley to practice within this month. Such resources naturally cannot be missed. Leiyun Valley is one of the 3 famous holy places for cultivation in Jianyu sect. The combination of thunder and advanced formations inside it can achieve twice the result with half the effort for the sect's disciples' cultivation. After arriving at Leiyun Valley to register his identity, Su Yu transformed into a sword and flew into the valley. At the same time, Yixuan came to the 3rd level of Thundercloud Valley. He looked at the sea of thunder in the sky and swallowed secretly. Master Wu, do I really have to practice in the depths of Thundercloud Valley? That's right, only in this way can your fighting body be fully awakened. You are only pseudo-awakening now. Deep in the Thunder Cloud Valley lies the source of the mysterious purple thunder. Devour the mysterious purple thunder and undergo tempering, and you will undergo earth-shaking changes. After these 8 days, Yixuan brought his Dujin celestial body to a semi-awakened state, and his cultivation also reached the perfection of the Qi gathering realm. If you want to fully awaken, you need external help. Thunder Cloud Valley naturally became the first target. Swallow the origin of Chunliu Zile. This is the most precious treasure of Jianyu sect. If I swallow it, Jianyu sect will cause trouble for me, right? Yixuan looked strange. What are you thinking? I asked you to devour a very small part of the Purple Thunder origin. This Xunliu Purple Thunder has the power comparable to that of a peak heavenly venerable. It didn't kill you, but you still want to swallow the entire Purple Thunder origin. Then how should I devour the Xunliu Zile? Just follow my method to find it and devour it. Then you will make great progress, and it will be easy for you to shine at the 7 Meridians Martial Arts Conference. Yixuan nodded heavily. If it could make him stronger, what would be wrong with swallowing this Xunliu Purple Thunder? Thinking of this, he stepped into the depths of Thundercloud Valley. Chapter 8. Old Wu said that if one wants to fully awaken the fighting celestial body, then one needs to at least refine the 4th level of the Xunliu Purple Thunder origin. A few days ago, he was favored by an old man and was given the qualification to enter Thunder Cloud Valley. Area 17 on the 4th floor. Arriving at the 4th floor of Thunder Cloud Valley, Yixuan found the number 17 training entrance based on the token. Just as he was about to step into the area, several young men and women with extraordinary demeanor walked out of the number 14, number 15, and number 16 training areas. The leader was a handsome young man in a silver shirt, in his early 20s. He carried a 3-foot-long sword on his back, looked calm and composed, and exuded an extremely powerful aura. Next to the man was a beautiful young woman. She was wearing a light green floral dress. Her skin was as white as snow, her figure was graceful, her skin looked like it could be squeezed out of water, and she had a mature and lively beauty. Behind them were several fellow disciples. Obviously, the crowd was led by 2 people. When Yixuan saw the 2 of them, his expression changed. Gu King and Lu Chulu. He had met these 2 people once. Gu King, the son of Gu Ming, the deputy leader of Zhan Yue sect, was rumored to have achieved the realm of king before he was 30 years old. He was one of the most outstanding geniuses in Zhan Yue sect. But this has nothing to do with him. But the woman next to him, Lu Chulu, is Lu Ming's sister, with whom he had a grudge in the past. Lu Chulu, a genius in alchemy, has reached the peak level of a 3rd-grade alchemist at a young age. She is also the 4th most beautiful woman on the Jade Immortal list. He didn't expect that the first time he came to Leiyun Valley, he would meet his enemy's biological sister. Yixuan didn't want to get into trouble, so he immediately changed direction and took a detour. But it was too late for him to leave now. A disciple in brocade clothes following Gu King frowned when he saw Yixuan. Yixuan. A sudden sentence caught everyone's attention. Lu Chulu, who was in front, seemed to remember something, raised her eyebrows and walked towards Yixuan. She looked him up and down. Are you Yixuan from Tianshu Peak? Yixuan frowned and said calmly, I wonder what can I do for you, senior sister. I heard about what happened between you and my brother. He was indeed at fault first. I'm here to apologize to you on his behalf. But I still hope that your grudges will be put to rest and no more disputes will arise. What do you think, junior brother Yixuan? Yixuan smiled and shook his head. Senior sister Chulu, I had no choice in this matter. After all, I was the victim from the beginning to the end. At first, I didn't offend Lu Ming in any way, but he bullied me again and again, injured me many times, and even tried to steal my family's keepsake. Can these injustices be put to rest with just a word from you, senior sister? And even if I agree, will your brother agree? Will he repay me for the humiliation he inflicted on me? Lu Chulu frowned. It was indeed her brother who was at fault in this matter. Maybe it doesn't matter now, but when they use force to resolve their grievances and cause consequences, it will undoubtedly bring a stain to the Lu family. How about this? I'll go back and warn him and then bring him here to publicly admit his mistake to you. What do you think? Yixuan objected, but he still stood firm in his stance. No, the grudges between us must be resolved by ourselves. There are certain things that need to be paid for. Gu King and others who were not far away couldn't stand it anymore. They came to Lu Chulu and looked at Yixuan with displeasure. Gu King's tone was cold. Boy, junior sister Chulu is helping you resolve your grudges and giving you an opportunity. Don't miss it. You should be aware of your own strength and status, and your mindless desire for revenge will undoubtedly put you in a desperate situation. Gu King was extremely unhappy with Yixuan. A lowly errand disciple was not grateful for Lu Chulu's initiative to shake hands and make peace. If it were him, he would have been obedient and kept quiet long ago. The key point is that Lu Chulu is the woman he likes. Yixuan looked at Gu King with a heavy heart. He felt unprecedented pressure from him. Senior brother, does this mean I must accept this outcome? Gu King narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone became increasingly hostile. Even the pressure of being crowned king surged towards Yixuan like a mountain, squeezing him so hard that he bent his body. Lu Chulu and others didn't say much when they saw this scene. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little tense. The terrifying pressure made Yixuan feel suffocated. He knew that Gu Qinghe would only stop if he agreed. Otherwise, he would be forced to kneel down under the pressure of his title of king, and even surrender. This kind of bullying again. My strength is too weak. Yixuan's nails pierced into the flesh, causing blood to flow out. His eyes were red, and he stared at Gu King fiercely like a bloodthirsty devil. Gu Qinghe, you want me to submit to your tyranny? You're dreaming. Gu Qinghe frowned. He didn't expect that Yixuan was such a tough guy. However, he still had a sarcastic look on his face, and even had the urge to take ruthless action because of Yixuan's disrespect. It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. In that case, let me show you the true gap between you and a genius. Boom! In an instant, the pressure on Yixuan became even more terrifying. It was like a maggot attached to his bones, trying to gnaw his hard and straight bones into pieces. Just when Yixuan was about to be unable to resist, a sharp sword energy came from a distance. It was like a slanting moon, cutting off the pressure of becoming king that was about to crush Yixuan, allowing Yixuan to catch his breath. Who is it? Gu King and others were startled and looked over. Suddenly, a woman in white with an extraordinary figure and beautiful face flew over. Her clear and graceful Ruyi boots landed lightly on the ground, and she came to Yixuan's side. Liulai looked at everyone with cold eyes, and the spiritual sword in her hand was pointed at Gu King. Mu Qingyi, how is this possible? After seeing the true appearance of the white-robed swordsman, both Gu King and Lu Chulu were stunned. Mu Qingyi actually showed up here, and even saved a chore's disciple. Mu Qingyi, she's the top of the Jade Immortal ranking. She is also a kendo genius with a clear sword mind. Junior sister Qingyi, why are you here? When he saw Mu Qingyi, Gu King immediately changed his expression and smiled like a spring breeze. However, Su Yu remained calm. I came to Thunder Cloud Valley to practice. Junior brother Yixuan, are you okay? At this time, he looked at Yixuan and asked with concern. Yixuan was also extremely surprised to see Su Yu appear. He straightened up and stretched his muscles. It's no big deal, senior sister Qingyi. You helped me again this time. Su Yu glanced at him. You really are a worry. Yixuan smiled bitterly. It wasn't his fault, okay? He just didn't want to bend down to the other person. Su Yu swung the spirit sword and put it behind her shoulder. I knew this when I came here. You're right, and you didn't give in to things you shouldn't give in to, which I appreciate. Don't worry, with senior sister here, no one can touch you today. Chapter 9. Senior sister. Looking at Mu Qingyi, Yixuan felt a warm feeling in his heart. Gu King and others in the distance felt a sinking feeling in their hearts when they saw this. They didn't expect that Mu Qingyi actually valued Yixuan so much. Junior sister Qingyi, I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. I was just helping this junior brother just now, Gu King hurriedly explained. Feeling Su Yu's indifference, he felt that he should do something and must restore his image in the other person's heart. Maybe her current realm is not as good as his, but her talent is worse than his, and perhaps she will surpass him in no time. Unlike Lu Chulu and other women, he was quite cautious towards Mu Qingyi. Gu Qinghe's gaze drifted towards the crowd behind him intentionally or unintentionally. The group of disciples in brocade clothes were immediately frightened and immediately echoed. Yes, Fairy Qingyi, senior brother King was just trying to dissuade him. He wanted to help this junior brother and Lu Ming resolve their grievances and shake hands in peace. But junior brother Yixuan doesn't seem to appreciate it. Su Yu said, now that this agreement has been formed, it's natural that we have to reach a conclusion at the martial arts conference. Or do you lack confidence in Lu Ming? It seems that Mu Qingyi has great confidence in Yixuan. Gu King couldn't help but ask Su Yu. I'm a little curious, what is the relationship between Fairy Qingyi and junior brother Yixuan? Everyone looked over. Not only Gu Qinghe was curious about this question, but they were also curious. Not only did she help Yixuan escape from trouble last time, but now she actually showed up again to help him, without even considering the face of a genius like Gu King. Looking at Yixuan, Su Yu's eyes flashed with a deep meaning. He and I have nothing to do with each other, we are just friends. Just friends. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they are just friends. Otherwise, wouldn't the most beautiful woman in his Zhan Yue sect be taken away by a pig? Just friends. After hearing Su Yu's answer, Yixuan felt inexplicably lost. They really had nothing to do with each other, as Fairy Qingyi said. But why did he feel so unwilling? Fairy Qingyi was stunningly beautiful, and was the most stunning person he had ever seen. A glance at the crowd makes the world look like dust. She was like a white-robed swordsman descending upon the mortal world. The fairy-like demeanor keeps people at a distance. And most importantly, she was the first and only one who helped her when she was betrayed by her childhood sweetheart and bullied by outsiders. He will always remember this favor and the help he received now. But looking at her, Yixuan always felt that she was out of reach. Yixuan felt more and more frustrated, and he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, causing bursts of pain even though they were soaked with blood. Su Yu saw all of this and smiled helplessly in his heart. Please, you are the red destiny, the kind that cannot be more red. In the future, you may very well be the ruler of the world. Can you please be a little more promising? Of course, he can complain in his heart, but cannot say it out loud. After all, he still needs to invest in the other party and keep making money from the other party. He also wanted to thank Gu King and the others, as they helped him gain Yixuan's favor. If he is trained slowly like this, Yixuan will definitely become a strong man in the future, and he will have a powerful fighter. Putting aside the thoughts in her mind, Su Yu cleared her throat. But Yixuan is my friend. But he never gave up easily and always stuck to his principles. When he was bullied, he stood up and resisted, refusing to yield to the strong. In my opinion, such a young man is rare and precious. I admire him for this. Upon hearing this, Gu King and others looked at Yixuan in surprise. They didn't expect that Mu Qingyi had such a high opinion of him. But when he thought of the young man's unyielding spirit, he fell silent. Yixuan, who was originally depressed, suddenly felt better after hearing Su Yu's praise. He even scratched his head with a wry smile. He felt a little embarrassed by the praise. Afterwards, seeing that Su Yu had no interest in continuing the conversation, Gu King and the others tactfully left. With Su Yu around, Yixuan couldn't be touched for the time being. However, the feud between Gu King and Yixuan was settled. Gu King despised the weak Yixuan for daring to resist him, and Yixuan was also a person who would take revenge for his enemies and grievances, so he also remembered Gu King. Both of them tacitly decided that they would have a chance to deal with each other later. Similarly, the people around Gu King also remembered Yixuan and felt unhappy about him. They were unhappy with Yixuan not because of Gu King, but because of Mu Qingyi's special care for Yixuan. How can a mere ant like you win the favor of a fairy? Why does Fairy Qingyi like you and not me? In short, jealousy is at work. Before leaving, Lu Chulu was the one with the most complicated feelings. She didn't expect that Mu Qingyi would intervene in this matter, and even seemed to be standing on the opposite side. She had some admiration and respect for Mu Qingyi. After all, he is the top of the Jade Immortal ranking, and a genius with a clear sword heart. And with Mu Qingyi's involvement in this matter, if she's not careful, the impact on her Lu family lineage will only be more serious in the future. Junior brother Yixuan, are you also here in Thunder Cloud Valley to practice? Seeing that the surroundings had become quiet, Su Yu felt more relaxed. Yixuan nodded. Yes, senior sister, I originally came to Area 17 on the 4th floor to practice, but I didn't expect to run into Gu King and the others. Su Yu looked a little stunned. He took out a token. Area 17, mine is exactly on Area 18. Really? Yixuan was also quite surprised. It seems that senior sister and I are indeed destined to be together. Senior sister thinks so too. Su Yu smiled, then took out a green fruit filled with rich spiritual energy. Junior brother, you came to Thunder Cloud Valley to practice. I think you are lacking some resources. This is the Spirit Pear Moon fruit, ranked 4th grade. It will be of great help to your practice. A 4th grade treasure. Yixuan was shocked, but he waved his hands repeatedly to refuse. No, I can't take senior sisters. She has helped me many times before. I can't take it for nothing. Su Yu explained softly, it's nothing. It's just a 4th grade fruit. It's useless to me. Just accept it if I ask you to. Yixuan's face was firm. Sister, you gave me a yuan yang grass before. How could I possibly ask for something else for no reason? And didn't you just say, senior sister, that you admire my ability to stick to my principles? If I choose to accept rewards without any merit, won't you look down on me, Yikshuan? I can't accept this kind of gift. At this moment, Su Yu wished she could slap herself in the face. Sure enough, one should not be too confident. I didn't expect that I would shoot myself in the foot this time. Chapter 10. Seeing the stubborn Yikshuan, Su Yu no longer insisted on giving him the Lingli Yueguo. In fact, he just wanted to give it a try, so it was understandable that Yikshuan did not accept it. Since you don't want my treasure, then forget it. What do you think of Gu King and his group? If they have any other ideas, I'll play along to the end. It seems that you, junior brother Yikshuan, are very confident. Su Yu nodded slightly. Since you know this, be careful from now on. Senior sister will go practice first. After saying that, he transformed into a flash of lightning and disappeared into Area 18, leaving behind bursts of fragrance. Senior sister Qingyi. Yikshuan looked at the disappearing figure, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Teacher, I fully awakened the fighting celestial body in Area 17. Will I be discovered if I communicate with the mysterious Luo Purple Thunder origin here? Don't worry, it's no problem for me to help you conceal the secret. However, I always feel that the 4th level of Purple Lightning origin is not enough. Perhaps you should try the 5th level. The 5th floor? Yikshuan had no choice. He didn't have this privilege on the 5th floor. He had to try the 4th floor after all. Anyway, let's go in and try it first. After Su Yu left, Yikshuan also entered Area 17. In Area 18, Su Yu bathed in the light thunder mist, practicing his skills to quickly absorb the thunder in it. The purple lightning reflected Su Yu's stunning face, like a fairy in a fog painting. This purple lightning really has the miraculous effect of tempering spiritual power and physical strength. With my skills and the effects of my innate Tao body, I believe I can break through to the peak of the condensed pill realm again in less than 10 days. I may even be able to reach the king ceiling realm before the martial arts competition begins. The realm of becoming a king is the beginning of becoming a strong person. Only when one reaches the realm of becoming a king can one be considered a true strong person. Because of this, he had not been too forceful towards Gu King before. At this time, his eyes looked towards Area 17 next door. The young figure fell and was constantly tempered under the purple thunder. The areas where each person practices in Leiyun Valley are merely divided, and there are no thick walls separating them, so Su Yu and Yikshuan can still see each other. It's just that the aura of each area is concealed. Yikshuan, what secret is he hiding? In less than 10 days, Yikshuan broke through directly from the body tempering realm to the Qi gathering realm. This speed of advancement was unprecedented in the Zhan Yue sect. It seems he has come into contact with and understood my secret. Perhaps his future will be smooth sailing. Su Yu held her cheek and began to think slowly. Now that he has finally met Yikshuan, he must find a way to invest in him. If possible, touch the secrets in him. Su Yu was so curious about Yikshuan's secret, just like a kitten scratching her heart. Meanwhile, in Area 17, Yikshuan recovered from his training. Teacher, what's going on? No, you have to go to the 5th floor. Is it really not possible? A trace of disappointment flashed in Yikshuan's eyes. I naturally want to go to the 5th floor, but the token in my hand does not have enough authority. As if seeing what Yikshuan was thinking, Wu Lao comforted him. Don't worry, it's okay to go to the 5th floor. I can help you hide your aura so they won't notice it. After receiving Elder Wu's affirmation, Yikshuan felt relieved and stood up. Without further delay, let's go to the 5th floor. Before leaving Area 17, Yikshuan couldn't help but look towards Area 18, but he didn't see the beautiful figure he wanted to see. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, but he still stepped forward number 17. However, the moment he left number 17, Su Yu's figure immediately blocked Yikshuan's way. The beauty folded her hands behind her waist, leaned forward slightly, blinked at Yikshuan with her big, Liulai eyes, and a smile flashed across her face. Junior brother Yikshuan, instead of practicing well, where are you going? Yikshuan was startled by Su Yu's sudden appearance, and then when he saw the turbulent waves in front of him, his face suddenly turned red and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Master, senior sister, I want to go to the 5th floor. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Yikshuan wanted to slap himself a few times. I really get confused when I see beauty. How could he reveal his purpose so easily? The 5th floor, Su Yu's smart eyes turned. Then, junior brother, do you have the privilege of going to the 5th floor? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Yikshuan's face. No. A sly look flashed across Su Yu's face. So, junior brother wants to smuggle himself in. Yixuan immediately came in front of him and made a shushing gesture to him. "Senior sister, please keep your voice down. There are so many people here." Su Yu nodded slightly, and he leaned close to Yixuan's ear. His 3,000 black hairs fell on his neck, making him feel itchy and distracted. "So what do you want to do up there? Would you mind telling me? I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. I need the 5th level of Thunder attribute energy to break through." Yixuan took a few steps back. "Then can I go up with my junior brother? Senior sister has the privileges of the 5th floor." "No," Su Yu waved her hand. "Yixuan, senior sister, what are you doing up there?" "Do what?" "Of course, I want to dig out your secrets and invest in you." Originally, he was still thinking about how to invest in Yixuan reasonably, but when he saw that he was about to leave Area 17, he immediately followed him. "I also need the energy of the 5th level to practice. How about we two work together? Don't worry, senior sister won't hold you back." Yixuan didn't know what to say for a moment, but he felt a strange feeling in his heart. Why did he feel like he was cheating when he sneaked into the upper echelons of Leiyun Valley with the most beautiful woman of Zhanyu sect? Yixuan actually wanted to agree to Su Yu's request, but he went up there to awaken the fighting celestial body, and going up there with his senior sister would undoubtedly expose his secret. Just when Yixuan was having trouble making a decision, Old Wu spoke. "Take this girl with you, maybe she can help you." "Are you going up with senior sister?" Yixuan pondered for a moment and couldn't help but ask Old Wu for the answer he wanted to know most. "Teacher, do you think senior sister Qingyi really cares about me?" Yeah. Chapter 11. After what happened with Shui Yunxi, Yixuan felt somewhat hesitant about matters between men and women. Mu Qingyi originally had nothing to do with him, but she helped him again and again, which made him at a loss. Because he didn't feel any love between men and women from the other person. He didn't dwell too much on Shui Yunxi because he had never liked her and always treated her as a younger sister. But Mu Qingyi is different. He had to admit that he seemed to have developed a very special feeling for Mu Qingyi. So he was afraid. He was afraid that Mu Qingyi had ulterior motives in approaching him, and he was afraid that he would be betrayed again. If Mu Qingyi was like this, he would definitely be sad and depressed for a while. Tilda, it's strange to say, I'm also quite puzzled. What kind of shit luck did you have, little guy, to make such a beautiful woman so interested in you? I have lived for countless years and have experienced countless things. From my perspective, I can clearly tell you that this girl has no intention of harming you. On the contrary, I want you to become stronger and grow. Does she really treat me sincerely?" Yixuan's eyes were brighter than ever. "Well, if I'm not mistaken, it's probably due to your luck. This girl, like you, possesses extremely strong luck, which creates a resonance between the two of you. That's why she's so devoted to you and trusts you so much. So even if you reveal the secret of the fighting celestial body to her, there won't be any problem. So that's how it is." Yixuan breathed a sigh of relief, and he was completely relieved. Fortunately, senior sister treats him sincerely. Since senior sister wants to go to the 5th floor, junior brother will accompany her. After reaching an agreement, Su Yu and Yixuan quietly went up to the 5th floor. The moment they stepped into the 5th floor, Su Yu clearly felt a huge amount of spiritual power surging from Yixuan, covering the two of them. This is breath concealment, and they will definitely be punished if they are discovered. Is this his secret? This kind of terrifying spiritual power has never given me such an oppressive feeling, even from my master. Does he have a golden finger? Su Yu didn't find it strange, after all. He was the standard male protagonist. "Junior brother, where are we going?" Su Yu asked curiously, following behind Yixuan. Yixuan chuckled and said, "The location we are heading to now is the core area of the 5th floor. Senior sister, you should know Xuanliu, Purple Thunder, right? It's a heavenly thunder comparable to the 8th level. The reason why this thunder Cloud Valley can help people cultivate is because of Xuanliu, Purple Thunder." Su Yu naturally knew the existence of Xuanliu Zile. "So, junior brother, what do you want?" "So I want to use the origin of Xuanliu Zile to awaken my physique." Yixuan did not hide it anymore. "Awakened physique? Junior brother, what kind of physique do you have?" Su Yu was shocked. The physique of the Red Destiny should be extremely powerful, right? Battle of the Celestial Body. Hiss. Su Yu took a breath of cold air. Fighting Heavenly Body. This is a terrifying physique ranked 6th on the list of the supreme divine bodies of the true spirit continent. This kind of physique does not appear in 10,000 years. Once it is born and cultivated to perfection, it will definitely achieve the legendary realm of true God. Even the top 10 on the divine body list have terrifying qualifications to ascend to the upper realm. Is this Yixuan's ultimate secret? Grandpa's golden finger plus a legendary physique. Su Yu looked at Yixuan with a complicated expression. Junior brother, this is your secret. Why did you reveal it to me? Yixuan smiled and said, Senior sister treats me well, so it doesn't matter if she knows. I just hope that senior sister won't reveal junior brother's secret in front of outsiders. Of course, I won't tell anyone. At this point, Su Yu hesitated. But, with my junior brother's current strength, can he channel the origin of Xunliu, Purple Thunder? Don't worry, senior sister. I will naturally find a way when the time comes. When the purple lightning origin appears, we can refine it together. By then, our strength will surely increase greatly. Yixuan and Su Yu continued to fly into the central area of the 5th floor. In Leiyun Valley, every training center is located in the outer ring, built around the center of Xunliu Zile. In the core area, there is almost no human presence. The two came to the depths of the dark valley. There were heavy shadows of thunder above the 9 heavens. Countless purple thunders roared and flashed in the dark clouds, giving people a strong sense of oppression and casting a shadow on their hearts. Finally, the two chose to sit cross-legged on a flat ground. Immediately afterwards, the entire valley was covered with thunder, and pure and rich purple lightning poured down. At this moment, Su Yu seemed to be trapped in a purple world of thunder. Did he really communicate with the origin of Xunliu, Purple Thunder? Upon seeing this, Su Yu immediately activated the Tai Ling Kaian Fa Ju and entered a state of cultivation. The rich origin of Purple Thunder continued to flow into the two of them. Under the infusion of Purple Thunder, Su Yu's cultivation began to improve. Su Yu possesses an innate Tao body and is more attuned to the energy of heaven and earth than others. Therefore, the Xuan Luo Zai Lei origin that flows into his body is even greater than Yixuan's. Half an hour later, the bottleneck of his cultivation was broken. The condensation realm is complete. Su Yu broke through to the perfection of the condensation pill realm. Is this the origin of Xunliu, Purple Thunder? Even though it's only a trace, it's of infinite benefit to me. At this time, his eyes turned to Yixuan. Countless golden patterns spread across his body, and a golden energy tide enveloped him, reflecting the Xunliu, Purple Thunder. The aura on his body was rising steadily. An ancient and powerful force is awakening. As expected of a fighting heavenly body, the momentum is so overwhelming. It seems that the old man inside him must have helped us isolate the outside world. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Don't think too much. Just concentrate on absorbing the essence of Xunliu Zile. Su Yu continued to practice. Due to the breakthrough in strength, the power of his innate Taoist body became more obvious, absorbing the purple thunder of heaven and earth like a whale. However, not long after, the thunderclouds above the 9 heavens began to stir, and the roars of dragons spread. Countless destructive thunders gathered deep into the valley. Teacher, what's going on? Even in a state of deep awakening, Yixuan's attention was attracted. Mr. Wu's tone also became solemn. There's something strange about this girl. I didn't expect that she not only possesses an innate Taoist body, but she might even have practiced a divine-level technique. She absorbed the purple lightning essence too quickly, and the noise created by your fighting heavenly body was too overwhelming, causing a backlash from the higher-level Xunliu Purple Lightning. Now it wants to forcibly interrupt the loss of the origin and punish you with thunder. Thunder punishment? I'm still in the process of awakening my physique. Will it have an impact on me and my senior sister? Yixuan's expression changed. What do you think? Boom! The purple sea of thunder began to spread, and lightning flashed in the thunderclouds, covering Su Yu and Yixuan at the same time. Chapter 12. Oops! Boom! The first thunder tribulation quickly condensed, and the violent purple thunder struck Yixuan on the head. The red thunder passed through Yixuan's skin, no longer enhancing his physical strength and spiritual power, but turned into damage. Yixuan was struck by lightning, and his blood and energy surged in his body. It was just a bolt of lightning, and Su Yu was not affected much, but his cultivation was too weak, and he only had an unawakened divine body. Then came the second thunder, and the third. Until the 4th level, his awakening was affected and stagnated. Teacher, what should we do now? When Yixuan spat out a mouthful of blood, the 5th purple thunder struck him mercilessly. Seeing the thunder swallowing him, Su Yu rushed over and swung the magic sword in his hand. A sword light collided head-on with the thunder, and both were annihilated. Senior sister Qingyi. Seeing Mu Qingyi take action, Yixuan was extremely surprised. Junior brother Yixuan, you should concentrate on awakening your divine body first. I will help you resist the thunder tribulation of Xunliu Zile. Senior sister, are you sure? Will you hurt yourself? Don't worry, junior brother, I'm confident. Disciple, you can ask your senior sister to help you resist for a while. I will do my best to help you awaken your fighting body. Once your physique is awakened, the thunder tribulation will naturally dissipate without the threat, Old Wu explained inside Yixuan's body. Then I'll leave it to you, senior sister. Yixuan nodded heavily and began to awaken the fighting celestial body with all his strength. Suyu also began to concentrate on resisting the thunder tribulation. After all, he had already broken through the peak of the condensation pill realm and would not be able to become a king in a short time. So what was the harm in helping the other party resist the thunder tribulation for a while? After all, this would help him enhance his relationship with Yixuan and lay a further foundation for him to become Qing Chenzi's disciple. The stronger the opponent is, the more opportunities he will have to get a return on his investment. And with his current strength, clear sword heart, and innate Taoist body, he will not necessarily lose even if he reaches the perfect power of the king. Well, the Bishui sword was swung out, and the Qingyun Kongling sword technique was performed. Su Yu was like a colorful butterfly flying in the gorgeous purple thunder. The sharp sword energy collided with the violent thunder. But as time passed, Yixuan absorbed more and more of the Xunliu purple thunder's essence, and the power of the thunder tribulation became more and more dangerous. The power of the tailing thousand techniques and the innate Dao body burst out one after another. Until it lasted half an hour, the thunder tribulation reached the half-step emperor realm. At this moment, Su Yu's sweet sweat had stained the hilt of the sword. The strength in her grip on the magic sword had weakened a little, and she was panting a little, feeling a little powerless. This guy is still not well. If this continues, I'll die of exhaustion before he even wakes up. When will he awaken? Su Yu felt a little regretful. Was it easy for him to do that just for an investment? Boom! While Su Yu was taking a short break, the purple sea of thunder surged, and a 10-foot-long thunder dragon roared towards Yixuan. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Yixuan. Su Yu was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He reacted immediately and appeared in front of Yixuan in a flash. The ethereal sword in his hand was swung out, and the blessing of the innate Taoist body hit the thunder dragon. Puff! Su Yu spat a mouthful of blood onto her gray clothes, staining them a dazzling red. Then his body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Senior sister, amidst the countless obscure and gorgeous golden patterns, Yixuan's eyes turned red when he saw this scene, and he began to lose control of himself. Calm down, Yixuan. You can't be distracted now, otherwise all your efforts will be wasted. Feeling Yixuan's emotions fluctuating violently, Boss Wu shouted, and his domineering power allowed him to calm down temporarily. Teacher, please save her, save Qingyi. Seeing Su Yu injured by the thunder, his heart ached. The pain was dozens of times worse than anything I had ever experienced before. Alas, Tilda, I can't reveal my identity, otherwise it will bring you fatal disaster. And if you want to help her, do your best to absorb the essence of Xunliu Zile. Only this way will she be safer. Disciple, it's almost done. The fighting heavenly body will soon be condensed successfully. Yixuan suppressed his extremely heavy and anxious mood and began to refine the origin of Xunliu Zile like crazy. Outside world. After injuring Su Yu with one blow, the thunder tribulation did not stop, but became even more powerful. 3 10-foot-long purple dragons condensed again in the vast sea of thunder, biting Yixuan together. Su Yu propped himself up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and took quick action when he saw this scene. The power of this attack reached the Ascension Emperor realm. If it hit Yixuan, the opponent would definitely die here, and all his previous efforts would be in vain. Yixuan, I'm helping you today. If you don't obey me and don't join my Qingchen sect, we'll see what happens. Blue clouds dance across the sky. Gathering all his strength, Su Yu came to Yixuan and swung his strongest sword. The sword light hit the thunder dragon, and with a violent explosion, the green water sword in Su Yu's hand broke. The terrifying aftermath submerged Su Yu. His head felt heavy and he began to lose consciousness. No! Seeing Su Yu, who was seriously injured and dying, Yixuan went completely crazy. The golden patterns on his body burst out with intense brilliance, and then a shocking beam of light shot straight into the sky. Ancient golden patterns flying all over the sky continued to flow into his body. Fighting celestial body, awaken. Then his cultivation exploded like a flood from a dam, and he reached the early stage of the spiritual sea realm. The middle stage of the spiritual sea realm. The spiritual sea realm is complete. The early stage of the condensation pill realm. The middle stage of the condensation realm. Finally, Yixuan's cultivation leaped to the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. At the same time, the sudden appearance of a terrifying phenomenon in Thunder Cloud Valley alarmed the entire Zhan Yue sect. What's going on? What happened in Thunder Cloud Valley? A golden beam of light shot straight into the sky. Could it be that some incredible treasure has appeared, or has someone had a sudden enlightenment? Leiyun Valley Management Pavilion. Pavilion Master Jiang Yun looked at Elder Wang Lai below with suspicion. Wang Lai, you're usually the one managing Thunder Cloud Valley. What happened there? Wang Lai said, Pavilion Master, it is suspected that a disciple has entered the core area of the 5th floor of Thunder Cloud Valley and has alarmed Xunliu Zile. A disciple actually violated the rules and entered the restricted area. Jiang Yun frowned. What's the connection between the golden light column and Xunliu Zile? Wang Lai lowered his head and said, I don't know. The deacon elders have already gone in to investigate. I believe we will have news soon. Ah, Tilder, I hope nothing unexpected happened. Jiang Yun sighed softly. The core area of the 5th level of Thundercloud Valley. After Yixuan awakened his physique, the Xuan Luo Zai Lei dissipated without absorbing the origin. He quickly ran to Su Yu and held her in his arms, continuously supplying her with spiritual power and taking healing pills. Su Yu was covered in blood, and her originally gorgeous clothes were now tattered, revealing part of her private parts and snow-white skin. But Yixuan did not have any second thoughts. The cold and pure fairy has fallen into this state. It's all his fault. I'm sorry, Kingy, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought you here. I was wrong. Yixuan cried, and tears as big as beans fell down. This was the first time he cried since he was old enough to understand. Don't worry, my disciple. The little girl is fine. She was just seriously injured and fainted. With her innate Taoist body, I believe she will recover soon. Old Wu comforted. Ahem. At this moment, Su Yu, who was hugged tightly by Yixuan, woke up. He murmured a word and opened his eyes with difficulty. Chapter 13. Kingy, you're awake, Yixuan said in surprise. Ahem, are you crying? Su Yu was very weak after being hit by an attack comparable to that of the mid-stage Ascension Emperor realm. No, I just got sand in my eyes. Yixuan wiped his red eyes and involuntarily hugged the delicate body in his arms. Hiss. You, why are you pushing so hard? I cough. I'm in pain now. Su Yu was short of energy and felt noticeably tired. No, sorry, Yixuan subconsciously let go. After Su Yu's stimulation, he realized that the person in his arms was so soft, as white as mutton fat jade, and as soft as if she had no bones. Yixuan, you are still thinking about this at this time. What a beast. You'd better let me go. Feeling that masculine energy, Su Yu felt very uncomfortable and reached out to push Yixuan's chest. But how could he push Yixuan when he was seriously injured? In Yixuan's opinion, Su Yu's behavior was just caressing his chest. He grabbed Su Yu's hand and said firmly, Sister, be good, let's not move. You are seriously injured now and can't even move. Don't be so stubborn. Let me help you transfer your spiritual power first. Su Yu wanted to get up, but he was too weak to do anything else. When he saw Yixuan's pupils turned golden, surging with brilliant golden light, he couldn't help but ask, Did your physical condition awaken successfully? Well, I have awakened. Yixuan opened his palms, and a domineering golden light ball appeared in his hands. Amidst the golden glare, there are dense golden patterns, mysterious and powerful. Is this the fighting celestial body? Su Yu looked at the dazzling light. It seemed that his injury was not in vain. As if sensing something, he had to invest quickly. Otherwise, he would be depressed to death because he would have no chance. So Su Yu hurriedly took out a small box from the space ring. This is a 4th-grade elixir, the Yuanling pill. It has the power of quenching, refining. Before she could finish her words, Su Yu lost consciousness and fainted in Yixuan's arms. Kingy, Yixuan checked his pulse in panic. Don't worry, her injuries have stabilized now. She just fainted due to physical and mental exhaustion. She will be fine after a few days of rest. Old Wu sighed helplessly. Although his disciple had officially embarked on the right path and become a peerless genius with a promising future, he also had one extra thing. Same weakness. Mu Kingy may have become his untouchable reverse scale. Teacher, can you wake Kingy up? Yixuan gently put the sandalwood box back into Su Yu's hand. He didn't care. I told you her life is not in danger. She must be very tired and wants to rest. Besides, it's a mess out there because of you. You'd better handle it yourself. That's right. After pondering for a moment, Yixuan also felt that it made sense. It is better not to involve King Yi in the troubles and trivial matters of the outside world. He stood up holding Su Yu, and when he saw the spring light suddenly appearing, he quickly took out a set of clean clothes from the space ring and put them on her. Now that his physique has been awakened, there is no need for him to stay in Thunder Cloud Valley. So he held Su Yu and walked out slowly. King Yi, maybe the time is short, but I find that I have fallen in love with you. I know you don't have any romantic feelings for me. You just see me as a companion, a fellow human being. But I like you, and I won't let you go so easily. One day, when I grow up, I will definitely take you to see the prosperity of the world. The fairy with blood-stained clothes could no longer keep him calm. Since she already knew his feelings, she would definitely chase him with her life. 3 days later, Tianshu Peak. Mu Qingyi is in the side hall. On the soft bed, Su Yu opened her eyes, looked around, and found that her second senior sister Xuan Xian was sitting in front of the bed. When she saw Su Yu wake up, she stood up in surprise and supported her. "Junior sister, are you awake?" Su Yu looked around suspiciously. "Senior sister, where am I? Is this my room?" "That's right, junior sister. You've been unconscious for 3 whole days. When Yixuan brought you back, you were seriously injured. I was in a coma for 3 days. Yixuan, Su Yu frowned and remembered something. In his memory, he seemed to go to Leiyun Valley to practice, and was held by Yixuan like this the whole time. Then he lost consciousness and didn't know what happened. "Sister, can you tell me what happened?" Xuan Xian nodded slightly and told the whole story. "You should still remember when you and Yixuan broke into the restricted area on the 5th floor of Thunder Cloud Valley. At that time, a shocking golden beam of light shot straight into the sky, alarming the entire Zhan Yue sect. The managers from the Law Enforcement Hall and Thunder Cloud Valley all went to Thunder Cloud Valley, and they found Yixuan carrying you out." At this point, Xuan Xian looked at Su Yu in confusion. "You were seriously injured and fell into a coma at that time, and you were even wearing Yixuan's clothes." When the disciples of the Zhan Yue sect learned about this, it caused an uproar. Many disciples condemned Yixuan, saying that he had insulted the name of the fairy. Some also suspected the relationship between you and Yixuan. In short, Yixuan has now become the #1 celebrity in the Zhan Yue sect. After the Thunder Cloud Valley stewards determined that Yixuan and you, junior sister, had smuggled yourself into the core area of the 5th floor of Thunder Cloud Valley. Yixuan personally admitted it and said that he had lured you along, taking all the blame. Finally, he was taken away by the Tianshu Peak Law Enforcement Hall and imprisoned in the Law Hall prison. "Junior sister, what exactly happened between you and Yixuan in Thunder Cloud Valley?" However, at this moment Su Yu did not hear Xuan Xian's question. He is a little confused now. Yixuan took all the blame and was taken to the Law Enforcement Hall. There are rumors about him and Yixuan everywhere now. What is going on? I was just helping Yixuan awaken his physique. How come it turned out like this? Senior sister, how is Yixuan doing now? Is he okay? Don't worry, junior sister. I've been checking around lately. Yixuan has been bilaid out by a certain important figure. He's fine now. But you, on the other hand, have been in a coma until now. Xuan Xian said resentfully that Yixuan was fine, but her junior sister was seriously injured and unconscious. She even doubted whether Yixuan was a man. Fine. Didn't he awaken the fighting celestial body and cause shocking phenomena? Senior sister, how did the sect deal with that golden light that shot up into the sky? I don't know either. According to Master, Yixuan must have awakened a certain physique and was valued by the sect. Exposed directly, Su Yu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Yixuan to reveal the secret so quickly. But on second thought, it doesn't make sense. That is the fighting heavenly body. If the Zhan Yue sect knew about it, it would definitely spread like wildfire, and even the big sects from outside would flock to it. Yixuan has the old man by his side, so he must have switched things up to make others mistakenly believe that he has awakened an ordinary divine body. The more I think about it, the more likely it is. Chapter 14. Depend on. Su Yu expressed her anger. After all these twists and turns, Yixuan ended up making a fortune. Not only did he awaken his celestial body, he was also highly regarded by the sect, and his status and strength soared. I just wanted to invest some money, but not only did the investment fail, I was seriously injured and fell into a coma and gained nothing. This is a case of losing both the wife and the army. No, I almost lost myself. Su Yu was about to burst, and it felt like the sky was falling. He remembered that before he fell into a coma, he had clearly given Yixuan a fourth-grade pill, but it seemed that it did not work. What a bastard! Yixuan, how dare you return my gift? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Su Yu directly threw off the quilt and rushed out to find Yixuan. Junior sister, what are you doing? You are still injured. Where are you going? Xuan Xian, who was standing by, immediately stopped her. Senior sister, I'm fine now. I just want to find someone. Looking for someone? Are you going to look for that Yixuan now? Xuan Xian looked at him, and a trace of grievance appeared on her stunning face, and even more of anger and shame. She immediately became angry. Although her junior sister was usually aloof, she knew that she was only cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Could it be that he has suffered a great injustice? Junior sister, tell me, did Yixuan bully you? If he really bullies you, I'll help you get revenge. I can get someone to teach Yixuan a lesson. Su Yu shook her head. Sister, he didn't bully me, I just wanted to see him for something. But you're injured now. We should rest for a few days and talk later. Just as the two were arguing, King Chenzi's third disciple, Yang Yulong, came to the side hall of Mu Qingyi. Second senior sister, little junior sister, this is bad. Yixuan is coming to our Qingchen peak. Su Yu and Xuan Xian looked at each other, and the latter quickly walked out of the side hall. Third junior brother, what is Yixuan doing here? Yang Yulong said. He said he was here to look for junior sister, but he was stopped by senior brother at the foot of Qingchen Peak. But I feel like senior brother can't do anything to the other party. What? Even the senior brother can't do anything to the other party? Xuan Xian's eyes were full of astonishment. You know, the eldest senior brother was already half a step away from becoming a king. But even with such strength, he couldn't do anything to Yixuan. Could it be that Yixuan really awakened some terrifying divine body? Before she could calm down, two streaks of light from the sky flew towards the side hall from far away to near. Xuan Xian saw clearly that it was Yixuan and her senior brother Qiu Hongyan. It's just that their expressions are different. Yixuan is calm and dignified, wearing a black robe, handsome, with golden pupils looking down, like a god descending to earth. Qiu Hongyan, who was following closely behind, had a dark face. He looked at Yixuan with fear and did not dare to act rashly. He could only follow closely. Yixuan, how could you directly break into my Qingchen territory and come to a woman's residence? Facing Yixuan, Xuan Xian's tone was somewhat unfriendly. Yixuan also knew Xuan Xian's identity, and he immediately floated in front of her, clasped his fists, and said apologetically, Senior sister, Yixuan has no ill intentions. He is just a little worried about Qingyi's condition, so he came here rashly. Qiu Hongyan snorted coldly. HMPH, what does my junior sister have to do with you? It's because of you that there are rumors about her outside. Your presence will only bring her trouble. Just like last time in Thunder Cloud Valley, she was seriously injured and unconscious, but you were released and even taken seriously. Do you think this is fair? Qiu Hongyan's words instantly ignited the anger of Xuan Xian and Yang Yulong. Mu Qingyi is not only the top of the Jade Immortal ranking, but also their junior sister and the pride of their Qingchen lineage. It wasn't just junior sister who suffered injustice. Their Qingchen sect was also affected, so they are not very interested in Yixuan. Qiu Hongyan's words undoubtedly pierced Yixuan's heart like a nail, bringing pain and regret. He clenched his fists tightly. I'm sorry Qingyi was indeed injured because of me. I don't refute it. But this kind of situation will definitely not happen again in the future. If anyone wants to touch Qingyi in the future, they will have to step over my dead body first. He who doesn't know how to say sweet words. Qiu Hongyan showed disdain. They were all men, so how could he not know what Yixuan was thinking? He just wants the body of the junior sister. What a slut. Yixuan shook his head. No matter what you think, I won't refute it. I just want to see Qingyi now. I want to see her. Want to see junior sister. She's still recovering from her injuries and isn't suitable for seeing guests. Master Yixuan, you should understand that you shouldn't come to see my junior sister again during this sensitive period. Your presence will bring her public opinion. Please go back. Xuan Xian always rejects someone who hurts Mu Qingyi. The word public opinion made Yixuan stand there in a daze at a dilemma. Yixuan. At this moment, Su Yu walked out slowly from the side hall. Junior sister, Qingyi. Seeing Su Yu coming out, Yixuan was overjoyed, and several people came forward. Xuan Xian immediately came over to support her. Junior sister, you're still injured and shouldn't be out. Second senior sister, I'm fine. My injuries have mostly recovered. Su Yu smiled and shook her head, then looked at Yixuan not far away. Qingyi, are you okay? Are you feeling better? When Su Yu appeared, Yixuan's heart was unable to calm down. Why are you here? Yixuan said, I am worried about your safety, so I want to come and see you. I had wanted to come here a long time ago, but I was locked up at the time, and there was nothing I could do. Su Yu's eyes flashed with strangeness. You kid is eating and taking things at the same time. All the benefits are given to you. I originally wanted to settle the score with you, but you ended up coming to me on your own. God help me. Since Yixuan had arrived, he needed to be alone with him, so he hesitated and said to Xuan Xian and the others, Senior brother and sister, there are some things I want to discuss with Yixuan alone. Xuan Xian and the other two's expressions changed. No, junior sister, you're not in good condition right now. If this guy gets lustful, won't you be a lamb to the slaughter? No, absolutely not. Su Yu smiled bitterly and said, Senior brother and sister, this is in my own side hall. How could he do such a thing? And I believe in him. He wouldn't do such a thing. Yixuan nodded repeatedly, looking as obedient as possible. Being alone with King Yi without these light bulbs, he would definitely be 100, no, 10,000 times happy. Junior sister, if he is alone with you, it will definitely have an impact on your reputation. Qiu Hongyun was unwilling to accept this. He now hated Yixuan to the extreme. Brother, he just came to visit me in my side hall as a friend. What's wrong with that? Finally, helpless against Su Yu's insistence, Xuan Xian and the other two left. In the huge palace, there were only Su Yu and Yixuan. Chapter 15. Looking at the thin white clothes with only a coat on top, Yixuan said with some distress, King Yi, are you really okay? Su Yu shook her head and motioned for him to follow her. Let me help you. Yixuan immediately stepped forward to support her, his hand on Su Yu's shoulder. Su Yu was slightly startled, looking at him with a half smile. My senior sister told me before that I can't let you take advantage of me, and now you can't help but take action directly. Yixuan's face flushed, and he immediately let go. I'm just worried about you. Since King Yi, you don't want to do it, I definitely won't do it. After I passed out in Thunder Cloud Valley, what happened next? It's nothing. I carried you and left Thunder Cloud Valley after you fell unconscious. But I heard you were thrown into the Law Enforcement Hall jail for this. Su Yu hesitated for a moment. They didn't do anything to you, did they? Yixuan patted his chest and held his head high. Of course I'm fine. I was only detained for a few days and then released. Has your fighting body been exposed? No, they just think I've awakened a normal divine body. You're the only one who knows the secret of the fighting heavenly body. Speaking of this, Yixuan felt guilty. King Yi, after this incident, the public opinion may cause you inconvenience, but I will come forward to clarify when the time is right. Don't worry, I won't let your reputation be tarnished. Su Yu vetoed it, saying it didn't matter. It's okay, it's just public opinion, don't pay attention to it. As he said that, he brought Yixuan to the hall. After giving Yixuan a few instructions and asking him to stay still, Su Yu went to prepare tea. This is certainly not an ordinary tea, but one that contains natural treasures. Su Yu wanted to invest before, but he fainted at that time and didn't even get a chance to invest. Now he has to make a move no matter what. Otherwise, he would be wasting his life to save her. This is also the reason why he insisted on getting along with Yixuan. No matter what, he had to succeed today. Otherwise, no one would be able to play anymore. Su Yu took out the Lingli Yue fruit and condensed it directly into it. He even felt that it was still not enough, so he refined all the remaining treasures in the space ring into it. Su Yu looked at the fragrant tea set in her hand and was very satisfied with her masterpiece. That's right. As long as Yixuan drinks it, I will definitely be able to break through to the King realm directly with the feedback from this investment. After finishing, Su Yu poured herself another half cup. Holding 2 cups of tea, he returned to the hall. Su Yu placed the tea set filled with rare treasures in front of Yixuan's tea table. She lifted up her skirt and sat elegantly opposite. What is this? Yixuan looked at the tea set in front of him and swallowed silently. This color is not suitable for human drinking. The rich spiritual power fluctuations, mixed with various attributes, are so strong that ordinary people can't withstand it after drinking it. This is the tea I made for you, please drink it. Su Yu smiled gently. Gutilda King Yi, can you not drink this? A trace of stiffness flashed across Yixuan's face. Su Yu asked doubtfully, do you think it's not to your taste? Don't get me wrong, I usually serve guests my homemade tea when they come. That's usually how it happens. So in your eyes, I'm just an ordinary guest, right? Yixuan's heart ached. Originally, he thought King Yi was carefully prepared for him and was unique. He really hoped that he could have a different weight in Mu King Yi's heart. but he didn't dare say it out loud, because he had never paid anything for Kingi so far. He is not qualified yet. Yikshuan just lowered his head, holding the tea set in his hands silently without saying a word. Su Yu, who was sitting opposite, was confused as she looked at Yikshuan, who was becoming depressed. What's going on? What happened to him? Something is wrong. It was fine just now. Wait, is it because what I just said hurt his feelings? Does he feel that he is nothing special to me? Damn. Originally, he said this because he was afraid that Yikshuan would have wild thoughts, but it turned out that he really had wild thoughts. Cough, cough, Suyu coughed lightly, and then a warm smile appeared on her face. Yikshuan, actually, there are usually not many guests coming to my side hall. You are the first one. Yikshuan looked up. Kingi, is this true? Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? Yikshuan thought about it, and it was true. After all, Kingi had always been known for her aloofness, and it was difficult for ordinary disciples to get in touch with her even if they wanted to. Suddenly his mood brightened. He picked up the tea set on the tea table, took a sip, and swallowed 1/7 of it. It's quite hard to drink, but he feels sweet in his heart. So you saw that coaxing was effective. Kingi, why did you send your senior sisters and brothers away to be alone with me? Is there something wrong? Yikshuan asked Su Yu curiously. He sent his fellow disciples away under pressure. He believed that Kingi must have something to discuss with him. Now it was Su Yu's turn to be in trouble. He said he just wanted to invite him for a cup of tea. Could he believe it? I'm just curious about your fighting celestial body. After I finish this cup of tea, I'd like to see it for myself. Is that okay? See my fighting celestial body? Of course, no problem, Yikshuan said generously. Kingi knew his secret, so it would be okay to let her feel it. But Kingi, you're still injured. How about we talk about this later? It's okay just this time. Okay, seeing that Su Yu insisted, Yikshuan couldn't refuse. He could only try to control himself during the presentation. That's right. As if remembering something, Yikshuan took out a sword box from the space ring and handed it to Su Yu's tea table. What's this? This is a gift from me. Wasn't your jade water sword broken in Thunder Cloud Valley? I've made you a new sword. Look, do you like it? Su Yu glanced at Yikshuan with some surprise. She didn't expect that this guy had such a delicate mind. His green water sword has only been broken for 3 days. He didn't act pretentiously and opened the sword box directly. There was a 3-foot-long silver sword placed on the brocade made of special material. Its sword body is engraved with delicate patterns and looks like a white crane with its wings spread. The whole sword is light and sharp and looks like a sword used by women. The fluctuations on the sword are from a 6th-level spiritual weapon. White crane, Su Yu gently stroked the sword, which was sharp and smooth. At the bottom of the hilt, the word white crane is engraved. He didn't expect that with Yikshuan's current strength. He could actually get him a 6th-level peak spiritual weapon. This gift is too expensive, right? Yikshuan looked at Su Yu gently. The tenderness in his golden pupils seemed to melt glaciers. Kingi, compared to your life-saving help, what does this 6th-level spiritual weapon mean? I promise you, when I become a great power in the world, I will let you wield the most powerful and exquisite divine weapon in the world. This is my promise to you. Looking at the young man's confident look, high spirits, Su Yu felt a little shocked. I'll go. No wonder most women like love words and sweet talk. Su Yu almost fell in love with him. Moreover, what Yikshuan said is very likely to come true. System, if I accept this sword, will it offset the resources I invested? No, during the investment process, the host may suffer certain losses that are causally related to the investment object. So this gift to the investment object will not have an offsetting effect. That's good. Su Yu felt relieved after getting the answer. Since it was a gift and it was at the 6th level, he naturally had no reason to refuse. After all, Yikshuan owed him something. He accepted it without feeling any discomfort. So I happily agreed. Then I will accept this gift. As long as you like it. Yikshuan was delighted. He originally thought Kingi would refuse, so he kept pestering her, but he didn't expect her to agree so easily. Chapter 16. In a good mood, Yikshuan drank the tea set on the table in one gulp. He refined the energy within it instantly, and Yikshuan's aura instantly soared, and his cultivation reached the late stage of the condensation pill realm. At the same time, the ethereal voice of the system rang out in Su Yu's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host on your successful investment. Investment resources: Spirit Pear Moon Fruit, Ice Grass, Magnolia Spirit Flower, Illusionary Ganoderma. Investment target, Yixuan Deep Red Fate, rewards now being announced. Ding, due to the risky investment situation, the rewards will be randomly critical. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5th grade elixir, the Extreme Spirit Pill, the 5th grade Natural Treasure, the Green Yuanbao Milk, the 8th grade Sword Technique, the Spirit Ice-Breaking Sky Sword, and the Immortal Spirit. Here it comes, it's finally here. It wasn't easy. After many twists and turns, the investment finally took effect. But he didn't expect that this investment would be a huge success. Wow, an 8th grade Sword Technique. This is comparable to the Saint Dao realm, and it even has this immortal spirit energy. The fairy spirit sounds very impressive. King Yi, don't you want to see the fighting celestial body? Let's go and try it now, Yixuan asked with a smile outside. Good. Su Yu stared at Yixuan eagerly, as if she was looking at a priceless treasure. He was certain that if Yixuan could become his junior fellow apprentice, he would be able to become a true god in less than 2 years. This is a treasure. He must be brought into the Qingchen sect. Being stared at by Su Yu like this, Yixuan blushed a little. What was going on? King Yi hadn't been so obviously emotional when he'd gifted her the white crane, so why was she looking at him so excited now, even with a hint of possessiveness? Could it be? Thinking of this, Yixuan's heart began to pound, even more excited than Su Yu. Did he succeed? Did King Yi start to have a slight crush on him? Did he finally get what he wanted? What are you thinking? This girl is just jumping up and down like that because you had an epiphany or thought of something good. Mr. Wu's words instantly poured cold water on Yixuan. Teacher, you shouldn't be so sarcastic. So you brought Yixuan to his exclusive martial arts training ground. The afterglow of the setting sun and the bright sun water the earth. On the stage, Su Yu faced Yixuan holding a white crane, and both of them were covered with a holy light. Let me see what the difference is between the legendary fighting celestial bodies. Junior brother, be careful. Holding the white crane tightly in his hand, Su Yu used the Qingyun Congling Sword Technique and stabbed towards Yixuan like a dragonfly skimming the water. Yixuan's golden divine light burst out, and the moment he touched the golden light, Su Yu only felt a violent, domineering, and vast power washing over him. Senior sister, be careful. At this moment, Yixuan's body was wrapped in mysterious golden runes. His figure turned into a golden light and rushed towards Su Yu like a ferocious beast. Bang! The white crane collided with the golden fist, and both were knocked back by the aftermath. Clouds rise and blue falls. The green sword light once again entangled with the golden divine light. As the fight continued, Su Yu clearly felt the power of the Dujanshan body, the domineering and vast spiritual power. Even the spiritual power capacity is dozens of times that of the same realm. Powerful recovery ability and strong physique. The biggest feature of the Duzhen Tianti is that it becomes braver and stronger as it fights more. My Xianshan Dao body has its own unique magical powers, and this Duzhen Tianti must have some as well. I don't know if Yixuan has mastered it. This physique is too terrifying. Even Su Yu envied this terrifying physique. Is this the top 10 in the True Spirit Continent's Supreme Physique ranking? Truly terrifying. His innate Taoist body ranks 83rd in the Supreme Divine Body list, but it is fundamentally different from the top 10. Only the top 10 physiques can be called the Supreme Physique. Moreover, Yixuan seemed to have learned powerful skills and martial arts from Grandpa Golden Finger. Fortunately, Yixuan is on the same side as me. If he were an enemy, I would definitely not let him stay. Why should I envy him? After all, I'm also a man with a system. My future will definitely go further than his. Su Yu muttered to himself. He had completely forgotten that he was the one who made the greatest contribution to Yixuan's rapid growth. Well, sword and boxing techniques collided, and energy ripples surged. After all, he suffered a heavy blow a few days ago with energy comparable to that of a mid-stage Ascension Emperor. After fighting with the power of the celestial body, Su Yu's breath became confused. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell rapidly. King Yi! Yixuan was startled and flew over quickly, holding Su Yu in his arms before she fell to the ground. King Yi, are you okay? I'm sorry, I forgot you were injured. I didn't know how to control my strength. Su Yu smiled bitterly. I'm fine, don't make such a fuss. You are considered a genius. Be more calm in the future. I will help you heal your wounds. Yixuan did not answer. He did not give Su Yu any reaction and continued to supply golden divine power. Not long after, Su Yu's injuries recovered greatly. He broke free from Yixuan's arms, with Bai He resting on his back, and looked at the young man reflected in the scorching sun. I've seen the fighting celestial body before. It's truly extraordinary. I'm afraid that in the upcoming Seven Clans martial arts competition, you might be the biggest dark horse. Senior sister is also very powerful. I can sense that she hasn't used her full strength. So you looked at Yixuan meaningfully. Junior brother, if you stand out in the Seven Veins martial arts competition, have you ever considered your future path? What's next after the martial arts competition? Yixuan pondered for a few seconds. Perhaps after I reveal my talent, someone will want to take me in. If that's the case, I'd be happy to accept. Su Yu's eyes lit up, and she finally got to the point. He just wanted to subtly remind Yixuan to consider accepting disciples after the martial arts competition, and wanted him to become Qingchen's disciple. But he couldn't say it directly. After all, he had taken the initiative many times, and his image as the Lengqing fairy was almost ruined. It didn't matter because he was not the real Mu Qingyi anyway. As long as Yixuan has this intention, and then he tells his master Qing Chenzi about it, I believe the martial arts competition will naturally come to fruition afterwards. Junior brother Tianshu Peak is the main peak of the Seven Veins. Recently, many powerful elders of the Peak Veins have expressed their intention to accept disciples. If you want to become my disciple, you can consider it. I know, Yixuan nodded, not quite understanding. Okay, I've said what I need to say. You can go back now. I'm tired and want to rest. After doing everything that needed to be done, Su Yu ordered Yixuan to leave. Yixuan was a little reluctant, but he also understood that Su Yu needed to rest. He had no choice but to give a few instructions and then left the side hall. Not long after, Xuan Xian rushed to Mu Qingyi's room. But when he saw Su Yu lying on the bed, looking a little tired, he felt something was wrong. Junior sister, he didn't do anything to you, did he? Are you okay? Su Yu shook her head and said, Senior sister, I'm fine. I just had a fight with him. What a fight? Xuan Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. Only now did she see clearly that the clothes on her junior sister were new, and she seemed to have just taken a bath and changed clothes. Really? Is that possible? Damn, did that little apprentice sister get raped by that stool disciple? Chapter 17. Su Yu's words and the current bad situation were undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Xuan Xian. Junior sister, have you already done that? Xuan Xian still couldn't believe it and asked again. Su Yu obviously didn't understand what Xuan Xian meant. He just wanted to rest for a while and then refine the feedback he got this time. Senior sister, don't make a fuss. We were just sparring for a bit. I have to say he's incredibly formidable now. He's incredibly strong in battle, and the more he fights, the braver he becomes. He truly is. Boom! Xuan Xian only felt that the top of her head was hit by a bolt of lightning, and she suffered from a brief tinnitus. It's over. Junior sister was really ruined by Yixuan. They really did get the job done after spending most of the day, and they're getting stronger and stronger. They say really. Second senior sister, I'm tired and want to rest. Okay, junior sister, you should take a good rest and recuperate first. Xuan Xian opened her mouth and was about to say something, but the words just wouldn't come out. She sighed helplessly and left the side hall. She really likes the changes in her junior sister during this period. I also sincerely want to consider her. However, she herself had no objection to the matter of her junior sister, so naturally she didn't say anything. Yixuan is no longer the useless guy he used to be, but a genius who has awakened some kind of divine body. Even his senior brother couldn't do anything to him in just 1 month. When she thought of this, she felt relieved. Junior sister, I wish you happiness. In the room. At this moment, Su Yu had no idea about Xuan Xian's outrageously active mind. If he knew, he would definitely jump out of bed and yell, Unjust, senior sister. Yixuan and I have nothing to do with each other. But he was really tired now, so he fell into the bed and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up the next day, he found that after the baptism of the innate Taoist body, his condition had almost recovered. Resources. Su Yu immediately took out yesterday's investment feedback from the space ring. The 5th grade elixir Jai Ling Dan, the 5th grade natural treasure Qing Yuan Bao Ru, the 8th grade sword technique Ling Bing Po Zio sword, and the immortal spirit. This reward is outrageous. System, what is this immortal spirit energy? What is its use? Fairy spirit, a special kind of true fairy spirit. Possessing it is like being a fairy descending from the 9th heaven, leaving no one to reach her. It is a kind of aloof fairy aura that looks down on all living things, enhancing one's appearance and temperament. So this thing is just a special effect. Su Yu was confused and even a little angry. What kind of critical hit reward is this? He was almost struck to death by lightning and ended up getting this crappy thing. What did he want this immortal energy for? To seduce men. Of course, there's more to it than that. When the host successfully refines the immortal spirit energy, the immortal spirit's blessing can also increase their own combat power several times, and it also has energy feedback during the refining process. Can it enhance combat power, even at the true god level? Naturally, the products produced by this system must be high quality. What a good stuff! After a sudden turn of events, Su Yu's eyes brightened. It can enhance combat effectiveness, which is enough to become a trump card. Let me absorb and refine this supreme-grade extreme spiritual pill and green yuanbao milk first. After absorbing them, I should be able to break through to the king realm. Su Yu was a little impatient. He took out the jiling pill and swallowed it directly to refine it. It took Su Yu a whole day to completely absorb the extreme spirit pill. After that, he spent 2 days refining the green yuanbao milk and reached the middle stage of the king realm. Achieve the realm of kingship. There are very few geniuses of the same generation who have reached the king realm, not to mention that Mu Qingyi is still very young. Immediately afterwards, Su Yu swallowed the fairy spirit again. It took him 3 days to refine the jiling pill and king yuanbao milk, but only 1 day to refine the immortal spirit energy. After completely absorbing the immortal spirit, Su Yu's realm reached the late stage of the king realm. At the same time, Su Yu's temperament also changed significantly. If Mu Qingyi's previous cold temperament was due to her personality, it was because of this cultivation technique that she revealed her cold temperament. Then the fairy spirit we have now is what we are born with. It was as if a real fairy had arrived, so beautiful and unparalleled. Fortunately, this immortal energy can be restrained and released on its own. Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was able to control this fairy spirit. Otherwise, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble if it continued to show out. After breaking through to the late stage of the king realm, Su Yu began to practice the Lingbing Paxiao sword. This is an 8th grade sword technique, enough for Su Yu to reach the Saint Dao realm. With the blessing of his clear sword heart and innate Taoist body, his cultivation speed is not slow. System Properties Panel. Destiny Investment System. Host Su Yu. Race 3-colored black demon, demon clan. Life Substitute. Mu Qingyi, human race, red fate. Cultivation, late king realm. Constitution. Tricolor bloodline, unawakened. Innate Dao body, sword heart, immortal spirit. Kung Fu, tailing 1,000 techniques, god level. Martial arts, spirit ice-breaking sky sword, rank 8. Azure cloud ethereal sword technique, rank 6. Fleeting light and shadow, rank 6. Props, white crane sword. In this way, the days passed one by one without Su Yu leaving the house. Under pressure from public opinion, Su Yu had no plans to look for Yixuan during this period, and could only learn about the situation outside through Xuan Xian. Also, because of Yixuan's emotional changes, he seemed to have fallen in love with herself. In order to prevent his feelings from getting any worse, I can't go to see him during this period. More than 20 days had passed, and the only day left was the 7 clans martial arts competition. That day, Su Yu came out of seclusion and went to the main hall of his master Qingchenzi. "Qingyi, how is your practice going?" Seeing his little disciple coming to find him, Qingchenzi said with a smile. Reporting to master, this disciple has broken through to the king realm. Has he broken through to the king realm? A trace of horror flashed in Qingchenzi's eyes. You have to know that when they met a month ago, Mu Qingyi had just broken through to the late stage of the condensation core realm. But now, he has been crowned king before Qiu Hongyan. How strange, how come your cultivation speed is so fast? Su Yu said truthfully, Master, actually a month ago, this disciple awakened his innate Dao body. What innate Taoist body? Qingchenzi slapped the chair and stood up suddenly. That's right. Su Yu immediately released the aura of his innate Taoist body. Qingchenzi, who was experienced and knowledgeable, naturally felt that this was the power of the innate Taoist body. He suddenly burst into laughter. Ha tilde with a clear sword mind and an innate Taoist body. My disciple possesses the potential to become a great emperor. Qingyi, perhaps you are qualified to compete for first place in this 7 Veins martial arts competition. Disciple will definitely do his best. Su Yu pondered for a moment. Master, you said you wanted to accept a disciple at the 7 Veins martial arts conference. Qingchenzi stroked his beard with a smile. That's right, disciple. Do you already have a choice? Master, I think Yixuan is good. Yixuan? Is that the Yixuan who has been making headlines recently? Qingchenzi raised his eyebrows. The top leaders of Tianshu Peak all had an impression of Yixuan. Some time ago, he awakened some kind of divine body in Yun Valley, so most of the elders wanted to accept him as a disciple. However, due to the fierce competition, they unanimously decided to wait until the Seven Clans Martial Arts Conference to deal with this issue. At the same time, we also want to see how far he can go in the martial arts competition. Qing Chenzi remembered something and looked at the Crown Prince Su Yu again. King Yi, I heard that you seem to have had quite a dispute with Yixuan. Su Yu did not hide it. Yes, master, we are very good friends. So those rumors outside are true. Even Qing Chenzi couldn't help but feel a little gossipy. It's not like the rumors outside. Yixuan and I are innocent. Innocent? Looking at Su Yu's serious expression, a trace of reminiscence flashed in Qing Chenzi's eyes, but there was also pain hidden deep inside. Well, judging from the character of my disciple, maybe he is really innocent. I don't know what that guy was thinking. Do you really want Yixuan to be your junior brother? Yes, master. Qing Chenzi nodded slightly. Since that's the case, I'll give it my all. In fact, even without your suggestion, I'd still like to take Yixuan in as my disciple. After all, he's a genius with a divine body. But there are quite a few elders watching him. Su Yu was overjoyed. Thank you, master. I'll do my best. I believe junior brother Yixuan will feel the sincerity of our Qingchen sect. After receiving King Chenzi's reply, Su Yu left Qingchen Palace with peace of mind. Chapter 18. The next day, the Zhanyue sect's gongs and drums were resounding, and the spirit beasts were roaring. Today is the once every 3-year Seven Clans martial arts competition. At this moment, countless people flocked to Guanwutai, and within just a few hours, Guanwu Mountain was already crowded with people. There are many talented people participating in this martial arts competition. I heard that several disciples at the king level will be participating. Senior brothers Li Tianjian and Gu King from Tianshu Peak, senior brother Wanhai from Tianhun Peak, senior sister Jiang Yixu from Yuling Peak, and senior brother Tang Ming from Qingyu Peak. These people have all entered the realm of becoming kings and have the qualifications to win the championship. And my senior sister Qingyi. Senior sister Qingyi is a swordsman prodigy. Even senior brother Tianjian cannot match your attainments in swordsmanship. The fairy's talent is indeed among the best in the Zhanyue sect, but she is still a little younger than these people. By the way, speaking of fairy Qingyi, where's Yixuan? I heard that guy and fairy Qingyi have an ambiguous relationship that's hard to explain. Don't frame me, fairy. She hasn't had any contact with Yixuan these days and hasn't shown up. She's already refuted the rumors. Yixuan, that guy is a very famous figure now. He has been appreciated by fairy Qingyi several times and even awakened his divine body, making a stunning debut. It's like a comeback. I heard a few days ago that he crippled Lu Ming. Ah, Lu Ming is the grandson of the third elder of Tianshu Peak. How dare he be so bold? Nonsense. This Lu Ming has caused trouble for Yixuan time and time again and even stole his girlfriend. Destroying him is the least of his worries. Then the third elder doesn't care. I'm not sure. Anyway, Yixuan is full of energy now. But now he seems to be being targeted by Gu King. Look over there. This is going to be a good show. Brother Gu King, why is he looking for trouble with Yixuan? It seems that Lu Ming's sister Lu Chulu is currently dating Gu King. He will definitely come forward if Lu Ming is crippled. Lu Chulu, the fourth most beautiful woman on the Jade Immortal ranking. Tianshu Peak Disciple Candidate Area. At this moment, Yixuan was alone confronting several of Gu King's true disciples. Yixuan, as long as you cripple one of your arms and apologize to Chu Lu, I can let bygones be bygones regarding Lu Ming's matter. Looking down at Yixuan, Gu Qinghe folded his arms across his chest and said with a cold and arrogant look. Yixuan, who was not far away, was calm and composed. He said with a mocking look on his face, Gu King, you are too arrogant. You want to cripple my arm, just based on your words. Do you think you are worthy? Lu Chulu, who was standing beside Gu Qinghe, said angrily, You destroyed my brother's cultivation. Shouldn't you pay the price? Yixuan sneered. What a joke. He was the one who provoked me first. We originally agreed to settle our grudge at the martial arts competition, but he brought people to trouble me a few days ago. If it weren't for the sect's prohibition on disciples fighting, he would have suffered more than just a simple loss of cultivation. You, Gu King stopped Lu Chulu. Yixuan, do you think that just because you've had great luck and awakened a divine body that you can be so arrogant that you don't care about anyone? Some things require more than just talent. Arrogant, are you talking about you? Because of your confidence in becoming a king. Since you want revenge so much, let's meet on the field. We'll know who is stronger and who is weaker after a fight. Yixuan didn't want to say anything more and just put down the letter of challenge. Okay, that's what you said. At this moment, a young man with a cold expression, carrying a long sword on his back, slowly walked towards this side. He was only 30 years old, with a handsome face, dressed in white and elegant, but the sharp sword energy did not dare to attract anyone's attention. Look, it's senior brother Tianjian. Brother Tianjian is the strongest prodigy of this session, the direct disciple of the Tianshu Peak Master. He has reached the late king realm and possesses an emperor-level technique. He has the best chance of winning the championship. How did he end up here? He must be here to cause trouble for Yixuan. Rumor has it that senior brother Tianjian has always liked senior sister Qingyi. Yixuan and senior sister Qingyi have been getting close recently, so he must have come forward. Oh my God, this Yixuan is too miserable, right? First, senior brother Gu Qinghe came to him, and then senior brother Tianjian came to him. Seeing Li Tianjian coming, even someone as arrogant as Gu Qinghe greeted him. After all, he was only in the early stage of the king-conferring realm, while Li Tianjian was in the late stage of the king-conferring realm. Senior brother Tianjian. Li Tianjian nodded calmly and continued walking towards Yixuan. He came in front of Yixuan, his expression as deep as a dark pool, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Are you Yixuan? These few plain words had a strong sense of oppression, making the atmosphere frozen, and the people around dared not breathe. There is no way. Li Tianjian is so domineering. He does not allow anyone to resist except Mu Qingyi, otherwise you will be hit by his even more domineering sword. Yixuan narrowed his eyes, and no longer had the calm attitude he had towards Gu Qinghe before. What can I do for you? Qingyi is my woman. You are not allowed to get close to her from now on. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in Tianshu Peak. Li Tianjian's tone left no room for doubt. Upon hearing this, a ferocious expression crossed Yixuan's face. Li Tianjian, when did senior sister Qingyi become your woman? Is this just your dogged behavior where all you get in return is a cold rejection? Boom! The cultivation level of the late king realm exploded, and suddenly a force like a heavy mountain pressed down on Yixuan. Yixuan also did not give in. He burst out with golden divine power and took on the pressure. Yixuan, you are so brave. You don't even know how to write the word death. I've already warned you not to have any thoughts about her, but you didn't listen. In that case, let's meet on the field and see if you can hold on to the end. Okay, let's wait and see. Yixuan's jealousy was completely aroused. I also tell you clearly that I like Qingyi. Qingyi is the woman I will pursue and protect for the rest of my life. No one can stop me. Okay, then we'll see. Li Tianjian looked at Yixuan with an extremely cold gaze. He didn't expect that Yixuan was actually thinking about Qingyi. However, he also knew that now was not the time to take action, so he threw away his white clothes and strode away. Fuck, this Yixuan is too tough. I used to think he was a loser, but I didn't expect him to actually confront senior brother Tianjian. He's a real man. I think he's just blindly arrogant. He thinks he can do whatever he wants after awakening his divine body. He even wants to pursue Fairy Qingyi. He'll know he's wrong when senior brother Tianjian teaches him a lesson on the field. Regarding the scene that just happened, the disciples around were talking about it, and their attitudes were also different. Some sympathized with Yixuan, some admired Yixuan, and some hated Yixuan. King, as long as you can avenge my brother, I will do whatever you want from now on. I will do whatever you ask me to do. When she saw Yixuan still standing there unharmed, Lu Chulu's pretty face turned cold, and she said to Gu Qinghe beside her. Gu Qing pursed his lips, a burning feeling welling up in his heart. Don't worry, Chulu, I will make this brat pay the price. After saying that, he left with Lu Chulu and the others without looking back. Chapter 19. You were upset just now. In Yixuan's spiritual world, General Wu saw everything that happened. Previously, when Yixuan confronted Gu Qing and other people, Yixuan's emotions did not fluctuate much, and he was able to handle it with ease. But when facing Li Tianjian, he seemed unable to control himself. He knew that this was not because of Li Tianjian, but because of Mu Qingyi. Yixuan sighed softly. Teacher, there's nothing I can do. I can tolerate them looking down on me, being hostile to me and insulting me. But I can't tolerate Qingyi becoming the woman that others talk about. Li Tianjian is too arrogant. He thinks he is the best in the world and thinks he can win the heart of senior sister Qingyi. I just want him to know that there are always people who are better than you. Maybe I shouldn't keep a low profile anymore. If I want to prove myself to Qingyi, I must win first place in the martial arts competition. Yixuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Because he was weak, He brought rumors to King Yi, so only by showing his strength could he stand by her side and avoid those rumors. Damn it, you like King Yi, but you are so shameless as to wear the same white clothes as your senior sister King Yi. I will hit you on the head during the competition. Mr. Wu remained silent, said nothing more, and let things take their course. In his opinion, the only one who could truly influence Yixuan was Mu Qingyi. Although she seemed to have some purpose in contacting Yixuan, she was sincere. He also had a rough idea of what kind of person that girl was, so he didn't intend to intervene. After all, Yixuan's experience was still too shallow, and he needed to grow. The area where Qingshenmen is located. The incident happened in the Tianshu Peak area, and Su Yu, who was hiding in the corner, also saw the whole story. In fact, he had arrived a long time ago, but he didn't dare to look for Yixuan for fear of causing trouble for him. However, when he heard the argument between Yixuan and Li Tianjian, his face twitched. He did have an impression of Li Tianjian. In the past, he had always been pestering Mu Qingyi. He was tough with everyone else, but soft with Mu Qingyi. There is a tendency to like masochism. Although he is handsome, he is very perverted. Yixuan, you must teach Li Tianjian a lesson for me. It's up to you. It's best if you beat him so hard that he can't take care of himself. This guy will definitely come to see me from time to time, after he comes out of confinement. Su Yu dislikes Li Tianjian, the masochist. It would be fine if he had a red destiny, but he wasn't even a purple one. While Su Yu was daydreaming, Xuan Xian beside her saw a figure walking towards her not far away, and her expression changed. She pushed Su Yu's shoulder and whispered, "Little junior sister, something bad has happened. That Li Tianjian is here again. He's coming to see you." "Ah, what's going on, senior sister? We're in a public place now, and he actually dares to come here." Su Yu widened his eyes, followed Xuan Xian's gaze, and found that Li Tianjian was actually walking towards him. When Su Yu met his eyes, a fascinated smile flashed across Li Tianjian's face. He walked even faster and came in front of him before Su Yu could respond. "Junior sister, it's been a long time since we last met." Su Yu's heart sank, but his face was cold as he said, "Brother Tianjian, why are you looking for me instead of staying in the central area?" Li Tianjian was not uncomfortable with Su Yu's coldness. Instead, he was extremely gentle, which was completely different from his previous cold attitude. "I haven't seen junior sister for a long time. I just want to have a chat with her. After all, we are all Tianshu Peak's prodigies, and we are all sword prodigies, so we should communicate more. Men and women are different in public. Senior brother Tianjian, you should go back. The competition is about to begin." Li Tianjian shook his head. "It's okay. It doesn't matter if it's my senior brother in the final round. It doesn't matter who the opponent is anyway." Su Yu was speechless, but also quite confused in her heart. What was going on? In the past, when Mu Qingyi was tough, he would at least give in. Could it be that he was practicing in seclusion to improve his appearance? When did this guy become so shameless? What Su Yu didn't know was that Li Tianjian originally didn't want to stay shamelessly. He just wanted to say hello and leave. After all, Mu Qingyi didn't like it, and it happened in public. But because of Yixuan's appearance, he had to stay close to Qingyi. He wanted to let Yixuan know that Mu Qingyi belonged to him. Su Yu saw that Li Tianjian wanted to stay. He looked at where Yixuan was and stood up helplessly. He was a little scared, afraid that Yixuan would lose control and go berserk. So he said to Xuan Xian, "Senior sister, the competition is about to start. Let's go draw lots first." Xuan Xian glanced at Li Tianjian, met Su Yu's gaze and nodded. "Okay, junior sister, I'll accompany you." So Su Yu pulled him to the lottery table. Seeing this, Li Tianjian immediately stood up and followed. "Junior sister, I also want to draw lots. Why don't we go together?" Not far away, Yixuan sat cross-legged on an empty platform. When he saw Li Tianjian following Su Yu relentlessly, veins on his hands suddenly popped up, and a trace of anger flashed across his face. "Li Tianjian, you are simply seeking death." In fact, Yixuan arrived earlier than Su Yu. He saw Su Yu when she entered the scene. Because he was worried that going up to say hello would bring unnecessary trouble to Su Yu, he kept it to himself. But he didn't expect that Li Tianjian was so shameless that he kept following Su Yu. Tilde. He suppressed the urge to get angry, stood up, and walked towards the drawing table. Since Li Tianjian has done this, he naturally cannot show weakness. He had to get Li Tianjian away from Qingyi. Even if he stayed by Qingyi's side all the time, he couldn't let Li Tianjian succeed. Su Yu brought Xuan Xian, followed by Li Tianjian, and the three of them came to the drawing table. The draw time had not yet arrived, and Su Yu had no choice but to wait. There are many disciples participating in the martial arts competition, so there are quite a few people who want to draw lots in advance. When they saw Li Tianjian pestering Su Yu, they started to talk about it. What made Su Yu collapse was that most people were fawning on Li Tianjian and kept praising him for his good looks, saying that they were a perfect couple. Just when Su Yu was about to lose her temper, Yixuan came striding over. Su Yu ran to Yixuan as if he had found a savior, with helplessness and even a hint of grievance in his eyes. "Junior brother, you are here." Yes. Chapter 20. Seeing Su Yu looking like she was being bullied, Yixuan undoubtedly felt a surge of nameless anger in his heart. "Sorry I'm late, senior sister." "Don't worry, senior sister. If this guy dares to harass you, I will make him pay the price." Su Yu nodded slightly, and he leaned close to Yixuan's ear and said in words that only the two of them could hear clearly. "Junior brother, this Li Tianjian has been pestering me all the time. He didn't show up a few months ago because he was in seclusion, but after the martial arts competition is over, he will definitely come to see me again." Yixuan's golden eyes flashed with a cold look. "Don't worry, senior sister. I know what to do. After the martial arts competition, I will make sure he can't continue to bother you. Since Li Tianjian is pestering his senior sister, he will cripple Li Tianjian in the martial arts competition." His heart was not soft, but rather hardened by years of cynicism. He will take care of his friends, but if he faces an enemy that threatens him, he will destroy it without hesitation. Xuan Xian, who was standing by, saw the two people's intimate behavior and immediately became more certain of her thoughts. Sure enough, junior sister has already secretly decided to marry Yixuan. But this is also good. It is better for my junior sister to be with Yixuan than with Li Tianjian. Li Tianjian, who was standing by, saw Su Yu actually moving closer to Yixuan, and his face suddenly became extremely gloomy. "Damn it, are all those rumors outside true? Is this guy really having an affair with Qingyi? No, impossible. With Qingyi's personality, she won't pay any attention to anyone. Even if they are slightly close, it is probably because they are involved in something. Damn you, kid. I was planning to let you go during the competition, but now it seems like you have to." Li Tianjian was extremely gloomy, but he couldn't lose his temper as there were many elders present. So he walked to the other side of Su Yu with an expressionless face. In this way, on both sides of Su Yu, Yixuan and Li Tianjian secretly confronted each other, and a strong smell of gunpowder spread. "Oh my God, our senior brother Tianjian and Yixuan competing with each other. A Tianchu Peak's strongest peer and a person who has awakened his divine body after birth are competing for senior sister Qingyi. I'm afraid they will have a brutal showdown on the field. Fairy Qingyi is #1 on the Jade Fairy ranking. No matter who wins, it's best for Fairy Qingyi to stay out of it." Su Yu, who was in the center of the vortex, couldn't bear it anymore. He could feel the strong smell of gunpowder on both sides, and felt like he was in a sure field, feeling uneasy. He never thought that there would be two men fighting for his favor. Something's not right. I didn't expect Li Tianjian to have so many supporters. After all, Yixuan is recognized by everyone as the strongest genius, so naturally he is not favored. He didn't want Yixuan to lose. Putting aside their investment relationship, his impression of Yixuan was much better than Li Tianjian's. On the podium of Guanwutai, at this moment, the Seven Veins Peak Masters and a group of high-level elders took their seats. When they watched the dispute between Yixuan, Li Tianjian, and others, they couldn't help but look interested. "It's good to be young. You dare to love and hate, and you are not afraid even when facing strong enemies. You have some of the style of me in my past." A white-haired old man stroked his beard and sighed. "What kind of divine body do you think Yixuan has awakened?" A beautiful woman from Yuling Peak asked in confusion. "The owner of the divine body is coveted by countless high-ranking people, but it is a pity that her Yuling Peak only recruits female disciples. According to what that little fellow said, it seems to be the Golden Emperor Dao body, ranked 90th on the Supreme Divine Body list. Golden Emperor Dao body? Not bad. This boy's talent is in perfect harmony with my cultivation method. It's only natural that he will become my personal disciple." "Mr. Long, how can you be so shameless? He is a disciple of my Tianchu Peak. If he wants to become a disciple, he should become a disciple of the elders of my Tianchu Peak. What does your Qingyu Peak have to do with it?" At this time, the other 6 peaks could no longer bear to watch. "Elder White Bear, you are obviously petty. As a disciple of the moon-slashing sect, which peak do you choose to join? We should all compete fairly." "That's right. In my opinion, let the little fellow choose for himself. Whoever he chooses will be the one." All the elders were arguing endlessly. As a divine body, if the worst one who grew up was the Saint Tao realm, they naturally could not miss it so easily. At this time, Qing Chenzi's eyes flashed slightly and he looked at Lin Tian, the master of Tianshu Peak beside him. Peak Master, what do you think of that little guy? Lin Tian glanced at him. You don't have to test me. This is a matter for the younger generation, so let them handle it themselves. I actually think this little guy is quite good. Qing Chenzi stroked his beard and smiled. After all, Li Tianjian was Lin Tian's disciple, and he was afraid that Lin Tian would make things difficult for Yi Xuan. Moreover, his little disciple Mu Qingyi has a connection with Yi Xuan, so he naturally cares about Yi Xuan. Lin Tian looked at Qing Chenzi, who was thinking, and said, Do you want to take him in as your disciple? Qing Chenzi nodded gently. He has considerable talent, and I have promised my disciple that I would accept him as my disciple. That girl, as soon as he heard the word disciple, Lin Tian knew it was Mu Qingyi. In this regard, Lin Tian could only sigh helplessly. Perhaps Tianjian had lost from the very beginning. Actually, it's not just you. I also want to take him as my apprentice, but unfortunately. What a pity. Nothing, just keep reading. In the Guanwutai candidate area, the weird atmosphere continues. It was not until the drawing of lots began that Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. After the drawing of lots, the presiding elder read out the rules. After explaining the rules of the competition, Su Yu encouraged Yi Xuan and went on stage to compete. The disciples participating in the martial arts competition this time are from the entire 7 sects, and there are a large number of them. Su Yu drew table number 143. The opponent is a direct disciple from the body refining peak, who has reached the late stage of the condensation pill realm. The team is quite strong and can get a good ranking if it does not encounter strong opponents. However, he was eliminated by Su Yu in no time. Not long after, the game continued, until 3 days after the game. In the evening, Su Yu went to Yi Xuan's residence quietly. He hid his body and came to the miscellaneous service peak, and quickly found Yi Xuan's location. It was a small wooden house located on a gentle hillside, a bit shabby and very simple. Not more than 100 meters away from the cabin, there are houses scattered around. That is where the other disciples live. Su Yu's spiritual sense swept across the simple wooden house and found that Yi Xuan's breath was still there. Is this where Yi Xuan has lived all these years? No way, it's so miserable. Su Yu knew that Yi Xuan was a menial disciple and had a hard life before, but she didn't expect it to be so bad. It's just a wooden house. Not to mention a special place for practicing, there isn't even a cushion for meditation. But on second thought, it is understandable. After all, before Yi Xuan rose to prominence, he was at the bottom of the menial jobs. No wonder Shui Yunxi left him. Su Yu sighed softly, then continued to fly away. However, when they got close to the wooden house, they heard a quarrel inside. Wait, is there someone? Someone is looking for Yi Xuan so late at night. Su Yu restrained her breath and slowly approached. Chapter 21. Yi Xuan, I was wrong. I was bewildered and led astray before, but we are childhood sweethearts after all. Are you really so heartless? Inside the wooden house, Shui Yunxi stood in front of the tea table, looking at the cold-looking boy not far away with a pitiful look. Shui Yunxi almost collapsed these days. Her world fell apart. She originally thought that if she hooked up with a second-generation cultivator like Lu Ming, she would be rich and prosperous and ascend to heaven. But he never expected that the young man he had once abandoned would awaken his divine body and become an unparalleled genius of the Zhan Yue sect. A few days ago, Lu Ming and Yi Xuan faced off again, and Yi Xuan defeated Lu Ming without hesitation, leaving her without protection. She originally thought that the Lu family of Tianshu Peak would come to seek revenge on Yi Xuan, but until now he is still unharmed. This made Shui Yunxi realize instantly that Yi Xuan was no longer the useless person who was bullied by others. He became a prodigy that even the Lu family was wary of. Seeing Yi Xuan's rapid progress in the martial arts competition, Shui Yunxi felt even more regretful. She needed to find shelter again, so she came to Yi Xuan tonight, hoping to rekindle their old love. Yi Xuan still looked at Shui Yunxi, coldly despite her pitiful appearance. Shui Yunxi, it's impossible for us to be together anymore. The moment you left, we had nothing to do with each other anymore. Whatever your situation is now, it has nothing to do with me. You go. Shui Yunxi's eyes were red, tears streaming down her face, and she came over to grab the corner of his clothes. Yi Xuan, I really know I was wrong. Can you please not abandon me? Have you forgotten that my Shui family and your Yi family have a marriage contract? This has been agreed upon by both our parents. Yikshuan frowned. When did I ever have an engagement with you? Before, it was just a slight attempt to bring you together. Once we receive a letter from my Yi family will naturally understand everything. Shui Yunxi felt a chill in her heart, and she seemed to have made up her mind to untie the silk around her waist. In an instant, the snow-white and smooth shoulders were exposed. Yikshuan, we have been together for such a long time. I don't believe that you have never liked me. Today, I will give my body to you. You can do whatever you want. As she spoke, she continued her movements, exposing more and more of her private parts. At this moment, Yikshuan's figure appeared in front of Shui Yunxi like a phantom. His hand grasped Shui Yunxi's hand tightly like an iron clamp, stopping her from making any further moves. Yikshuan's face was terribly cold. Shui Yunxi, you have never understood me at all. You have never known what kind of person I am. From the very beginning, we were not on the same path, do you understand? Let's go, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Seeing the stubborn Yikshuan, Shui Yunxi finally stopped being weak and stopped hiding her true nature. A trace of ferocity flashed across her face. Yikshuan, I think you're just coveting Mu Qingyi. You've awakened your divine body, and now you look down on me. You think only that bitch Mu Qingyi is worthy of you. You just want to fuck her, right? Bang! A surge of anger rose in Yikshuan's heart, and he slapped Shui Yunxi hard in the face. The latter rolled several times in the air, and then fell to the ground quickly. At this moment, a slap mark clearly appeared on Shui Yunxi's face. You think you can humiliate my senior sister? If you dare to say another word, I will make you regret coming to this world. Roll! Yikshuan's frightened expression made Shui Yunxi look horrified, and fear surged in her heart. She looked at Yikshuan with hatred, and finally broke through the door and left the wooden house. Ha tilde tilde. Yikshuan looked at the disappearing figure. Then he came to his senses and breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Shui Yunxi would make trouble, and if he really did something to her, he would have a hard time explaining it to his parents. Dada tilde tilde. Just when Yikshuan calmed down, light footsteps were heard outside the door, and a shadow was reflected under the door frame through the moonlight. Yikshuan frowned. He knew it was a woman just by looking at the shadow. He really started to get impatient. He rushed out of the door and looked at the person who came with an angry expression. Shui Yunxi, do you really think I don't dare? I don't dare. Senior sister. Yikshuan was confused. He was about to get angry, but when he saw the person coming, he was like a deflated ball. After he calmed down, he was stunned when he saw the white figure in the moonlight. It's really Senior Sister Qingyi. Senior Sister, why are you here? Su Yu chuckled, and he passed Yikshuan and entered the wooden house. Junior brother, why are you so angry? Be careful not to lose your composure. Yikshuan observed secretly and found that no one was following him, so he immediately closed the door. He came to Su Yu's side, looked at Su Yu looking around, and a wry smile appeared on his face. My house is very simple. I hope you don't mind, Senior Sister. Su Yu slowly shook his head. Junior brother, why do you still live here when you have already awakened your divine body? Yikshuan said, it's just a habit. Besides, they don't know my true physical condition at all. I can't hide it completely yet to avoid being exposed, so I'll stay here for the time being. That's true. Yikshuan took Su Yu to sit in front of the tea table, washed the tea set again, and brewed a cup of tea. By the way, did you hear any noise just now, Senior Sister? Yikshuan was a little panicked. If Qingyi heard what Shui Yunxi said at the end, he would be finished if he was given in. Su Yu looked at him with a puzzled expression. What's that noise? I didn't hear anything. Do you have a mistress hidden in your golden house? It's good that you didn't hear it. It's good that you didn't hear it. Looking at Su Yu with a confused face, Yikshuan breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, don't talk nonsense. How can this be called a golden house? And who would be interested in me? What about Shui Yunxi, the one my junior brother yelled at me at when I just came in? I remember she is your childhood sweetheart, right? Su Yu said with a smile. Yikshuan was sweating profusely. Senior sister, Shui Yunxi did come to see me tonight, but I kicked her out. I promise I have nothing to do with her. Absolutely not. Su Yu raised her eyebrows. Junior brother, why are you so flustered? I'm just asking. I'm a little curious. Why did she come to see you tonight? Could it be that because junior brother has made rapid progress in his cultivation, she wants to reconcile with him? Wow, you guessed most of it in just a few words. How should I answer? Yikshuan was about to cry, and he showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Sister, that's not true. Don't make blind guesses. Did she say anything bad about my senior sister in the end? Did she humiliate her? After all, according to this kind of plot, most people would be angry and embarrassed. Su Yu held his cheek and thought seriously. Teacher, teacher. Mr. Wu, what's the matter? Senior sister, have you arrived a long time ago and know the content of my conversation with Shui Yunxi? How would I know? I just took a nap. Is this true? Don't lie to me. What's the real deal? Even if that girl finds out, what's the point? Are you really not attracted to her? If you ask me, you should just take advantage of the fact that it's dark and windy at night, and a man and a woman are alone in the same room, and do what the girl wants. She has a crush on you anyway. Then you can be with her every day. Bah, you disrespectful old thing. Outside world. Seeing Yixuan suddenly become speechless, and his face flushed with excitement, so you couldn't help but pat his face. Junior brother, what's wrong with you? Yixuan came back to his senses. Senior sister, I'm fine. I was just joking with you just now, but I didn't expect you to be so easily amused, Su Yu said with a smile. This joke is not funny at all, Yixuan muttered. Su Yu took a sip of tea and got down to business. Chapter 22. You probably don't know your opponent tomorrow yet, right? Yixuan nodded slightly. Your opponent tomorrow is Gu King. Gu King, Yixuan's golden pupils narrowed slightly. Did they finally meet? What, are you confident? The King realm is very powerful, but if it's him, it's not worth mentioning. It seems that junior brother is very confident. If you face Li Tianjian, will you still have confidence? Su Yu said again. He is incredibly talented and has practiced 10 years longer than us, reaching the late stage of the King Sealing realm. He also possesses the Tianshu Peak's meridian-suppressing imperial technique, the Heavenly Heart Dao Law technique. Defeating him will be no easy task. Yixuan paused. He is indeed very strong, but there are some things that I absolutely cannot admit defeat, and I will definitely not lose. So does this concern me? Liulai looked at him quietly. Su Yu suddenly realized that Yixuan was being twisted more and more by him. They are getting further and further away from the right path. So, junior brother, how is your cultivation now? The early stage of the King realm. Has he reached the King realm? Even Su Yu was surprised by Yixuan's breakthrough speed. Wow, 20 days ago, he was only in the middle stage of condensation realm. No, a month ago, he had only reached the perfection of body tempering. But in just 1 month, he crossed the 4 realms and became a king. Could it be that Gu Qinghe didn't attract his attention? He was not afraid even of Li Tianjian. With the combination of Duzhen Tianti and what Grandpa taught you, you may not necessarily lose. It is worthy of being called the Red Destiny. She is indeed someone he values. Yes, you are making rapid progress. Seeing Su Yu happy for him, Yixuan was also very happy. The reason I was able to achieve the title of king is also thanks to the help of my senior sister. It can be said that if it weren't for my senior sister, I would never have made such great progress. Su Yu was very satisfied with Yixuan's statement, and he asked again, So, junior brother, you want to win first place in this martial arts competition. Maybe if I defeat Li Tianjian and other kings, I should be the champion. Yixuan nodded. He did have the idea of winning the championship. Really? Su Yu blinked and said nothing more. Junior brother, senior sister has also achieved the title of champion. If we meet her in the arena, you must not show mercy. Has senior sister also become the champion? Yixuan looked slightly puzzled. He didn't know what to do if he met senior sister on the field. Well, it's getting late, I should go back. Junior brother, take a good rest and strive to win the championship. Senior sister, let me take you there. The next day, the first event is the quarterfinals to semifinals. It is also a battle between Yixuan and Gu King. For this reason, Su Yu quickly dealt with his opponent and went to watch the battle between the two. On stage number 64, Yixuan and Gu King confronted each other, and without saying a word, they started a head-on collision. Feeling Yixuan's domineering power, Gu King's face was extremely gloomy. Sure enough, you have also achieved the title of king. No wonder you are so arrogant. Gu Qinghe, don't you want to cripple one of my arms now? Come and try it, Yixuan sneered. He formed a mark on his right hand, and with the sound of a dragon's roar that resounded throughout the world, he crashed into Gu Qinghe. Gu Qinghe raised the sword in his hand, and a green light shield rose up to block in front of him. With a loud bang, Gu Qinghe flew backwards and hit the edge of the ring. Blood was flowing from his mouth. Wow, what a powerful martial art. Gu Qinghe looked at Yixuan with fear. He originally thought that Yixuan's divine body was the only threat he could have, but he didn't expect that a martial art he casually displayed would be so terrifying. I don't believe this. I broke through and became a king long before you, but my spiritual power is still not as good as yours. Gu King roared, and all his green power was concentrated in the long sword, and the sharp sword intent was directed towards Yixuan. In this way, the two fought for dozens of rounds, using all their magical powers. Not long after, Yixuan cast a dragon seal, and Gu King fell into the ground, forming a huge pit. He was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Yixuan wins. Gu King lost completely. Both of us are at the king level, but I feel Yixuan is far stronger than Gu King. It seems that he hasn't even used his divine body. It seems that Yixuan has truly risen to prominence. He will definitely have a place in the Zhan Yue sect in the future. Don't say anything too soon. His opponent still has senior brother Tianjian. Senior brother Tianjian is in the late stage of the king realm and has also cultivated the emperor-level skills. After seeing Yixuan defeat Gu King without much strength, the disciples around him talked about it. Even Gu King lost. In a corner of the crowd, looking at the unconscious Gu King, Lu Chulu's expression changed. Gu King was one of the few king-level warriors in this competition. She often followed him and knew that his fighting power was actually comparable to that of the mid-stage king-level warriors. But this kind of strength is not enough to defeat Yixuan. Even his divine body has not been used yet. Perhaps my Lu family shouldn't be enemies with such people. Lu Chulu sighed softly. King Realm, he's actually that strong. Shui Yunxi, who was quietly hiding in a corner, was filled with regret after seeing Yixuan display his supernatural power. Why did he show such extraordinary talent after she left Yixuan? Why is it that even a genius like Gu King is no match for him? She hates it so much. If she hadn't chosen to leave, she wouldn't have ended up like this. No. And Li Tianjian, with his strength, he will definitely defeat Yixuan. Then he will fall from the altar again. Shui Yunxi screamed like crazy, as if she had found a savior. She has no objection even if any other disciple becomes the first in the martial arts competition. But it cannot be Yixuan. Wait, Yixuan. I will personally watch you get defeated by Li Tianjian and lose the woman you love most. Not long after Yixuan defeated Gu King, the rest of the matches were over. The people who advanced from the top 8 to the top 4 were Mu Qingyi from Tianshu Peak, Yixuan from Tianshu Peak, Li Tianjian from Tianshu Peak, and Jiang Yixiu from Yuling Peak. Gu King, who were all at the King Realm, Wan Hai from Tianhun Peak, and Tang Ming from Qingyu Peak were defeated by Yixuan, Li Tianjian, and Jiang Yixiu respectively. After that, it's the competition for the top 4. The drawing of lots will be carried out. Su Yu drew Jiang Yixiu from Yuling Peak, while Yixuan got Li Tianjian as he wished. Now it's going to be interesting. Needless to say, Yixuan and Li Tianjian both made bold statements before the match. Mu Qingyi is the top of the Jade Immortal ranking, and Jiang Yixiu is the senior sister of Yuling Peak, ranked 3rd on the Jade Immortal ranking. Both of them have also achieved the King Realm. The duel between the Jade Immortal ranking members will be exciting to watch. Speaking of Yuling Peak, half of the fairies on the Jade Fairy list are there. It's really enviable. Chapter 23. On stage number 2, junior sister Qingyi is truly gifted. She has already achieved the king level before she even turned 20. When I was your age, I was only just beginning to learn how to form a pill. Looking at the cold and unparalleled white-robed swordsman in front of him, Jiang Yixiu sighed. She was nearly 27 or 28 years old, and her light purple floral dress had a unique charm. She had a pretty face and a voluptuous figure, which aroused the fantasies of countless men. She was worthy of being the 3rd fairy on the Jade Fairy list. The aura on his body was even more powerful, reaching the terrifying middle stage of the King Realm. Facing such a stunning Jiang Yixiu, Su Yu clearly felt the kindness. He thought that if he had time, he could communicate more with this beautiful wife. Senior sister, you are too modest. With your appearance and talent, I believe there are many people who admire you. Jiang Yixiu smiled and said, I'm still a lot worse than my junior sister. This time, Yixuan and Li Tianjian are on stage 1. Who do you think will win? Even though she is the eldest sister of Yuling Peak, she is still a human being and has a gossipy heart. One is the number 1 among the younger generation of Tianshu Peak, and the other is a rising star possessor of a divine body. What will Mu Qingyi choose? It's really interesting. Oh my God, we are just talking about our own thing. Why bring them up? Su Yu was a little speechless. Isn't Jiang Yixiu just asking her who she likes more? Su Yu looked towards arena number 1. Maybe Yixuan should win. Really? The rumor that Mu Qingyi prefers Yixuan seems to be true. Jiang Yixiu smiled sweetly. Since junior sister is already certain of the outcome of arena 1, it's our turn now. After saying that, she summoned the ice spirit sword. Seeing this, Suyu also took out the white crane. Senior sister, junior sister, please teach me. In an instant, the Tai Ling sword energy and the Han Bing sword energy on the ring were entangled wildly. Two beautiful figures intertwined in the vortex of sword energy. Arena number 1. Li Tianjian looked at Yixuan. A hint of sneer flashed across his face. Finally, let me face you. As long as I defeat you, junior sister Qingyi will understand that I am many times stronger than you. Oh, that's just wishful thinking. Yixuan sneered. His golden spiritual power wrapped around his fist, and his body turned into a hurricane sweeping towards Li Tianjian. You want senior sister to like you. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Well, Li Tianjian drew out his sharp sword and slashed at the golden fist. The fist intent and sword energy were destroyed at the same time. Yixuan tore open the space in an instant, rushed to Li Tianjian's side, and continued to punch him several times. Yixuan's speed was so fast that it surpassed the speed at the peak of the King Realm. But Li Tianjian was obviously no ordinary person. He sensed the crisis at the moment of the energy explosion. The spiritual power surged and gathered in the sword, colliding with the golden fist again. Bang, bang, bang. As the two men fought fiercely, energy ripples exploded on the number 1 ring. Good, so strong. The disciples in the viewing area were all dumbfounded when they saw the two figures colliding wildly. It was so fast that they couldn't see the figures at all. They could only see the fight between the two people through the firelight caused by the collision in the air. The power they unleashed is comparable to that of a half-step emperor. This is terrifying. This is a fight between men. I understand that senior brother Tianjian has this kind of strength, but what is the basis for Yixuan's strength? On stage number 1, as Yixuan blasted out a dragon seal, Li Tianjian was pushed back to the edge of the arena. At this moment, his feelings towards Yixuan changed, and he felt heavy inside. Yixuan, I admit that you are quite capable, but I practice an imperial-level technique. Even if you have a divine body, you are only at the early stage of becoming a king. How can you defeat me? As the Tangxin Dao technique was put into operation, Li Tianjian's aura began to change and become profound. The aura also became much stronger. Heavenly Dao Yiqi slash. Li Tianjian's eyes were bloodshot. When he thought that Yixuan could attract Mu Qingyi's attention, the murderous intent in his heart became even stronger. Suddenly, the power of the Tangxin Dao magic formula was integrated into the sword intent, gathering all the strength and turning into a huge lightsaber that spanned the sky and the earth, slashing towards Yixuan. Even the many elders watching the battle on the rostrum stood up in shock at this attack. Its power has reached the Ascension Emperor realm. The power that Li Tianjian unleashed attracted Yixuan's attention, but he was not afraid at all. Emperor-level technique, is it very powerful? Although he has just entered the realm of becoming a king, he is practicing the divine-level technique, Holy Dragon Heavenly Cannon. With the fighting heavenly body as the foundation, this level of ascension to the Emperor realm is just like this. His martial arts skills are also countless times more advanced than Li Tianjian's. Myriad Law's Holy Dragon Seal. Immediately, the power of the fighting heavenly body merged into the Holy Dragon Heavenly Cannon, and an unprecedented Holy Dragon of 100 feet in length condensed out. The golden Holy Dragon roared, and the sky shook. The golden dragon eyes looked down at Li Tianjian, and after Yixuan swung out with all his strength, it crashed into the gray giant sword. A terrifying explosion sounded from the ring, and the dazzling light of the explosion stung the eyes of everyone around. When the energy aftermath dissipated, Li Tianjian had completely fainted in the huge sinkhole. At this time, he was covered in blood, and one of his arms was missing. Yixuan walked out of the dust and fog. His clothes were tattered and blood was flowing from his mouth. Obviously, he was also injured by this attack. Well, the audience was in an uproar. Yixuan actually won. That attack just now was so terrifying, I almost saw my grandmother. Even Li Tianjian was defeated by him. From now on, he can be said to be truly at the peak of his powers in the Zhan Yue sect. His rise is unstoppable. Do you think senior sister Qingyi will get closer to him? It's very likely. After all, even a beautiful woman can't resist a hero. Wait, has Fairy Qingyi and Fairy Yixu also decided the winner? Fairy Qingyi won. Arena number 2. When Zhang Yixiu used the 7th grade ice sword technique and wielded the terrifying ice sword intent, Su Yu danced in the sky with the Qingyun dance, and the sharp and pure sword intent instantly disintegrated it. The tip of the sword was against Zhang Yixiu's throat, and her face was full of bitterness. The duel between her and Mu Qingyi was more one-sided than that between Yi Xuan and Li Tianjian. Yi Xuan and Li Tianjian were both injured. However, no matter how hard she tried, she was still unable to do anything to Mu Qingyi, which showed that the other party was far stronger than her. Junior sister, you win. Su Yu retracted the white crane and bowed with her hands. Thank you, senior sister. At this time, Jiang Yixiu came to his side with an inexplicable smile on her lips. Junior sister won, Yixuan also won. Senior sister, I'm very curious. Who among you is the leader this time? As she spoke, she flew towards the direction of Yuling Peak. Did Yixuan win too? Su Yu paused and looked towards arena number 1. I'm not surprised that Yixuan can defeat Li Tianjian. Then the next battle for the top spot will be between him and Yixuan. Chapter 24. Yixuan felt relieved after defeating Li Tianjian. When he noticed Su Yu looking at him, he immediately touched his nose and grinned at him. It seemed as if he was saying, "Look, I won." Su Yu nodded to him with a smile, and after giving a gesture, she headed towards the area where the Qingchen sect was located. On the high platform on top of the chairman, seeing the result of the final, all the elders were somewhat surprised. I didn't expect that this time it would be Yi Xuan and Mu Qingyi's daughter who made it to the finals. Yi Xuan is no ordinary guy. The skills and martial arts he displayed in the finals were extremely impressive. The other white-haired elder smiled inexplicably upon hearing this. The most crucial thing is his speed of advancement. From what I know, he had only reached perfect body tempering a month ago, and within a month he had achieved kinghood. This speed of breakthrough is unprecedented in the Jianyu sect. After all, she has awakened her divine body, so it's understandable that she has accumulated a lot of experience and finally made a breakthrough. However, I didn't expect that little girl Mu Qingyi to break through to the late stage of the king realm. Her cultivation is already the strongest among her generation. All the elders looked at Qing Chenzi. King Chenzi, what's going on with this girl? Did you refine some high-level treasures for her? How is that possible? Qing Chenzi blew his beard and glared. My disciple, like Yixuan, has also awakened her physique, the innate Tao body, which is why her progress is so rapid. What innate Tao body? Everyone was stunned. The innate Tao body is ranked among the top 100 supreme divine body list. So she now has a clear sword heart and an innate Taoist body. A hint of pride flashed across King Chenzi's face. Yes, this is my disciple, King Chenzi. Damn, this Qing Chenzi is really lucky. The elders were speechless. Wait a minute, King Chenzi. Do you still want to accept Yixuan as your disciple? Yes, after all, this is also a good seedling. No, you already have a monstrous disciple, so you can't accept another one. Yixuan should become my disciple, Hong Tian. Bullshit, you, a body cultivator, shouldn't join in the fun. He should stay at Tianshu Peak. On the rostrum, even after the competition ended and the contestants and audience members had left, they continued to debate endlessly. Evening. Mu Qingyi is in the side hall. The moon is bright in the sky. Su Yu was practicing sword in the martial arts field. Under the bright moonlight, dressed in white, she danced like a colorful butterfly in the huge martial arts field. But the sword in her hand split the space sharply, and the space was filled with explosions and whistles. After practicing the Lingbing Paxiao sword several times, Su Yu stopped what he was doing. With the white crane close to his back, he raised his gaze to the full moon hanging high in the sky. Tomorrow is the final between Yixuan and me. With my current strength, if I give it my all, he will definitely not be my opponent. So, should I go all out? In fact, it doesn't matter whether he gets first place or not. After all, his investment feedback is far better than the reward for first place. He just needs to hook Yixuan and make him his junior apprentice. If I defeat Yixuan, and if the plot goes wrong and I push Yixuan away, wouldn't that be a loss? So in order to better promote Yixuan's growth, he deliberately lost to him and let him win the championship. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. Host, you can actually make alternative investments. Su Yu was slightly startled. She didn't expect the system to suddenly come online. What is alternative investment? Based on the causal relationship between you and the established goal, you make non-material investments in the host's selected goal. And if effective results are produced, you will receive certain feedback rewards. Here, the causal logic between you and the established goal must be consistent with the facts. Su Yu was a little confused. What the hell? I don't understand. For example, in this final between you and Yixuan, you can actually defeat Yixuan with your own strength and win the reputation and rewards of the championship. If you choose to lose the game intentionally, you will lose the reputation and rewards of winning the competition. This gives you a set goal, which qualifies you for alternative investments. The prerequisite for investment is that your investment target is Yixuan. You must have 100% ability to defeat him. Your defeat to Yixuan must be logical and logical. This is alternative investing. Su Yu suddenly understood. So this is how it is and you can invest like this. Of course, this system is reasonable. Vote, you should vote. It seems that losing to Yixuan is the best choice. Su Yu was very happy. As long as he started performing, it would be a win-win situation for him and Yixuan, killing two birds with one stone. The other side, Zei Peak in a simple wooden house. Yixuan sat cross-legged on the wooden bed. At this moment, the aura around him increased several times, and a huge force surged out of his body. Very good. I didn't expect you to have awakened the potential of your fighting heavenly body. Through today's battle, you gained some insights and broke through to the middle stage of the King's Sealing realm. Beside Yixuan, an illusory soul said with satisfaction. Yixuan smiled slightly. I am getting closer and closer to my senior sister now. However, when it comes to senior sister Qingyi, he couldn't help but frown, and finally seemed to have made some decision. Teacher, I've decided. Tomorrow I'm going to let senior sister win. I'm going to lose to senior sister and let her take the top spot. Elder Wu paused for a moment. Are you truly certain? After all, this is what you've always wanted to accomplish. You want to prove yourself to make those who look down on you regret their actions. Even your parents would be delighted if they knew you won first place in the martial arts competition. Yixuan sighed softly. I'm already quite content with taking second place in the martial arts competition. I'm sure my parents will be proud of me too. After all, senior sister has helped me so much. I can't compete with her. I think you're just afraid that if you steal your senior sister's first place, she'll ignore you. Honestly, even if you break through, you might not be able to defeat that girl. With an innate Taoist body and a clear sword heart, and in the late stage of the King realm, this is the strongest opponent you have ever encountered. Old Wu teased. Yixuan, since I can't beat senior sister, then she should be the leader. Anyway, Yixuan doesn't care about anything. Senior sister must be the winner. If senior sister really can't beat him, he will start the show himself. The champion is not as good as the senior sister. This is a great opportunity to get closer to my senior sister. Alas, Tilda disciple, don't you understand yet? At this moment, Master Wu sighed softly. Teacher, Yixuan asked doubtfully, your senior sister is a pure person. She would definitely want you to fight with all your strength. If you deliberately lose to her in such an important competition as the 7 Meridians martial arts competition. If she knew, do you think you and she would still have a future? In an instant, Yixuan's heart trembled. Yes, if I deliberately lose to my senior sister, she will definitely not be happy and will definitely not let me do that. Even more seriously, my senior sister might never pay attention to me again. So, teacher, what should I do to please my senior sister? Fight her with all your might. Tell her you'll give it your all, regardless of whether you win or lose. That's enough. Good. Yixuan exhaled lightly and nodded heavily. Chapter 25. The next day. The sky is clear and the weather is sunny. The final match of the 7 clans martial arts competition, the battle for the championship, will be held today. This time, the Guanwu arena was completely packed, and even the elders who had been absent from the elders' seats for the past few days took their seats. This time it can be said that everyone is paying attention, because this time Mu Qingyi, the top of the Jade Immortal ranking, will fight against Yixuan, the biggest dark horse of this martial arts competition. One has an innate Taoist body and a clear sword heart. The other also possesses a divine body. Arena number 1. Yixuan felt warm in his heart as he looked at Su Yu holding the white crane tightly in her hand. Senior sister, I never thought we would actually meet in the competition and in the finals. I hope that junior brother will not show mercy and go all out. Yixuan nodded heavily. After hearing what his senior sister said, he was very glad that his teacher had given him some advice yesterday. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. He collected his thoughts and then clasped his fists towards Su Yu. Senior sister, please teach me. Junior brother, make your move. Su Yu held the white crane in his hand and shook his body sideways, performing the floating light and shadow technique, and rushed towards Yixuan as fast as lightning. The sharp sword light fell on his head, but Yixuan was not panicked at all. He clamped his palms forward like fine iron, and then threw Su Yu out like a shot put. Holy Yuan Tyrant Fist. Then, while Su Yu was suspended in mid-air, a golden dragon fist was blasted towards the opponent. Kindling Sky Slash. Su Yukingyun used the ethereal sword technique. He stepped on the air in a flash, and a swirling sword technique hit the holy fist. Two beams of light collided wildly on the ring. As the fight continued, Su Yu clearly felt that Yi Xuan's power was getting stronger and stronger, and he even exerted a power comparable to that of a half-step emperor. I didn't expect you to have already broken through to the middle stage of the King Seal realm. Yes, you are really serious. Su Yu looked at Yi Xuan with relief. He had been worried that Yi Xuan might let up because his opponent was him, but now it seemed that he was worrying too much. Regardless of whether he has any investment feedback or not, he hopes that Yi Xuan can challenge him with all his strength. As long as Yi Xuan fights seriously, they will get what they want. Feeling the meaning in Su Yu's eyes, Yi Xuan felt happy. So he no longer had any worries, and the fighting celestial body was activated and gathered in the Holy Dragon Heavenly Classic. Yi Xuan's whole body was covered with golden dragon patterns. Yi Xuan, wearing golden scale armor, has an aura that is no less than that of a true emperor-level expert. Senior sister, be careful. Yi Xuan crashed into Su Yu like a golden meteor. The second move of the spirit ice-breaking sky soared ice river 10,000 miles. Su Yu's innate Taoist body erupted, and the white crane swung in a strange way, and in an instant, an icy world with biting cold winds formed around him. Even though Yi Xuan was wearing armored scales, his scales showed signs of being frozen when he entered the glacial world. The spiritual power in Yi Xuan's body began to stagnate. He looked up to the sky and shouted, and mysterious golden light patterns emerged from his body. The power of the light pattern melted the glacier, and a 10-foot-sized golden palm print slapped towards Su Yu. Is this the power of the fighting heavenly body? Su Yu narrowed her eyes and waved the white crane in her hand again. The third move of the spirit ice-breaking sky sword ice spirit sword. A giant sword made of ice hung above his head, and when Su Yu stabbed out, it collided with the oncoming golden giant palm. With a loud bang, Yi Xuan flew backwards 50 meters under the spreading energy tide, and Su Yu retreated 10 meters. Junior brother, you can't defeat me just like this. Su Yu looked at Yi Xuan with a dim gaze. Yi Xuan's golden pupils condensed, and his gaze met Su Yu in mid-air. Finally, he let out a breath. Sister, the next attack is my strongest power. If you can take it, you win. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light burst out from Yi Xuan's body, and the golden pattern on his chest was the brightest. His aura surged several times. A force that made Su Yu feel oppressed was rapidly gathering. Is this the bloodline talent of the Dujanshan body? Su Yu's expression became solemn. After thinking for a moment, he felt that the time had come, so he unleashed the full force of the Tai Ling Kaiyan Fa Ju. Rebellion against God, the first bloodline talent of the Dujanshan body. Yi Xuan was like a god descending at this moment, and a golden, mysterious character appeared in his hand. Ancient, vast, domineering, the golden pattern danced in Yi Xuan's hand, and finally turned into a meteor and hit Su Yu. The latter swung out an unprecedented sword light, slashing at the golden pattern. With a deafening bang, a terrifying energy aftermath exploded. Under the nervous gaze of the crowd, Su Yu's figure flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Senior sister, Yi Xuan's expression changed drastically. He suppressed his weakness and ran to Su Yu and picked him up. Ahem. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Su Yu's mouth, and he looked at Yi Xuan with a smile. Junior brother, you won. Congratulations. I'm sorry, senior sister, it's my fault. I will help you recover right now. Yi Xuan immediately gave Su Yu the elixir to transfer her spiritual power. He didn't care about the championship at all. He thought his senior sister could take the blow, but he didn't expect it to turn out like this. Yi Xuan won. He broke through to the middle stage of the King Sealing realm and defeated Fairy King Yi. This match was so exciting. The final attack was probably comparable to that of a late-stage ascended Emperor Realm cultivator, right? This martial arts competition is incredibly high quality. Fuck, this damn Yi Xuan actually dared to hurt Fairy King Yi and is still holding her. Let her go and let me do it. At the Elder's table, these two are geniuses that only appear once in 1,000 years. Alas, Tilda Mu King Yi has a clear sword heart and an innate Taoist body. I didn't expect Yi Xuan to really win. That girl's innate Taoist body's bloodline talent should not have awakened yet. Otherwise, it would be uncertain who would win or lose. Why was it natural for that girl to win over little Yi? Was it just luck that made little Yi win over that girl? At this moment, a thin figure appeared on the Elder's platform. He was an old man in his 60s, dressed in rags and looking sloppy. He was gnawing on a big chicken leg in his hand. When they saw the old man appear, Some senior executives' eyes narrowed, and they immediately stood up to greet him in fear. Uncle Grand Master. When the elders who were still confused heard the highest-ranking elder say the three words, Grand Master Uncle, their hearts were shocked. Grand Master Uncle, isn't that the junior brother of the previous leader of the Zhan Yue sect? Liao Hongaming, this is the Zhan Yue sect's magic weapon. Grandmaster, why are you here? SHH keep your voice down and don't be so ostentatious. I just came out to watch the fun. Seeing a group of trembling elders, Liao Hongaming gestured to them to sit down and behave themselves. Upon hearing this, the elders had no choice but to sit down obediently, but they felt a little uncomfortable. Chapter 26. The martial arts competition ended with Yi Xuan winning the championship. Su Yu's injuries were not very serious, and she recovered with the infusion of Yi Xuan's spiritual power. Su Yu won the second place in the martial arts competition and obtained a 5th-grade top-level natural treasure, the Rain Lin branch, and a 6th-grade spiritual weapon, the purple gold cicada robe. Ding, congratulations to the host on the success of alternative investment. Investment resource, first prize at the 7 Meridians Martial Arts Contest. Investment target, Yixuan Deep Red Fate, rewards now being announced. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5th-grade elixir Giyuan Dan, the 6th-grade martial art Beilu Lingshuang leg, and the 7th-grade spiritual talisman Shenian Talisman. 5th-grade elixir, 6th-grade martial arts, 7th-grade talisman, not bad, not too bad. Wait, kicks. I, the dignified and cold fairy, actually want to practice leg techniques. Su Yu was silent, but it seemed that apart from swordsmanship, he really had no other offensive martial arts. Forget it, the reward has arrived anyway, so Su Yu doesn't care anymore. Now that the martial arts competition is over, the elders have not announced their departure. I think Yixuan should be very popular now, and many elders want to accept him as their disciple. Su Yu walked towards Yixuan, who was surrounded by everyone with a bit of joy. Yixuan, are you willing to take me as your master? As long as you agree, I will teach you everything I know. Don't listen to this old man, Yixuan. As long as you become my disciple, I will allow you to practice the emperor-level skills, and all the true resources will be tilted towards you. What are you fighting for? Can't you let this little guy choose for himself? Hey, little guy, my granddaughter is the 2nd most beautiful woman on the Jade Immortal ranking. As long as you become my disciple, I promise that you can see each other every day. A group of elders vied with each other to accept Yixuan as their disciple. The champion of the 7 clans martial arts competition is a young man with no background at all. This undoubtedly led many elders to extend olive branches to him. Su Yu came to Yixuan. He looked around and found that his master Qing Chenzi did not show up, which made him somewhat confused. Why hasn't master come yet? As long as he comes forward and tells Yixuan that he is adding fuel to the fire, no matter who his opponent is, Yixuan will definitely become Qing Chenzi's disciple. Congratulations, junior brother, for becoming the first in the martial arts competition. Now that you have achieved your wish, have you decided which peak to join? The appearance of Su Yu made all the elders and disciples fall silent, and a sense of unease arose in their hearts. They admitted that Yixuan had some resistance to treasures and beauties, but he could not resist Mu Qingyi. Not to mention Yixuan, even these old guys were amazed. Could it be that Mu Qingyi wanted Yixuan to join Qing Chenzi's lineage? How do we play this then? When Yixuan saw his senior sister appear, he scratched his head. Senior sister, I should think about this for a while. Don't worry, let's wait until my master and the others come, Su Yu said with a smile. At this time, the crowd outside began to disperse. I saw several figures walking towards Yixuan. Su Yu was overjoyed when he saw Qing Chenzi inside. Not only Qing Chenzi, but also the elders of the 7 peaks, the 7 peak masters, and even the deputy leader of the Zhan Yue sect, Gu Ming. But he didn't expect that the person leading the crowd was a sloppy, skinny old man. What is going on? Old man, it's really you. Yixuan was overjoyed to see the sloppy old man. Before the game, the old man told him that he would come to see him, but he waited for a few days and saw no sign of him. He thought he was joking with him, but he didn't expect that he would really come in the end. Junior brother, who is this? Su Yu frowned when she felt Yixuan's emotional fluctuations. Yixuan smiled and said to Su Yu, Senior sister, this is Senior Liao who often helped me before I awakened. Do you still remember Thunder Cloud Valley? The reason I was able to enter Thunder Cloud Valley with my abilities at that time was because of Senior's help. He was the one who gave me the authority. And when I broke the rules and was thrown into jail, he was the one who pulled me out. At this point, he whispered in Su Yu's ear. In fact, the white crane I gave to senior sister was also forged with the money I took from him according to the bet. Liao Hongaming came to Yixuan and looked at him with a satisfied look on his face. Not bad, kid. I knew you could do it. I was right about you. Would you like to be my disciple? Liao Hongaming didn't waste any time and directly stated his purpose. Yixuan and Su Yu were both shocked. The former also knew that Liao Hongaming was an extraordinary person. Mr. Liao, what exactly are you? Me, just an old man, but they all call me Uncle Taishi. Liao Hongaming smiled while stroking his beard. In fact, he had noticed Yixuan a long time ago, but he chose to conceal his identity just to test him. And through the 7 clans martial arts competition, he also demonstrated his extraordinary ability, and the time was naturally ripe for him to accept a disciple. His Uncle Grand Master. Everyone was shocked. Even if it was Su Yu, the Grand Master, wouldn't that mean he was of the same generation as the elders of the Zhan Yue sect of the previous generation? With this status, I'm afraid the clan leader would have to respectfully call him Grand Master Uncle. How about it? Do you want to take me as your master? If you agree, you will be my first disciple and perhaps my only one. To be honest, you really suit my taste. Junior brother. Su Yu panicked and looked hurriedly at Yixuan beside him. However, Yixuan readily agreed and immediately bowed to Liao Hongaming. Disciple is willing, Yixuan greets master. Ha 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 tilde, very good, very good. Get up, my good disciple. From now on, you will be the only disciple under my tutelage. Liao Hongaming stroked his beard and laughed, his loud voice echoing throughout the Guanwu arena. Senior sister, master has taken good care of me in many things before, and he has taught me a lot of martial arts experience. I think he can be my master. Besides, I now have an identity. Then I can come to you openly. Yixuan felt that it would be most appropriate for him to become a disciple of Liao Hongaming, the Grand Master of Zhan Yue sect. Not only does he have the best future, but more importantly, with his status, he can approach senior sister Qingyi openly and even pursue her. Thinking of him, I couldn't help but feel secretly happy. But he noticed that Su Yu's mood was getting heavier and heavier, and even her beautiful face showed resentment, which made his heart tighten. What's going on? Did I do something to upset senior sister? So he asked cautiously, Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with your body? Su Yu's face turned pale and blue, and his eyes turned to Qing Chenzi, who was not far away. Qing Chenzi just shook his head guiltily at him. My dear disciple, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want to accept Yixuan, it's that I'm no longer qualified. This person took a fancy to Yixuan, so naturally they didn't dare to compete for him. It is no wonder that the peak masters and deputy sect masters, who usually do not want to suffer any loss, kept silent about it. It turns out that they already knew the truth of the matter. Look, when they saw that the Grand Master wanted to take Yixuan as his disciple, almost all the elders kept their mouths shut. Chapter 27. Senior sister, senior sister. Seeing Su Yu ignoring him, Yixuan's eyes flashed with uneasiness, and he continued to test her. Have you become my disciple yet? Junior brother, congratulations. I have something to do, so I will leave first. After giving Yixuan a cold glance, Su Yu walked towards the outside field. A feeling of resentment rose in his heart, mixed with a hint of grievance. He couldn't even control his emotions, and his eyes turned red. I was so happy to think that Yixuan had become my junior fellow apprentice, and that we would have a bright future together. But he turned around and directly became someone else's disciple. It is true that this Grand Master has helped Yixuan, but hasn't he also made his own contribution? From the very beginning, he planned to make Yixuan his junior apprentice. For this he gave him gifts, helped him, and showed kindness to him. I blocked the thunder punishment for him in the Thunder Cloud Valley. He had reminded him of this in his own martial arts training ground, and it was almost engraved on his forehead. He even went directly to his master and asked him to accept Yixuan as his disciple. He also gave up the title of champion of the martial arts competition, allowing him to win the championship as he wished. All of this is for Yixuan, but in the end, he turned around and became someone else's disciple. I worked so hard for so long, but in the end, it was all in vain and I got nothing. Your kindness is really taken for granted. The more he thought about Su Yu, the more uncomfortable he felt. He had never felt so uncomfortable before. Senior sister, are your eyes red? Senior sister, what's going on? Senior sister, please tell me if I did something wrong. I can change it. Seeing Suyu turn around and leave, and the uncomfortable expression on her face at the end, Yixuan's heart was gripped, and he was completely panicked. For some reason, he felt that this matter was far beyond his imagination. There must be a reason why my senior sister is sad. If this matter is not clarified, the consequence may be that the senior sister will no longer want him. He didn't care about the master he had just worshipped and the other elders, and quickly followed Suyu's pace. What's going on? I don't understand. Why did senior sister Qingyi suddenly ignore Kai Yexuan? Fairy Qingyi seems to be angry with Yixuan now. Is she angry because Yixuan became Grandmaster Uncle's disciple? But if that's the case, I feel she should be happy. Could it be that senior sister Qingyi wanted Yixuan to become a disciple of great elder Qingchenzi? She was angry because he didn't do so. But this doesn't make sense. Why would Fairy want Yixuan to be her junior apprentice? If Fairy is interested, it's enough for them to have a romantic relationship. Although Yixuan will have fewer opportunities to meet, after all, they are both in Zhan Yue sect. As expected, a woman's heart is as deep as the sea. Even a fairy like Mu Qingyi cannot escape this ultimate truth. The disciples around were all puzzled by the quarrel between the two. Even the elders on the Guanwu stage were confused. They didn't understand what was going on. However, this is a matter between the younger generation, and it is not appropriate for them to interfere. I can only sigh that it is true that heroes are hard to resist beautiful women. Senior sister, you go back, I have something to go back to the peak first. Suyu didn't even turn his head. Senior sister, is it my fault? Did I do something wrong? Senior sister, can you tell me? Please don't ignore me, okay? You're right, you did the right thing. Maybe I shouldn't have bothered you. I was just being sentimental. Suyu's figure was getting faster and faster, and he flew up and left the ground. Senior sister, Yixuan grabbed Suyu's wrist to stop him from flying away. You have to tell me why you're ignoring me, or I won't let you go. Let go, Yixuan. I just want to be alone now. No. No matter how Suyu struggled, Yixuan held on desperately. Yixuan, how long are you going to make trouble? This is a public place. Suyu looked at Yixuan coldly. Suyu was so angry that he almost cursed. If there weren't so many people here, he would have beaten this guy up a long time ago. Yixuan, you are too presumptuous. Not far away, when Li Tianjian saw Suyu and Yixuan having a quarrel, he thought to himself that God was helping him. He was beaten half to death by Yixuan and should have been bedridden for a year or two, but his father was the deputy sect leader, so the elixir helped him recover immediately. Although the injury has not healed yet, it is not a big problem. When Suyu and Yixuan had a disagreement, he immediately flew up and grabbed Yixuan's wrist, who was holding Suyu. Roll. Seeing Li Tianjian intervene, Yixuan's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and the violent force knocked Li Tianjian away. Suyu also took the opportunity to gather spiritual power to break free from the restraints. But after Yixuan noticed it, he grabbed Suyu's wrist again and refused to let go. Yixuan, if you keep on being unreasonable like this, I will be rude to you. Senior sister, if you don't explain clearly, I won't let you go unless you kill me. Yixuan smiled at Suyu. Tai Ling Qianfa condensed his spiritual power in his palm and slapped Yixuan's chest. Yixuan did not take any precautions. The spiritual power penetrated his chest and entered his internal organs, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. But he did not let go. Instead, he held Suyu even harder. What do you want? I just want to take a break. Why are you pushing me? Yixuan said, I understand. If I let you go, I will probably lose my senior sister. I said unless you kill me. If you don't tell me why, I will never let go. He had a feeling that his senior sister might leave him, but he would do everything he could to win her back. Yixuan's attitude of facing death with indifference also made Suyu feel determined. Bang, bang, bang. Suyu slammed out several more palms, and Yixuan's chest exploded into a blur of flesh and blood. He only felt a domineering force forcibly tearing his arm apart, and his hand was almost broken. The energy and blood in his body surged like a tidal wave. Inside Yixuan's body, when Mr. Wu saw this scene, he frowned. He wanted to intervene and remind Yixuan, but suddenly he sensed something and began to hesitate. Strange, why did the causal line between Yixuan and Mu Qingyi suddenly decrease so much? It's obvious that this girl's destiny is to complement Yixuan. The key point is that, after breaking away from Yixuan's causal entanglement, Mu Qingyi's destiny and luck have become much greater. The cause and effect it is entangled with are also more complex. Weird, even he couldn't explain this weird scene. He knew Yixuan's destiny, but Mu Qingyi's destiny was vague, and he couldn't figure out the key points. In that battle, even when he faced the fifth emperor, the future had never been so vague. Is this destined? Outside world, seeing that Yixuan really didn't care about his own life and death, so you also stopped what he was doing. Yixuan, you win. Senior sister, please let me go back first. I'll come back to explain it to you in a few days, okay? No, I won't let go. Yixuan, you. You will only make me drift further away from you, Yixuan. You have already made your choice. Su Yu was angry and helpless. He just wants to go back and doesn't want to pay attention to you. Why are you so sensitive? But looking at the situation, it would be difficult for Yixuan to let go if he wanted to go back now. If the hard way doesn't work, then you can only use the soft way. Forced into a corner, he could only show a hint of pleading in his eyes, and his tone became somewhat weak. Senior sister, please let me go, okay? If you keep going like this, I might not even be able to stay in the Zhanyue sect, Yixuan. Yixuan. Yixuan's golden pupils suddenly shrank. Looking at Su Yu's tearful face, his heart ached inexplicably. My hands couldn't exert any strength and loosened on their own. At this moment, my heart seemed to have lost its last ray of light. It's all my fault. Is it because my senior sister is too disappointed in me? Will my senior sister really drift further and further away from me? Su Yu said thank you, and then her figure turned into a flash of light and became smaller and smaller in the eyes of everyone. Junior sister Qingyi, wait for me. Li Tianjian glanced at Yixuan coldly and flew towards the direction where Su Yu was leaving. He quickly rushed to Su Yu's side and disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 28. My dear disciple, are you okay? Seeing Su Yu and Li Tianjian disappear, Liao Hongming and a group of peak masters and elders swarmed to Yixuan. At this moment, the look he gave Qing Chenzi and Lin Tian was almost spitting fire, making the two of them tremble. His newly accepted, beloved disciple was actually treated like this. If this was not something that young people should do, he would have taken action long ago. My dear disciple, I will heal you right away. Yixuan had a dazed look on his face, staring blankly at the direction where the two people disappeared. In an instant, because of the suppressed emotions, he spat out a mouthful of blood from his throat. Disciple, Liao Hongming was startled and hurried to check his condition. Master, I'm fine. I want to be alone. Yixuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shook his head at Liao Hongming, and then slowly walked out of the field like a zombie. His back looked depressed, lonely, and desolate, just like a lost and injured wolf cub on the grassland. It doesn't even have the ability to lick its own wounds. What's going on? What's going on? Qing Chenzi. Looking at Yixuan, who also disappeared away, Liao Hongming couldn't help but roar. The terrifying pressure swept around. Even the elders in the Tianzun realm could not resist this terrifying pressure. He understood that Yixuan's current injury was an emotional one, and this kind of thing had to be solved at the root by himself. Even if he had all the means, he would be helpless. Qing Chenzi said stiffly, it might be because Yixuan became Grand Master's disciple. Long before the martial arts competition, Qingyi came to ask me to accept Yixuan as my disciple. But he became Grand Master's disciple. Maybe, probably. It seems that this caused a sense of alienation and anger in me, his disciple. But don't worry, Uncle Taishi. I believe she will figure it out soon. When the time comes, Qingyi will persuade Yixuan, and he will definitely be able to revive with full health. Liao Hongming glared at Qing Chenzi fiercely. So this is all my fault. I shouldn't have interfered and should have allowed my disciple to become your disciple, Qing Chenzi. I dare not, I dare not. Qing Chenzi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Uncle Taishi, this is just a relationship dispute between a young couple, just a minor quarrel. I believe they will be reconciled in a few days. Uncle Taishi, there is no need to worry so much. Bullshit, Liao Hongming snorted coldly. There's clearly something fishy about this matter. Your disciple is quite clever and considerate. It's impossible for her to be so disappointed in my disciple over such a small matter. There must be something fishy going on here. Maybe both of them will be defeated in this love affair. Then, Uncle Taishi, do you know what the problem is? I know shit. Why would I ask you if I wanted to know? Lin Tian smiled and said, Uncle Taishi, calm down. Perhaps this matter is not that serious. Liao Hongming's eyes immediately fell on Lin Tian, and the dangerous arc in his eyes made Lin Tian secretly say, oh no. This matter is just a dispute between my disciple and that girl. But that brat from your sect actually dared to interfere and rub salt into my disciple's wounds. I can't teach Qing Chenzi a lesson, but can I teach you a lesson as well? Come on, come practice with me. After saying that, Liao Hongming instantly appeared beside Lin Tian, and before he could react, he disappeared from the spot. After Su Yu left Guanwu Mountain, he immediately sent away Li Tianjian, the follower. He returned to his residence in the side hall and practiced swordplay in the martial arts field for most of the day. It was not until a long time later, when most of the irritability and resentment in her heart had dissipated, that Su Yu stopped what she was doing. At this moment, the scorching sun hanging in the sky has already set, replaced by a quiet night. Alas, Tilda, after all the effort, the plan failed. Yixuan. Su Yu's eyes were like a deep pool. Originally, everything would be fine after Yixuan became his junior apprentice. He had planned for this for so long, but he didn't expect that Cheng Yaojin would appear in the middle of the road. All my efforts were in vain. Without a legitimate reason, his opportunities to invest in Yixuan will naturally decrease in the future. Moreover, he was worshipping that Grand Master. Given the resources that Grand Master provided, would Yixuan still need him when the time came? Now that Yixuan has become the disciple of that Grand Master, he will definitely be taken to practice with him from time to time. The chances of meeting him will be even rarer. Perhaps I should also go out and gain some experience, and find other destined male protagonists to forge new relationships. No matter what Yixuan felt, he could not possibly like Yixuan, nor could he stand still for him, because he understood that Yixuan liked Mu Qingyi, not the real him. His true form is the three-colored black demon. He is destined to be a villain, and cannot show his face in this world. Su Yu touched the white crane in his hand, sighed softly, and continued to practice the spirit ice-breaking sky sword. At night, the miscellaneous service peak. Inside a wooden house, Yixuan lay quietly on the cold and stiff wooden bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling above his head, in a daze without saying a word. After an unknown amount of time, a faint ripple of light spread out from the jade pendant, and an invisible light shield enveloped the wooden house. Alas, Tilda, fool, idiot, you have been lying here since you entered the door, not saying anything and ignoring the injuries on your body. Can you win back your senior sister by doing this? Old Wu's voice came from the jade pendant. Yixuan's pupils were dull, and he didn't reply. Are you worried about your senior sister's contact with Li Tianjian? Because of you, she impulsively chose to accept Li Tianjian's kindness. Suddenly, a trace of endless coldness flashed across Yixuan's golden eyes, making people feel nauseous. Perhaps the situation isn't as serious as you think. Your senior sister is just angry for a few days. She might be fine after a while. Yixuan shook his head. No, I clearly felt that senior sister was really angry this time. She was very disappointed in me. Wu Leiada, then shouldn't you think carefully about where you went wrong? What made your senior sister so sad? Only by finding the root of the problem can you truly resolve the issue between you two. A look of pain appeared on Yixuan's face. But I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out no matter how hard I try. Teacher, do you know something? Can you tell me? Wu Lao sighed. Sometimes you're really smart, but sometimes you're just a blockhead. Teacher, what does this mean? Think carefully about what happened when your senior sister's mood changed. Yixuan pondered for a moment and asked tentatively, Become a disciple. I became a disciple of Master Liao. But this doesn't make sense. Senior sister is such a reasonable person. It's impossible for her to be so emotionally unstable just because I want her to be her disciple. Yixuan had also thought that his senior sister wanted him to become a disciple of Elder Qingchenzi, but he became angry when he asked him to become a disciple of Elder Liao. But with senior sister's personality, it's impossible for her to do that. If it's just about becoming her disciple, there's really no need to be so sad. But what if your senior sister wanted you to be her junior disciple from the very beginning and put in a lot of effort, but you didn't notice it at all? Yixuan's heart trembled, and he instantly came to his senses. Do you still remember the time after the Thunder Cloud Valley incident, when you went to the Qingchen lineage to find your senior sister, and you two sparred on the martial arts arena? Yixuan nodded. Think carefully about what your senior sister said to you at the end of the sparring session. Chapter 29. Yixuan was instantly lost in memories. After he used the fighting celestial body on his senior sister, they had a brief chat. The bright silver light shone on the woman, making her stunningly beautiful, as if at that moment she was the most perfect work of art by nature. Junior brother, if you stand out in the Seven Veins martial arts competition, have you ever considered your future path? Junior brother, Tianshu Peak is the main peak of the Seven Veins. Recently, many powerful elders of the peaks and veins have expressed their intention to accept disciples. If you want to become my disciple, you can consider it. Okay, I've said what I need to say. You can go back now. I'm tired and want to rest. When Yixuan recalled everything, his pupils suddenly shrank. Elder Wu was very satisfied with Yixuan's reaction. Yes, it seems you have remembered and understood what she meant. Her intention was clearly to have you become King Chenzi's disciple and her junior apprentice. This is something she wanted to tell you a long time ago, but due to her reserve, she didn't say it directly. But it's like carving these words into your forehead. It's even possible that the girl wanted you to be her junior apprentice even before this. For example, when you were in Thunder Cloud Valley, she risked her life to help you resist the lightning punishment. She also gave you rare treasures or elixirs from time to time. And this time, do you really think you can easily win this martial arts competition? I noticed that the girl didn't use her full strength when fighting you. She also had a lot of hidden cards. It's just that she wants you to win. She wants to personally send you to the top of the martial arts competition. Everything she does is to help you grow up and become her junior. But your choice has made all her efforts go to waste. Of course, she will be angry and discouraged. Boom! Old Wu's words struck Yixuan's head like a bolt of thunder. His body couldn't stop shaking. So, I ended up choosing Mr. Liao, failing all of Senior Sister's efforts and expectations, and even being as clueless as an idiot about this matter. Did I take Senior Sister's kindness for granted? Did I fail Senior Sister? Hearing Yixuan's belated self-reflection, Elder Wu nodded slightly. Almost. In fact, I also think this matter is quite dramatic. If it weren't for that old Liao, you would definitely become King Chenzi's disciple. I can only say that fate plays tricks on us. Snap! When he knew the whole story, Yixuan slapped himself hard in the face. What a beast! Senior Sister has done everything for you, but you are still as ignorant as an idiot. You deserve it that Senior Sister ignores you. You deserve it that your Senior Sister doesn't want you. Suddenly, he was filled with regret. No, I want to go find my Senior Sister. After Yixuan figured it out, he immediately stood up and left the cabin without caring about anything else. He has to take the blame. He must get his Senior Sister's forgiveness before the situation becomes irreversible. Otherwise, he will never be able to forgive himself if he loses his Senior Sister. He can't live without his Senior Sister, absolutely not. Yixuan did not stop for a moment and rushed to Qingchen Peak. Originally, because of Su Yu's incident, Qingchen Peak fell into a silent atmosphere early on. Xuan Xian and the others also sensed that their junior sister was in a low mood, so they did not disturb her. Suddenly, a golden light came into the silent night. The disciples of Qingchen sect became alert, but when they sensed that it was Yixuan, Qiu Hongyun and Yang Yulong fell silent. Yixuan took the Grand Master of Zhan Yue sect as his master, and he did not need to perform any formalities even when meeting the sect master. Yixuan is now the #1 in the 7 Clans Martial Arts Association, possesses a divine body, and is the direct disciple of the strongest person in the Zhan Yue sect. His future prospects are immeasurable. They all knew Yixuan's intention and did not dare to provoke him. Even they found it quite strange. This genius who should have been at the top of his game and admired by everyone was in such a state of embarrassment because of this incident. Qiu Hongyun and the other man gave in, but Xuan Xian still stopped Yixuan. She found that whenever her junior sister was with Yixuan, she would either be hurt or sad. She said in a cold tone, "Junior brother Yixuan, you shouldn't have come, especially not at night. Your presence will only make her feel worse. Junior sister has made it very clear today that she doesn't want to see you again." Yixuan hurriedly defended himself. "Senior Sister Xian, I know I was wrong in this matter. It's my fault. I came here to apologize to you." Xuan Xian sneered. "Apologize? Do you think your apology will be effective? Last time, my junior sister was unconscious in bed for 3 days because of you. This time, it's also because of you that she was so upset. Do you think you are really suitable for my junior sister?" Yixuan felt a pain in his heart and his eyes became dim. He could not refute, nor was he qualified to refute. Seeing the silent Yixuan, Xuan Xian shook her head and said, "Go away and don't bother my junior sister anymore. Just think of it as doing it for her own good. No, I must see Senior Sister Qingyi today." Yixuan made up his mind. "It's because I made Senior Sister sad that I need to make amends. I was stupid before and didn't understand Senior Sister's intentions, but now I understand and know the problem. So, Senior Sister Xian, if you let me go see Qingyi, I will definitely talk to you face to face and resolve the problem between us. Then Senior Sister won't have to do this." Xuan Xian frowned, but she also knew that the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. The injuries caused by Yixuan can only be resolved by Yixuan. Let him go up. At this moment, a resounding voice echoed between heaven and earth, reverberating in everyone's ears. Xuanxian and the others instantly understood the familiar voice. It was their master, Qing Chenzi. Yes, master. So there was no obstruction. Thank you, senior. Yixuan was overjoyed and immediately flew towards Mu Qingyi's side hall. He came to Mu Qingyi's residence with ease, and when he found no one there, he went to the back mountain to look for her. Sure enough, in the martial arts training ground in the back mountain, he saw the beautiful figure he had been thinking about day and night. Senior sister. Yixuan couldn't hide his excitement and ran towards Su Yu. Su Yu, who was practicing swordsmanship, obviously heard the noise. Looking back, he found that it was Yixuan. He frowned immediately and looked puzzled. Why are you here? Why did you come? Yixuan shook his head. Sister, I'll regret it forever if I don't come. I want to explain this to you face to face. What do you want to explain clearly? There's nothing to say. Nothing happened at all. You can go back. Su Yu retracted his sword and said coldly. Seeing Su Yu's distant look, Yixuan felt bitter in his heart. In the past, his senior sister had always been gentle and close to him, and would always think of him when it came to benefits. But this was the first time he had seen her act so cold. But this is also his own fault. Senior sister, I know you are still angry with me, and I also understand what happened. So I want to make amends. I don't want you to be sad, and I don't want you to ignore me. Whether you want to kill me or beat me, I can accept it. Chapter 30. Su Yu raised his eyebrows. He actually knew why he was angry. He immediately retracted the white crane and looked at Yixuan. Then tell me why I ignored you so inexplicably. Isn't it because I was being unreasonable? Yixuan suddenly shook his head. No, this is all my fault. I failed senior sister's good intentions. Actually, senior sister was angry because I became Master Liao's disciple. She really wanted me to become Master King Chenzi and become his disciple. Senior sister had this idea a long time ago, and she looked after me and helped me, even nearly sacrificing her life for it in Thunder Cloud Valley. Senior sister once reminded me seriously in this training ground. It's just that I was ignorant at the time and didn't understand what senior sister meant. Even during the martial arts competition, my senior sister came to me quietly in the middle of the night to provide me with information. Even in the finals of the martial arts competition, it's possible that my senior sister didn't give her all, hoping to help me win. In short, senior sister has silently given so much, but in the end, I knew nothing about it and completely let her down. That's why you are so disheartened with me, senior sister. Yixuan came to Su Yu, holding his hand tightly with a pitiful look on his face. Senior sister, I really know I was wrong. I'm stupid. I'm a fool. Senior sister, please forgive me. No matter what, I will always be your junior apprentice. I will definitely compensate you tenfold in the future. Far away, Xuanxian, who was hiding in the dark and observing the two of them, became furious after hearing Yixuan's words. Thunderclouds blocked the disaster. Junior sister sneaked into Yixuan's house in the middle of the night to provide information. She couldn't bear it any longer, so she drew her sword and rushed forward. Seeing this, Qiu Hongyun and Yang Yulong hurriedly grabbed her. Second junior sister, you can't do this. Get out of the way, I'm going to chop this idiot to death. How could he possibly be so interested in junior sister? How could he possibly be favored by junior sister? Does he deserve it? Second junior sister, he's now a disciple of that senior, and his status has skyrocketed. If you kill him, our Qingchen lineage will be finished. Yes, second senior sister, calm down first and cool down. Get lost, what's with this guy or that guy? He's just an ignorant fool. Another cloud. Two invisible ripples appeared in the empty space. Liao Hongming, who had been hiding, suddenly realized what was going on when he heard what his apprentice said. I see, it turns out that all her efforts were wasted because I snatched Yixuan away. That's why this little girl is so angry. At this time, Liao Hongming suddenly looked at Qing Chenzi, who was also hiding beside him. King Chenzi, I remember you said last time that this girl once came to ask you to accept Yixuan as your disciple. Qing Chenzi nodded. I agreed, but I didn't fulfill the agreement. I wonder if this girl will bear a grudge against me. Speaking of this, Qing Chenzi was very distressed. He was her most precious disciple. If he failed to fulfill the promise, his prestige in her heart would definitely be affected. What are you afraid of? I should be the person she hates the most right now. Liao Hong understood him at a glance. But I didn't expect this girl to be so persistent in wanting Yixuan to be her apprentice. I am truly blessed as a disciple Tilda. Indeed, Grand Master, but I think he is a little unhappy with how he treated my disciple. If it weren't for your sake, Martial arts training ground. Make up, then tell me how to make up for it first. Seeing Yixuan's true feelings, Su Yu smiled. He didn't push Yixuan away and let him hold his hand. Light. In fact, Yixuan really wanted to confirm his relationship with Mu Qingyi as a Taoist couple, so that he could make up for it in any way he wanted in the future. But he didn't dare, he didn't have the confidence, because he didn't know whether Qingyi liked him or not. If she doesn't like it and breaks this blurry window paper, then he's done. What, don't you know how to make up for it? Okay, I'll give you a chance to make it up to you now, Su Yu said again. How do I make up for it? Yixuan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but increase the strength of his grip on Su Yuhao's wrist. You must immediately announce your departure from that Grand Master's sect and join Qingchen Peak. In this way, if you are my junior brother, we can be together all the time. What do you think, junior brother? As she spoke, her snow-white jade-like hand stroked Yixuan's face, gently and softly. At this moment, Yixuan once again saw his senior sister who always cared for him. There was a struggle in Yixuan's eyes. He needs to observe etiquette and morals, but what he needs most now is Mu Qingyi. Light. Seeing Yixuan hesitating, Su Yu held his hand in reverse, interlocking their fingers. Yixuan, don't you want to be with senior sister? As long as you become my junior apprentice, we can practice together and live together, if everything goes well. Senior sister, I'm sorry. Yixuan was afraid that if Su Yu continued talking, he really wouldn't be able to control himself, so he quickly broke free. Su Yu frowned, so this is considered a rejection. Senior sister, Master has been very kind to me and has helped me many times. The most important thing is that I have already become Master's disciple, and I will definitely not regret it. This is my principle of firmly following my own path, and it cannot be changed. Yixuan shook his head. Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, you can go back. Senior sister, is there no other way to make up for it? Yixuan said unwillingly. Oh, since you've made your choice, why do you need to make amends? You don't have to make up for anything. We are still friends, go ahead. I'm going back to rest first. Su Yu put away the white crane and walked towards the side hall. But after taking a few steps, Yixuan blocked his way again. Su Yu couldn't help but get angry. Are you done yet? What else do you want? Yixuan said, Senior sister, I will never do anything to betray my master, but senior sister, I will not give up on you either. Su Yu sneered. You want to have it both ways, but what's your reason? Do you think you are so great, Yixuan? Do you think the whole world should revolve around you? In this world, there will always be someone more talented than you. Yixuan's eyes narrowed. For some reason, when he heard these words coming out of Su Yu's mouth, his heart trembled inexplicably, as if the most precious thing at this moment was lost. Senior sister, will you look for another man? Senior sister, so you will go find those other geniuses in the future, right? Treat them like you treated me before. What does it matter if I treat them well or not? It seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Yixuan's eyes suddenly turned red, and he pressed forward towards Su Yu. Su Yu felt a sense of unease, and drew out the white crane in his hand to block him. Yixuan, what are you going to do? Chapter 31. Yixuan continued to walk towards Su Yu, and as the distance got closer, his chest was against the tip of the sword. Left, but in an instant the sword pierced into his flesh and blood, and then pushed deeper into it. Blood gushed out, and some of it splashed on Su Yu's white clothes. The spotless fairy bloomed among the bright blood roses. When viewed from a distance, the beauty was breathtaking. Are you crazy? Su Yu's eyes narrowed, and the hand he was holding on by he began to tremble. Kai Kai. The white crane completely pierced through the chest, revealing the slender sword stained with blood. Yixuan is now only half a foot away from Su Yu. His golden pupils stared at Su Yu's face, without showing any pain, but instead full of love and possessiveness. Qingyi, you are mine and only mine. If you dare to go find those so-called geniuses and express your concern for them, I will destroy them all. If they touch a hair on your head, I'll cut off their hands. If they look at you lustfully, I'll gouge out their eyes. If they have any lustful thoughts about you, I'll gouge out their hearts. He roared angrily, and before Su Yu could react, she hugged him and kissed him. The delicate red lips looked even more gorgeous with Yin Hong's blood. He was kissed forcibly. First kiss is gone just like that. And the target is a man. Su Yu was completely stunned. His mind went blank, and he even felt a little ashamed. He really wanted to slap Yixuan away, but the glaring bloodstains made him suppress the desire to attack. The white crane is still stuck in him. Fuck, young people these days are so awesome. Junior sister, we can't let him succeed. The two groups of people hiding in the dark were all shocked when they saw Yixuan forcefully kissing Su Yu. This was the first time they had seen someone almost lose their lives for a kiss. After kissing for a few seconds, Yixuan realized that Su Yu was about to be unable to bear it anymore, so he stopped reluctantly. He placed his hand gently on Su Yu's cheek, with an inexplicable look on his face. "Senior sister, do you know? Someone once told me that no one in this world can be called a genius compared to me. When I awaken to my true self, all the geniuses in the world will pale in comparison. So I am senior sister's final destination." He suddenly felt a little pain while inserting Baihe, so he quickly pulled it out. "So senior sister, I will never let go. From today on, I will pursue you." Su Yu was obviously stunned. He was stunned for a long time before he reacted and slapped Yixuan's hand away. Snap! He slapped Yixuan hard in the face, and the sound echoed throughout the training ground. Su Yu looked at him coldly. "Humph, you're full of sweet talk and self-righteousness. You won't listen to anything I say anyway, so do whatever you want. Now that you've kissed and touched me, get back here, or you'll die in my side hall." After saying that, Su Yu flew towards the side hall without looking back. If he continued like this, he would definitely kill Yixuan. "Disciple, I admire you a little bit. I didn't expect that you can treat your senior sister so domineeringly now." Old Wu sighed inside Yixuan's body. "But you came to see your senior sister, and although you kissed her, you also got stabbed by a sword. There's nothing else to worry about." Ahem. Being pierced by a sword was extremely painful, but Yixuan showed surprise on his face. "No, teacher, I can clearly feel that senior sister's mood has changed. She is different now. King Yi is no longer so repulsive to me. You could even say that she has forgiven me this time. It's just that she still acts indifferent. She's cold on the outside but warm on the inside." Really, seriously? It's good that you've reconciled, but you'd better go back quickly. After all, your injuries are more serious now. If you continue like this, you'll have to lie here." Yixuan's eyes lit up. "Can I really lie here?" The other side. Su Yu returned to her residence. "I went back to the bedroom, closed the door, and fell on the bed." Yixuan's behavior made him feel unhappy. He couldn't be too harsh on Yixuan. Even though he was kissed, he still had to endure it. "Otherwise, the destiny that you have worked so hard to cultivate will be gone. What a shame. Give Yixuan a little sweetness tonight, and it should be easy to keep a distance from him later." "Alas, Tilda, I did my best for the investment, but my situation seems to be getting worse and worse. He has been using the identity of Mu Qingyi since he was reincarnated, and has been displaying feminine behaviors all the time. Although he had never been a woman, he could easily deal with it based on Mu Qingyi's physical instincts. So he is becoming more and more like a woman now. If this continues, his thinking will most likely become completely female. Maybe one day in the future, he might even agree to date a certain male protagonist." Impossible, how could something like this happen? Su Yu herself found it ridiculous. His identity is complicated. The soul of a male, the original body of a demon, and the second body of a human female cultivator. He doesn't know what it will become in the future. Alas, Tilda, let's get stronger first to avoid being refined by others. Why should he think about all this mess? His faith in the Tao is unwavering. He is a man, and Yixuan and the others are also men. What's the matter with a man liking a man? Yixuan likes Mu Qingyi, and the first one he wants to wear is the three-colored black demon. What's more, he is a demon that will bring disaster. But just now, Yixuan actually boasted that he was the most powerful genius in the world, just based on his fighting celestial body. The old man is not a natural talent. Su Yu rejected it. If Yixuan only relied on the fighting heavenly body, it would be impossible. At most, he could be one of the top geniuses in the world. Could it be that Yixuan is hiding a secret that I don't know about? The next day, Su Yu got up, washed up, and started practicing. He took out the Yu Lin branch and Gui Yuan pill. One was a 5th grade top-level natural treasure, and the other was a 5th grade elixir, obtained from the martial arts competition and system feedback respectively. He decided to refine the Giyuan pill first. While Su Yu was constantly refining the Giyuan pill, Yixuan also came over early to show his courtesy. Chapter 32. He came to the side hall with a grin on his face, holding a basket of elixir boxes in his hand. "King Yi, why are you getting up so early to practice? Why are you here again?" Su Yu looked at him speechlessly. It was okay that he came once last night. That was just to explain to him. But now he comes again so early in the morning. Yixuan said with a grin. After the fighting in the martial arts competition these past few days, You must be exhausted both physically and mentally. I brought you a healing and soothing elixir soup, didn't I? I think you're the one who's injured. Didn't I stab you with a sword yesterday? It went through your chest. Are you okay now? Yixuan held his head high and chest out, patting his chest confidently and said, I'm fine. I'm tough and can handle it. It's up to you. Su Yu glanced at him calmly and then continued to refine the Gyuan pill. When Yixuan saw Su Yu entering the state of cultivation, he also quietly came to a place not far away and began to practice. After most of the day, Su Yu finally refined the Gyuan pill. He felt that he was only one step away from becoming a king. Looking at Yixuan, who was concentrating with his eyes closed beside him, he found that his injuries were slowly recovering under the nourishment of the Duzhen celestial body. Without worrying about Yixuan, Su Yu continued to refine the Yulin branch. Yixuan, who originally planned to warm up their relationship, couldn't do anything after seeing Su Yu practicing so hard, so he could only stay aside obediently. The next day, Su Yu continued to practice, and Yixuan appeared again and came to the side hall. On the third day, Su Yu completely refined the Yulinji and successfully broke through to the perfection of the King realm. His realm was also stabilized by the remaining medicinal power of Yu Linjai. Feeling that his attack method was too simple, Su Yu decided to practice the Bai Lu Ling Shuang leg. With Yixuan as a ready-made sandbag, perhaps his practice progress would be faster. However, on the fourth day, when Su Yu wanted to practice with Yixuan, Yixuan came to say goodbye early in the morning. In the living room, Yixuan looked at Su Yu apologetically. I'm sorry, King Yi. I'm going out with my master to gain experience for a while, so I may not be able to accompany you for a while. How long will it take? Su Yu raised her eyebrows. It won't be long, 2 months at most, and I will definitely bring you a gift then, Yixuan guaranteed. Su Yu smiled coldly. Oh, I don't need any gifts, and I'm thankful that you don't bother me. In fact, Su Yu had known for a long time that Yixuan would not stay with her for long, not only because of his master, but also because of his own reputation. Now the public opinion about him and Yixuan is several times higher than before the martial arts competition. If Yixuan hadn't been stabbed by him a few days ago and his wound hadn't healed yet, he would have kicked him away long ago. He originally planned to practice the Beilu Lingshuang leg well, and then drive him out of the side hall after investing more. But this kid has become a lot more shameless these days. I have made some breakthroughs. Recently, I want to practice a leg technique. I was thinking of asking you to be my sparring partner, but what a pity. Su Yu shook his head when he said this. Leg techniques. Hearing Su Yu's words, Yixuan looked down and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Seen your sister's legs, so white, long, round, and delicate. It's not his fault for being lustful. It's mainly because King Yi is so beautiful. She's so otherworldly, like a fairy descended from the heavens. Perhaps others on the Jade Immortal ranking would call her senior sister, but for King Yi, outsiders would unanimously call her fairy. This is the gold content that has kept Mu Qingyi at the top of the rankings since she joined the Zhan Yue sect. She was a beautiful woman, and even he was a little fascinated by such a beautiful woman. However, due to his duty, he did not dare to go too far. But if it was another man, it would be hard to say. But now Qingyi made such a request to him. Well, regardless of the principles, the last line of defense in his heart has been cracked. Qingyi, why don't you practice early? I am heartbroken for missing such a good opportunity. Qingyi, wait for me to come back and practice with you. You can practice however you want, Yixuan vowed. Wait for you to come back? I might as well go find someone else to practice with when you come back. Stop it, Qingyi. You can't do this to me. What do you mean I can't do this to you? What's it to you who I practice with? Yixuan approached Su Yu cautiously. Qingyi, you can practice, but can you only practice with women? Yixuan, was I too tolerant a few days ago? Yixuan remained silent. In fact, he didn't dare to ask for anything extravagant now. He just wanted Qingyi to have him in her heart. He was also confident in Qingyi's character. Qingyi was used to being aloof and would never provoke other men. Over the years, apart from some scandals between her and me, there was nothing wrong with her. He was indeed too sensitive. Seeing that Yixuan's emotions had stabilized, Su Yu knew that her idea of making him angry was shattered. So he leaned towards Yixuan. What? Aren't you worried that I'll go find another man to practice with? Yixuan shook his head firmly. Impossible, Qingyi, you are not that kind of person. Are you so sure? Maybe I'll do it once I figure it out. It's not that I can't wait for you to come back to practice, but... Su Yu stretched out her wrist and gently placed her snow-white jade fingers on Yixuan's chest, caressing him gently. Being provoked by this, Yixuan's face suddenly turned red. There is actually room for reservation in this matter. Just what? Su Yu smiled and said, besides the fighting heavenly body, do you have any other secrets? A few nights ago, Junior Brother made a bold statement that when you awaken into your true self, you will become the most powerful genius. Yixuan's eyes narrowed, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. Really? Yixuan's expression made Su Yu a little stunned. He had only had a slight suspicion before, but he didn't expect that this guy really had something to hide. What secret is he hiding? He actually uses a physique like the fighting heavenly body to cover it up. Junior Brother, can you tell me? What is that thing that can make you my final destination? I just set Yixuan on fire, and now I have to add some vinegar to achieve the desired result. So Su Yu took the risk and pressed his body against Yixuan. The latter could even feel a strange warmth through the softness on his arm. There is also a fragrance that is unique to Mu Qingyi. Yixuan is now burning with desire. This is the scene he thinks about all the time. But this moment was extremely tormenting for him. He forced a smile and said, Qingyi, haven't I already told you my secret? Isn't a secret like the Dujin celestial body considered a secret? Su Yu's eyes were dim. Junior Brother, you are not being honest. The Dujin celestial body is indeed extremely powerful, but I believe that you must have your ultimate secret. From the first moment I met you, I knew you had an extraordinary destiny. Your future isn't even in the true spirit continent. Seeing Yixuan still hesitating, Su Yu said, how about this, Junior Brother, as long as you tell me, I will wait for you to come back and practice together. Senior Sister will help you practice leg techniques. Seeing Yixuan still struggling, Su Yu became angry. He was directly possessed by the immortal spirit, and suddenly an unprecedented immortal spirit spread from Su Yu's body. Bright and natural talent, floating fairy spirit. Seeing such a stunning beauty, Yixuan felt for the first time that all women in the world were just ordinary people. She was so breathtakingly beautiful that it suffocated him, and left him unable to see anything else. He was stunned for a moment. Qingyi Ai. Chapter 33. However, just when Yixuan was unable to extricate himself, a faint light came from the jade pendant on his chest. The light lingered and finally merged into Yixuan's body, waking him up instantly. Is this guy awake? Su Yu saw this scene and looked at the jade pendant on his chest with dissatisfaction. The eyes like glass beads stared at Yixuan again. Junior Brother, let's put it this way. Not only will I accompany you to practice leg techniques, I'll even promise to do something for you within my ability. What do you think? For Yixuan's final secret, Su Yu can be said to have given it all. Yixuan swallowed his saliva. Really? Of course it's true. Senior Sister never lies. So how far can we go in our ability to go? Do you want to be bitter? Su Yu resisted the urge to kick Yixuan. He smiled and said, as long as we can do what we can without violating the moral bottom line or harming others, it's fine. I see. I don't know if it was Su Yu's illusion, but he seemed to see a flash of excitement in his eyes. Okay, I agree. Yixuan readily agreed to Qingyi's concern. Agreed, then tell me. Su Yu's eyes lit up. I can tell you, Qingyi, my secret, but I have to wait until I come back and Senior Sister fulfills her promise. This time Yixuan has learned his lesson. He must first get Qingyi's care, otherwise what if she doesn't fulfill her promise? After all, if I let it slip, I'll be completely passive. Yixuan's conditions made Su Yu let go of his arms and looked at him with gritted teeth. It's just a secret. Is there any need to hide it like this? Aren't you afraid that you won't agree? Okay, that's settled. Senior Sister, I'm leaving now. Senior Sister, remember the agreement. Yixuan was afraid that Su Yu would go back on her word, so he left and disappeared in a flash. This guy. Looking at his disappearing back, Su Yu shook her head helplessly and continued to practice. The next day, a letter came from Mu Qingyi's family. Su Yu read the envelope. It first contained some words of condolence, and then she mentioned that something happened at home and she needed to go home urgently. Something happened at home. The spirit city of the East Xuan territory. In Mu Qingyi's memory, the Mu family was the largest family in Lingcheng. Mu Yun, the head of the Mu family and Mu Qingyi's father, is a powerful half-step heavenly venerate and the best master in Lingcheng. Mu Qingyi is the only eldest daughter of the Mu family. Yixuan has left anyway, so I might as well go back and take a look. I can also gain some experience along the way. Su Yu has been here for more than a month and feels it is time to go out and take a look. After making up his mind, he went to find King Chenzi. In the hall, King Chenzi listened to Su Yu's request and agreed with a smile. My dear disciple, you have been training in the Jianyu sect for 3 years. It is time for you to go home. However, in 2 months, we will be holding the grand competition held once every 10 years among the 4 major sects. I hope you can come as soon as possible. The members of my Jianyue sect participating in this competition are the top 15 disciples of the Seven Veins martial arts competition. A competition among the 4 major sects. So you knew a little more about these 4 major sects. This is a martial arts competition among the talented disciples of the 4 most powerful sects in Dongshuan territory. Generally, the ranking of the martial arts competition will affect the allocation of some resources among the 4 sects. The 4 most powerful sects in the entire Dongshuan territory are Jianyu sect, Tianyuan sect, Wunian sect, and Jiwang Palace. These 4 major sects all have a foundation far beyond that of ordinary sects. Disciple understands and will definitely return to the sect in time. Qing Chenzi gave a few more instructions, and Su Yu left the hall to prepare. He did not take the spiritual sail, but left the Jianyue sect alone. Ling Cheng is not under the jurisdiction of Jianyu sect. With Su Yu's current strength, it will take at least 10 days to travel at full speed. After Su Yu left Jianyue sect, he began to travel in the outside world as Mu Qingyi. After 5 days, he was far away from the Jianyue sect to a certain extent. So he looked for an opportunity to transform back into the 3-colored black demon. In the past, he always appeared as Mu Qingyi, but now he has to adapt to his true identity. Earlier, after the 7 clans martial arts competition, he received a 7th-grade spiritual talisman from the system, the Divine Invisibility Talisman. Su Yu can use it to conceal his breath and demonic essence, and change his appearance while using his magical powers. As long as he doesn't exceed the Tianzun realm, he doesn't have to worry about being exposed. System, if I transform back into my original form as the Black Demon, will the evil thunder still appear? He clearly remembered the curse of the 3-colored Black Demon. Whenever he broke through a major realm, evil thunder would appear, and the cultivation level of its original body was synchronized with that of its substitute, Mu Qingyi. Logically speaking, he has now accumulated 2 evil thunders. Of course it will. Although the host is breaking through as Mu Qingyi and temporarily avoiding the birth of the evil thunder will appear in an instant when the host returns to his original form. At that time, it will affect all surrounding areas, and the effect will be cumulative. Will it appear again? Su Yu's face was a little gloomy. Not only will it appear, but it will also be a cumulative effect. It seems that after he breaks through 1 or 2 major realms, he will have to turn back into a black demon from time to time. Otherwise, if it is allowed to accumulate to a terrifying level, the consequences may be unpredictable. As for the transformation, we will consider it later, unless he becomes Mu Qingyi for the rest of his life. In that case, let me test the power of this evil thunder curse. Su Yu quickly left the territory of Jianyue sect and found a deserted place. He looked around carefully, confirmed that there was no one around, and immediately turned back into the 3-colored black monster. Rumbled. Almost at this moment, thunderclouds gathered in the sky, covering the entire sky and enveloping an area of hundreds of miles. In the thundercloud, 3 kinds of lightning, purple, blue, and pink, were surging and flashing. The 3-colored thunder rolled, ruthlessly destroying the area around Su Yu. A blade of grass, a dead tree, even a piece of gravel was annihilated by the 3-colored thunder. Su Yu, standing in the center of the sea of thunder, was not affected by the thunder tribulation. At this moment, he was like the helmsman of this thunder punishment. The evil thunder is still spreading. Su Yu was in a bad mood. He had thought that Zai Lei was not simple, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. The thunder tribulation continued to spread, but he had no way to stop it. Rumbled. It spread to 300 miles, and some monsters were severely affected and annihilated in the 3-colored evil thunder. Even a 5th-level monster cannot escape the fate of extinction. Spreading over 500 miles, a vast forest was submerged in the sea of thunder. In just a moment, the entire forest disappeared into smoke. It spread thousands of miles away, affecting a human city, and all the people in the city were covered by the 3-colored thunder dragon. No! Su Yu tried frantically to suppress the evil thunder, but the evil thunder was not affected at all. Under Su Yu's horrified gaze, countless thunder dragons surged in the 3-colored sea of thunder and roared towards the city. Roar! What's going on? What's going on with this 3-colored lightning tribulation? Is some powerful being undergoing a tribulation in the city? What a terrifying thunder tribulation! No, I don't want to die, no. Mom, where are you? Woo a tilde tilde. Chapter 34. Inside the city, the spacious streets, magnificent buildings, and even the people in the city were being devoured by countless thunder dragons. In less than half an hour, the entire city was destroyed, and the three-colored thunder disaster dissipated. Suyu looked at the ruins below with bloodshot eyes. These are real lives, millions of lives. Although city destruction often happens in the cultivation world, and he doesn't consider himself a good person, these people are innocent and have done nothing wrong. I am the three-colored black demon that is despised by the world. Within a radius of thousands of miles, all lives were lost, and the entire area was reduced to ruins. At this moment, Suyu clearly realized what the three-colored black demon meant. If this continues, how many people will die when he breaks through to true God? Will the evil thunder spread to the entire continent? He began to be afraid of his current self, and he turned back into Mu Kingi. If revealing his true form would cause innocent casualties, he would rather be Mu Kingi forever. Suyu walked in a daze. Dear host, do not be sad. Life and death are impermanent, and the return of all things follows its own laws and trajectories. Within this city destroyed by the evil thunder, several fates of sinister killing are hidden. They are destined to slaughter all living things in the future. If you kill them, you will be saving the world. Are you trying to cheer me up? This is true. As a system, why would I need to lie to the host? And the host doesn't need to be so disgusted with the tri-colored bloodline. After the host completes the investment, there is a chance of finding special treasures that can eliminate, weaken, or even effectively utilize evil thunder. Special treasure? Suyu was slightly stunned. It's just a blood-cursed evil thunder. Of course it's okay. Suyu's mood really improved after hearing that Zai Lei could handle it. If Zai Lei could really handle it, he would feel less guilty in the future. And the host's true identity is a villain. Villains kill people without any reason. Thank you. Suyu was silent for a long time. He looked back at the endless ruins and was about to leave when a terrifying aura suddenly descended between heaven and earth. A dazzling light surged in the sky, and an old man in a black robe appeared in the air. He looked at the ruins below with a cold gaze, without any emotion. When his spiritual sense swept over, he couldn't help but frown. Strange, the aura of the three-colored black demon appeared just now, and even triggered the three-colored evil thunder. But why did it suddenly disappear inexplicably? The three-colored black monster. He never expected to encounter the legendary ancient evil beast here. As long as he refines its demon essence, he will surely be able to break through the shackles of semi-saint and reach the true saint realm. But now, the aura of the three-colored black demon suddenly disappeared right under his nose. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the old man in black robe raised his eyebrows and disappeared from the spot in a flash. A terrifying aura locked onto Suyu, making it impossible for him to move. The sword heart is clear, the innate Dao body. I'm afraid that there is no one in the entire Dongxuan region who can match this. The old man in black robe appeared in front of Suyu, looked at Suyu, and couldn't help licking his tongue. Even though he had experienced countless things and seen countless beauties, the woman in front of him was one of the most stunning ones. Girl, have you seen a three-colored spirit bird? Suyu's heart was shocked, and he immediately became alert. He didn't expect that his three-colored evil thunder would attract a strong man so quickly. He had seen the Tianzhen realm before, but the aura of the black-robed old man in front of him was far more terrifying than that of the Tianzhen realm. Fortunately, he turned back into Mu Qingyi. Otherwise, the invisibility talisman would not be hidden at all. Suyu said stiffly, "Senior, I have never seen any three-colored spirit bird. I just saw something strange here and came here to take a look." "Didn't you see it?" "Little girl, I see that you are very talented and beautiful. Are you interested in becoming my Taoist companion?" The old man in black robe looked serious, then smiled at Suyu. "Although I didn't encounter the three-colored black demon, it would be nice to get a woman with an innate Taoist body and a clear sword heart. As long as he practices dual cultivation with him, his speed of achieving sainthood will be several times faster than usual." "Taoist companion, I think it's Dinglu." Suyu was a little frightened. It's obvious that this old guy is not a good person. His strength is far superior to his. If he really falls into his hands, he will probably be worse than death. He then said with a stiff upper lip, "Senior, I am a disciple of the great elder Qingchenzi of the Zhanyu sect's Tianshu Peak." Zhanyue sect. The old man in black robe frowned. The Zhanyue sect was one of the dominant forces in the Dongxuan territory, and even he had to be wary of them. Seeing the black-robed old man looking thoughtful, Su Yu knew that he was weighing the pros and cons. If the other party secretly made up his mind, he would most likely be taken away by force. Su Yu hurriedly added, "Senior, I actually already have a Taoist partner. He is Yixuan, the only direct disciple of my Grand Master Liao Hongaming of the Zhan Yue sect, and he is also the champion of this Seven Veins martial arts competition. So I can only appreciate your kindness, Senior." Liao Hongaming. If the previous Zhan Yue sect made the black-robed old man hesitate, Liao Hongaming made him look fearful. Liao Hongaming, that old monster. Is this girl related to that old monster? Damn, that old guy is famous for being protective of his own kids. If he provokes him, he may not be his match even if he breaks through to the Saint Dao realm. Liao Hongaming had already achieved perfection in the saintly realm hundreds of years ago. He originally wanted to take the woman away by force, but now he instantly abandoned the idea. Humph, what a damn bad luck. The old man in black robes snorted coldly, glanced at Su Yu with dissatisfaction, and finally disappeared from the spot in a flash. The terrifying pressure dissipated, and the huge rock pressing on Su Yu's heart finally fell, and he felt relieved. Too terrifying. This is at least beyond the heavenly venerable realm. It seems I should avoid exposing my true self in the future. Otherwise, even my double might be affected. But it's all thanks to Yixuan. Thanks to him, I guess I should be nicer to him in the future. Su Yu looked at the direction where the other party disappeared with lingering fear. Seeing that the crisis was over, fearing that something unexpected would happen again, he transformed into a sword beam and fled. Chapter 35. Open thousands of miles away. Deep in the fantasy demon forest. In a magnificent hall, several figures were kneeling tremblingly. Both men and women, and they had non-human features. The men are all handsome, and the women are all stunningly beautiful. There is a throne at the top of the hall. On the throne, a woman sat elegantly. She is nearly 30 years old, with skin as white as snow, a charming face, and a pair of beautiful eyes that are full of charm and allure. Under the white velvet coat, she has an impressive voluptuous figure that can make countless men's blood boil. The most striking thing is the 9 long, furry tails swaying and dancing behind her. The stunning woman's purple demon-like pupils looked at the demons kneeling below with a hint of impatience and coldness. Ziokai haven't found it yet. The heavy atmosphere lasted for a long time, and the sound of a silver bell broke the silence. A man covered in black scales said in fear, "Master, we have searched all the surrounding human territories and even the territories of other demon races, but we still cannot find any trace of the young master. He has not revealed any trace of his presence, as if he has evaporated from the face of the earth." Hearing the words of the black-scaled man, fear flashed in the eyes of the woman with deer antlers on her head, and she quickly knelt down and kowtowed. "Master, the young master is blessed by heaven and will definitely be safe. Master, just give us a little more time, and we will definitely find the young master at all costs. Yes, master, please give us another chance." The 9-tailed fox's eyes were extremely cold. During the 2 months that Zio Kai was in seclusion, she had disappeared for more than 2 months. If the imperial seal she left on it had not disappeared, she would have suspected that Zio Kai had already died. However, with her level of cultivation, she could not trace the 3-colored black monster, which made her feel incredible. In this Dongshuan territory, there are only a handful of people who can stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Because the 3 black monsters were not dead, she did not kill the monsters below. "I'll give you one last chance. Keep searching. Even if you dig deep underground, I'll find it for you." "Yes, sir." The demons were shocked and agreed respectfully, before transforming into a ray of light and disappearing. The 9-tailed fox demon sighed softly as he watched the other demons disappear. Just as she was thinking, she seemed to sense something in the dark. Her purple eyes narrowed and her gaze turned to the north. She flashed and disappeared from the spot. Soon it appeared above a ruin. 3-colored evil lightning. Did Zairokai appear here not long ago? It's still alive. The 9-tailed fox demon looked surprised. She swept her spiritual sense around and found a figure lingering here, but her face turned cold. She waved her jade hand, and an old man in a black robe appeared before her. "Demon, the pressure from the demon emperor. Senior, please spare me. Senior, please spare me." When the old man in black robe reacted, deep fear appeared in his eyes. The demon emperor. This is the demon emperor who reigns supreme in every corner of the true spirit continent. Just now he had no choice but to let a junior go, and was unwilling to not find the 3-colored black monster. so he wanted to try his luck again. But unexpectedly, I met a demon emperor. The nine-tailed fox demon stared coldly at the black-robed old man. "What are you doing here? Are you trying to find the three-colored black demon and seize its demon essence?" "Senior, it's a misunderstanding. Boom! Before the black-robed old man could finish his words, an imperial aura came over him, and he instantly turned into a blood mist that scattered in all directions. A semi-saint fell so easily. After killing the old man in black robe, the nine-tailed fox demon felt no ripple in his heart. She had met too many greedy people before, and they all wanted to seize Zyro Kai's demon essence, but in the end they all died in her hands. A half-saint was not worth mentioning. She flashed with brilliance and disappeared from the spot. After 6 days, Su Yu finally arrived in Lingcheng safely. Lingcheng is located north of Jianyu sect. It is huge in scale and has many powerful people. It is one of the 5 major cities of Tianwu Empire. "Chief Madam, the young lady is back." The young lady is back from the Zangetsu sect. In the lobby, accompanied by a group of servants, a solemn-looking man and a beautiful woman who looked 60% similar to Mu Qingyi came slowly from the back door. When they looked at Su Yu in the lobby, they were very excited, and the beautiful woman stepped forward and hugged him immediately. "My dear daughter, after 3 years, you are finally back. Quick, let mother take a good look." "Not bad, not bad. You've developed very well. No wonder you've become the most beautiful woman in the Zhan Yue sect. You're worthy of being my daughter." After hugging Amelia Su, Mu's mother began to look around. Mu Qingyi was only 15 years old when she was taken to Zhan Yue sect by her father to practice. 3 years later, she was in her golden age and naturally changed a lot as she grew up. "Mother," Su Yu was helpless. The beautiful woman was named Gong Kinkyu. She was Mu Qingyi's biological mother, a 5th-rank alchemist, and the only wife of her father, Mu Yun. In Mu Qingyi's memory, both her father and mother loved her very much. The man next to him was naturally Mu Qingyi's biological father, Mu Yun, the head of the Mu family and the strongest man in Lingcheng. Okay, don't be so excited that the child is back," Mu Yun said kindly. "Child, did anything go wrong on the way back?" Su Yu shook her head. "Nothing unexpected. Father, the letter you sent me earlier said that something was going on and asked me to come back. What was it?" Mu's father and mother looked at each other, and they saw a smile in each other's eyes. Girl, the main reason I asked you to come back this time is to meet your fiancé. After all, he just came back from the Jihuang Palace not long ago." "What fiancé?" Su Yu was stunned. This piece of news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Su Yu, like a meteorite hitting the earth. Mu Qingyi unexpectedly had a fiancé. "Yes, this is the marriage contract we made with the royal family since we were young, but you were too young to know it then. Your fiancé is the 7th prince of the Tianwu Empire. It is rumored that he was born with the Azure Cloud sword body and is currently training in the Jihuang Palace. He is known as the peerless genius that appears once in 1,000 years in the Jihuang Palace. You are both kendo geniuses, so this marriage has been agreed upon by both sets of parents." 7th Prince Jai Ruking. He had heard that the 7th Prince of the Tianwu Empire was worshipped by thousands of swords when he was born, and he awakened the Qingyun sword body a few years ago. Qingyun sword body. That is the supreme sword body ranked 9th on the supreme divine body list. But he doesn't care how evil Jai Ruking is now. He doesn't want to have a fiancé for no reason. "Father, I feel this matter is biased and too hasty. We are still young, isn't it too early to talk about these things?" Su Yu defended anxiously. "Girl, Jai Ruking is a rare genius and worthy of you. If you miss this opportunity, you will never have it again," Mu's mother persuaded. Mu Yun also said, "We met that kid a few days ago. He's very steady and reliable. I think he's really a man I can entrust my life to, just like me." Hearing this, Mu's mother couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Chapter 36. "No, I don't want any engagement. I want to cancel the engagement." Su Yu resisted with all her might. Mu's father and mother looked at each other and shook their heads. Mu's mother stepped forward and comforted her. "My daughter, don't worry. Anyway, everything will wait until you meet in person first. After spending some time together and getting to know each other, you'll know if you're a good match or not. Maybe if you find it suitable, you won't want to quit. We're doing this for your own good. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to find a fiancé with a supreme body, especially one who's a perfect match for your talents. Besides, a royal marriage is not so easy to cancel. My dear girl, you should try to get along with him for a while. After that, we will not hinder your ideas. Tomorrow, I will invite Jai Ruking to come." They didn't expect their daughter's reaction to be so intense, even though they knew the other party had the Kingyun sword body. So they tried their best to persuade him. Su Yu gradually calmed down. He must cancel this marriage, but now is not the right time. After all, the other party is a prince of the royal family, and he is extremely talented. If you want to retreat, you have to make contact with him first and then find a proper reason. He also didn't want parents of this identity to be in a dilemma. So I have to stay and observe for a while. Jai Ruking, I want to see what kind of monster you are. Without mentioning the engagement, Mew's mother took Su Yu for a stroll around the house, occasionally asking him about his experiences over the past 3 years. Tianmu royal family, a backyard of a jade palace. A young man in his early 20s was practicing swordsmanship. His sword energy was so sharp and domineering that it seemed as if it could split the sky and the earth in half. Not long after, a palace maid came over respectfully with a letter in her hand, handed it to the young man, and then left. The young man raised his brows after opening the letter. "What's wrong, Ruking?" Seeing the young man silent for a long time, a voice deep in his mind couldn't help but ask. Jai Ruking shook his head slowly, and after reading it, the envelope was ignited by a flame. "Nothing, it's just that my fiancé has arrived at the Mew family, and the Mew family asked me to go there tomorrow. Xianxi, why do you want me to accept this marriage?" The voice in Jai Ruking's mind echoed again. "I've deduced for you before. The woman you're marrying is equally blessed with great fortune. Your fates don't conflict. In fact, with her assistance, you'll reach the pinnacle even faster." Jai Ruking was silent. Is he as lucky as him? He possessed the Kingyun sword body and was accompanied by the sword spirit of the supreme immortal weapon, the immortal slaying sword. At the age of 21, he had achieved the middle stage of the Ascension Emperor realm and became the #1 prodigy in the Jihuang Palace. The immortal slaying sword comes from the legendary upper realm. Can Mew Qingyi compare to him? Interesting, then I want to see what's different about you, Mew Qingyi. The next day, Mew family. Jai Ruking arrived as scheduled, accompanied by royal family members. Su Yu was called to entertain guests early in the morning. Walking on the corridor, Su Yu felt like crying but had no tears. "Let me entertain Jai Ruking. How about I just make a lasting impression on him? That way at least he'll back off." "That's something you can consider." "Wait, could this Jai Ruking also be a red destiny?" "Very likely. This Jai Ruking possesses a physique that ranks among the top 10 in the Supreme Divine Body list, and is also known as a peerless genius that has appeared in the Jihuang Palace for thousands of years. If he is really the red destiny, what should I do?" Yixuan has already become someone else's disciple and followed his master to practice, but now he is nowhere to be seen. It's not easy for him to invest and care for the other person anytime and anywhere, but Jai Ruking can use her identity as his fiancée to keep investing. While thinking, Su Yu had already followed the maid to the living room. In the main hall, Mew's mother was accompanied by a beautiful woman in gorgeous clothes. There were many people in the guest hall, but Su Yu could recognize Jai Ruking at a glance. At a tea table far away from the discussion area, a young man in his early 20s sat down calmly. He has a handsome face, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes, and his smile is like a gentle breeze blowing on your face. Dressed in a white robe, purple boots, and with a 3-foot green peak around his waist, he looked like an immortal. And above his head, 3 bright red characters appeared, Jai Ruking. Is it really the red destiny? Su Yu was slightly stunned. Good man, they really are attracted to each other. Although his level of destiny is not as deep as Yixuan's, it is about the same as Mew Qingyi's. Direction of the guest area. Jai Ruking was briefly stunned when he saw Su Yu. With this look and this attire, she must be Mew Qingyi, right? She truly deserves the title of the most beautiful woman in the Zhan Yue sect. What, are you stunned? Weren't you looking down on me yesterday? The teasing voice of Shixian came from Jai Ruking's mind. Jai Ruking's face showed a hint of embarrassment, and he coughed lightly. What's so different about her? She has a clear sword mind, an innate Dao body, and a mysterious immortal aura that is hidden deep within. She has reached the peak of the King realm. This girl's talent is truly extraordinary. A strange look flashed in Jai Ruking's eyes. So many talents. Sit high above. When Su Yu arrived, Mew's mother smiled and said to the beautiful woman in gorgeous clothes sitting opposite her, "Sister Rong, this is my daughter Qingyi. Qingyi, haven't you met concubine Zai, His Royal Highness the 7th Prince?" Su Yu bowed slightly. Qingyi greets the imperial concubine, His Majesty Ruking. Concubine Zai's beautiful eyes lit up, and she immediately stood up and helped Su Yu up. "The more I look at her, the more satisfied I feel. There is a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. One glance from her could captivate a city, another could captivate a nation. Very good, very good. She is indeed a peerless beauty. My son's marriage to King Yi is truly a blessing from his past life. Su Yu's face froze. Your Highness, you are too kind. Mrs. Zai shook her head slightly and patted the back of Su Yu's hand with a smile. I never speak nonsense. King Yi, take Ruking to visit your mansion. Remember to get along well with each other. Mother Mew also came down and echoed. That's right, you must entertain the 7th Prince well and don't neglect his Highness. Ruking, don't bully me. King Yi hasn't married yet, so don't do anything that goes beyond her rights. I understand, Mother, Queen Mother. Su Yu sighed secretly. He also understood that this was a chance for both parents to be alone. So Su Yu took Jai Ruking out of the guest hall and walked on the Bluestone Road. Su Yu just walked on his own. He didn't talk to Jai Ruking, nor did he look at him, because he was thinking about how to deal with the relationship with the other party now. In Su Yu's view, this action was to keep distance. But Jai Ruking found it a little funny. He thought Su Yu was a cold and aloof person who was not good at communication. When facing the opposite sex of noble status and good ability, he did not show any flattery. Have your own personality. Well, not bad, very cute. The two of them kept silent until they had walked for a long time. Then Jai Ruking spoke first. Aunt Q asked you to treat me well. Is this your way of treating me? You kept silent all the time. Su Yu replied, King Yi originally thought that your Highness did not like to talk much, so I led your Highness to appreciate the scenery of my Mew family. Jai Ruking nodded slightly. I really don't like people who are good at talking. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yu asked, Your Highness, what do you think of our engagement? Do you think it's a bit too hasty? Chapter 37. Haste, this is the custom of our Tianwu Empire. How can it be called hasty? Customs are customs, and this is not the intention. Jai Ruking frowned. So you think the engagement between you and me is not to your liking? Su Yu nodded. I just think we are still young and should focus on cultivating the Tao. What about after you practice Taoism? The practice of Taoism never ends. After practicing Taoism, you will naturally continue to practice Taoism. Interesting. Jai Ruking stared at Su Yu's face, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. The Mew Mansion should have a martial arts training ground or something like that, right? Come with me and practice there. You have a clear mind for swordsmanship and good skills. Let me see what you are capable of. Su Yu's eyes lit up. He also wanted to see how powerful Jai Ruking was. But this is not the first priority. Your Highness, let's go have a cup of tea before we go. After all, my mother said she needs to entertain you first. No need, let's go directly to the martial arts training ground. It doesn't really matter whether you drink tea or not. No, I have to go. If I don't treat you well, my mother will blame me, Su Yu insisted. This was the first time Jai Ruking saw Su Yu with such an expression, and he immediately started laughing again unconsciously. Never mind, in that case, let's go drink your so-called tea first. You should call me Ruking, and I'll call you King Yi too. This way it won't seem too distant. Yes, Your Highness. Jai Ruking looked at him with his eyes slightly narrowed, and just as he was about to raise his foot, he stopped again. Su Yu, okay, Your Highness Ruking. Jai Ruking was stunned. He didn't say anything more, just shook his head slightly and followed Su Yu's pace. Soon, they arrived at the flower pavilion in the backyard. It seemed that for some reason there was silence and no one around. Su Yu gestured to Jai Ruking to sit on the stone chair while she made tea. He originally planned to refine all the high-level natural treasures into it. However, not long ago, when he broke through to the peak of the King Realm, he used up most of the natural treasures and suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. Now we can only mix in some of the remaining natural treasures. Soon, Su Yu placed a cup of tea in front of Jai Ruking. Jai Ruking, is this thing tea? Although he was not often in the Tianwu Empire, he had drunk many famous teas. This thing has nothing to do with tea. This is to integrate a variety of natural treasures into it to form a hodgepodge. Jai Ruking raised his nose and sniffed. No, he was wrong. They were actually pills. Tell you this, did you make this tea? Su Yu nodded slightly and said, drink it. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Originally, Jai Ruking wanted to say that he didn't want to drink it, but when he saw Su Yu's expectant look, he finally swallowed it all. Gurgle tilde. How about it? Good tea. Ding, congratulations to the host on your successful investment. Investment resources. Golden Essence Pill, Healing Pill, Shadow Moon Lotus, Shattered Spirit Jade. Investment target, Jai Ruking, Red Fate. Rewards now being announced. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5th grade elixir essence pill, the 6th grade heavenly treasure Hun Tian Xuan Yi, and a copy of the 7th grade formation master's memory inheritance. How many 4th level treasures did you throw in to get these? In fact, the reward is okay, but it is obviously not enough for Yi Xuan's red destiny. As expected, junior brother is still the best. Damn Yi Xuan, choose your sister's old man. I went to great lengths to get him to join us and treated him so well, but in the end he chose someone else, and all my efforts went to waste. Okay, now everyone is unhappy. Are you satisfied? Shit, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Although Suyu looked very cute when she was sulking, Jai Ruking was also suspicious. What's wrong, Kingy? Are you feeling unwell? Suyu rejected it. It's okay, I just thought of something. Jai Ruking's eyes flashed with doubt, but he didn't think much about it. In that case, let's go to the martial arts training ground. Suyu nodded. He no longer had any rare treasures and got what he wanted. A 5th grade medicinal pill, plus a 6th grade natural treasure, might be enough for him to reach the Emperor realm. The inheritance of a 7th grade formation master looks pretty good too. With Jai Ruking, the two came to Mu Kingy's exclusive martial arts training ground. On the martial arts field, Jai Ruking took out a golden patterned spiritual sword and said, Kingy, use all your strength and let me see your swordsmanship. Suyu nodded. He knew that Jai Ruking was already in the middle stage of the Ascension Emperor realm, and he was no match for him, so it didn't matter if he used all his strength in swordsmanship. Immediately, the white crane was summoned, and the Qingyun congling sword technique was wielded. Pure, ethereal, and unreal. This was Jai Ruking's first impression of Suyu's sword intent. His Qingyun sword intent surged, and he used sword techniques to attack forward. 2 rays of light, one white and one blue, intertwined in this huge martial arts field. The brilliant golden light hit them. The sword intent stirred up the wind and clouds, and countless sword techniques clashed with each other. The woman was stunningly beautiful, and the man was handsome, like a pair of immortal lovers who had descended to earth. Every time Jai Ruking encountered the cold and aloof swordsman in white, he found it difficult to calm his emotions. Half an hour later, it was obvious that Suyu's explosive power was getting stronger and stronger. There's no need to be so serious, right? She made every move of her sword with no reservations, and the ferocity of her sword moves was at least that of an 8th grade holy sword technique. It seems that the Zhan Yue sect values her talent very much. Perhaps they will meet in the upcoming 4 sects competition. Jai Ruking narrowed her eyes slightly. Since she wanted to see the power of the Qingyun sword body, then let her wish come true. As her fiancé, he felt he needed to show her his strong side. Well, the Qingyun sword intent soared into the sky, and Suyu's pressure doubled in an instant. Ice the rivers. The Lingbing Paxiao sword was used, and the ethereal sword energy condensed into ice and turned into a glacier that crashed into the Qingyun sword intent. A violent explosion was heard, and the glacier was destroyed in the vortex of green sword energy. The green sword energy passed through the glacier and came towards Suyu to kill him. Not good. Such a scene made Jai Ruking's heart tighten. He seemed to want to show his strength too much. The true Qingyun sword intent combined with the Shengwang realm is simply not something Mu Qingyi can contend with. The Qingyun sword intent flew towards Suyu like a wild horse. When she was only 3 feet away from him, Suyu used the floating light and shadow technique and turned into a phantom to avoid him. However, one of the biggest characteristics of Qingyun sword intent is speed. Suyu did not completely escape, and when he dodged, his right arm was still pierced by a sword light. The white dress was torn, revealing the crystal clear and smooth shoulders. A deep, bright red sword mark was left, and blood was constantly flowing out. Qingyi, are you okay? Jai Ruking instantly came to Suyu's side, and a trace of regret flashed through his heart when he saw this scene. He was careless and didn't expect that his sword energy would actually hurt Mu Qingyi. Fortunately, Qingyi reacted quickly. Otherwise, it would not just be the right shoulder that was injured. I'm sorry, Qingyi, it's my fault. I shouldn't have used my full strength. Suyu said expressionlessly. It's okay, just a minor injury. Come, I'll help you heal. No need, I can do it myself. Seeing Jai Ruking was about to take action, Suyu quickly stopped him. Jai Ruking's face suddenly flashed with anger. I'll do it. Your right shoulder is injured now, and you can't move your right hand at all. Let me help you. Sit down nicely. Chapter 38. Suyu didn't know what to say about Jai Ruking's tough attitude. It was indeed inconvenient because of the injury on her right shoulder. So the two of them came to the stone bench for rest. Suyu sat down, and Jai Ruking half knelt in front of Su Yu. Hiss! He tore open the clothes on Su Yu's right shoulder, exposing all the sword wounds. But at the same time, more of the snow-white skin was exposed. The skin is as delicate as a baby's, crystal clear, and as delicate and smooth as porcelain. As soon as this most perfect work of art, which seemed to be carefully crafted by nature, appeared, Jai Ruking's attention was involuntarily attracted to it. This. He swallowed silently, feeling a heat and strangeness in his heart, his eyes secretly cast on Su Yu's whole body. At this moment, she was like a fairy in white who had fallen into the mortal world. Her cold and beautiful face carried a trace of human emotions. Have you seen enough? Su Yu cast a cold gaze at Jai Ruking and couldn't help cursing in his heart. This guy looks like a gentleman, but unexpectedly he is also a shameless person who is tempted by women. Even men are not spared. No, sorry. Jai Ruking blushed, feeling a little ashamed, and even wanted to slap herself. He is the #1 genius in the Jihuang Palace, so why is he so useless when he sees a woman? My resolve is unwavering and as solid as a rock. After coming to his senses, he quickly took out several bottles of medicine from the space ring. After thinking for a moment, he took out a clean white cloth. He first poured the liquid medicines from various medicine bottles together and stirred them evenly. Then he gently placed the white cloth soaked in the liquid medicine on the wound where the flesh and blood had exploded. The severe pain in her shoulder made Su Yu let out a slight Seeing this scene, Jai Ruking, who had calmed down, blushed again and turned her head away. Oh my God, you can't blame him for this. Who the hell can stand you like this? King Yun's sword intent is not an ordinary sword intent. Only a specific medicinal liquid can completely eliminate it. I'll give you a few more pills to take internally later. Combined with your innate Taoist body, you'll be fully recovered in less than a day. Su Yu nodded, thank you. Jai Ruking shook his head and turned his gaze back. I accidentally hurt you. I should apologize to you. You already said that. After Su Yu signaled him to let go, he held the white cloth with his left hand. He looked at Jai Ruking, as if he was sizing her up again, and said with a half smile, Your Highness, the 7th Prince, have you never been in love? Why are you so shy when meeting men? Or women? With your looks and talent, there must be a lot of women who like you, right? Haven't you ever met any? Jai Ruking's face showed a hint of embarrassment. No, it's mainly because you're so beautiful, King Yi, and you're my fiancé. I can't help but feel a little uncomfortable. As for other women, I look down on them completely. Speaking of this, Jai Ruking's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Whether in the Jihuang Palace or in the Tianwu Empire, too many women have expressed their love for him, but he turned a blind eye and watched coldly. Originally, he had no such plan, but now he met the woman in front of him. Jai Ruking's eyes were fixed on Su Yu, with a hint of something strange flashing across his face. He pursed his lips slightly. King Yi, you just asked me if I had ever been involved with other women. Could it be that? You are afraid that I have been involved with other women. Su Yu's mouth twitched. You feel good about yourself. No, didn't I just say you were too shy? Su Yu stood up and had no intention of staying any longer. King Yun's sword body, the supreme physique, is extremely powerful. I am no match for it. But I've suffered some minor injuries now, so I can't accompany you anymore. King Yi will stay here for the time being. Jai Ruking looked a little regretful. Good moments are always short-lived. He looked at Su Yu's shoulders and felt a little sorry for her, but he also knew that she needed to rest. In that case, you should have a good rest. I will come to see you another day. Are you coming again? Su Yu's face twitched. Forcing him to have such an ambiguous conversation with a grown man is simply killing him. But on second thought, the other party is the Red Destiny, so it would be much easier for me to make money from him. King Yi says goodbye. Su Yu took back the white crane, said goodbye to Jai Ruking, and went back to his side hall. Jai Ruking stared at the beautiful figure in white for a long time, until she disappeared, and then he came back to his senses. Inside his body, Shixian teased, So what? I told you she's the right one for you, right? Look at you, you're so excited right now. What, have you made up your mind? Jai Ruking nodded with a determined look. I've made up my mind. I must marry her. She is the woman destined for my life, Jai Ruking. There is no escape. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a brilliant swordsmanship. She's not shy but pure, cold, and has a good temper. Even he had to admit that it was a blessing to marry a woman like this. No woman had ever caught Jai Ruking's eye before, and Mu Qingyi was the first one. Mu Qingyi. Jai Ruking stood there for a few seconds, muttering 3 words, and finally left the martial arts field. Su Yu quickly returned to her side hall. King Yun's sword body, this physique is indeed very strong. Frankly speaking, even his sword heart and innate Taoist body combined are still no match for the King Yun's sword body. That King Yun's sword intent was too overbearing. The level of heart palpitations he experienced was only caused by Yi Xuan's fighting heavenly body. However, Yi Xuan's sense of oppression was not as strong as Jai Ruking's. Duzhen Tianti ranks 6th on the supreme list, and King Yun's sword body ranks 9th. Generally speaking, the former is stronger than the latter. Su Yu also knew that this was due to the difference in cultivation level and the length of time it took to awaken. It is said that each of these red destinies has a supreme body. Could it be that the red configuration is the supreme body? Then why don't you have one? After observing for half a day, it turns out that Jai Ruking seems to have a crush on me. When Su Yu thought of this, she felt a headache. Jai Ruking has a good impression of me and is likely to insist on the engagement. If I broke off the engagement at that time, it would inevitably cause trouble and might even arouse Jai Ruking's hatred. Originally, he wanted to secretly give Jai Ruking a cold shoulder, but the red destiny forced him to endure it. The situation seems to be a bit troublesome. I want to have an affair with Jai Ruking for a while to get some benefits from him, but I also want to achieve my goal of breaking off the engagement in the end. So I can't stay close to Jai Ruking forever. I have to give him a little sweet treat before hitting him hard. That's it. Looks like the top pulling master has to come online. He wanted to fight with Jai Ruking and finally escape unscathed. He was actually pulling before. Jai Ruking couldn't stop because of her reluctant yet welcoming attitude. Yi Xuan's path has been ruined. It was his own choice and there was nothing he could do about it. Maybe I can get some more later, but not too much. If he could successfully become his junior fellow apprentice, he would cancel the marriage on the spot without any hesitation. As for the fate of accepting the marriage proposal, forget it. He is a demon, an evil beast. He had tried so hard to make Yi Xuan his junior fellow apprentice because he had a legitimate reason to invest. Otherwise, he would have confirmed their relationship as Taoist partners long ago. Why would he bother with this unnecessary effort? After making the decision, Su Yu began to refine the Huntian Xuan Yi. Chapter 39. The next day, Su Yu's injuries were completely healed. When Su Yu came to the back pavilion and saw the familiar figure again, her face froze. Jai Ruking, didn't he return to the Imperial City? Why is he still in the Spirit City? Where is the agreed date? Your chosen date is tomorrow, brother. Seeing Su Yu coming out, Jai Ruking walked over with a smile. You don't have much to do in Lingcheng anyway, come on. I'll take you to the Imperial City. No. Are you going to refuse so quickly? Jai Ruking raised his eyebrows. She showed a hint of friendliness yesterday, but now she refuses so bluntly. Su Yu, no, I mean I'm still in the critical period of cultivation and can't get away. Jai Ruking shook his head and said, don't practice all the time. You should combine work and rest. Let's go. You probably haven't been to the Imperial City yet. As he said that, he took Su Yu's hand and walked out. I have to tell my parents first. I've already told my uncle and aunt, don't worry. In desperation, Su Yu was taken by Jai Ruking to a magnificent spiritual sail and sailed towards the Imperial City. Lingcheng, as one of the 4 major cities of the Tianwu Empire, is closest to the Imperial City. It takes less than a day to get there. The two arrived quickly. After docking the spiritual sail, Jai Ruking took Su Yu through the streets of the Imperial City. The scale of the Imperial City is several times larger than that of the Spirit City, and the flow of people is also extremely large. This is the flower capital of the Imperial City. Most young men and women come here when they have nothing to do. This is my first time here too. Besides Su Yu, Jai Ruking explained with a smile. He usually stays in the Jihuang Palace. In fact, not to mention here, there are not many places he is familiar with in the entire Imperial City. Therefore, although the people of the Tianwu Empire had heard of his name, they had rarely seen his true face. Walking through the crowd, countless eyes were cast on Su Yu with extreme impudence, all revealing surprise and passion. Compared to the most beautiful woman in a super sect, the beauties in the empire who come from ordinary people are inferior in terms of appearance and temperament. Snort. Feeling so many eyes staring at Su Yu nakedly, Jai Ruking couldn't help but snort coldly. The powerful aura from him, comparable to that of a heavenly lord, spread out, causing the peepers' hearts to tremble and a look of fear to appear. They lowered their heads and dared not peek anymore. Do you have a mask? If you do, you'd better put it on. Su Yu nodded slightly, and he took out a white veil from the space ring and put it on. The two continued wandering, and soon came to a spacious square. There are many stalls along the main road here, and the traffic is very busy. The stall owner shouted enthusiastically to passers-by, which was a bit noisy. This is a huge trading place. However, when Suyu scanned with his spiritual sense, he found that most of the items being traded were not rare treasures, but some strange and bizarre objects that Suyu had never seen before. Looking at Suyu, Jairuking thought for a moment and pulled him to a stall. This stall is filled with exquisite and gorgeous women's decorations. Jairuking looked at it for a long time, and finally took out a jade hairpin from it. The body of the hairpin seems to be made of pure green jade, and the head of the hairpin is a dazzling amber peony flower with a small green dragonfly wrapped around the petals. At this moment, it is emitting a faint glow, revealing the extraordinary nature of the hairpin. The stall owner was a thin, middle-aged man with shifty eyes and a noticeable black mole on his upper lip. His eyes lit up when he saw Jairuking pick up the jade hairpin. "Sir, you have good eyesight. This is a tourmaline dragonfly peony hairpin. It is forged from the green source pearl and the third-level natural treasure, the jade amber peony. It is a top-grade jade hairpin." "How much?" Jairuking asked coldly. The middle-aged man with the black mole looked Suyu and Jairuking up and down. It was obvious from the way these two people were dressed that they were not short of money, but their looks and demeanor clearly showed that their social status was not low either. The trading market is full of good and bad people, and the most important thing is to be able to stay out of it. So he could only offer a price that was neither too high nor too low. "Since you two are strangers and this is our first meeting, I'll charge you 500 low-grade spirit stones." "That's a pretty good price." Jairuking immediately took out a bag of spirit stones and threw it on the stall. "Deal." Middle-aged man with black mole. "Is he driving too little?" Jairuking held the jade hairpin in his pocket and handed it to Suyu. He smiled and said, "This can be regarded as a gift for our first meeting. I give it to you, Kingi." Suyu stared at the jade hairpin in his hand. If that was his true intention, he could have refused. But this red destiny is trying to contact him. He couldn't refuse decisively. After all, he needed to invest in the other party. So he had to accept this jade hairpin. But he is a cold and aloof person, so he can't accept it directly. The master of pulling and tugging's unique secret question: how to make the destined male protagonist with personality further develop affection and dependence on yourself. When facing a strong-willed person of the same sex, X, or the opposite sex, from a woman's perspective, as long as she has achieved a certain level of success, she must maintain her own personality and keep a sense of alienation and distance. Don't go along with the man's wishes, but do the opposite of what he wants so that he will pay attention to you and what you are doing. Then create another coincidence, and finally use an attitude of wanting to refuse, but also to welcome it to push the matter to completion, making him happy and greatly satisfying his vanity. In conclusion, he had to refuse Jairuking's gift, and finally create a coincidence to accept the jade hairpin. Looking at the jade hairpin, Suyu raised his eyebrows, pondered for a moment, and said, "That's not good after all. My mother once said that giving a man a hairpin has extraordinary meaning." Jairuking was stunned, and looking at Suyu's appearance, he felt that it was indeed unreasonable. The main reason is that the time they have been in contact is too short. Mu Kingi has a very cold personality, and it is a huge concession that she agreed to come to visit the imperial city with him. The meaning of the hosta is indeed extraordinary. If you force her to accept the lily, she will definitely be annoyed. "But I brought her here just to buy her something." "Well then, if that's the case, I'll put this hairpin away for now and give it to you when the time is right." Suyu thought for a moment and finally agreed. Jairuking looked delighted. As long as Kingi had an accepting attitude, it would be fine. I believe that, with his efforts, he will be able to win the heart of the beautiful woman in the future. Jairuking carefully put the jade hairpin into the space. It seemed that he had to find a way to make Kingi accept the jade hairpin. After temporarily dealing with the jade hairpin issue, suddenly an explosion was heard in a border town somewhere in the imperial city. The sound of the explosion was mixed in with the clamor of the market and was difficult to detect. However, with their keen perception, Suyu and Jairuking still sensed something unusual. Tianzun realm. A Tianzun actually appeared in the imperial city. Jairuking's eyes flickered. In the imperial city, the highest realm was only the Tai Shang of the royal family. That is, his grandfather was in the middle stage of Tianzun, and this was also the only Tianzun in the Tianwu Empire. However, now that several auras of the Heavenly Lord have appeared, It seems that this matter is not simple. Do you want to go and take a look? Suyu asked Jai Ruking. Are you okay here by yourself? How about you come with me? Jai Ruking really wanted to go and see what was going on, but he was worried about King being here alone. Suyu chuckled. It's okay. Although I'm only at the king level, if the Heavenly Venerable doesn't show up, no one can do anything to me. Finally, Jai Ruking had no choice but to agree. Before leaving, he solemnly instructed, be careful until I come back. Stay here. I'll be back soon. After saying this, he turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the sky. Chapter 40. After Jai Ruking left, Suyu finally felt relieved. Although he looks like a woman, his soul is that of a man. Therefore, he was not interested in these strange things from the empire. He began to wander around the market, trying to find a quiet place to rest. As he passed by a stall, an old woman in gray clothes saw the woman in front of her and her eyes lit up. She hurried out of the stall and stood in front of Suyu. Are you here at the market to buy something for your beloved? Given the girl's figure and temperament, she must have already met many powerful and admired emperors and has her own crush, right? Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly and he stopped. What choice does the mother-in-law have? Look this way, girl. The old woman brought Suyu to the stall and picked up a piece of rare jade. This is a jade rui, which symbolizes peace, good fortune, and everything going well. This kind of thing is often given by women to their lovers. This jade rui is made of high-grade Lingshan jade and is worth 10 low-grade spirit stones. Girl, do you think it suits you? Looking at you, Rui, Suyu couldn't help but agree. Although he didn't understand jade, he knew through his spiritual sense that this jade was quite extraordinary. Giving it as a gift to Yixuan and the others is indeed a good choice. Mother-in-law, give me 2 pieces. No. Give me $10. $10? Even the old woman was stunned after hearing Suyu's words. She didn't expect that the fairy in white with a cold temperament would ask for so much. But this is naturally something she is happy about. 10 jade rui pieces, a huge profit. After carefully selecting 10 jade rui and handing them to Suyu, she smiled and said, Miss, giving your lover a jade rui as a gift alone seems a bit lacking in affection. Why not buy a few more gifts? Perhaps your lover will have different preferences. I also have various jade pendants, sachets, wooden hairpins, magic swords, belt hooks. Suyu thought for a moment, then give me 10 more sachets. Okay, wait a moment, girl. After settling the bill, Suyu walked out of the stall with a full load. He put the jade pendant and sachet into the space ring. It seems like Jai Ruking will be here for a while. Why don't you go pick out a few more pieces? Well, you have to be very careful to control the child of destiny. Not only do you have to deceive them, but you also have to deceive yourself to perform perfectly. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense, so Suyu began to carefully browse the market again. And just as he was carefully selecting at a stall, not far behind, a girl with twin ponytails, about 15 or 16 years old, wearing a green floral dress, stared at Suyu. Her height reached Mu Qingyi's chest, and her face was as delicate as a porcelain doll with a little baby fat. A pair of big watery eyes are clean and lively, as if they can speak. It gives people a clear, bright, very cute, and naughty feeling at first glance. The girl was nervously followed by 2 maids, who were following her footsteps closely, afraid to leave their sight. The girl trotted over and gently tugged at the corner of Suyu's clothes with her delicate little hands. Suyu, who was carefully selecting at the moment, turned around and looked down at the girl with confusion. What's wrong? Is there something wrong, little sister? Jai Lingyu looked at Suyu curiously. Sister, are you visiting the market alone? No, I'm here with a friend, but he left for something and won't be back until later. So that's how it is, Jai Lingyu said again. Who are you, sister? Whose daughter are you? I've been in the imperial city for so long, why have I never seen you before? This was also the reason why she came to him. Although she was wearing a veil, she still looked stunning from other aspects. It is impossible for her not to know such a beauty in the imperial city, and it is impossible for her not to have a reputation. I'm not from Imperial City, I just arrived here today. So he's not from Imperial City, no wonder. Suyu asked, little sister, what's the matter with you coming here? Jai Lingyu smiled. Nothing, I just saw that my sister is so beautiful that I wanted to get to know her. Also, I see that you are alone, sister, and the people around you look at you with ill intentions, so I want to remind you. Suyu looked around and found that there were indeed many covetous eyes looking at her. Only after meeting his gaze did they restrain themselves and lower their heads. Given his appearance, even though he was wearing a veil and was alone, it naturally aroused suspicion and concerns. Suyu sneered in his heart, but looked at the girl with a hint of gratitude on his face. Thanks for the reminder. By the way, little sister, what's your name? My name is Jai Lingyu. When Jai Lingyu blurted out her name without hesitation, the maids behind her were all shocked. They came up to her and whispered in her ear, Your Highness, you cannot reveal your real name. If the people in the imperial city knew your identity, there's no telling what might happen. Yes, princess, you sneaked out. It seems something unexpected happened at Suzukurai. Why don't we go back? If anything goes wrong, the king will definitely punish us. Jai Lingyu said calmly, Don't worry, there are strong men from the Jihuang Palace in the imperial city, so there won't be any big problems. This sister is from another place. She won't know my identity, and she definitely doesn't look like a bad person. I finally managed to leave the palace this time with the opportunity of an inspection, so please don't cause any more trouble for me. The two maids looked at each other and finally sighed helplessly. Princess Lingyu loves the hustle and bustle so much that they have to keep a close eye on her every time. Surname Jai. Su Yu raised her eyebrows. The surname Jai was the royal surname of the Tianwu Empire. It seemed that this little girl had some blood relationship with Jai Ruking. Sister, why don't we go together? This way we can have someone to look after us. That way they won't stare at you unscrupulously. Jai Lingyu invited Su Yu. Su Yu thought for a moment and agreed. Okay, then I'll trouble Lingyu. Jai Lingyu smiled and took Su Yu's arm, then skipped into the inner area of the market. Okay, sister, don't worry. As long as I'm here, they won't dare to act rashly. Sister, you are from another place. Lingyu will take you to visit the market today. Usually, markets like this have a wide variety of things, but if you buy anything, there's bound to be something you like. She took Su Yu to stroll around the market, but not long after, a terrifying energy ripple began to form in the sky above the market, spreading from far away to near. Energy ripples surged into a hurricane, sweeping across the entire market. What's going on? What happened? Oh no, the war at Suzukurai has spread here. Run. The crowd was shocked and began to flee after the accident. P.S. Sorry, I got the wrong chapter. This is the correct one. This book is currently in the verification phase. I hope everyone will follow and give it a good review so that I can continue writing this book smoothly. Symbol 324, letter 1D55, symbol 324. Chapter 41. A man in a black robe flew past over the imperial city. The pressure of the heavenly lord around him was like a mountain, pressing down on those around him and making it impossible to breathe. Humph, a tiny Jihuang palace wants to destroy my three colors holy sect. You are truly overestimating yourselves. When the evil god descends, you ants will be dead. Yichu snorted coldly, his face looking a little ugly. He had just been targeted by two heavenly lords, and now he had suffered some injuries. He continued to fly away, and when his spiritual sense saw the graceful figure in white below, his pupils suddenly lit up. Is this the aura of the innate Tao body? This woman actually has an innate Taoist body. Innate Taoist body, as long as he catches this woman and lets her practice dual cultivation. Then not only will his injuries recover quickly, but his cultivation level will even increase dramatically if he persists. After concentrating for a moment, he rolled up his black robe and flew rapidly towards the figure below. Careful! Su Yu, who was far away in the market, keenly sensed the danger coming. A white crane appeared in his hand, and he swung the Lingbing Paxiao sword, with white sword light exploding towards the black shadow. The aftermath subsided, and the man in black robe appeared in front of Su Yu, licking his bloody lips. Woman, you are quite pretty. Come with me and become my Taoist companion, and I can save you from death. Su Yu frowned. Didn't Jai Ruking solve the problem? How could there be a Tianzan left out? This guy is really unreliable. Behind Su Yu, Jai Lingyu looked at the other person in horror. The aura of the man prevented her from having the slightest thought of resistance. Sister, can you beat him? This guy looks quite powerful. Stay away, the farther the better. Su Yu pushed Jai Lingyu away and then took off into the air. You want me to be your Taoist partner? Well, I'll see if you have what it takes. After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and flew into the sky. This person's target is me, so it's best to lead him away without hurting innocent people. Wanna run? Heh tilde. No woman I like can escape from my grasp. Seeing Su Yu escape, Yichu flicked his sleeves and turned into a black wind to chase after her. The two men fled and chased each other, one in front and one behind, until they were far away from the imperial city. Yichu cast a barrier with his palm, instantly covering the two of them. Where are you running to now? Su Yu had a blank expression on his face. He did not run away, but faced the man in black robe with a sword in hand. You seem injured. Yichu's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous arc forming. Why, you're injured. Do you think you can defeat the Heavenly Lord with your king-level cultivation? How do you know if you don't try? Su Yu had a cold expression, and when there was no one around, he was possessed by the spirit of immortals. He must do his best to get rid of the man in front of him before another emergency occurs. He was confident that he could kill the other party. Yichu was shocked by Su Yu's drastic change in temperament, but compared to fear, he was more excited. The woman in front of him was the most stunning person he had ever seen in his life, and he absolutely could not let her go. Heh, now I'm even more interested in you. He stretched out his hand, and a 10-foot-long hand carrying amazing spiritual power grasped Su Yu. Seeing the opportunity, Su Yuling swung out the ice-breaking sky sword and chopped off the giant hand. He flashed in front of Yichu at a rapid speed, and the white crane in his hand, wrapped in pure sword intent, chopped towards his head. Yichu, who was in the Tianzun realm, easily captured Su Yu's whereabouts. Dark spiritual power eroded his right hand, and he stretched out his hand to grasp the sword light. Bang! The palm and the sword light collided, and the powerful force made Yichu's eyes shrink suddenly. The next second, his body retreated 100 meters under the terrifying force. The powerful impact twisted his internal organs, causing a huge upheaval. You have just reached the perfect king stage. Why is your power so strong? Yichu was dumbfounded. Although he was injured, he was still able to maintain 60% of his level. But now he can't withstand the opponent's sword. Su Yu repelled Yichu with a sword and did not give him a chance to breathe. It's about gathering all your strength. Tai Ling Kaian Fa Ju, the innate Taoist body, the clear sword heart, and the immortal spirit. Use all your strength. All paths converge into one. An unprecedented sword light gathered on the white crane and slashed towards Yichu. This is the innate magical power that comes from the innate Taoist body. Su Yu integrated his strength into his swordsmanship, hoping to deal a fatal blow to Yichu. "Want to kill me? You're 10,000 years too early. Damn woman, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." A terrifying and ferocious look appeared on Yichu's face. He knew that this blow would cause him unforeseen damage, but he won't let her have an easy time either. Suddenly, the life source in his body burned with all its might. A ferocious wolf, as if from the netherworld, appeared. Its eyes are like a candled dragon, its face is like an evil ghost, and its aura shakes heaven and earth. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the sword light. Boom! A terrifying explosion was heard, and at the moment when the sword light completely tore Yichu's body into pieces, Su Yu's figure flew backwards 1,000 meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breathing became weak and unstable. He's also a lunatic. Su Yu looked at Yichu, whose body was completely destroyed and nothing was left, and cursed softly while enduring the pain. Burning one's own life source is equivalent to self-destruction. This means giving up all chances of survival. The power of this attack exceeded all of Yichu's attacks during his lifetime. If he didn't have a strong foundation, he would have failed here. Frankly speaking, even if he faced Yichu in his prime, he would not want to face Tianzun, who was reckless and self-destructive. Let's go back first. Jai Ruking should be back soon. Su Yu changed her clothes and went back. This was his first real injury. In the past, he would always get hurt while trying to promote the relationship with his destined child, thus acting in sad dramas. Often, it is heartbreaking that makes them feel heartbroken. If you don't get hurt passively, you don't know how to tease the other person. At that time, I had the male protagonist who was destined to take care of me, but now I can only endure it myself. This time it depends on whether Jai Ruking can seize the opportunity. Su Yu returned to the market. Because of Yichu's previous appearance, people in the market fled. The huge place that was usually bustling became empty, quiet, and deserted. Su Yu returned to the original place and discovered through his spiritual sense that Jai Lingyu and her two maids were hiding quietly in a corner. They didn't leave. Seeing Su Yu appear, Jai Lingyu was surprised and ran out immediately. "Sister, are you okay? Where's the bad guy who wanted to catch you?" Su Yu said, "He won't find it again. Why don't you run away? Don't you know it's dangerous here?" Jai Lingyu smiled and said, "As the saying goes, the more dangerous the place, the safer it is. There's nothing here right now. There are only a few of us, so naturally no one will come here." Su Yu, ahumed. Su Yu was a little amused and coughed a few times in a hurry. Jai Lingyu's expression changed, and she hurried forward to support Su Yu. "Sister, are you okay? You look pale. Are you hurt?" Su Yu waved her hand. "It's okay, I'm fine." However, at this moment, hurried footsteps were heard outside the market. The sound of iron boots clattering, scale armor clanging, and horses neighing came from far away. Soon, a black armored army surrounded Su Yu and his companions. Chapter 42. The black armored army had about 3,000 men, with silver-saddled horses, iron halberds, and bronze swords, all flashing with a sinister and cold light. The lowest level of cultivation of these black armored soldiers is the Qi gathering realm. At the head of the black armored army was a dark-skinned young man wearing black and red helmet and armor. He was as tall as a tower and had a scar on his face that looked like a maggot crawling. There was a strange, evil aura about him. "Who are you?" Beside the young man, a commander pointed a long sword at Su Yu and the others and asked loudly. Jai Lingyu stepped forward excitedly. "Don't do anything. I'm Jai Lingyu, the 9th daughter of the current ruler of Chenghang. Jai Lingyu, Her Royal Highness the 9th Princess." The young man in black armor glanced at Su Yu and slowly focused his eyes. Then he quickly dismounted and came to Jai Lingyu, bowing slightly. "Your Highness the 9th Princess, why are you here?" "I ran away secretly. What's going on with Commander Mo now?" Mo Union said calmly. "Not long ago, several members claiming to be members of the Holy Church appeared in the Imperial City to plot. Now, the powerful men of my empire and the seniors of the Jihuang Palace are encircling and suppressing them. Our mission is to patrol the Imperial City carefully, to prevent any fish from slipping through the net." As he spoke, he looked at Su Yu with a hint of evil. "9th Princess, what is the identity of this fairy? Why have I never seen her in the Imperial City?" I noticed something wrong in Mo Union's tone, as if it contained a tone of scrutiny. Jai Lingyu instantly realized that he was targeting her sister. He immediately explained, "Commander Mo, she is my good friend, not an enemy. Earlier, a man in black wanted to arrest us, but it was my sister who saved us." "Really? What about the enemy?" "That man was led away by my sister alone. I think she must have killed him." "Oh, lead him away alone." Mo Union narrowed his enchanting phoenix eyes and looked at Su Yu. "As far as I know, he is a genuine Tianzun strongman. How did you kill a Tianzun with your strength? And you're not from the Imperial City, are you? Could you please reveal your name? And what is your purpose in coming to the Imperial City?" Su Yu frowned. "I'm not from Imperial City. I came here today because a friend invited me. As for my name, you probably haven't heard of it either, so I can't tell you." This black-armored commander was obviously targeting him, perhaps wanting to label him as a member of the Holy Church. His aura was also very evil, which always made Su Yu feel something was wrong. Of course, he was unwilling to reveal his name. Perhaps they really knew him, but that was also the identity of Jai Ruking's fiancée. He didn't want to admit it. Instantly, the spear in Mo Union's hand vibrated. The outsider's origins are unknown, and he doesn't want to reveal his name. The girl can only follow me to the supervision department. Someone capture her. Jai Lingyu shuddered and immediately stood in front of Su Yu. "Stop, without this princess's permission. I don't think any of you dare to do that. I've already told you she's not a bad person. Isn't Commander Mo a little too overbearing?" Jai Lingyu stared at Mo Union angrily with her big eyes. Mo Union shook his head. "Princess, you are still young and don't know how sinister people are. The holy cult is rampant today, causing heavy losses to the Tianwu Empire. We absolutely cannot let any suspicious person go. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to the Tianwu Empire. Princess, please move aside." Jai Lingyu roared like a little lion. "Mo Union, what kind of place is the supervision department? Even the most vicious criminals would be half dead if they went in there. You let a weak woman like her go in. How can she come out safe and sound? Princess Nine, please rest assured. Wu Nian will be monitoring us, so there won't be any problems. I will examine the girl myself. Go ahead and take the princess back to the palace." Mo Union obviously did not take Jai Lingyu seriously. Although she was a princess, she posed no threat and had no real power. This time, the mission was to arrest a cult, which was enough to clear most of the obstacles. As he spoke, Mo Union's men had already taken control of Jai Lingyu and the two maids. Several generals with fierce auras surrounded Su Yu. Su Yu's expression was cold as he swung the white crane in his hand. "Give up your resistance, girl. As long as you obey me, I won't make things difficult for you. Besides, you look pale and seem to be seriously injured. You can't be my opponent." Mo Union came to Su Yu with a smile on his face. He smiled gently and tried his best to express his kindness. But that evil aura, coupled with that smile, seemed extremely strange. "Just you," Su Yu sneered. Mo Union's face turned cold, and he waved his hand, and several generals at the king level attacked together. The light of the white crane sword vibrated. And when a group of generals came to attack with a siege force, the sword light broke through their helmets and armor at a faster speed. With a loud bang, all the generals were injured by the sword energy and flew back 10 meters and fell to the ground. However, this made the paleness on Su Yu's face even more obvious. Keep going. Mo Wunian knew that Su Yu was injured and obviously could not hold on for much longer. She would definitely lose if they fought a war of attrition. So with a command, the black armored army rushed forward. Su Yu's expression remained unchanged. He used his fleeting movements and light sword techniques to break all oncoming attacks. At this moment, Mo Wunian took action. He attacked with lightning speed when Su Yu paused. The black and red spiritual power wrapped in the spear, turning into a black light and blasting towards Su Yu's back. Su Yu turned around and slashed out with a sword light. The sword light and the gun intent collided, and the two continued to fight against each other amidst the ripples. Because of the injury, Su Yu's breath became more and more unstable. Half a minute later, Su Yu seemed to sense something, and her eyes couldn't help but look towards the distant sky. Jai Ruking is finally back. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Mo Wunian with a bit of anger. You actually dared to lay hands on me and take me back for questioning. You're done. I'm going to kill you. Good opportunity. At the moment of the fight, Mo Wunian was ecstatic when he saw Su Yu enter a brief daze. In an instant, black and red flames burned in the spear, and a ferocious fire beast rushed towards Su Yu. When Su Yu came to his senses, it was too late. He could only block the white crane in front of him. The fire beast hit the white crane on the chest, causing a surge of blood. Su Yu's body flew backwards. Well, Mo Wunian had no intention of stopping. He chased after him like lightning and then stabbed him with a gun. Seeing this, Su Yu turned to the side. The spear swept across the exposed tip of the jade hairpin on his head. With a bang, the jade hairpin that bound Su Yu's hair broke, and her 3,000 black hairs flowed like a waterfall, fluttering in the wind. The lily of the valley is broken. 1,000 meters away. Jai Ruking flew over. Holy Church, I didn't expect that such a powerful force would be hidden in the Dongshuan territory. It seems I need to report it to the sect master. He exerted his full strength, which was enough to rival the Heavenly Lord, but he still allowed the fish that called themselves the Holy Church to escape. If we don't guard against this force carefully, it will become a big problem in the future. While thinking about this, I came to the Huadu City Market. When he thought about meeting Mu Qingyi soon, a smile appeared on his cold face. However, when he flew into the sky, his spiritual sense began to sweep downwards. I saw Qingyi being besieged by a group of black armored soldiers, and even her clothes were stained with blood. A young man in armor injured Qingyi with one blow. Her jade hairpin broke into pieces. Her long black hair was disheveled and draped over her shoulders, and she finally fell to the ground seriously injured, looking miserable. In the past, the Mu Qingyi he saw was always cold and quiet, aloof and independent from the world. This was the first time he saw Qingyi like this. His face was ashen, his heart was filled with rage, and his expression was as ferocious as a devil. Kill. P.S. Please follow us and give us good reviews. Chapter 43. At this moment, Jai Ruking's eyes were red, and he seemed to have lost his mind. The blue cloud sword energy on his body shot straight into the sky, and he turned into a blue meteor that fell straight to the earth. What's going on? The black armored soldiers who were besieging Su Yu also noticed the arrival of the blue meteor, but they were too slow to react. Jai Ruking was seen falling towards Su Yu with tremendous spiritual power. He picked up Su Yu, and the green spiritual power swept around like waves. All the black armored soldiers who came to besiege them flew backwards like kites with broken strings, and slammed heavily into the surrounding buildings. Mo Wunian was also unable to avoid it, and he was even more miserable as he was at the center of it. Qingyi, are you okay? Looking at the dying beauty in his arms, Jai Ruking carefully transferred his spiritual power. It's you're back. Su Yu felt a sweet taste in her throat, and a trace of bright red blood flowed from her red lips. I'm sorry, Qingyi, I'm sorry I'm late, it's all my fault. Sorry. Qingyi, are you crying? When Jai Ruking wanted to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, he found that his eyes, like glass beads, were red and tears were falling. Qingyi actually cried. This was the first time he saw Qingyi cry. Suddenly, his heart almost broke. Su Yu's nose was sore and he choked up and said, My hairpin is broken. It is the only relic my grandma left me. The only relic. Jai Ruking's heart was shocked, and he couldn't help but hug the delicate body tightly in his arms. Qingyi, what's going on? What on earth happened? Su Yu cried for a long time and said weakly, "Not long after you left, a man in a black robe found this place. He wanted to capture me and make me his Taoist partner. I fought him without his consent. Although he was seriously injured, he was still a heavenly lord after all. In the end, I killed him at the cost of serious injuries. However, not long after I returned here, this group of soldiers suddenly appeared. They wanted to take me to the supervision department under the pretext of arresting a holy cult suspect. I refused, and they were forcibly taking me back until you showed up. Maybe I shouldn't have come with you." Hearing Su Yu's words that sounded disappointing, Jai Ruking felt a pang in his heart and inexplicably felt panic. "King Yi, is she disappointed in me? King Yi, since it's dangerous here, why don't you leave? Why don't you find another place to wait for me to come back?" Su Yu replied, "Didn't you say before that I would wait for you here? I'm afraid you won't be able to see me when you come back." Boom! Su Yu's answer was like a sharp knife piercing his heart. Is all this because King Yi is waiting for me? Because I asked King Yi to wait, and I failed to stop Tianzun from escaping. He was able to hurt King Yi. Even though she was seriously injured and in danger, she still kept her promise and waited for him to come back. Faced with the beauty's pure thoughts, just for the original promise, he suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt. "King Yi, I'm sorry. I let you go out and have fun and even let Tianzun come with you. Is that okay now?" Su Yu looked at Jai Ruking, who was depressed and completely immersed in the situation, so she immediately added fuel to the fire. He burst into tears again. His pretty face was filled with sorrow, and he looked like a piece of fine broken porcelain that had lost its luster. Ruking, the jade hairpin my grandma left me is broken. My heart aches. I feel so uncomfortable, Ruking. Woo tilde tilde. I'm sorry, King Yi. Seeing the beauty in his arms, completely unable to control herself and starting to release her emotions, Jai Ruking could only comfort her in a gentle voice. He kept rubbing the corners of Su Yu's eyes, trying to wipe away the tears. But at this moment, his anger had accumulated to an unprecedented level. For the first time in his life, he wanted to kill someone so much. "This is the first time I want to vent so much. Anyone who has hurt King Yi must die. They all have to go to hell. King Yi, wait for me. Wait for me to kill them and calm you down. I will make them pay with their lives for sure." As he spoke, he gently put Su Yu down, then walked towards Mo Wunian step by step. The sword intent that surged around his body from time to time brought with it an extremely terrifying pressure. Seventh brother. Jai Lingyu was very excited when he saw Jai Ruking appear and come to him. She didn't expect to meet her seventh brother here. "Ninth sister, take good care of your sister-in-law." Sister-in-law, good. When Jai Lingyu heard her sister-in-law's words, she couldn't help but look at Su Yu in surprise. The engagement of the seventh prince is known to everyone in the Tianwu Empire. The woman whom the seventh prince calls sister-in-law should be Mu Qingyi, the daughter of the Mu family in Lingcheng, right? It turns out that my sister is Mu Qingyi. The person she is waiting for is seventh brother. Jai Lingyu ran over excitedly to support Su Yu. She was naturally very happy to have such a beautiful sister-in-law. Seventh prince, is there any misunderstanding between us? Your Highness, I am the fifth commander of the Dragon Guards. You cannot do this. Seeing Jai Ruking walking towards him with a gloomy face, Mo Wunian felt as if his heart had fallen into an icy cave. If he knew that this woman was the fiancée of the seventh Prince Jai Ruking, he wouldn't dare to touch her even if he had 100 guts. Well, but Jai Ruking did not give Mo Wunian a chance to apologize. His long sword directly hit Mo Wunian. He was only in the early stage of the Ascension Emperor realm and could not withstand a single move from Jai Ruking. In an instant, his body was chopped into countless pieces by the sword energy and exploded. Mo Wunian fell. "Your Highness, please spare me. Your Highness, please spare me." Seeing their leader being beheaded, the black-armored soldiers knelt down and apologized. But at this moment, Jai Ruking's murderous intent was obviously unable to be suppressed, and he needed a killing to release himself. The Huadu city market was filled with sword shadows. With each flash of cold light, the head of a black-armored soldier fell to the ground. In less than a minute, the Black Armor army was completely wiped out. Jai Ruking glanced coldly at the bloody ground and the piled-up corpses. He waved his hand lightly, and the flowing blood and corpses were all burned up. Jai Ruking returned to Su Yu again. At this moment, Su Yu had her long hair draped over her shoulders and was still worried. Jai Ruking understood that she was grieving the loss of her grandmother's last relic. That was not an ordinary hairpin. Otherwise, it would be impossible to restore it without using magic. Jai Ruking said gently, King Yi, if you want to cry, just cry on my shoulder. You don't have to endure it. Su Yu looked at him with red eyes. Jai Lingyu, who was standing by, couldn't help but slap her forehead when she saw this. Although my brother has unparalleled talent in cultivation, he is completely clueless when it comes to love. Suddenly she whispered to Jai Ruking, "Brother, my sister-in-law is sad because she lost her precious hairpin. If you want to comfort her, you need more than just comfort. You also need a jade hairpin. She's in a vulnerable moment right now. If you say some sweet words to her and give her a jade hairpin and she accepts it, then that would be considered her acknowledging you." Jai Ruking's eyes lit up. How come his little sister became so smart? I had just bought a lily hairpin, but King Yi had rejected it at first. He immediately took out the tourmaline dragonfly peony hairpin from the space ring. Chapter 44. King Yi, I know you're still sad about the hairpin, but some things are in the past, and we should all look forward. Before Jai Ruking finished speaking, Jai Lingyu's face darkened. This kid is really incorrigible. He is just a blockhead. Just when someone's precious jade hairpin was broken, you want them to forget about it. Immediately pushed him. Jai Lingyu gritted her teeth and said, "How can you comfort someone like that? My sister-in-law's hairpin just broke, and you want her to look forward immediately." Jai Ruking showed a hint of embarrassment on his face, mainly because he had never been in love before. He was afraid that he would say something wrong again, so he immediately handed the hairpin to Su Yu and went straight to the point with great sincerity. "King Yi, this is the jade hairpin I bought for you. Perhaps its meaning is far less than your previous hairpin, and it is not that important. But I still hope you can accept it. It represents my feelings." His attitude was sincere, and he even lowered his head, which he had never lowered before. When King Yi cried in his arms and said the words, "waiting," he completely fell in love with her. He found that he had fallen irresistibly in love with this cold and pure woman. He vowed to spend his entire life protecting King Yi. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into silence. Jai Lingyu on the side was about to say something, but when she saw Su Yu's eyes were fixed on Jai Ruking, she shut up obediently. Jai Ruking clearly felt Su Yu's gaze. He was in a state of tension he had never felt before. He was even so nervous that he began to fantasize that King Yi rejected him. What would he do then? At this moment, he felt extremely tormented and anxious. Su Yu saw all of Jai Ruking's actions. Very good, her emotions were being torn. In fact, this jade hairpin was not left by Mu King Yi's grandmother at all. It was just an ordinary jade hairpin. The reason why Su Yu did this was just to grasp Jai Ruking's red destiny. Teach him a lesson, by the way. Not only did he neglect a heavenly lord, but the people who captured him were also his own royal family's own people. After a moment of silence, Su Yu wiped away her tears. "Unique means unique. This hairpin has been with me since I was little. Nothing can replace it. It is undoubtedly the most precious thing in my life. So King Yi, does this count as a rejection?" Jai Ruking's expression was gloomy, with a hint of bitterness on his face. In the end, King Yi still did not acknowledge his identity. That's true. After all, they have only known each other for a short time. Even if they are engaged, there is no emotional foundation between them. Jai Ruking was distraught and completely depressed. At this time, Su Yu's words took another turn. "But even though my most precious jade hairpin is gone, I still have to tie my hair up after all since I don't have one now. So I'll take your jade hairpin for now." After saying that, Su Yu Canyon smiled. He took the hairpin from Jai Ruking's hand and tied the 3,000 black hair into a bun. The fairy, with a slightly haggard shawl, returned to her former desolate state. "King Yi, do you agree?" Such a scene made Jai Ruking ecstatic. He held Su Yu's shoulders and couldn't help showing his excitement. King Yi agreed. She accepted my jade hairpin. He had been thinking about how to give the jade hairpin in his hand to King Yi, but he didn't expect that her jade hairpin was accidentally destroyed. As expected, he and King Yi are a destined couple. This guy, Su Yu's shoulder felt a little sore after being grabbed so hard by Jai Ruking. After all, he was injured and could not help but take a few steps back. "I'm sorry, I forgot, King Yi, you're still injured." Seeing this, Jai Ruking immediately let go of his hands and bowed his head to admit his mistake to Su Yu. Su Yu snorted coldly. "I didn't agree with you on anything. I just need a tool to tie my hair." Yes. Jai Ruking nodded repeatedly. Although he agreed on the surface, King Yi had already used his hairpin, so it was considered as her agreement. If she accepts it, it proves that King Yi is not completely denying herself. As long as you cultivate your feelings slowly, I believe you will fall in love with each other over time. It's over. It seems that Brother Seven has completely fallen. Jai Lingyu beside him couldn't help but shake his head slowly when he saw this. Her seventh brother, Jai Ruking, is the #1 prodigy in the Jihuang Palace and the owner of the supreme physique of the Qingyun sword body. In the past, whenever she met her seventh brother, she was always aloof and calm in the face of everything, and everyone flattered him. But now he is so restrained and timid in front of a woman. Alas, tilde. But she felt relieved when she thought that the other person was her sister-in-law. After all, they are family. No matter how outstanding a man is, he should listen to his wife's teachings. And with my sister-in-law being so beautiful, it's no wonder that Brother Seventh isn't moved. Tell me what exactly happened in the imperial city. Why did the heavenly venerable realm appear? After consolidating her emotional relationship with Jai Ruking, Suyu curiously asked about the events in the imperial capital. Nothing much. It was just a group of monks who called themselves the Three Colors Holy Sect who conspired to seize the dragon veins of the Tianwu Empire. In the end, we defeated them with the help of the powerful people from my empire and the Jihuang Palace. However, this Three Colors Holy Sect can produce 10 Tianzun Realm Masters, so I think they are not ordinary people. Jai Ruking said solemnly, the realm of Tianzun is rare in big sects like Jihuang Palace and Jianyu Sect. They are all antiques left over from the past. The three-colored holy religion, Suyu raised his eyebrows. When he heard the name of this religion, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. This three-colored holy religion believes in evil gods. Evil god? What evil god? Suyu and Jai Lingyu looked at each other. Jai Ruyu continued, this evil god is a demon beast from the demon race, the three-colored black demon. It possesses powerful ancient blood, born with the evil thunder that brings disaster to the world. Wherever it passes, all living things are destroyed. At the same time, its demonic essence is also mysterious and infinite. This three-colored holy cult believes in the three-colored black demon. They believe the evil thunder it brings is a baptism for the world's sins, and that it is a divine punisher from heaven. And when the three-colored black demon reaches the true God realm, its evil lightning will be at the level of world destruction. So their purpose is also to destroy the world and purify the world. This holy cult is incredibly powerful, and to this day no one knows where their headquarters is. Three-colored black demon. Suyu on the side was no longer calm. When Jai Ruking said the words three-colored black demon, he fell into horror and confusion. The three-colored black demon, is that me? Shit, what's going on? This three-colored holy religion actually believes in the three-colored black demon. But there can only be one black monster since ancient times. It is impossible for two black demon bloodlines to appear at the same time. Only after a black demon dies, another three-colored black demon will be born. I am here, but I have never come into contact with the Three Colors holy religion in my memory. This Three Colors holy religion was illegally established without my consent. He had always thought that the black demon had always been coveted, but he didn't expect that there were still people who believed in it now. So that three-colored black demon is the worst. It wants to destroy the world. Jai Lingyu did not know the three-colored black demon, but learned from Jai Ruking that the root of this holy religion was the three-colored black demon. Suyu, oh no, I really became a villain. Chapter 45. Hearing Jai Lingyu's words, Jai Ruking couldn't help but nodded. Since ancient times, wherever the three-colored black monster appeared, disaster would indeed occur. And a while ago, a three-colored black monster appeared in the Ziyun Mountains. It brought powerful evil lightning to destroy an entire city, leaving no one alive. It seems that the appearance of the Three Colors holy cult is not accidental. They must have some premeditated plan. Jai Ruking's eyes were cold. Since the three-colored holy sect had set its sights on his Tianwu Empire, he had to eradicate them and kill the three-colored black demon to restore peace to the world. The three-colored black demon slaughtered an entire city without any regard. He was cold-blooded and ruthless, and his methods were extremely cruel. We cannot allow him to do evil again. Huh, Kingy, what's wrong with you? You look so pale. Is your injury getting worse? Suddenly, Jai Ruking saw Suyu's distraught look at the moment, and couldn't help but worry. Until now, Kingy's injuries have not recovered yet. It's okay, I'm just a little tired. Suyu shook his head. When he thought of the destruction of that city, he didn't even have the mind to refute Jai Ruking. I'm injured after what happened. I'm afraid I can't continue to admire the imperial city. I'll be returning first. Jai Ruking was completely unaware of the problems his words had caused. He said softly, okay, but if we go back to Lingcheng now, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the Mu family until midnight. How about you go to my Wood Palace to rest for a few days? and then go back after you've recovered from your injuries. As if afraid that Su Yu would misunderstand, he immediately said, King Yi, don't misunderstand me, I'm just worried about your situation. I don't mean anything else. Su Yu glanced at him and shook her head slightly. No need, I'd better go back to the Mu family. Sister-in-law, why don't you stay at my place for a few days? There aren't many people there, just me, so I can chat with you. Jai Lingyu noticed that something was wrong with Su Yu. Compared to before, she felt that Su Yu was a little colder towards her seventh brother. So he hurried out to smooth things over. Yes, King Yi, you are injured after all, and it will definitely be troublesome to go back at night. If you are worried, why not stay with my younger sister for a few days? Jai Ruking agreed. It was impossible for him to go to Jai Ruking's palace, let alone Jai Lingyu's. Su Yu refused again and insisted, No, I'd better go back. Then I'll take you there. Seeing Su Yu's figure walking away, Jai Ruking and Jai Lingyu gave a few instructions and followed. Hey Tilda's seventh brother, come on. You must win my sister-in-law. Jai Lingyu sighed softly as she watched the two disappear from afar. She always felt that it was not so easy for her seventh brother to be with Mu Qingyi. But she really likes this sister-in-law. Princess, we should also return. The palace is undoubtedly being checked and heavily patrolled. His Majesty will surely be worried if he finds you absent. Jai Ruking escorted Su Yu back to Lingcheng. Nothing unexpected happened along the way, and we returned to the Mu family. Jai Ruking stayed at the Mu family for 2 days before returning to the imperial city. In the past 2 days, Su Yu recovered quickly through his innate Taoist body. It took another 6 days to completely refine the Huntian Xuan Yi. Su Yu successfully broke through to the Ascension Emperor realm. Tianzun, once I break through to the 7th level of Tianzun, I will be able to transform into a human form and appear as a male. I am really looking forward to it. When he can transform into human form, perhaps it is time to return to the Phantom Demon Forest. Only with the help of the Demon Emperor in the Fantasy Demon Forest could he obtain protection and enter the human territory with a new identity. When the time comes, he will find a few destined heroines. Wouldn't they be better than Yixuan and the others? In the memory of the 3-colored black demon, it was picked up by the 9-tailed fox when it was born and has been protected ever since. The 9-tailed fox loves it very much and is very protective of its cub. At the same time, the 9-tailed fox has a very big characteristic, which is that it loves beauty. It loves beauty very much. It likes beautiful and gorgeous things. I believe that he has disappeared temporarily, and the other party will definitely look for him everywhere after coming out of isolation. However, before transforming, I must first eliminate the 3-colored evil lightning. I hope the system can help. Su Yu continued to practice. Half a month later, Jai Ruking came to the Mu family from time to time, and Su Yu had to deal with him. Even Jai Lingyu came a few times. A few days later, Jai Ruking came to say goodbye to Su Yu. He sat in the pavilion with a cup of tea brewed by Su Yu in front of him. Sure enough, it still tastes familiar. Jai Ruking picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. At the same time, the long-lost voice of the system rang in Su Yu's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host on your successful investment. Investment resources: Black Feather Poison Milk, Zhuanri Zhenli, Blood Sea Spirit Leaf, Golden Phoenix Lotus. Investment target: Jai Ruking, Red Fate. Rewards are now being announced. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6th grade Elixir Purple Spirit Pill, the 7th grade Natural Treasure Star Loya, and the 8th grade Martial Art Mysterious Wind Shadow Step. Su Yu looked at the feedback reward without much surprise. These were the rare treasures he had accumulated over the past few days, and he gave them all to Jai Ruking. It's a pity that I couldn't get the treasure that could eliminate the evil thunder. King Yi, I will be returning to the Jai Palace tomorrow. I may not be able to see you for a long time. Speaking of this, a hint of obvious disappointment flashed in Jai Ruking's eyes. These days, he often came to see Mu Qingyi, and he found that he had begun to rely on her. When he thought that he would not be able to see her in the future, he felt extremely disappointed. Qingyi, about our marriage. Su Yu smiled lightly and said, Don't be too anxious. Some things need to be done slowly. It's not too late to talk about marriage when we have both grown to a certain level. By then, maybe you'll be able to clearly understand what you want and get the answers you want. Indeed, I was too hasty. Jai Ruking nodded involuntarily. He had to be cautious about Qingyi's matter and not let her down. By the way, Qingyi, you will be participating in the 4-sex competition in 20 days, representing the Zhan Yue sect, right? Su Yu naturally remembered these 4 competitions, and his master had reminded him of them when he came. Of course I'll attend then. You represent the Zhan Yue sect, and I represent the Jihuang Palace. We will meet again then. By the way, be careful with that three colors saint sect you encountered before. Don't get too involved. King Yi, see you at the four sects tournament. Jai Ruking smiled, and then turned into a sword beam and disappeared into the horizon. But Suyu ignored Jai Ruking's farewell. He felt as if he had forgotten something from beginning to end. Four major competitions, etc. Yixuan. By the way, Yixuan seems to be participating in the four sects competition as well. Jai Ruking is the #1 prodigy in the Jihuang Palace. He just said that he would also participate in the four sects tournament. By then, will Yixuan face off against Jai Ruking? Ugh, it's over, I'm torn apart. If Yixuan and Jai Ruking run into each other and find out about my relationship with them, then wouldn't that be the end? When Suyu learned the result, she felt like the sky was falling. He couldn't imagine the scene. By then, the two will definitely be at loggerheads and may even fight to the death. It's simply a hell-level Shura field. Chapter 46. No, I must find a way to prevent tragedy from happening. Suyu calmed down and felt that he needed to make amends. Otherwise, the situation would be bad. Nothing can happen to the fish in his pond. Suyu needs to sort out her thoughts. Jai Ruking, who was flying across the sky, couldn't help but look back after leaving Lingcheng. Shixian, do you think King Yi ever truly loved me? The immortal slaying sword spirit in his mind said, I don't know, maybe I have a crush on you. Don't know, you're an old monster who has lived for countless years. Don't you have this little experience? The sword spirit said speechlessly, I am a sword spirit, and I am a supreme sword like the supreme immortal sword. I only know how to kill people. How can I understand the love and affection of you living beings? After receiving the reply from the sword spirit, Jai Ruking could only sigh softly. At this point, as long as King Yi recognizes me, everything else will come slowly. Seeing Jai Ruking become sentimental, the sword spirit felt a little headache and said, Although I don't understand your human emotions, I know that the stronger you are, the more likely you are to gain her approval. Becoming stronger, Jai Ruking murmured, Xianxi, can you sense the other fragments now? No, I only have a piece of sword heart left now, and the sword spirit is missing. If I can get within 10,000 meters, it is possible. You are a supreme immortal weapon from the upper realm. What kind of existence can shatter you? This was the most curious thing Jai Ruking had ever experienced. In the words of Shixian, there are not many immortal weapons in the upper realm that can compare with it. But such an immortal killer was eventually torn into pieces and turned into a piece of rust and lost in a corner where no one cared. If it wasn't by chance that I met it, it would have sucked my blood and successfully recognized me as its master. I'm afraid it's still just a decoration. With the assistance of Shixian, he rose rapidly, awakened the Qingyun sword body, and became a genius of his generation. How was the immortal slaying sword broken? Immortal Slayer fell into a brief silence. There are too many things involved in what happened back then. It's hard to talk about it now. The reason I've fallen to this point is because of Tiansheng 10th Emperor. Tiansheng, the 10th Emperor's throne. Jai Ruking narrowed his eyes slightly. That's right. When the catastrophe broke out, the 7th Emperor shattered my sword. If it weren't for the spirit ancestors' rescue, I'm afraid my sword spirit would have vanished into thin air. Who are the 10 Emperors of Tiansheng? And who is the spirit ancestor? This is still too far away for you. Don't be too ambitious. Jai Ruking didn't insist too much. He understood that at least for now, the immortal slaying sword would not tell him these things. The next day, Suyu said goodbye to Mu's father and mother early in the morning, left Lingcheng, and returned to Zhanyu sect. The four sects competition was less than a month away, so there was no need for him to stay here any longer. In the middle of the process, Suyu disguised herself as Mu Qingyi. The Tai Ling Kaian Fa Ju changed his martial arts skills, and the Shen Yin Fu concealed his breath. After all, both the three-colored black demon and Mu Qingyi were too eye-catching. He transformed into a pale-faced young man. If he was not above the heavenly lord, no one would be able to recognize him. 3 days later, Suyu came to a restaurant inn. He ordered a table full of local specialties and tasted them while listening to the conversations around him. Have you heard? Half a month ago, a ruin appeared in the yellow Wind Mountains. It seems to be left over from thousands of years ago. Ruins? What ruins? It seems to be left behind by a powerful person in the Tianzun realm. Tianzun realm? That's right, but the ruins are protected by a formation, so we can't enter for the time being. Moreover, there are countless powerful monsters in the Yellow Wind Mountains, so only a few people can enter. Yellow Wind Mountains, Tianzan Ruins. I think there should be quite a lot of resources, right? Su Yu, who was sitting by the window, heard the discussions around her and chuckled. Now he only has one purple spirit pill and one treasure star loya, which are not enough for his own use. Perhaps he can get unexpected gains in the ruins of Tianzan. Just as Su Yu was making further plans, a young man in black came towards him. He has a calm temperament and never reveals any aura, but once he explodes, he is like a dormant tiger showing its ferocious fangs. Looking at the young man, Su Yu's heart trembled. Isn't this Yixuan? I haven't seen you for just over a month, and you've grown so fast. Didn't he go to practice with that Grandmaster uncle? Why did he appear here? The person who came was Yixuan, who was ranked first in the Zhan Yue Sect's 7 clans martial competition. He was also the son of destiny, that Su Yu had always wanted to be his junior disciple. Yixuan appeared on the second floor of the restaurant and looked around to find that it was packed with people. Seeing that there was only a fair-faced young man sitting at a table near the window, he walked over. Yixuan clasped his fists towards Su Yu and said, "Dayu, can I sit here and rest for a while?" Su Yu raised his eyebrows and he said calmly, "Of course. Thank you very much." Yixuan thanked her and sat down opposite Su Yu. He looked at the table full of dishes and couldn't help but look at Su Yu again. I didn't expect that this handsome young man with a clean complexion would have such a big appetite. Su Yu's expression remained unchanged. He was silent for a moment. "Do you want to eat together?" "No need." Yixuan smiled and shook his head. He and the waiter ordered a pot of wine. Then he took out a piece of barbecued monster meat from the space ring and started to chew it in big mouthfuls without caring about his image. While eating, he communicated with Master Wu and his body. "Teacher, Master said that there are skeletons of Saint Dao realm in the Yellow Wind Ruins, but the formation outside is still there. How can I get inside? The Holy Dao realm is a realm comparable to that of Master Liao Hongaming. I believe that if he can gain something from it, his strength will definitely be able to reach a higher level." "Teacher, are you here? What's wrong with you?" Old Wu did not respond for a long time, and Yixuan was confused. It's okay, disciple, it's okay." "What's wrong, teacher? Did something happen?" Yixuan noticed that something was wrong with Mr. Wu's condition. "It's nothing. There's actually no need to worry about the Yellow Wind Ruins you mentioned. The energy of that formation has been lost a lot over the years. The energy explosion in the Yellow Wind Mountains will reach its climax in 2 days, and the formation will be weakened by then. I believe that with your strength and the combined efforts of some monks, we will definitely be able to break it." 2 days later. "How old are you, fellow Taoist?" Just as Yixuan was thinking, Su Yu, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly asked. A trace of suspicion flashed across Yixuan's eyes. "I'm not even 17 yet. What advice do you have for me, fellow Taoist? Drinking Liang wine at the age of 16? Taoist friend, you are quite powerful. It seems that this is not the first or second time. What does it mean? Is this a warning to myself to drink less?" "Didn't you drink it too?" Yixuan frowned. "I don't even know him, so why would he be so nosy when he's just drinking? It's really baffling. Moreover, his growth and development are now far beyond that of a 16-year-old, so drinking alcohol is like child's play for him. Fellow Taoist, do you dislike others drinking in front of you, or do you want to have a drink together? If you want to go together, Yixuan will accompany you." So you said calmly, "No, feel free to do as you please, I just mentioned it casually." Wu Lao, who was hiding in the jade pendant, finally couldn't bear it any longer and said, "Disciple, I think you'd better listen to what she says. P.S. Please follow us and give us good reviews. The data verified these days is not good. It's a bit unbearable." Chapter 47. Why should I listen to him? Yixuan was puzzled and even began to feel unhappy. Why should he listen to someone he didn't even know? And he's a man. Yixuan has never been so timid in his life. Don't you need help from your teammates? Maybe he would be a good candidate. Can this clean-skinned boy do it? Yixuan raised his eyebrows and began to look at Su Yu seriously. Anyone who can be convinced by the teacher must be quite capable. Don't underestimate him. He is stronger than you, and I think he is a good person. Stronger than me. Yixuan's expression became serious. He was now at the peak of the King realm and could even fight above his level. And if the young man in front of him is stronger than him, then he is at least at the ascended emperor realm. Yixuan hasn't asked for your name yet. What's your name? Xuangyuan, Su Yu said. Fellow Taoist Xuangyuan, I'm sorry for my disrespect. Yixuan said politely. I wonder why fellow Taoist Chuangyuan came to Fengyuan City. Is it also for the Huangfeng ruins? What do you mean, fellow Taoist Yixuan? Yixuan got straight to the point. The Yellow Wind ruins are currently protected by a formation. Without a mastery of the formation, one can only force their way in. I see that you are quite powerful. Are you interested in joining me in this expedition? After the mission is completed, how about we divide the treasure equally? Shall we join forces to break into the ruins? Su Yu raised his eyebrows. Judging from Yixuan's performance, he did not discover his identity. Since that's the case, he will continue to hide. He wants to see how Yixuan will deal with it. By the way, look for opportunities to invest. That's right, you and I will join forces. Are you willing? Okay, I agree. Su Yu agreed decisively. Haha, tilde brother Chuangyuan is so straightforward. Yixuan was delighted. He raised his glass and handed it to Su Yu. Su Yu looked a little strange, but she still clinked glasses with Yixuan and drank it all in one gulp. As the two continued to explore the Huangfeng ruins, 3 more people came towards them. 2 men and 1 woman. One was a middle-aged man in brown clothes, about 45 years old. A man in black with a resolute face and a burly figure, with a magic sword on his back. A young woman wearing light blue clothes, with picturesque eyebrows, bright eyes, and white teeth, carrying an ice blue spiritual sword on her back. The 3 of them took a look around, and finally came to Su Yu and the other person's table. Can you two share a table? Su Yu and Yixuan looked at each other. Due to the special circumstances, the whole restaurant was quite busy, so they could barely accept sharing a table. So both of them agreed. Thank you very much. The middle-aged man in brown clothes thanked him and took a seat. After a brief conversation, Su Yu and the others also learned the identities of the 3 people. The 3 of them are from the Zhou family, one of the 3 major families in the Union Empire. The middle-aged man in brown is named Zhou Pengwu. He is the younger brother of the current patriarch of the Zhou family and has reached the middle stage of the Ascension Emperor realm. The young man in black is named Zhou Zhan. He is over 30 years old and is the eldest son of the current head of the Zhou family. His cultivation level is in the late stage of the King realm. The woman in blue is named Zhou Qiuti. She is only 20 years old and is Zhou Zhan's younger sister. Her cultivation is at the early stage of the condensation pill realm. She is also a gifted formation master. Zhou Pengwu originally took Zhou Zhan and the other 2 out for training, but they encountered the Huangfeng mountain ruins incident and came over to join in the fun. So Uncle Zhou, you guys also want to try your luck at the Yellow Wind ruins? Zhou Pengwu nodded. That's right. After all, most of the cultivators with good cultivation who come here are here for the ruins. You 2 young friends have also come here for the ruins. Why don't we go together? We can help each other if we encounter any difficulties. After all, with so many monks coming here, most of them will form alliances, thus gaining a greater advantage in the ruins. This, Yixuan began to hesitate. Su Yu thought it was feasible. It wouldn't matter if there were more people. Besides, Zhou Pengwu was taking 2 juniors to gain experience, so he must not be an unforgivable criminal. In that case, let's go together. After murmured for a few seconds, Yixuan said slowly and looked at Su Yu again. What do you think, brother Chuangyuan? Thank you 2 brothers for your kindness. Zhou Pengwu was overjoyed. He had a vague feeling that the 2 men were of extraordinary status, so he had the idea of traveling together. I wonder what the 2 little brothers are like and how strong they are. Yixuan was the first to speak. Yixuan of the Zhanyu sect has reached the perfect state of the King realm. Yixuan? Are you Yixuan, the leader of the 7 Veins Martial Arts Association of the Zhanyue sect and the owner of the Divine Body? When Zhou Zhan heard Yixuan reveal his identity, his face was full of shock. Not only did he know, but because it was affiliated with the Zhanyue sect and was extremely close to the territory, the vast majority of cultivators in the Union Empire knew most of the Zhanyue sect's affairs. It's me. Yixuan nodded slightly and did not deny it. After all, with his current means, he didn't need to hide his identity, because they never know what their cards are. It's really you. I didn't expect that the first person we found would be the rumored Yixuan. Young man, you are truly gifted, Zhou Pengwu and Zhou Zhan exclaimed. Even Zhou Qiuti, who had been silent all the time, was sending her a wink. No woman would be repulsed by a man who is such a genius and has such a handsome appearance. Then what is the identity of this young friend? Zhou Pengwu's gaze couldn't help but turn to Su Yu, who was silent beside him. Since she could sit at the same table with Yixuan, she must be no ordinary person. Xuan Guan, a casual cultivator, his cultivation level is the early stage of Shengwang realm, Su Yu said coldly. Hiss. Ascending to the Emperor realm? Zhou Zhan and the other two's pupils suddenly shrank, and Su Yu looked at him in disbelief. Even Yixuan glanced sideways and said to himself, as expected, this fair-skinned young man who looked to be no more than 20 years old was actually at the ascended Emperor realm. This piece of news was even more shocking than Yixuan's. Don't make a fuss, I'm not just 20 years old. As if the noise was too shocking, Su Yu hurriedly explained. That's true. After the three of them figured it out, their mood returned to normal. Indeed, they had never seen someone reach the Emperor realm before the age of 20. If someone really achieved such an accomplishment, then their identity could not be that of a casual cultivator. The few of them chatted for a while and discussed the matter of the ruins. It was evening when they made a decision. The 5 people left the restaurant and went to the inn to rest. There are only 3 rooms now. Zhou Pengwu looked at Su Yu and Yixuan. How about this? Brother Xuangyuan and brother Yixuan share a room. Zhanner and I share a room, and Kyuti has her own room. What do you think? Yixuan and the others nodded. It was just a one-night stand, so there was no problem. Seeing that Su Yu was still silent, Yixuan went over and put his arm around his shoulders. Brother Guan, it looks like we'll just have to make do with this tonight. Su Yu glanced at him. Brother Xuangyuan, do you have anything to say? Zhou Pengwu also noticed Su Yu's abnormality and asked. No, Su Yu shook her head, slapped Yixuan's hand away, picked a room and went in directly. Yixuan spread his hands and immediately followed. Chapter 48. Room 7. This is the only VIP room left. The room is spacious, with a wooden balcony with gold patterns, a tea area separated by a Fengxiang Jiyushan screen, and a bathroom. In the bedroom area, there are 2 large beds. Yixuan collapsed on a big bed without saying a word and lay there comfortably. Over the past month, he had been suffering greatly under the spur of his master Liao Hongaming, and now he could finally relax. But it would be nice if my sister was here. Yixuan thought for a while, then looked at Su Yu, who was sitting at the tea table, and said slowly, Brother Xuangyuan, you're not actually over 20, right? He reached the ascended Emperor realm before the age of 20. I imagine Brother Xuangyuan's status is quite extraordinary. Su Yu was sitting on the long table meditating, and he replied with his eyes closed. Then what can I teach you, Brother Yi? Do you want to know my identity? Yixuan shook his head in denial. Since you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. I just hope that after we enter the ruins, Brother Xuangyuan can stand united against the outside world. It's natural. At this time, Su Yu suddenly stood up and walked towards the bathroom. It's getting late. I'm going to take a shower first. We'll set off tomorrow. After not taking a bath for a few days, Mu Qingyi's body instinctively had an idea. Although you can always use spiritual energy to cleanse your body. Yixuan immediately jumped up from the bed. Brother Xuangyuan, how about we go together? We are all men. There is no need to be restrained. Bang! Before Yixuan could finish speaking, Su Yu pulled the door handle and the door slammed shut, the sound echoing throughout room 7. Tusk, if you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. Why are you slamming the door? Yixuan snorted and could only sit back on the bed. In the bathroom, Su Yu turned back into Mu Qingyi again. Wash together. I am now Mu Qingyi. Let's wash our hair together. If it was a male body, he could accept it. But that's definitely not possible for a woman. With a sigh, Su Yu used his spiritual sense to check the surroundings, and then used his spiritual power to penetrate the entire bathroom. Half an hour later, Su Yu walked out of the bathroom. It's over. Yixuan glanced at Su Yu, then stood up and walked towards the bathroom. He went to the bathroom, closed the door, and took off his shirt, revealing his tall and strong figure. His smooth and well-proportioned muscle lines were full of beauty and explosive power, and his body was covered with golden patterns that seemed to be natural. I've already cultivated the Holy Dragon Heavenly Code to the 3rd level. With Master's help, my other martial arts have also improved significantly. The next step is a breakthrough in my cultivation. Yixuan's foundation is very solid. It can even be said that there is no such thing as a weak foundation. For the past month, he has been fighting bloody battles all the time, making breakthroughs at the critical moments of life and death. That was why he was able to reach perfection in the King realm in such a short time, and move closer to the Emperor realm. This is a major feature of the Duzhen celestial body. As long as you keep fighting, you will become stronger. The celestial bodies were fully utilized by Master Liao Hongaming. Liao Hongaming is actually one of the only 2 people who knows the secret of the Duzhen celestial body. even earlier than senior sister Qingyi. That's why he tried so hard to take Yixuan as his disciple. Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, just when Yixuan wanted to flush, he clearly noticed something was wrong. He sniffed the air. His eyes suddenly narrowed. His eyes were full of disbelief. How is this possible? This is senior sister's scent. This is senior sister's body fragrance. He was not mistaken. He had come into contact with her many times and was very familiar with her body fragrance. But why is there Qingyi's body fragrance here? Didn't senior sister already return to the Mu family in Lingcheng? Could it be that senior sister came to this in a few days ago? That's impossible. This smell doesn't seem to have been there for a few days, could it be? As if he had thought of something, Yixuan looked into the bedroom. Xuan Guan, could it be that Xuan Guan is senior sister in disguise? After coming to this conclusion, Yixuan wanted to rush out immediately to find out. But his hand stopped just as it grasped the door handle. Doubts also arose in my mind. If Xuan Guan is my senior sister in disguise, then why doesn't she want to see me, to recognize me? And you still want to pretend to be a stranger and follow me? What exactly is senior sister's intention? But if you want to investigate, it does make sense. But the key point is that Xuangyuan doesn't look like a girl at all. His behavior was completely that of a man, not to mention the gentle and aloof demeanor of senior sister Qingyi. What exactly is going on? Could it be that I've been practicing too much these days and missing my senior sister so much that I've become possessed? Yixuan was completely puzzled and even felt like he was going crazy and slapped his head in distress. I must be hallucinating. Xuan Guan was just drinking and clinking glasses with him in the restaurant. How could he be his senior sister? Impossible. Yixuan sighed lightly and immediately rinsed with clean water to cool down his anger. Not long after, he came out of the bathroom and looked at Su Yu. He saw that she was lying on the bed with her legs crossed, looking very cool. I told you, how could fellow Taoist Xuangyuan be my senior sister? Yixuan laughed at himself and started to lie down on another bed. However, although he had given up this idea, his eyes were still on Su Yu, and he was lost in thought. Su Yu frowned. He naturally noticed Yixuan's gaze. What's going on? Why is this guy staring at me? And the way he looked at me was a little strange. Did he notice me? This shouldn't be the case. If he knew, he wouldn't be so quiet. At that moment, Su Yu coughed twice. Brother Yi, do you have any questions? Yixuan was silent for a moment, then asked, Brother Xuangyuan has reached the Ascension Emperor realm at such a young age. I'm just curious about what kind of cultivation method he has practiced. Su Yu raised her eyebrows and said, I am practicing the Thunder Dao technique. Thunder Dao Kung Fu. Yixuan concentrated for a moment. Brother Xuangyuan, could you show me your skills? This is the first time I've seen Thunder Dao Kung Fu. Su Yu stretched out his hands and opened them, and a brilliant flash of lightning appeared in his palms. The lightning was only an inch across, but it contained terrifying destructive waves. Yixuan sighed lightly when he saw it. This level of power can only be exerted by the main cultivation method. It has even been used to perfection. Senior sister is a sword cultivator, a pure sword cultivator, and has never come into contact with thunder-attributed techniques. As expected, he is not my senior sister. What do you think, Brother Yi? After putting away the lightning, Su Yu said to Yixuan with a smile. Brother Xuangyuan is extremely powerful. I am ashamed to say I am inferior to him. I believe that Brother Xuangyuan will gain unexpected rewards in the Huangfeng ruins. Yixuan replied with a smile. Don't worry, I will protect you when the time comes. Su Yu waved his hand easily. Thank you in advance, Brother Xuangyuan. Yixuan was speechless. He no longer had the heart to be polite. So I lay quietly on the bed. Su Yu glanced at the other person lightly. A hint of doubt flashed across his eyes. He felt that Yixuan seemed to have guessed his identity. Fortunately, Tai Ling Kai and Fa Ju can simulate other martial arts. Otherwise, it would be exposed. But how did he find out about me? I clearly didn't reveal anything. P.S. Please give a good review. Please follow me. Chapter 49. The next day, Su Yixuan and Zhou Pengwu and two others went to the Huangfeng Mountains together. The Huangfeng Mountains are a mountain range where monsters gather. Generally, sect disciples or monster guilds will come to mountains like the Huangfeng Mountains when they accept missions. However, since there are 6th level and even 7th level monsters in the depths of the mountains, few people enter the core area. When it comes to monsters, there is a clear distinction between them and the demon clan, and they cannot be confused. Monsters are monsters, and monsters are monsters. The essential difference between them is the issue of bloodline. The demon race generally has inherited the demon bloodline for at least thousands of years, has a long bloodline origin, and the demon power they cultivate comes from demon essence. Although most monsters travel in groups, they do not attach importance to the inheritance of bloodlines and do not even have this concept. Most monsters do not have bloodlines that continue for more than 3 generations. The demon core cultivated by the demon beast. The destination of Su Yu and his companion's trip was the ruins, located in the core area of Huangfeng Mountains. If you want to reach your destination, you must constantly resist the siege of monsters. When they arrived at the Huangfeng Mountains, Su Yu and his group were immediately entangled by monsters. Fortunately, their team was strong and they survived several waves of monster attacks without any danger. Night. In a silent forest, 5 people sat around a campfire. We are now only 2 hills away from the ruins, and it seems that other cultivators have appeared around the ruins, Yixuan said slowly. Due to the problem with the ground veins in the Yellow Wind Mountains, an energy tide will erupt tomorrow. By then, the energy supporting the formation at the ruins will be weakened. Zhou Pengwu's eyes narrowed. So tomorrow is the best chance to break through the seal of the ruins. That's right, so we have to adjust to our best condition tonight. Yixuan nodded. Other cultivators who heard the news and came here should also take note. Anyone who can reach the core of the mountain must be led by at least a peak king or ascended emperor. I understand. I'll be the one keeping watch this time. Zhou Pengwu volunteered to take on the night watch duty. Yixuan withdrew his gaze from Zhou Pengwu and placed it on Su Yu beside him, with a strange flash in his eyes. Brother Xuangyuan, I have a question. What doubts? You've been fighting countless monsters all this way. Why didn't you use other thunder martial arts? Why didn't you just use the power of thunder to destroy the monsters? Along the way, Yixuan observed the other party from time to time. He found that Xuan Guan only practiced a thunder attribute technique, but did not practice any martial arts to assist the power of thunder. Not a single one. Even if you encounter a 6th-level monster, he would never believe that someone who had reached the Ascension Emperor realm had not practiced any thunder-related techniques. There must be something fishy going on here. Su Yu's face twitched. It was over. Yixuan began to doubt him again. He had no choice. Although the Tai Ling Kaian Fa Ju could simulate any martial arts technique, its attack method was extremely monotonous. Yixuan was familiar with the martial arts and body movements he had practiced before. If I use it, my identity will probably be exposed. Thunder-type techniques are rare, and Thunder-type martial arts are even rarer. Plus, I don't have any sect or school, so naturally I don't have many good martial arts. Yeah. Listening to Su Yu's words, Yixuan's eyes sparkled. Roar. Suddenly, a terrifying roar of a beast was heard from 1,000 meters away in the forest. The terrifying aura swept through the mountains and forests, pressing on everyone's hearts like a mountain. Su Yu and his team quickly stood up and were on guard. This aura is actually from a 7th-level demon beast. How is this possible? Aren't they living in the deepest part of the Yellow Wind Mountains? Why are they here? Zhou Pengwu was surprised and even showed a look of fear. There are only 2 7th-level monsters in the Huangfeng Mountains, and they are a certain distance away from the ruins. Didn't they expect that they would meet one right now? Yixuan's expression also became solemn. Someone must have provoked it and chased it all the way here. Stand back, don't attack it. Su Yu and the other 4 evacuated quickly. No one had the idea of facing a monster that was comparable to a heavenly lord. Roar. However, this level of monster has an extremely sharp sense of smell, and it locked onto the target the moment Su Yu and the others retreated. He swallowed the prey in his mouth in one gulp, roared towards the sky, and rushed forward with his 10-foot-long body. The towering trees along the way collapsed, and he attacked Su Yu and the others. The distance was getting closer and closer, and the shape of the monster could be clearly seen through the moonlight. It was a 10-foot-tall lion. Its pupils are like blood amber. Its body is covered with red scales. Its sturdy limbs have extremely sharp claws, and it has a pair of light red wings on its back. The entire monster looked majestic, and its aura shook the surroundings. 7th-ranked demon beast, the Scarlet-Winged Lion King. Not good. Seeing the Crimson-Winged Lion King rushing towards them, Su Yu and Yixuan attacked at the same time. The power of thunder and golden spiritual power collided with the hard scales. A trace of pain flashed across the strange pupils of the Scarlet-Winged Lion King, and his huge body retreated. This combined attack had an impact on it. So strong. Not far away, seeing that Su Yu and the other two were able to work together to repel the 7th-level monster, Zhou Pengwu and the other two were shocked. They originally thought that the two of them were already outstanding for being able to be crowned kings and emperors at such a young age, but they could actually fight against opponents of higher levels. But besides being shocked, I was more grateful for having survived the disaster. Facing the attack of the 7th-level monster, they are likely to survive. Su Yuexuan began to fight with the Scarlet-Winged Lion King. Especially Yixuan, relying on the strength of his fighting body, he fought head-on with the monster, engaging in a physical collision. Its tiny body showed no fear or timidity when facing the monster as big as a hill. As for Su Yu, because he concealed his identity and could not use the power of his innate Taoist body, swordsmanship, or even the power of immortal spirit, his strength was greatly reduced. Therefore, Yixuan could only use thunder to assist in long-range attacks. The thunder power evolved from the god-level skills also made the monsters extremely uncomfortable. He fought with the Scarlet-Winged Lion King for a long time. Yixuan finally retreated and came back. Although his body was covered in blood, his breath was unusually steady, and the excitement in his eyes was unconcealed. At this time, he said to Su Yu, "Brother Xuangyuan, this beast is in a weaker state now. Could you please help me hold on for a while? I need time to give it a fatal blow." Su Yu nodded slightly. "No problem." "Okay, then I'll trouble you, Brother Xuangyuan." Seeing Su Yu agreed, Yixuan decisively gathered his energy and concentrated his mind. Golden light shot up into the sky from all around him, and countless dense golden patterns condensed around him. Yixuan seemed to have entered a state. He seemed to be using a trump card, but it would take some time. Roared. The intelligence of a 7th-level monster is no less than that of an adult. The Scarlet-Winged Lion King vaguely sensed a threat from Yixuan. Then he roared to the sky and opened his bloody mouth to bite Yixuan. Su Yu snorted coldly, and his body turned into a ray of lightning that kept shuttling around the red-winged Lion King, using the power of thunder to entangle with it. Su Yu's realm is higher than Yixuan's. Although the means he uses now are monotonous, they are more difficult to deal with than Yixuan. After suppressing the Scarlet-Winged Lion King for half a minute, Yixuan's aura finally surged. Chapter 50. Su Yu glanced sideways. Yixuan's strength is indeed astonishing, but it is impossible to kill a 7th-level monster. At most, he can only seriously injure it. After pondering for a moment, Su Yu sighed softly. Maybe he should help him secretly. Immediately, the lightning in his hand jumped wildly, bursting out with the most dazzling brilliance. And within this lightning, there is Su Yu's pure sword intent. The dazzling lightning turned into a lightning arc and flew towards the crimson-winged Lion King, tearing its scales, penetrating its body and breaking its left wing. Now, Yixuan's eyes were like an eagle's, and the golden pattern in his hand was large and solidified into an ancient Chinese character, Chinese letter. It crashed into the chest of the red-winged Lion King like a meteorite, continuously devouring its life force. Finally, the Scarlet-Winged Lion King roared towards the sky, and his huge, lifeless body collapsed. The red-winged Lion King, who was comparable to the heavenly venerable level, died on the spot. Wind. They actually killed a 7th-level monster. Zhou Pengwu and the other two who were watching from afar were dumbfounded. It would have been fine if they had fought back, but they hadn't expected him to actually kill them. After killing the monster, Yixuan did not care about the monster's corpse. Instead, he turned his gaze to Su Yu, which was full of deep meaning and contained many complex emotions. He sensed the sword intent hidden in the last burst of thunder, although it was very weak. That sword intent is very familiar. Ethereal, pure, illusory. Was he really confused when he was in the inn? After dealing with the 7th-level monster, the team changed to a new camping site. By the bonfire, Zhou Pengwu looked at Su Yu and Yixuan with a bit more restraint and awe in his eyes. He originally thought that the two young men only had strength comparable to his at most. But I didn't expect that I could actually kill Tianzun. Alas, Tilda, it seems that we should separate after we reach the ruins. Zhou Pengwu sighed lightly. Now he understood how much they were inferior to each other, and following them into the ruins would only hinder them. After all, he proposed to form a team because their strength was almost the same. In the world of cultivation, strength is respected. Yixuan looked at Su Yu cautiously, his eyes gentle. Ahem, fellow Taoist Xuangyuan, please be careful when entering the Huangfeng ruins. Follow me, I will definitely protect your safety. Su Yu, your cultivation seems to be lower than mine. It's okay if it's a little low, I can handle it. Yixuan patted his chest and guaranteed. Fellow Taoist Chuangyuan, I have a friend who looks very much like you. I made a promise to her once. I wonder if she still remembers it. What agreement? What does this have to do with me? Yixuan was anxious. It's the agreement we made before we parted, that leg agreement. Su Yu glanced at him coldly. Brother Yi, I don't know what you are talking about. I don't know you, and I don't know who your so-called friends are. We are not familiar with each other. Really? Yixuan smiled awkwardly and touched his head. Brother Chuangyuan, I've been feeling quite confused lately. I always feel like she's in my... Shut up. Faced with Su Yu's scolding, Yixuan instantly felt aggrieved. He turned around and stopped looking at Su Yu, his back looking a little lonely and depressed. He looked up at the moonlight in a daze. Teacher, my life has been like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can make it to the other side? Mr. Wu, what's going on? By the campfire, the strange atmosphere made Zhou Qiudi keenly aware of something unusual. There's something wrong with the way Yixuan looks at Xuan Guan. Ever since they worked together to kill the Crimson-Winged Lion King, Yixuan has become very abnormal. He became very attentive to Xuan Guan and would steal glances at him from time to time. And now, that special emotion is becoming more and more obvious. So Yixuan likes Xuan Guan. No way. Yixuan possesses a divine body and is the #1 prodigy of the Zhan Yue sect. How could he fall in love with a man? What on earth is there about this Chuangyuan that could make Yixuan so interested? What on earth did he see? Why isn't I the one he's interested in? What a shame. As she thought about it, Zhou Qiudi sighed softly. She actually had a very good impression of Yixuan. Not only was he handsome, but he was also extremely talented and had a bright future. Chuangyuan is also handsome. It's such a pity that these two handsome guys are gone. Little sister, why are you sighing? Zhou Zhan asked puzzledly from the side. Nothing, you don't understand the world of young people. The next morning, at dawn, the dazzling light fills every corner of the forest. As the Huangfeng Mountains were covered with light, the entire mountain range seemed to be boiling, and the energy between heaven and earth rose to a certain height in an instant. The energy tide of the yellow wind mountains has erupted, and the formations at the ruins are beginning to weaken. Everyone, the time is now. Several teams, including Su Yu and others, rushed to the site of the ruins when the sudden change occurred in the mountains. It was a magnificent and ancient sight, standing like a ferocious beast between heaven and earth. And outside the ruins that towered over the heaven and earth, there was a faint yellow energy barrier. The teams that were able to arrive here in time all knew the characteristics of the formation. Looking at the formation that sometimes appeared real and sometimes fake, everyone looked extremely excited. The protective formation of the ruins has been weakened. Suddenly, they joined forces without any prior agreement, and it took them several minutes to break the formation. The formation has been broken. The baby is mine. Kill. Countless people's eyes turned bloodshot as they rushed towards the ruins at full speed. Let's go too. Seeing that the opportunity was right, Su Yu led the team into the ruins. As Su Yu took the first step into the ruins, the system prompt sounded slowly in his mind. Ding found the Tiansheng ruins, accompanied by the son of destiny, Yixuan. Will the host make an alternative investment? Help Yixuan seize the greatest opportunity in the Tiansheng ruins. Has alternative investment started again? Su Yu was slightly stunned, but also accepted it with pleasure. Helping Yixuan seize the biggest opportunity in the ruins will not only benefit Yixuan, but also reward himself. It is a win-win situation. The rewards for investment feedback are bound to be better. So I agreed immediately. In the ruins, there is a hidden world within the magnificent ruins, an underground world. Countless dust has accumulated in the ancient and dilapidated passages, and no one knows where the passages lead to. Yixuan stepped forward, his eyes drifting towards the depths of the ruins with a hint of suspicion. He pointed to the third fork in the road ahead and said, "Let's take this road." Su Yu glanced at him and said, "Okay." Following Yixuan's footsteps, through the dim tunnel, a huge and magnificent ancient palace appeared. Su Yu and his companions came to the front of the palace and looked at the plaque hanging there. This is... P.S. Please follow me. Please give me good reviews. Chapter 51. Is this the spiritual weapon hall? There's a spiritual weapon inside. Looking at the 3 large golden and red characters above, Su Yu and others were shocked by the sense of desolation that emerged. They quickly stepped into the palace and saw nearly 30 spiritual weapons floating on a light curtain in the center of the hall. And underground was a group of various weapons piled up like groceries. It's been too long. Almost all spiritual weapons below level 6 have lost their effectiveness. Even some level 6 and level 7 spiritual weapons have become waste. But now the remaining ones are at least above the 6th rank. Su Yu was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He flew up first and reached out for a black-scaled axe the size of an adult. Not far away, when Yixuan saw this scene, his pupils widened. Oh my god, he actually swung a giant axe. Although Xuan Guan denied that he was her senior sister, after the dual experience of fragrance and sword energy, he still guessed that he was her. And now, a beautiful and graceful fairy was swinging an axe and chopping around. How could he accept this? The scene was extremely shocking whenever he imagined it. Yixuan immediately stepped forward to stop him. He snatched the giant axe from Su Yu's hand and said seriously, "This thing is not suitable for you. I think you should be more suitable for the sword." How did he find me? Why was he so sure it was me? Could it be that the sword energy I used last time was leaked? Is he so perceptive? Su Yu expressed considerable confusion. Brother Yi, what weapon I use has nothing to do with you, right? Brother Xuangyuan, why are you so distant? After all, we've stayed in the same room for a night, haven't we? Let's go ahead and see if there's anything suitable for us. Su Yu glanced at Yixuan, then passed by him. In fact, he didn't care. The reason why he was attracted to this giant axe was that among these 6th-level spiritual weapons, its energy fluctuation had reached the 7th level. However, this type of spiritual weapon is indeed not suitable for Mu Qingyi, and it damages her image. So he continued to search, but after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find the 7th-level spirit sword. There's no 7th-level spirit sword? Su Yu showed a hint of disappointment in his eyes. At the same time, Yixuan was holding a piece of pure white silk in his hand and walking towards Su Yu quickly. Brother Xuangyuan, I found a spiritual weapon suitable for you. He came to Su Yu, carefully pulled out the delicate silk that was as thin as a veil, and explained, "This is Wan Qingling, a 7th-level spiritual weapon. It recognizes its owner by dripping blood. Wearing it on your body can not only defend but also launch a surprise counterattack. It is very suitable for you. I think it suits you well. Why don't you try it on?" "Ah, no need. I already have one that suits me." "What did you get?" Su Yu raised his eyebrows. Yixuan immediately took out a set of red gold scale-patterned boxing gloves. "This is the Sun Sealing Killin boxing gloves, also a 7th-level spiritual weapon, with powerful red sun power, which is in line with me." Su Yu couldn't help but nodded. This really suited Yixuan very well. For someone like him who practiced self-cultivation, it would produce better results. When Su Yu and others were choosing spiritual weapons, a series of sounds of breaking through the air were heard outside the hall, coming from far away and getting closer. What followed was a strong aura. Su Yu scanned with his spiritual sense and clearly sensed the situation outside. Someone's coming. There are quite a few people coming, including many powerful people in the realm of heavenly venerate. Tianzun, and there's more than one. Yixuan frowned. The newcomers were naturally the monks who broke into the ruins. They came to the palace just for the treasures inside. Tianzun realm, although he had previously teamed up with Xuangyuan to kill an existence of this level, he was ultimately crowned king. Moreover, there is more than one heavenly lord coming, so if we confront them head-on, we will definitely suffer a loss. Walk. Leave a few 6th-level spiritual weapons, including the peak 6th-level ones, for them to snatch. Take away all the others and leave this place quickly, Yixuan said decisively. Zhou Pengwu and others nodded repeatedly, and only collected a few 6th-level spiritual weapons. For them, being able to obtain a 6th-level spiritual weapon is already good luck, and they dare not be too greedy for fear of bringing trouble upon themselves. It quickly swept through the hall, and Su Yu and others immediately rushed out from the back door. Not long after they left, the sound of fighting was heard in the hall. That was practitioners fighting against each other for the treasures of heaven and earth. The team continued to move deeper into the ruins. Half an hour later, as they walked through the dark passage, waves of black fog came from all directions. The black fog engulfed the team at lightning speed. Su Yu was alert and his spiritual sense spread outward, but the black fog suppressed it. What the hell is this thing? It can even suppress spiritual consciousness. Yixuan. Su Yu found that it was quiet all around, so she shouted loudly in the direction of Yixuan. But still no one responded. Su Yu acted decisively, and the power of thunder swept around. Wherever the thunder passed, the black fog retreated and vision was restored within a radius of 30 meters. Gone. Su Yu raised her eyebrows, but in an instant, Yixuan, who was standing less than 3 meters away from her, disappeared out of thin air. Not only Yixuan, but also Zhou Pengwu and the other two. This black fog must have been a restriction set up by the former owner of the ruins to prevent those with malicious intentions from entering the ruins. Of course, maybe this could be a test, because apart from blocking vision and limiting its effect, it does not cause any substantial harm. After all, Yixuan is the Red Destiny. He will definitely not die. He is even the most likely person to win the inheritance of the ruins. If he wants to find Yixuan to help him seize the inheritance, perhaps he can see Yixuan by going to the inheritance core of the ruins first. It can also prevent others from getting there first. At worst, it's not a loss to grab the inheritance yourself. After thinking it over, Su Yu began to use the power of his innate Taoist body. Anyway, Yixuan is dead now, so it doesn't matter if he uses his own strength appropriately. The power of the Tao body and the tailing 1,000 laws merged to easily eliminate the influence of the black fog. Su Yu followed the passage and walked towards the depths of the ruins according to his feeling. Mo Yuechi walked for a cup of tea and arrived at a dark underground palace. The underground palace is in ruins, with its decorations worn out, and even the plaque at the top is broken. As we went deeper, scattered limbs appeared on the ground from time to time. But it was not human flesh and blood, but a cold, black robotic arm. Su Yu entered the entrance of the underground palace with some doubts. At the same time, a familiar figure was staggering out from the underground palace. His face was pale, and there was a bloody scar on his right shoulder with flesh and blood oozing out. He looked disheveled and had suffered great trauma. When Su Yu saw the figure clearly, his expression paused. Zhou Zhan. The person in front of them was Zhou Zhan, who had separated from them in the black fog not long ago. Chapter 52. Zhou Zhan, why are you here? Zhou Zhan was originally planning to evacuate the underground palace, but when he saw Su Yu coming, he looked happy. He hurried to Su Yu despite his injuries. Brother Xuangyuan, I didn't expect to see you here. Where are Yixuan and the others? Zhou Zhan smiled bitterly. I don't know either. I thought you two would be together. I lost track of all of you during the black fog, and I appeared here after it dissipated. Then what's wrong with your injuries? Su Yu asked again. Zhou Zhan looked at the bloodstain on his shoulder and said, My shoulder injury was caused by the puppet inside. If I hadn't been lucky, I'm afraid you wouldn't have seen me. Puppet, a hint of understanding flashed in Su Yu's eyes. No wonder there are so many broken limbs here. It turns out that this place is similar to Puppet Peak. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, this underground palace should have been a place for refining puppets. There are several intact puppets in it, even 7th-level ones. 7th-level puppet. Su Yu's eyes lit up. It was quite good to meet a puppet comparable to the Heavenly Lord here. Su Yu stepped forward, and the power of the innate Taoist body emerged from his palms. The endless power was injected into the deep wound. The pain on Zhou Zhan's face quickly eased, and he showed a hint of intoxication. After a few seconds, Su Yu stopped. Okay, your injury is almost healed. Zhou Zhan loosened his muscles and found that his injuries had basically no longer affected his movements. Thank you, Brother Xuangyuan, for your care. But suddenly, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Doesn't Brother Xuangyuan only practice thunder magic? How come the power just displayed is even more refined and powerful than thunder magic? But doubts were just doubts, and he didn't ask any more questions. After all, it was someone else's secret. When practicing outside, how many people don't have their own secrets? Take me in and have a look. Are you going in to subdue the 7th-level puppet? Zhou Zhan's face changed when he heard that. Su Yu nodded slightly. Take my advice, let's not go in. Maybe Brother Xuangyuan can handle a 7th-level puppet, but there's more than one in there. I just wanted to move the outermost puppets, but they surrounded me. If I enter the core area, I'm afraid I'll be besieged by all the 7th-level puppets. Zhou Zhan tried his best to persuade them. He knew that Xuan Guan and Yixuan had once worked together to kill a 7th-level monster. But now there is more than one 7th-level one, not to mention that Yixuan is not with them. Su Yu still said calmly, Don't worry about the rest, just lead the way, I will keep you safe. But if you really don't want to go in, just tell me where they are and I can go in alone. This, Zhou Zhan hesitated. Are you really sure? Nature. Zhou Zhan's expression turned grim. Okay. In that case, I'll lead the way for Brother Xuangyuan. Zhou Zhan took Su Yu back into the underground palace. This underground palace is where the puppets are placed and is located underground. The branches of the underground palace are complicated, but Zhou Zhan is familiar with them since he has explored them before. The two of them quickly passed through numerous underground passages and reached the end. This is an extremely huge underground palace disk. Surrounding the outer disk are giant humanoid beasts that are 2 to 3 meters tall. Their black crystal bodies are made of unknown material, giving people an unusual sense of oppression. They stand quietly on the orderly arranged bronze platforms. The closer to the depths of the territory, the stronger the puppet's aura. Be careful, there's a mechanism under this platform. If you step on the slot below, it will trigger the puppet's attack. I fell here last time. Seeing Su Yu walking straight towards the center of the nest, Zhou Zhan's eyelids jumped and he hurriedly explained. Following Su Yu, the two came to the center of the nest. This looks like an ancient circular altar. In the center of the altar, there is a 2-meter-high bronze stone pillar with white light patterns flashing on it, like several spirit snakes entwined around the stone pillar. A white energy shield also covered the outside of the stone pillar. At the 5 corners of the altar, there are 5 bronze platforms, and on 3 of the bronze platforms stand 3 red-striped puppets as huge as towers. The 3 puppets exuded an aura far superior to that of the other puppets. This is the fluctuation of the breath of the heavenly venerable. Unfortunately, among these 3 puppets, one had its entire steel right arm broken off. The puppets on the other 2 bronze platforms disappeared. These 3 puppets are all comparable to the heavenly venerate realm, but one of them has a broken right arm, so it should only be able to exert the strength of a half-step heavenly venerate. Su Yu looked slightly happy. He now looks down on the puppets of Shengwang realm. Tianzun realm is considered to be a truly powerful one in Jianyu sect. Isn't this Tiansheng ruins the remains of a powerful Tianzun? How did so many Tianzun-level treasures appear? Logically, there should be some, but not many. What's more, this is an extremely rare Tianzun-level puppet. Could it be that this so-called heavenly saint is a title? Is it the title of a powerful saint? Is this the site of a powerful Saint Dao realm cultivator? If this site is truly at the Saint Dao level, then wouldn't its greatest inheritance also be at the Saint Dao level? Seeing that Su Yu didn't say anything, Zhou Zhan said, "The stone pillar in the middle should be the energy source of this entire underground palace puppet. If you want to take the puppet away, you must destroy it first. However, if you try to move it, it will most likely cause all the puppets to surround and kill you. So, Brother Xuangyuan, you still have to think about this." Su Yuking exhaled a breath of foul air. "Get away from here." Zhou Zhan still hesitated and asked, "Don't you need my help? You'll only make things worse." Zhou Zhan's face froze. Faced with such a straightforward answer, he couldn't refute it. He could only obediently withdraw from the puppet's territory and watch from afar. These can be said to be 2 heavenly lords, 1 half-step heavenly lord and nearly 50 ascended emperors. Even if he is in the ascended emperor realm, how can he contend with them? When Zhou Zhan thought of such a huge disparity, he began to regret it. He was really out of his mind. Why would he bring Xuan Guan to challenge such a dangerous place? Su Yu fixed his gaze on the altar stone pillar. He gathered the power of thunder in his hand, condensed a ball of lightning, and slammed it hard into the white light shield covering the stone pillar. With a loud bang, countless tiny cracks appeared on the light shield. At the same time, all the puppets on the territory began to vibrate. Their black pupils, which had been dull until now, suddenly flashed with red light, and their limbs made clanking sounds as if they were stretching their muscles. All the puppets came alive. At this moment, their eyes were collectively locked on Su Yu in the center. His figure shot towards Su Yu like a cannonball. Su Yu snorted coldly, summoned Baihe, and unleashed the 8th-grade spirit ice-breaking sky sword. Pure and ethereal sword intent filled the sky and swept towards the puppet that was rushing towards him. The powerful sword intent, an innate Taoist body that had to be hidden, were finally displayed in this underground palace. For a moment, even the 2 puppets in the heavenly venerable realm showed signs of being suppressed. Not far away, Zhou Zhan, who was watching from a distance, was stunned when he saw Su Yu, whose figure was as stunning as a flying swan, moving with ease among a group of puppets. What's going on? Isn't Brother Xuangyuan a thunder cultivator? How come he's become a sword cultivator now? And it's so powerful, etc. After observing carefully, Zhou Zhan's pupils suddenly shrank. Isn't that kind of sword something that only women should use? And why is his swordsmanship so ethereal and ethereal? At this moment, it seemed that the one wielding the sword among the group of puppets was not a man, but a peerless swordsman woman. Xuangyuan he. Suddenly, he couldn't help but think of Yi Xuan's flattery of Amelia Su not long ago. He was the #1 prodigy of the Jianyue sect, the possessor of a divine body, personally taught by the Grand Master Uncle. Even such an existence admires Xuan Guan so much. Then how handsome is he? No, that's not the case. As he thought about it, his gaze toward Su Yu suddenly became complicated and strange, and his curiosity reached an unprecedented level. The beating of my heart started to become faster. P.S. This book has started its debut, but some of the data are not ideal and have not met the standards. Not many people can finish reading it successfully. Let's take the most intuitive as an example. You may not know, but I only earned more than 60 yuan from more than 300 requests for updates yesterday. And with the gifts from fans and readers, the total was more than 70 yuan. Today's update is about 500, so the money earned should not exceed 80, laughing. If other authors have 500 requests for updates with the same word count, they can earn at least 200 or even thousands helpless. This is the rubbish part about this book. Few people can actually finish reading it, and their stay time is short. Most of the comments in the comment section are read for less than an hour, so this probably means they want to support the readers. This book might have been cut during its debut. The author has been verifying these days. The data is not very good and I don't have the mood to write. The weather is also very hot. I can't sleep at night and I have no energy the next day, asshole. My body is weak tears. I have sent out all the saved drafts. I am sending them out late because I just finished writing 2 chapters. In short, let's wait and see the data for the next few days for this book. If the author can't even get the most basic royalties, then he'll have no choice but to quit. It is also possible to open it in 2 versions. I will update this book if I have time. Anyway, if you can, please spend a minute or 2 to follow the updates these days and give a good review. Maybe it will really become popular. That's it. Chapter 53. Xuan Guanhe, is she a woman? Zhou Zhan stared at Su Yu's figure in a daze. Inside the altar, even if a puppet is as powerful as a celestial being, it can only fight back with physical violence without any skills if there is no one controlling it. Su Yu's body movements were enhanced by his innate Taoist body, making him flexible and agile, moving like a flying swallow among the puppets. Each of the powerful puppets seemed to be frozen in place by him and could not move. The Tianzun puppet, which was unable to reach its target, flashed its scarlet demon eyes and let out a roar that resounded throughout the underground palace. The light from the stone pillars on the altar grew brighter, illuminating every corner of the land. When the glow reflected on the cores on the chests of all the puppets, their auras suddenly became stronger. The aura of the 3 most ferocious puppets was getting closer to that of the Heavenly Lord. They all broke free from their restraints, bursting out with even more powerful strength and tearing towards Su Yu with their sharp claws. Does the stone pillar enhance their power? Not good. Xuan Guan, be careful. Seeing Su Yu becoming increasingly passive, Zhou Zhan, who was watching from a distance, changed his expression. Somehow, he got hot-headed and rushed directly to the center of the territory in a hurry. The long sword in his hand slashed out several black sword intents like a dragon. However, he was only in the late stage of the King realm and was immediately locked by the puppet after stepping into the territory. Several puppets turned into black shadows and flew towards Zhou Zhan. The power contained in their iron bodies seemed to be able to tear Zhou Zhan into pieces easily. No, why did he break in? Inside the altar, Su Yu, who was fighting against the Tianzun puppet, was stunned when he noticed this scene. Didn't you tell him to stay away? Why did you come in? You have to know that the weakest ones in the territory right now are comparable to the ascended emperor realm. Aren't you courting death by barging in as a king realm? Don't you want to live anymore? But even though he complained, he knew that Zhou Zhan was worried about him. Then his expression became focused, and he unleashed his immortal spirit, causing his strength to increase several times in an instant. The powerful sword energy transformed into a vortex of sword intent, forcibly forcing dozens of puppets back and embedding them into the bronze wall. After Su Yu broke free, she turned into a ray of light and flew towards Zhou Zhan. It's over. Zhou Zhan looked at the 5 puppets surrounding him, a trace of bitterness on his face. I was too arrogant this time. If I had known earlier, I would have forced Xuangyuan to leave and not come here. The place of opportunity is indeed full of dangers. But it's good that brother Xuangyuan was able to escape this time. Zhou Zhan swung his last knife, but the puppet easily resisted. When the sharp claws tore at his head, he could only accept his fate. At the same time, Su Yu rushed over. 3 inches before the puppets could grab Zhou Zhan's head, he chopped all the puppets away with one sword. The sword intent swept around, creating several cracks in the ground, but it did not touch Zhou Zhan at all. Xuan Guan, Zhou Zhan's pupils widened, and he was overjoyed. He didn't expect that Xuan Guan could escape from the entanglement of 3 heavenly master-level puppets and come to rescue him. But what surprised him even more was the aura that emanated from him at this moment. That fairy air. He had never seen this kind of immortal energy in Xuan Guan, nor had he ever felt it in anyone else. Smart, holy, ethereal, and fairy-like, so close yet so far away. The bright and clear figure of the phoenix and the faint fairy spirit. It was as if the person standing in front of him at this moment was a fairy with a fairy-like temperament. "Brother Zhan, didn't I tell you to stay away? Why are you back?" Light. When Zhou Zhan met Su Yu's gaze, his heartbeat suddenly started pounding and his face turned red. "What's wrong?" Su Yu frowned and looked at him in confusion. "No, it's okay. Thank you, Brother Xuangyuan, for saving my life. I was indeed a bit reckless just now. I will retreat now." Zhou Zhan responded with a chuckle, then quickly retreated from the territory. He looked like he was running away. "What's wrong with me? Brother Xuangyuan is a man now. How could he be attracted to a man? How could he? But is Xuangyuan really a boy? The sword he wields, his movements, and the aura he exudes. Is he really not a girl?" Zhou Zhan's thoughts are in a mess now. As he thought about it, his pace slowed down involuntarily. Wait, what is he thinking now? Why should he worry about whether Xuangyuan is a man or a woman? Whether Xuangyuan was a man or a woman, they just met by chance. How could he become so strange? Zhou Zhan shook his head vigorously, and when he arrived outside the territory, he began to wait and see. But this time, he was obviously a little absent-minded. Su Yu's fighting power doubled with the help of immortal spirit energy, and he used the Lingbing Paxiao sword with all his strength to break through the puppet's heavy attacks. He showed no mercy even to most of the puppets in the ascended Emperor realm, chopping them into pieces and dismembering their limbs with just one sword. Ice-breaking Emperor Slash. A 3-meter-long ice blade condensed and formed. Su Yu swung the sword, and the ice blade pierced the stone pillar like a swift arrow. With a loud bang, the light patterns on the stone pillar suddenly became brighter under the piercing of the ice blade, and then shattered like glass. The stone pillar is broken. The stone pillar broke, and the energy in the chest cores of all the puppets dissipated. Their attack on Su Yu also stopped, and they maintained an offensive posture. All the puppets lost their energy. Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis in the underground palace was resolved, so he immediately put the 3 heavenly master-level puppets into the space ring. As for the remaining puppets, they were useless to him and only took up space. At this time, Zhou Zhan also hurried over. Seeing that Su Yu had no intention of accepting the other puppets, he said, "Brother Xuangyuan, don't you want the rest of the puppets? After all, there are dozens of them that are comparable to the ascended Emperor realm." Su Yu shook her head and said, "No need. Too many puppets would be a burden. After all, they all need energy to maintain." Zhou Zhan nodded in understanding. "Indeed, if that's the case, can I take a few puppets with me? Brother Xuangyuan might not like them, but they're rare treasures for us." Su Yu smiled and said, "Brother Zhan, please feel free to do as you please. There's no need to be so reserved. After all, this time it's you and I who are working together to break into this underground palace." "Thank you very much." Zhou Zhan clasped his fists in sincere gratitude and also selected a few good puppets. He also did not take more. After all, his strength and the energy resources he could provide were not enough, so he should not be too greedy. After selecting the appropriate puppets, the two left the underground palace. Zhou Zhan followed Su Yu all the way in silence. He glanced at the figure next to him quietly, and his wild thoughts made him extremely tormented. Finally, unable to contain his emotions, he asked cautiously, "I have a question in my mind, but I don't know if I should ask it or not." "You ask. Brother Xuangyuan, are you a woman?" Chapter 54. Su Yu paused, looked at Zhou Zhan, and smiled indifferently. "Brother Zhan, do you think I am a man or a woman?" Light. Zhou Zhan hesitated. He didn't have any doubts before, but after this incident he had to become suspicious. "I have no idea." Su Yu said, "Brother Zhou Zhan, there's no need to be so entangled. Whether it's a man or a woman, we entered this ruins for the sake of opportunity and cultivation. Our pursuit is to cultivate the way. The cultivation of the way is endless, and we should not be confused by other things. Brother Zhan asked me if I was a man or a woman. Will this cause any conflicts or disputes with your path of cultivation?" "There shouldn't be any disputes." Zhou Zhan nodded in agreement, not quite understanding what he meant. Why does he feel that Brother Xuangyuan is fooling him? But what he said does make some sense. Since there is no dispute, why do you need to know whether I am a man or a woman? Besides, even if Brother Zhan knew about this, I'm afraid it wouldn't be of any benefit at all. I understand. Thank you for your guidance. Zhou Zhan clasped his hands together and said solemnly. Su Yu glanced at him calmly. If he was a red destiny, then she would have to reveal her true form and fight with him for a while. It's a pity that he is not. It doesn't matter. Let's go look for Yixuan and the others now. Maybe they have already reached the core inheritance site of the ruins. The two continued to move deeper into the ruins. An hour later, deep in the ruins, the core hall of Tiansheng. At this moment, Yixuan was sitting cross-legged on a high platform above the magnificent palace. In front of him was a drop of golden blood containing pure power. This is the holy blood left behind by a powerful person in the holy Dao realm. It is also the most precious opportunity of this site. It contains a hint of sacred meaning and the lifelong inheritance of the owner of the ruins. As long as you refine it, you can get unimaginable benefits, and even people with average talent may be able to touch the threshold of the holy Dao realm. Yixuan, after being lost in the black fog, tried his best to find Xuan Guan, but later on, he only met Zhou Pengwu and Zhou Qiudi by chance. Until recently, they accidentally came to this core inheritance area. As soon as the three of them arrived, the residual soul of the owner of the ruins, Tiansheng, appeared. He wanted Yixuan to absorb the inheritance. But Yixuan, who was extremely anxious, didn't care about this. He just wanted to find Xuan Guan back. However, Tiansheng calmly told him that as long as he accepted the inheritance, he would be able to sense all the movements of the ruins. Yixuan agreed decisively. Then there was the scene of him refining the essence and blood of the Holy Way. Not far from Yixuan were the remnant soul of Tiansheng, Zhou Pengwu and Zhou Qiudi. Below the palace steps, there was a scene of dozens of people joining forces to attack the golden energy shield. There is no shortage of powerful people in the realm of heavenly venerate among them. Senior Tiansheng, how long can this energy shield last? I always feel like it will be destroyed at any moment. Looking at the unstable light shield in front of her, a trace of worry flashed in Zhou Qiudi's beautiful eyes. While Yixuan was accepting the inheritance, the other intruders also poured into the core hall. When they saw Yixuan accept the inheritance without saying a word, they were naturally unhappy. So there was a scene of collective siege of the energy shield. Senior Tiansheng was just a remnant soul and could not suppress them by force. Tiansheng stroked his beard and said, "It can't hold out for long. It broke apart before Yixuan even finished refining it." Zhou Qiudi's pretty face changed. "What should we do then? If these people break through the protective shield, won't they tear us to pieces? Don't worry, once Yixuan refines my inheritance and controls some of the power of the ruins here, he will be able to repel them." Zhou Qiudi, but didn't the senior just say that they would break through the light shield before Yixuan finished refining it? How can you be so impatient, girl? Boom! At this moment, the golden light shield emitted a huge roar under the combined efforts of the crowd, and then spread rapidly like a spider web. The crack spread to the last corner, like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the light shield to explode. "Kill!" The crowd roared and moved as fast as thunder. "The light shield is broken." Zhou Qiudi's face was pale. Looking at the crowd rushing towards her with bloodshot eyes, she took a few steps back as if possessed by a ghost. But when he saw his uncle Zhou Pengwu stepping forward to intercept him, he could only grit his teeth and endure the pressure to meet him. Tiansheng revealed a faint smile, and his figure flashed and appeared in front of the two people. "Youngsters, my legacy already has a successor. You are late, please step back." The leading old man in black narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous aura. "Are you the owner of this ruins? Why did he take the inheritance so easily? And we came here with so much hardship and didn't even stand a chance." "That's right, why should we do that? At least we are competing fairly," the others echoed. "Why?" Tiansheng raised his head and looked upwards, with a faint smile in his eyes. "I can only say that this is God's will." "What do you mean by God's will? I think you are just old and confused." The old man in black looked at the blood essence on Yixuan's chest, full of burning greed, and said loudly, "Everyone, the blood and essence in that kid's arms are not simple. If he absorbs it all, we won't even get a share. He is just a remnant soul. We don't need to be afraid of him. Just do it. Kill." The crowd used all their magical powers and rushed forward. Perhaps this remnant soul was much stronger than them when he was alive, but now he only has a remnant soul left. With so many of them, they are not afraid that the other party will do anything weird. The inheritance is not meant for you. It is not destined to be yours. Why bother with this? Tiansheng shook his head, and the light in his hand surged and pressed towards the crowd. For a time, Tian Sheng and the alliance headed by 3 Tianzuns started fighting. Tian Sheng was even afraid that Zhou Qiudi and the other 2 would be bored, so he left 4 people to fight with them. On the high platform, Yi Xuan, who was refining the essence and blood of the holy Dao realm, also noticed the movement outside. He is the owner of the fighting heavenly body, and multitasking is his most basic ability. So after seeing the remnant soul of the heavenly saint fighting with the outsiders, he couldn't help but feel worried. Because their current situation is not good, and they are gradually falling into a disadvantage. Teacher, this is not a solution. That day, the saint must have wanted to consume his remaining soul to buy time for you. Yixuan's expression changed. Will he die then? Teacher, is there any way to save his remaining soul? Elder Wu shook his head and said, No, he is different from me. After thousands of years, his original power has gradually dissipated. Now the remaining remnant soul has not merged with his original power. Your cultivation isn't that high, so you won't be able to hold on for long. But they can't hold on any longer, etc. Suddenly sensing something, Yixuan felt overjoyed. It's master. It's fellow Taoist Chuangyuan. He's fine, he's here. Sensing Su Yu's arrival, Yixuan immediately felt relieved. The reason why he was so eager to refine the inheritance was to find him. Now seeing that he was safe and sound, Yixuan felt relaxed and at ease. Even if facing the 3 heavenly lords, Chuangyuan is capable of protecting itself. There is no problem. But why is Zhou Zhan following him? He sensed that next to Xuan Guan was Zhou Zhan from his previous team. Why do the 2 of them appear together? Have they been together for such a long time? Suddenly, Yixuan felt a surge of jealousy for no reason, a strong sense of jealousy. Chapter 55. He once made a promise to her that he would not allow anyone to touch her. He will defend this dignity with his life. And now this Zhou Zhan is by her side. Fuck, what are you thinking, Yixuan? A certain thought arose in his mind, and even Yixuan felt chilled, and he quickly discarded the idea. Zhou Zhan was indeed following Xuan Guan, but he knew that the other party would not pose any threat to him. There was no way she could have any thoughts about Zhou Zhan. They just met a few people by chance, and after working together to explore the ruins, they will go their separate ways. Impossible. Yixuan calmed down quickly after figuring it out, and even the speed of refining the holy blood increased a bit. Yes, I thought you would be blinded by jealousy, but I didn't expect you to remain somewhat sober. In Yixuan's heart, the voice of old Wu's praise came. Yixuan smiled bitterly and said, Teacher, now is not the time to talk about this. I have to refine the holy blood quickly, otherwise she will be hurt if she faces it alone. However, I want to see if you will use your own strength for me. Excitement and curiosity surged in Yixuan's golden eyes. It is impossible for Chuangyuan to resist Tianzun with his thunder magic, not to mention that there are 3 Tianzuns on the field, unless she uses the power of swordsmanship, an innate Taoist body. But will she do it? After more than a month, I can finally see my senior sister's true face again. Thinking of this, Yixuan observed while rapidly refining the holy blood. Although Yixuan himself did not notice the speed this time, it made old Wu beside him dumbfounded. This kid, if that girl followed him around every day, saying sweet nothings and words of encouragement from time to time, wouldn't his cultivation take off immediately? Su Yu and Zhou Zhan also came to the core hall. Originally, their speed was not so slow, but they encountered a black fog on the way which delayed them. Brother Chuangyuan, that's my sister, and Uncle Pengwu and Brother Yi. Oh no, they are in danger now. Walk. Su Yu understood the situation with just a quick glance of his spiritual sense, and he flew up to the platform. The lightning in his hand blasted out with lightning speed, hitting several people in the ascending emperor realm. Brother Chuangyuan. When Zhou Qiudi saw the person coming, his face was filled with ecstasy. Tiansheng actually noticed the arrival of Su Yu and the other person early on, and he even knew that they were in the same group as Yixuan. This little guy is not simple. Tiansheng looked at Su Yu with a complicated expression. From the time he entered the ruins until now, there were 2 people he couldn't see through. One was Yixuan, and the other was the little guy called Chuangyuan. Since the other party came, he immediately put his hand away. The power of his remaining soul has been almost exhausted, and the rest of the things can only be left to this little guy. The arrival of Su Yu and the other person also attracted the attention of the black-robed old man and others. But what made them feel heavy was that the other party actually attacked their people. And the key point is that the ascended emperor realm can't do anything to the other party. Everyone stopped fighting and entered into a standoff. The old man in black robe stared at Su Yu intently and said in a bad tone, "Who are you? Why are you helping them? Don't you want to seize the inheritance of this ruins?" That kid is currently refining the greatest inheritance here. Once he completely refines it, all our efforts will be in vain. Su Yu sneered in his heart. If I don't help Yixuan, would I help you? Not only because of the identity relationship, but more importantly, it is the mission of investing in Yixuan. Only if Yixuan has the greatest chance of winning the ruins can he get investment feedback. Then if you succeed in grabbing the opportunity, who will it be allocated to? Remember, there is only one opportunity. Su Yu smiled and pointed at the old man in black. Could it be you? After all, you are the one with the highest cultivation level and the strongest strength among us. Will you finally get the inheritance that we all fought so hard for? The people following the old man in black all had strange looks in their eyes, their gazes drifting towards each other vaguely. This is very likely. They all knew that this kid was trying to sow discord, but what he said was very reasonable. After all, they didn't want the inheritance they had fought so hard for to fall into the hands of others. Seeing that the people in the team began to waver, the old man in black looked gloomy. "You sharp-tongued boy, it seems you really want to go against us. Everyone, don't listen to this brat's slander. I do want the inheritance, but that's after we take it back and compete fairly. But it's different now. That kid is almost done refining that drop of blood essence. If we continue here, all our efforts will be wasted. So we will take action now, destroy them, and take back the inheritance. The highest level of their cultivation is only the ascended Emperor realm. How can they be our opponents? Everyone kill, seize the inheritance. Kill." The crowd's eyes turned red, and they used all their magical powers to attack Su Yu and the others. The three people leading the crowd surrounded Su Yu. An old man in a black robe, an old man wearing a red robe, with red hair, eyebrows, and beard, an old woman in yellow clothes with gray hair on her temples. These three people are the backbone of this team, and they are all powerful people in the early stage of Tianzun realm. Brother Xuangyuan, be careful. Seeing Su Yu being surrounded by three heavenly masters, Zhou Zhan, who was not far away, looked worried. Zhou Qiuti frowned when she saw it. Although this could be considered a friendly reminder, as a woman, her sixth sense felt that something was very wrong. His brother became very concerned about Xuan Guan. What's going on? Isn't Xuangyuan a man? Why has her brother become like this? Last time she complained that you don't understand the world of young people. But do you understand it now? Is your comprehension so amazing? Just like Yixuan back then. Break two in a row. Is this mysterious view poisonous? Or is he hiding a dark secret? Brother, be careful. Don't keep paying attention to fellow Taoist Xuangyuan. You are in danger now too, Zhou Qiuti reminded him, fearing that Zhou Zhan would be distracted. Don't worry, I know my limits. Zhou Zhan glanced in Su Yu's direction and finally swung the sword in his hand towards the man. Su Yuchu, boy, you're just an early-stage ascension emperor, and you dare to face the three of us, the heavenly lords? Let's see what you have the guts to do. The red-haired old man smiled evilly, and the red flame in his hand burned, turning into a ferocious fire dragon that roared and bit towards Su Yu. The scorching flames burned the space, making ripples. The old man in black robe and the old woman were also ruthless. Black flags and purple gauze curtains appeared one after another. How can you know if you don't try? Su Yu snorted coldly and decisively, took out three puppets from the space ring. The black shadow transformed into three phantoms and flashed out. The pure strength of the body broke through the attack and rushed towards the three black-robed old men like a beast. In an instant, the puppet and the three people fought together. The terrifying power made their muscles and bones vibrate, and the pupils of the three black-robed old men shrank. Is this the power of the Heavenly Lord? This kid actually has three puppets of the Heavenly Master level in his hands. Tilde. Xuan Guan actually has a Tianzun puppet. Ever since Xuan Guan appeared, Yixuan has been observing his every move from beginning to end. When he took out the Tianzun puppet, he was also surprised, but at the same time his mind was at peace. It's good to have a trump card, it's good to have a trump card. Although Yixuan was somewhat disappointed that Xuan Guan did not reveal his true appearance, he was even more furious when the three heavenly masters besieged Xuan Guan. Even a hint of hostility and madness flashed in his golden eyes. Hurry up. Yixuan was frantically refining the holy blood, and his aura became stronger and stronger. Although Xuangyuan has three puppets to restrain Tianzun, this is not a long-term solution. Judging from the situation, although the two heavenly master-level puppets held back the red-robed old man and the old woman, the remaining black-robed old man was the most powerful. Shuan Guan teamed up with a half-step heavenly venerable puppet and was defeated under his attack. Just a little bit. He must succeed in refining it when Chuangyuan is truly in crisis. P.S. My head hurts so much today that I can only update once. I will make up for it tomorrow night at 12 o'clock. Tomorrow will be almost what you want to see. Chapter 56. In the core hall, a fierce fight was going on. Su Yu forced himself to drag 3 people. As time passed, Su Yu could no longer withstand the strength of the old man in black robe. Boy, your strength is not bad, but you think you can defeat me with just a puppet of half-step heavenly venerable. Isn't that wishful thinking? The old man in black robe clapped his hands forward, and a 3-meter tall dark giant hand carrying tremendous energy grasped Su Yu. Is this guy still not well? Su Yu glanced at Yixuan on the platform with dissatisfaction. They had been holding on for quite a while, but he didn't move at all. With a thought, he used the power of thunder and puppet to strike the giant dark hand together, but only weakened its power a little. The puppet rushed to Su Yu and met the giant dark hand. The powerful force tore off its other arm, and most of its steel body was destroyed before the big hand was eliminated. This time, I'll see how you can resist. Seeing this, the old man in black robe made an eagle claw shape with his hand, and his body turned into a black light, attacking Su Yushan's head. Just when Su Yu instinctively wanted to fight back, the voice of the system in her mind suddenly rang out. Ding, congratulations to the host on the success of alternative investment. Investment method, protect Yixuan and successfully refine the holy blood. Investment target, Yixuan Deep Red Fate. Rewards are now being announced. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6th grade elixir, the Panacea elixir. 1 3-colored Evil Thunder Rui card, one-time use. And 1 Holy Way instant kill card. Instant kills anyone below the Great Emperor level, one-time use. Feedback rewards. Yixuan succeeded. Well, when the old man in black robe grabbed Su Yu by the head, a golden light rushed past. Yixuan appeared beside Su Yu like lightning, with golden divine power surging in his right hand, firmly locking the eagle claws of the black-robed old man like an iron clamp. When it hit Yixuan's palm, he felt like he had hit an unbreakable iron plate. Yixuan's face was ferocious, and his golden pupils flashed with a chilling ferocity. The aura of the ascending Emperor realm was released without reservation. Dare to touch her, I'll kill you. Boom! Yixuan's golden fist hit the black-robed old man like a cannonball. The latter flew backwards, and his legs rubbed into the ground, leaving 2 long marks of 100 meters in length. Immediately afterwards, Yixuan did not hesitate at all. He decisively flashed in front of the old man in black robe and started a fierce battle with him. The terrifying sound spread to the surrounding area, causing people to run away without any prior agreement. This guy, seeing Yixuan being so brutal, Su Yu was obviously stunned for a moment. Is he heartbroken? Why is he so cruel? However, Yixuan successfully refined the holy blood and broke through to the Ascension Emperor realm, so he felt relieved. Yixuan had broken through to the Ascension Emperor realm, so the old man in black robe was destined to be unable to do anything to him. He doesn't have to work hard anymore, so I started to take stock of the feedback rewards. Needless to say, the 6th grade elixir is pretty good. The Holy Way instant kill card can kill everything instantly except the Great Emperor, but unfortunately it is only a one-time effect. 3-colored Evil Thunder Rui card. Su Yu's eyes flashed with a strange color. System, is this the solution to the Evil Thunder? That's right, this Rui card can store evil lightning when the host breaks through. And when released, it can control the spread of the 3-colored evil lightning according to the host's wishes, but it cannot exceed the limit. From now on, the host can switch to the original body at will, storing evil lightning and controlling its range. The 3-colored evil lightning possesses a powerful will of destruction. As long as someone harbors ill will or malice towards the host and is identified as an enemy by the host can use the Rui card to expand the area of the evil lightning to encompass that person, unleashing the power of the evil lightning to annihilate the enemy. This is a rare trump card. Su Yu's eyes lit up. Evil thunder can indeed bring disaster to living beings, but if it can be controlled properly so that it does not harm innocent people, it will be a good trump card. It can even be said to be a growth-type trump card. If you encounter an enemy that you cannot defeat, just transform and throw out the Rui card to kill him. As for the one-time thing, Then he'll just keep piling it up until he becomes a true god. Not bad, not bad. Su Yu accepted it with satisfaction. Although the reward was just average, he got what he wanted, and this trip to the ruins was worth it. He calmed his mind and realized that the battle outside had entered a white-hot stage. Outside world, a 10-foot-long black-scaled python swooped down from the sky and was finally smashed to pieces by Yi Xuan's golden flying dragon. Asshole! The magical martial arts were intercepted by Yi Xuan again, and the old man in black robe turned pale and blue. The same golden power, the fact that he was at the ascended emperor realm and was competing against him, who was approaching the middle stage of the heavenly venerate realm, indirectly showed the power of the inheritance. Now that the holy blood has been refined by this kid, if you want to regain the inheritance, you must erode his soul. As for the holy blood, just condense it into a human pill. But this guy was very tricky and too violent. He almost broke my front teeth. Just use whatever skills you have. Seeing the old man in black robe pause, Yi Xuan said coldly, "Boy, don't be too proud. You are only at the ascended emperor level. If both sides fight to the death, you will be the only one to die," said the old man in black robe with a ferocious look. "Then let's try it." Yi Xuan remained silent. His golden divine power surged, and a set of armor with golden light patterns condensed all over his body. The dense golden patterns inside were obscure and mysterious. "Brother Yi, I'm here to help you." At the same time, Su Yu turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared beside Yi Xuan. The power of thunder spread outward, and a sea of thunder appeared faintly behind it. Yi Xuan's eyes flashed with strange colors, and he responded softly, "Okay, be careful and don't get hurt." As he spoke, he shattered the air with his feet and charged straight at the black-robed old man like a wild bull. Originally, he wanted to fight a war of attrition with the other party, but since Xu and Guan came, he no longer had to worry about it. Hundreds of golden iron fists appeared as he swung them, attacking the black-robed old man like a rain of pear blossoms. The latter's powerful spiritual sense allowed him to barely catch the trace of the fist shadow. The power of darkness permeated his fingertips, and he met the golden fist. Bang, bang, bang. The violent collision sounds rang out like the dazzling music that rose one after another. Ashura's ghost hand. After the old man in black robe repelled Yi Xuan with one move, a black-patterned ghost hand immediately condensed on his palm. Su Yu seized the opportunity and blasted out a huge thunder ball, which contained shocking sword intent. The old man in black robe snorted disdainfully. He knew that this fair-faced young man was no threat compared to the rude boy. So a single hand stretched out, carrying the dark power and trying to crush it. But when his palm touched the thunder ball, his pupils suddenly shrank and he looked at Su Yu in disbelief. "Huh, this damage isn't right." Chapter 57. Well, the old man in black robe was instantly twisted by the sword intent inside, and his entire right hand was torn into pieces and his bones were broken. The terrifying sword intent even spread to his internal organs. Ugh. Even the old man in black robe began to scream in pain when facing Su Yu's full-strength sword, and his attack came to a halt. Good opportunity. God of rebellion. Yi Xuan seized the opportunity, and the bloodline supernatural power of the Dujanshan body burst out. An ancient and vast golden divine pattern condensed in the palm of his hand, and then turned into a golden light and hit the black-robed old man. The golden pattern tore open his chest, and the overbearing energy quickly destroyed his heart. His life wave is gradually dissipating. "You deserve to die." The old man in black robe had bloodshot pupils, endless madness surged in his eyes, and his entire body began to burn. He transformed into a huge dark fireball and attacked Su Yu and the others. Yi Xuan stood in front of Su Yu with golden light flickering in his hand, and in an instant, a golden light shield consisting of 3 layers stacked together appeared in front of him. Snap! The dark fireball smashed through the light shield, and its power was much weaker, but it still headed straight for the two of them, burning life for the final blow. Su Yu and Yi Xuan attacked again at the same time, and the thunder and golden light combined to compete with the dark fireball. The last terrifying explosion sounded, the fireball completely dissipated, and the two men flew backwards. Careful! Yi Xuan was quick-witted and quick-handed. He pulled Su Yu into his arms and then slammed her hard against the ground from behind. Why do these people burn their lives at every turn? Yi Xuan coughed lightly. Fortunately, he had been baptized by the holy blood and his skin was now thick and tough, so he only suffered some minor injuries. But this guy's self-destruction was just like any other enemy he had encountered before. Extremely brutal. Shouldn't you let go? In Yixuan's arms, Su Yu felt the masculine energy coming towards her. She felt repulsed in her heart, but could only speak expressionlessly. The main reason is that this guy tied it too tightly, and it was a bit suffocating. Yixuan finally came to his senses. Now he was lying on the ground with his back against the pit. His right hand was wrapped around Su Yu's waist, and his left hand was pressed against his back. If Su Yu hadn't been holding on to the ground with his hands and feet, their bodies would have been pressed tightly against each other. I'm sorry, Brother Chuangyuan. I was just too nervous just now. Yixuan smiled awkwardly and quickly let go. Su Yu was able to catch her breath and immediately stood up and straightened her clothes. Yixuan also stood up and patted his butt. Brother Chuangyuan, are you okay? Su Yu shook her head. It's okay. The residual power of our combined attack has been mostly neutralized. It's time to end this dispute. Yixuan nodded, and he immediately flew up. The tremendous force swept through the entire hall, forcing everyone who was still fighting to stop immediately. His voice was like thunder, echoing in everyone's ears. Now that the black old man has fallen, why don't you surrender quickly? The inheritance has been decided, and your fate is over. I'll give you 7 seconds. If you don't let go, you'll all die here today. Yixuan's golden eyes were majestic and sacred, and the pressure from his body burst out without reservation, no less than that of the heavenly venerate realm. Everyone stopped at the same time. Joe Kyuti and others were ecstatic, while others who were vying for the opportunity finally had no choice but to give up. Even the strong ones in the Tianzun realm were defeated, and now the enemy is only slightly injured. They have no chance of turning the tables. Although the opportunity is great, you still have to be alive to get it. Even the red-robed old man and the yellow-robed old woman, who were also at the heavenly venerable realm, acquiesced. The outcome of this dispute is indeed a settled one. They still haven't been able to take down the puppet in front of them. It is extremely difficult to cultivate to the level of heavenly venerable, and the two of them do not want to end up dead like the old man in black robe. Seeing that everyone agreed to stop, Yixuan also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He had already obtained the greatest opportunity, and there was no point in fighting with these people anymore. As long as the other party can recognize the situation and retreat, it will be fine. Try not to take action if possible. Brother Yi, congratulations on winning the inheritance. The crowd dispersed, and Joe Pengwu and others came over to congratulate them. I have to thank Uncle Pengwu for his help. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to seize the inheritance so smoothly. Yixuan clasped his fists in gratitude from the bottom of his heart. After all, facing such a huge disparity in strength, they can still stand by my side, so they can be considered friends worth making friends with. No, after all, we are teammates. Joe Pengwu laughed loudly. Congratulations, little one. Tiansheng floated over and said to Yixuan with a smile. Senior, Yixuan and others bowed. Tiansheng smiled and waved his hand. I never thought such an outstanding young man would be able to win the inheritance. This battle energy technique is very compatible with your physique. Its grade is not low. I believe it will have a great effect on your improvement in the future. Also, my main cultivation method and my lifelong understanding of the Saint Tao realm can provide you with an option. Thank you, Senior. I will never let down the reputation of the battle chi art. I will carry it forward, Yixuan said solemnly. Tilde, okay, as long as you have this intention. Tiansheng smiled and felt very relieved. Well, it's time for this remnant of my soul to dissipate. Everyone's expression changed, and Yixuan asked, is it impossible to preserve this remnant soul of the senior? You don't need to be sad. I've already died. I only have regrets in my heart that I couldn't leave my legacy. Now that you have inherited my legacy, it's like being liberated. You should leave too. As he spoke, his body gradually turned into starlight and dissipated, until it completely dissipated in the sky. Farewell, Senior. Yixuan and his companions bowed slightly. They had gained a lot from the Tiansheng ruins, which could be considered a gift from Tiansheng. Tilde. We should leave now. Brother Xuangyuan, what are your plans for the future? Do you want to practice with me for a while? Yixuan looked at Su Yu. After all, his senior sister had no intention of revealing her identity, so he didn't know what to say. But being able to get along with her in disguise is also a unique experience. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhan's expression flashed with a strange color, but he remained silent. Su Yu walked down the stairs. Let's go out first. Bang, bang, bang. Just as they were going down the stairs, several figures outside the hall came rushing back. But they were in a hurry and their faces were full of fear. Even the old man in red robe and the old woman in yellow robe were faster. "No, don't kill me. Help!" They shouted for help and looked back from time to time, as if they were seeing something terrifying. "What's going on? What happened?" Such a scene made Su Yu and the others more alert. The next second, after less than 100 people entered the hall, a gray light shield suddenly rose from the entrance of the hall. The light shield expanded rapidly and finally extended to the entire core hall, covering everyone. Hey, tilde. Heavenly Saint, the inheritance of the Saint Dao realm. 200 years in total. This seat has been searching for 200 years. Today, I finally found you. Chapter 58. An old man in a gray robe suddenly appeared in midair. He was nearly 60 years old, with a thin face and a hunched back. He licked his cracked lips slightly, and his eyes, as deep as a dark pool, stared at Yixuan. The aura released from his body is even more terrifying. This is half-step sainthood, half-saint. Sensing the other party's strength, Su Yu and others' expressions changed drastically. How could a powerful person at the semi-saint level appear in this ruins? The number of semi-saints in the 4 major sects can be counted on one hand. It is generally difficult to hear any trace of them in the Dongshuan territory. With such strength, even if all the people present were put together, they would not be his match. Understanding the confusion on everyone's faces, Elder Chunian said coldly, "A site in the holy Dao realm will naturally attract saints to fight for it. If it weren't for the age of this site, I wouldn't be the one coming here. All right, boy, hand over the inheritance obediently, or don't blame me for being rude." The crowd below were dumbfounded when they heard that the inheritance Yixuan accepted was actually the holy Dao realm. Holy Dao realm? Isn't this the ruins of the heavenly Lord? No wonder the opportunities are so abundant. If they had known earlier, they shouldn't have given up so easily. That guy is really lucky. A burly young man came out and said respectfully, "Senior, the inheritance was taken away by him. It has nothing to do with us. Could you please be magnanimous and let us go?" "Yes, Senior, the inheritance has nothing to do with us. We are innocent." Old man Xunian glanced at the two of them. A faint light shot out from his hand, and the 2 men exploded and died. Such a scene instantly calmed down the crowd who were eager to try. "Let you go back. Since the inheritance of the Saint Dao realm is known, we naturally cannot let you leave. So today you all must die." Such an overwhelming momentum instantly frightened the crowd. So you also looked solemn. Half-saint, if they fought, they wouldn't even be able to break each other's skin. No wonder this dog system gave him a Saint Dao realm instant kill card. Yixuan stole a glance at Su Yu and finally stepped forward and said, "Junior Yixuan, a disciple of the Zhanyu sect, greets you, Senior. Senior, my master is Liao Hongaming of the Zhanyue sect. I hope you will let us go for my master's sake." Liao Hongaming. Old man Chunian narrowed his eyes slightly. "Is your master a hidden saint?" "That's right, Senior. Opportunities come to those who are destined to win. Since you are at the Saint Dao realm, why would you lower yourself to argue with us juniors? Perhaps the Heavenly Saint's technique is not suitable for seniors." Elder Xunian looked at Yixuan with a smile. "Don't think I'll let this inheritance go so easily just because I have the hidden saint as my teacher. Do you know how arduous and difficult my path to sainthood has been? I have been stuck at the level of half-saint for 1,300 years, with no progress. There were countless hardships and dangers, countless life and death struggles, but there was still no hope of breaking through. So I have been searching for the legendary ruins of the Holy Path for 200 years. After 200 years, I finally found this sacred site. As long as I extract your soul and refine your body, breaking through to the Saint Dao realm is just around the corner." Old man Xunian became more and more excited as he spoke, and there was even a hint of madness in his eyes. The opportunity to become a saint is too rare, and he will not let it go easily even if a saint tries to obstruct him. Anyway, he is not from Dongshuan territory, just a casual cultivator. When he kills someone, he will immediately flee Dongshuan territory. No matter where he is, can the other party keep staring at him? Yixuan's eyes darkened. It seemed that this old man would not let them go. Elder Chunian looked at Su Yu beside Yixuan again and said with a half-smile, "Girl, that's a pretty good trick. It almost fooled me. I see you're incredibly powerful. Tell me about your background and see if I'll be intimidated." "Girl, he's a woman." Elder Xunian's words instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Yixuan and Zhou Zhan's breathing became even more rapid. Xuan Guan is really the senior sister. He is not wrong, he is not crooked, he is straight. As their thoughts became clearer and clearer, Yixuan and Zhou Zhan's heartbeats became more and more intense. Su Yu frowned. The divine invisibility talisman was only a 7th grade spiritual talisman. It could deceive the consciousness of the heavenly venerable, but it would be useless to the half-saint. He sighed softly. Now that he has been exposed, there is no need to cover it up. When the invisibility talisman was removed, Mu Qingyi's true face was revealed. She has a beautiful face and lives aloof and lonely life, dressed in white with an unparalleled figure. The moment her true appearance was revealed, everyone present stopped breathing and stared at her without blinking, as if she was the only one in the world at that moment. So beautiful, no wonder she wants to hide her true identity. If she doesn't, she'll probably be in endless trouble. Who is she? With such beauty, and having reached the ascended emperor realm at such a young age, she must be quite famous, right? She's in the same danger as us now, and I'm afraid she won't have a good ending. Master, senior sister, it really is you. Looking at that extremely familiar and beautiful face, Yixuan felt indescribable. He had previously thought that his unrequited love was so severe that he became gay and was hallucinating. It turns out he is not sick. It turns out that my senior sister is right next to me. She transformed into Xuangyuan and followed him all the time, but he felt a little heartbroken as to why his senior sister was unwilling to recognize him. Sister, why did you lie to me? Why didn't you want to recognize me? Looking at Yixuan's somewhat sad tone, Su Yu smiled bitterly in her heart. Okay, I have to coax him now. Who made him the son of destiny? After all, we are now under the eyes of outsiders, so it is better to give him some face. Junior brother, I had to disguise myself to avoid unnecessary trouble when I went out for training. I didn't expect to meet you at first, but since junior brother didn't recognize me, I had no choice but to continue because I wanted to see how junior brother had grown recently. You really didn't disappoint me. I think your performance during this period was the most outstanding. Su Yu's praise made Yixuan very excited. This is much gentler than before in the side hall. He shook his head fiercely in denial. I misunderstood senior sister. Do you still remember the agreement? What agreement? Su Yu was stunned and didn't react for a while. It's that agreement? Yixuan looked at Su Yu's lower body intentionally or unintentionally, but he didn't dare to look directly at her. He didn't want to mention it at first, but he had been rejected once before and was a little worried that his senior sister would change her mind. Su Yu's face darkened. In Yixuan's words, it was the leg agreement. Is it that Mu Qingyi's legs are too beautiful, or is this guy just too lewd? He's still thinking about training his legs at this point. It turns out you are still a leg control. Su Yu forced a smile and said, Junior brother, right now, the most important thing is to deal with the business at hand. We can sort out the rest later, okay? Yixuan immediately nodded obediently. He felt that the look in his senior sister's eyes when she looked at him was somewhat dangerous. They really do know, senior sister. Looking at the intimate behavior of Su Yu and Yixuan, Zhou Zhan sighed. He didn't know what was going on, but he felt extremely lost, as if he had fallen into a deep pool and couldn't make a single ripple. It turns out that Brother Xuangyuan's true appearance is so beautiful. It is really rare in the world, but it seems to be missing the fairy spirit that I saw before. I wonder how stunning she will be when she is exposed. Zhou Qiudi beside him, on the other hand, looked as if he had suddenly realized something. So beautiful, Tilda. Brother, it turns out you're not gay, and Yixuan isn't either. It turns out you both knew she was the Fairy Qingyi a long time ago. Fairy Qingyi? Zhou Zhan looked at Zhou Qiudi in confusion. Zhou Qiudi said, the one who can make Yixuan love her so much and call her senior sister must be Mu Qingyi, the top of the Jade immortal ranking of Zhan Yue sect. Zhou Zhan understood, so she is Mu Qingyi. Chapter 59. Humph, you really don't know the seriousness of the matter. You're still in the mood to flirt with me here. Old man Chunian's eyes were grim, and the aura of a semi-saint swept over again, suppressing everyone so that they could not move. Girl, it seems you are also a disciple of the Zhan Yue sect. If that's the case, then you will all die here today. Yixuan's face darkened. He stood in front of Su Yu, his mind focused. Teacher, what should I do now? He's a semi-saint, he's already understood the meaning of the holy way. You're no match for him no matter what. The only option now is to flee. Yixuan said bitterly. I know I should escape, but that old man is very persistent in inheriting the inheritance. He will definitely not give up. Teacher, can't you help? Elder Wu said firmly. You must believe that if I take direct action, it will not do you any good. Actually, I can secretly help you escape, but you are the only one who can do it. Yixuan rejected it without even thinking. Did that mean he should abandon his senior sister? How is this possible? Senior sister is his Achilles heel. The dragon has a reverse scale. Whoever touches it will die. Actually, there is another way. What method? Master will lend you strength, allowing you to temporarily possess the power of the Saint Tao realm and kill the opponent in a short period of time. However, your body is currently unable to withstand the power of the Holy Tao. Although the fighting heavenly body has initially awakened, you can't even unleash 1,000th of it. When the power subsides, you will either explode and die or be seriously injured and fall into a coma. All power comes at a price. Yixuan's face looked a little bad. If that was the case, he would really like to borrow the power of his fellow semi-saint. However, his combat experience and martial arts skills were far inferior to those of the enemy. He would definitely not be able to defeat the opponent in a short period of time, nor could he escape. Of course, if you can stimulate your potential under the premise, the side effects will naturally be much less. At this time, old Wu said lightly again, "Teacher, can you please not say only half of what you want to say at this time?" Yixuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "So how can I unleash my potential?" "That depends on you. Just remember that when you arouse your strongest emotions, you will unleash your infinite potential." The strongest emotion. Yixuan thought slowly and opened his eyes after a moment. He looked at old man Xunian with neither arrogance nor servility. "Are you not going to let us go today anyway? So you want the inheritance, don't you? I can give it to you, but you have to release my companions first. Otherwise, even if it means we perish together, I will not pass on the inheritance to you." Hearing this, Suyu immediately stepped forward and said in a firm tone, "Junior brother, don't make a rash choice. Senior sister will not abandon you alone. I will fight alongside you." In fact, Suyu has been weighing it in her heart. Should he use the instant kill card to kill the old man in seconds? But he is only a half-saint, and his instant kill card can kill any strong person below the Emperor in seconds, which seems to be a waste of his talent. As the saying goes, why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? So he wanted to find another way. He didn't have many cards to deal with the enemy, but Yixuan should have some. After all, he is the Red Destiny. He has his grandfather by his side. He didn't believe that even the old grandfather in Yixuan's body couldn't do anything. System, if the critical moment comes, can you use the instant kill card to kill the opponent before the semi-saint kills me or Yixuan? It's simple, but host, are you sure you don't want to use the instant kill card directly? Su Yu was a little resentful. If you had given me 2 instant kill cards, I wouldn't have hesitated at all. Okay, host, please feel free to try. We will kill the enemy before they attack. Outside world, old man Xunian had completely lost his patience. These ants could not even imagine the power of a semi-saint. Immediately, the spiritual power turned into a sea of gray fire that covered the entire hall. Under the burning gray sea of fire, everyone was wailing in pain and struggling frantically. This ash fire, is it absorbing my life force and spiritual energy? It's so hot, help me. Everyone tried to escape in mid-air, but a gray shadow grabbed their ankles and threw them into the sea of fire. Only Su Yu and Yixuan were breathing a little, and were barely able to move. Is this the power of a semi-saint? I can't resist it at all, it's truly terrifying. Yixuan's golden divine power continued to resist the gray sea of fire, and he stood up with difficulty. Old man Xunian clenched his hands, and Yixuan's body continued to rise into the air. Wrapped in the gray spiritual power, he became a lamb to be slaughtered. Old man Xunian's spiritual consciousness penetrated Yixuan's sea of consciousness, trying to seize the memory of his soul. But there was a golden talisman guarding the sea of consciousness. The gray air spread, and the golden talisman shone brightly. The strong golden light dispelled the gray consciousness like driving away darkness. Is this a soul-calming talisman? Did that old man Yinsheng give it to you? Old man Xunian's pupils shrank, and a dark look flashed across his face. The soul-calming talisman is used to guard the sea of consciousness, prevent others from invading the sea of consciousness, eliminate evil intentions, and at the same time nourish the spiritual consciousness. Anything that could easily repel him would have to be at least an 8th grade talisman. Yes, this is what my master gave me. You can't invade my sea of consciousness now. If I don't tell you, how can you get the inheritance? But you want me to say it? Ha, you're dreaming. Yixuan looked at old man Xunian with disdain. He hated threats the most in his life. Even if they pulled out his tendons and bones, if Yixuan, made a sound, his name would be written backwards. Really? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Old man Xunian smiled faintly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed downwards. Su Yu's figure slowly rose into the air and came to his side. Senior sister, seeing Su Yu, who was also unable to resist, Yixuan's expression changed. You must be very fond of your senior sister, right? She has a beautiful figure, eyebrows and eyes that are picturesque. She is truly a beauty that can topple a country. I'm sure countless men will be crazy about her. Pinching Su Yu's chin, old man Xunian smiled faintly. He has practiced for countless years and has seen countless beauties. The girl in front of him is indeed one of the most beautiful. Asshole, let her go, or I will never let you go. Endless anger rose in Yixuan's heart. He stared at old man Xunian with his pupils about to burst, his expression extremely terrifying and full of ferocity. Elder Xunian said calmly, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in women. Time is endless. No matter how stunning your appearance is, it will eventually turn into a pile of bones and be buried in the yellow earth. The great way and power are the root of everything. Because of countless years of life and death, and countless times of suffering, he has a clear pursuit of the great way. Maybe his obsession is too great, but he firmly believes that the path he is taking is right. So beauty is nothing but a passing cloud to him. Damn, why do I feel insulted?" Su Yu felt sick in her heart, but now she was more depressed, and even the thought of throwing the instant kill card in the old man's face faded. After catching him, why don't you covet his beauty? In his opinion, if you are not seduced by beauty, it means you are not beautiful enough. He was looked down upon, so as I felt the depressed mood, my acting towards Yixuan came naturally. There was a hint of tenderness in his eyes as he looked at Yixuan. Tears fell from eyes that were like glass orbs. Master, junior brother. Chapter 60. Junior brother, you don't need to worry about me. You can't defeat a semi-saint. Don't do anything stupid. You must find a way to escape. Senior sister. Yixuan's eyes were bloodshot, and his heart was shaking uncontrollably. This was the first time he saw his senior sister cry. Even when he was angry with her, his eyes were just red. Is she crying because she is worried about me? HMPH. Old man Xunian's eyes turned cold, and he grabbed Su Yu's neck with his right hand. Boy, although I have no greedy intentions, there are many men who want to get her, just like these men below. As long as you hand over the inheritance to me and condense the holy blood in your body, I will definitely let her return to you. Otherwise, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Su Yu struggled desperately. Junior brother, don't listen to him. I would rather destroy myself than let them have their way. I've always been devoted to the way of the sword, but the path I'm taking isn't a ruthless one. The road ahead is vast, and I walk alone. So I wanted to find someone to accompany me, and that person is actually you, my junior brother. Although Su Yu's eyes were only a little tender, they looked so dazzling when contrasted with her cold and elegant temperament. Yixuan's heart was shocked, and he felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. That's why I insisted on having you become my junior apprentice, and why I took such good care of you. I just wanted you to accompany me to the end. Unfortunately, if we could really stay together for 1,000 years, if there really was someone in this world who would sleep with me and stay with me forever, that person would naturally only be you. If I leave, you must live well. Yixuan's eyes suddenly wrinkled, as if they had lost focus. His original choice has always bothered him and made him regret it. But that's not the point right now. The key point is that senior sister is now planning to commit suicide. She was willing to sacrifice her life for the sake of her chastity, and was unyielding, preferring death to disgrace. But such a pure girl chose him at first. I roar. At this moment, Yixuan's golden pupils turned completely scarlet, and a beast-like roar came from his mouth. Deep within his body, a terrifying force erupted. Golden lines emerged, as if embedded in the skin. Disciple, now is the time to stay rational. Only in this way can you save your senior sister. Sensing the astonishing changes in Yixuan's body, Old Wu immediately seized the opportunity and continued to infuse power into Yixuan's body. The aura of Yixuan is getting stronger and stronger. Old man Xunian frowned. He clearly felt the strange change in Yixuan, so he pinched Su Yu even more, causing the latter to turn pale and look in pain. What are you doing, boy? Stop it now, or I'll kill her. Su Yu felt a little uncomfortable in her throat, and the leaked breath shook her internal organs, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Junior brother, you must live on. From the first time we met, I believed that you would be able to stand at the top of the world. When the time comes, you can come back and avenge me. You can definitely do it. Senior sister. I just hope that even after you get married and have children, you won't forget me. I'm very selfish. In fact, when I chose you, I wanted you to love me alone. If you have time, please come to that small mound of earth and touch it. It will transfer your warmth to that narrow coffin, and then perhaps I will no longer feel so cold. Senior sister used to be lonely and a little afraid of being alone. But if you are worried that I will be lonely, you can bring your wife and children with you so that I can meet them and see how happy your children are. If not even ashes remain of senior sister, you can look up whenever you miss her. She will transform into stars and watch over you. Hearing Suyu's final words of relief, which seemed to have been spoken with all her strength, I was heartbroken. Yixuan collapsed on the spot. He roared in despair. Sadness and pain overwhelmed his sanity. Kill! His momentum reached an unprecedented level, with golden patterns flying all over the sky. His figure was like an ancient ferocious beast, rushing towards old man Xunian. This aura, how is this possible? This thrilling power made old man Xunian's heart jump, and he immediately put Su Yu in front of him. Yixuan disappeared in an instant, and appeared beside old man Xunian. He did not use any magical powers, but his strength and speed were so incredible that old man Xunian could hardly react. How is this possible? Saint Dao Realm. He actually reached the Saint Dao Realm. Old man Xunian was shocked beyond words. This was the power he had been pursuing all his life. Boom! The fist covered with golden patterns hit the waist of old man Xunian, and the golden patterns quickly devoured his internal organs and tendons throughout his body. The latter crashed into the ground like a meteorite, forming a sinkhole. When the dust and fog dispersed, old man Xunian was lying half dead in the huge pit. There is a huge difference between the semi-saint and the saint realm. Facing Yixuan's full-strength attack, he almost lost his ability to move. Su Yu, who was forced to stagnate in midair, also fell rapidly. Yixuan noticed this scene. He turned into a beam of light and rushed towards Su Yu rapidly, then hugged her tightly in his arms. Junior brother, looking at Yixuan, whose eyes were red and as ferocious as a beast, Su Yu's heart trembled. Oh no, this guy is acting too realistically. Is he going to lose control? His aura was too strong, and even though he deliberately avoided Su Yu, his heart was still tense. He placed his palm on Yixuan's chest and said with a choked voice, "Junior brother, are you okay? Don't scare me." Yixuan stared at Su Yu's face for a long time, and finally wiped the blood from her red lips with his fingers. "Senior sister, I feel so bad. My heart hurts so much I want to kill someone." Su Yu was silent for a moment and got down from Yixuan's arms. He touched Yixuan's face and smiled. "Go. Remember, you must stay rational and don't be obsessed with this power." Yixuan nodded and moved closer to old man Xunian step by step. Yixuan's footsteps were like a death note, making old man Xunian completely lose his composure. Facing the Saint Dao realm, even if he took that half step, he would have no chance of winning. But he was not afraid at all. Instead, he roared at Yixuan madly. Why did you suddenly ascend to the Saint Dao realm? Why?" Yixuan turned a blind eye and said word by word, "If it weren't for you, my senior sister wouldn't be so sad. If it weren't for you, my senior sister wouldn't be so helpless and hopeless, or even injured. I will tear out your tendons, peel off your skin, and rip your soul apart, leaving you with no hope of reincarnation. P.S. The setting of Ruyi card has been changed. It can store evil thunder and control the range. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with the transformation later. Thanks to everyone for the gifts. Yesterday, including everyone's gifts, my daily income finally exceeded 200. I don't want to say anything about this incredible price." Chapter 61. Your power is only temporary. This power does not belong to you. Old man Xunian's heart of Taoism was broken. He propped himself up and roared madly. The gray sea of fire continued to burn, and finally condensed into a gray Qilin 10 feet in size. Qilin locked onto Yixuan with a pair of tiger eyes, and then rushed towards him like a cloud, but the speed was so fast that it blurred into a phantom. In a flash, the bloody mouth opened and bit Yixuan. Kill! Golden light patterns lingered around Yixuan's body, and rich golden light patterns covered his fists, and then he punched at the bloody mouth. With a series of loud bangs, the gray Qilin was shattered by fists like glass. Yixuan turned into a beam of light and appeared in front of old man Xunian. He first crippled the other's limbs. The flesh fist wrapped in golden patterns hit his body, breaking every tendon and bone in his body. The intense pain was so severe that even with old man Xunian's endurance, he couldn't help but wail in agony. Immediately afterwards, Countless fist shadows hit his body, chest, head, limbs, and lower body. As a golden heavy punch exploded his heart, old man Xuanian stared at Yixuan fiercely, and his body exploded and he died. The half-saint old man Xuanian died at this point. Ha tilde tilde. Yixuan exhaled lightly. He still couldn't control the energy in his body. His golden energy sea gushed out like a fountain, shaking the hall. Those who are lucky enough to survive leave the hall within 3 breaths, otherwise die. The terrifying fighting spirit made everyone terrified and unable to breathe. When they saw that old man Xuanian had been killed, they could only flee in panic. Xuan, Fairy, is Yixuan okay? Coming to sue you, Zhou Qiudi looked at Yixuan worriedly. They think that something is wrong with Yixuan now, as if he is about to lose control. This power could kill a semi-saint instantly. If they lost control, they would die here in a fraction of a second. Su Yu sighed softly. He should be fine, you should leave here too. Now that those people have returned with serious injuries, they won't bother you anymore. I'll take care of Yixuan's matter. Zhou Penggu also knew the seriousness of the matter, so he clasped his fists towards Su Yu and said, "We will only cause more trouble if we stay here. In that case, Fairy, we will take our leave now. See you again someday. See you again if we're lucky." Zhou Penggu took Zhou Zhan and his sister away. Zhou Zhan was dejected before leaving. He really wanted to go up and say a few words to Su Yu, but he was afraid that Yixuan would slap him into a pulp. In the end, I could only leave in despair. After everyone left, only Su Yu and Yixuan were left in the hall. Yixuan looked at Su Yu. The scarlet color in his eyes still did not fade away, and he slowly walked towards him. "Junior brother, are you okay?" Su Yu showed concern on her face, but she was a little alert in her heart. He was not afraid that Yixuan would hurt him, but he was worried that he would lose control. If his chastity was lost here, he would be broken. You know, Yixuan is almost unable to compete now. "Master, senior sister." Yixuan let out a low, beast-like roar, quickly came to Su Yu and hugged him tightly in his arms. It seemed that only by feeling this familiar breath could he calm down. "Grass." Yixuan forced Su Yu's head into his chest, making it impossible for him to resist and causing him great pain. "Brother, don't go crazy." Sensing Yixuan's increasingly rapid breathing and hot body, Su Yuxiang sweated profusely on her forehead. He immediately said, "Junior brother, you defeated a semi-saint by your own strength. That's great. You bravely resisted for me and for everyone else. This is enough to show that you have good moral character and a sense of responsibility. You are a humble gentleman and would definitely not do anything to take advantage of others' misfortune. You didn't let me down." Yixuan's expression paused, and at this moment it seemed as if something had loosened in him. But at the same time, a strong sense of satisfaction arose in my heart. His senior sister praised him. Ever since the apprenticeship incident, she had been indifferent to him most of the time, but now he had taken another step forward. "Senior sister." "What's wrong, junior brother?" Su Yu raised his eyebrows. He found that Yixuan's arms were getting looser and looser. "Senior sister, what you said before." Before he could finish his words, Yixuan collapsed and fell into a coma, and his aura completely dissipated. Su Yu immediately supported him. He continued to inject spiritual power into his meridians, and after surveying the situation, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay. Although the meridians in my body have been disrupted and my foundation has become weak, I'm lucky I'm not completely ruined. In this situation, an ordinary person would have to stay in bed for a year or two. As for Yixuan, he should be able to recover quickly." Su Yu used his innate Taoist body to transfer his spiritual power to him, and then gave him a few high-level healing pills before carrying Yixuan out of the ruins. They are still quite far away from Zhan Yue sect, and he can't carry him all the way back. He has to find a quiet place to rest for a while. With his spiritual power and the secret help of old man Yixuan, I believe he will recover faster. So Su Yu took Yixuan to a sparsely populated river. There are no monsters running rampant here. Not far from the source of the river is a cliff waterfall that is hundreds of feet high. The water in the pool below the waterfall is crystal clear, and countless crystal water droplets hit the pool and rocks. The water droplets shattered and scattered, and through the sunlight you could clearly see the hanging brilliant light. Su Yu was sitting by the river. She had just finished cleaning her clothes, and her eyes couldn't help but look at Yixuan, who was seriously injured and unconscious. Yixuan's current condition not only has internal injuries, but also external injuries. He can help him with internal injuries and external injuries. Yixuan's body was now covered with scars. His upper body was naked, and his trousers were torn and tattered. After all, there are differences between men and women, which is difficult to deal with. Although Yixuan is unconscious, the old man in his body is most likely awake and is probably silently watching my every move. If he wasn't there, I could just help Yixuan apply medicine and change clothes, but he is Mu Kingi now, and he has to maintain his image. Let's not talk about the coldness, just say that men and women should not touch each other. This makes it difficult for the real Mu Kingi to take action. However, if the traumatic wound is not treated, it will most likely leave sequelae. At some point, a deep scar appeared on his inner thigh. Alas, tilde. After much hesitation, Su Yu finally decided to apply medicine to Yixuan. After all, it was he who contributed most to Yixuan's becoming like this. It's just an application of medicine. At most, you can pretend to be reserved and shed tears for the old man to see. He's not a real woman anyway. Afterwards, the other party will give feedback to Yixuan, which will increase his favorability. Perhaps the favorability is already full. So Su Yu made some healing medicine and applied it on her crystal-clear jade hands. It contained the power of the innate Tao body and gently wiped Yixuan's scarred body. Chapter 62. Yixuan didn't know how long he had been unconscious. He only knew that he was in endless darkness. There was no light around, and it was extremely cold, as if it was a bottomless abyss. Time passed quietly until a pair of hands appeared and gently caressed him. Soft, smooth, delicate, and slightly cool. It feels so good. Yixuan couldn't help but murmur. The hands touching him felt so comfortable that he couldn't help but feel intoxicated. But after he let out a cry of comfort, the warm little hands disappeared. At this moment, Yixuan seemed to be trapped in an icy swamp and began to struggle again. At this moment, he was breathing rapidly, sweating profusely, and mumbling from time to time as if he had a nightmare. Just when he was walking on thin ice, a familiar cold little hand touched him again. It feels like a spring breeze, warm and comfortable. Being in the cradle, I feel warm and relaxed. Yixuan became attached to this feeling. He was finally unable to bear the touch, and subconsciously reached out to hold the cold and tender little hand, and held it in his arms. Snap! Then he felt a loud slap on his face, and a huge force instantly caused him to lose consciousness and fall into a coma. The strength in his hands also loosened. I don't know how much time passed. Yixuan gradually regained consciousness and opened his eyes again. What caught my eye was a stunningly beautiful woman, dressed in white with a stunning figure. The moonlight poured down on her, making her look like a fairy descended from the ninth heaven, cold and silent. Master, senior sister. Su Yu glanced sideways and saw Yixuan walking towards her sober. Junior brother, are you awake? Yixuan looked around and found himself bandaged like a mummy. There was a sour feeling on my face. What's going on? Yixuan asked doubtfully. Senior sister, where is this? Am I unconscious? We are now in a forest in the Yunmo Mountains. You are indeed unconscious. You fell into a coma after you suddenly burst out and killed the half-saint at the Tiansheng ruins. You were in a coma for 6 days. I was in a coma for 6 days. Yixuan remembered and dragged his body to get up. Su Yu hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward to support him. Nothing happened afterwards, right? Are you okay, senior sister? It's okay, everything is fine. Yixuan looked at Su Yu. So it's senior sister who has been taking care of me these days. These bandages on my body were also wrapped with your help, senior sister. Yixuan was instantly frightened when he got Su Yu's light answer. He immediately checked his entire body and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the pants are still there. Although it was a little broken, senior sister probably didn't see the dragon raising its head. But the scar on my thigh was really painful, and my senior sister actually helped me deal with it. Senior sister is really so virtuous. Who in the world can compare to a woman like you? Junior brother, after the last trip to the Tiansheng ruins, your meridians are still in a disordered state. Even with your amazing recovery ability, it will take at least half a month. Yixuan smiled confidently and said, It's okay, senior sister. I have a way to recover quickly. Su Yu gave him a complicated look and said, Since you are sure, that's good. You should heal your wounds for the next few days. After you recover, we will return to Zhan Yue sect together. Okay, then I'll recover from my injuries in the next few days, and then we'll go back to Zhan Yue sect together. Yixuan nodded obediently, as if he remembered something, excitement surging in his golden eyes. Oh, senior sister, you said earlier at the Tiansheng ruins that if I could stay with you for 1,000 years. then the person who would sleep with you and stay with you forever would be me, your junior brother, right? Are you serious? Yixuan was extremely excited. The words King Yi said before their farewell must have been a true expression of her feelings. Senior sister, I am in your heart. At that time, I was trying to stimulate your potential. Su Yu was a little speechless, and it seemed that Yixuan only listened to half of what he said. He immediately said with a cold expression, Junior brother, I was just expressing my regret back then. If you and I were from the same lineage, it would be possible for us to accompany each other for 1,000 years and eventually become Taoist companions. But you are not my true junior apprentice after all. You are a disciple of that great uncle. You have your own training and your own life. In the future, you will travel the world. Junior brother, keep your original intention. You must practice well first. Seeing Su Yu's serious eyes, Yixuan felt more and more bitter. It seems that my senior sister is also brooding over what happened back then. But it doesn't matter, he won't give up. He believed that the final outpouring of true feelings must be genuine. As for his senior sister, he believed that one day he would be able to win her heart. My resolve is unwavering and as solid as a rock. Looking at Yixuan's ambitious look, Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It's stable. His experience pack number 1 was able to calm down on its own. Oh, senior sister, the 4-sex competition will begin in 10 days. We have to participate on behalf of the Zhan Yue sect, so I will recover as soon as possible. Su Yuliulai's eyes narrowed, and she almost turned to stone on the spot. He almost forgot about the 4-sex competition. I will definitely meet Jai Ruking at that time. It's over, the 2 experience packs he just used to consolidate his relationship are about to collide. By then, the relationships he had worked so hard to build were ruined. How to do this? How about delaying Yixuan first and preventing him from returning to Zhan Yue sect? This definitely won't work. It would be difficult to explain to the Zhan Yue sect, and Yixuan wouldn't be able to fool them either. With a destiny like his, he would definitely not miss the most top sect conference in the entire Dongxuan territory. Perhaps the more Su Yu tried to stop him, the more destiny would guide him. Just like the Tiansheng ruins this time, it is obviously Yixuan's opportunity. When I heard the news about the ruins by chance in the restaurant, I immediately met Yixuan. Then after they explored the ruins together, Yixuan inexplicably accepted the inheritance. The key is that it fits him very well, as if it was tailor-made for him. Even the emergence of the Tiansheng ruins was likely influenced by Yixuan's destiny. Destiny is too profound. It's not something he can fathom. The key is that Jai Ruking is also the child of destiny. What will happen when Yixuan and Jai Ruking face off? Will there be any irreversible consequences? Su Yu had no way of knowing. But when it comes to destiny, Su Yu is a little confused. After all, Mu Qingyi is also a red destiny. Yixuan has an old grandfather, a fighting celestial body, and even other secrets. Jai Ruking has the Qingyun sword body. After dozens of days of contact, he knows that the other party must be hiding something. But Mu Qingyi has nothing except a clear sword heart. Su Yu has been thinking about it from the beginning until now, but she still can't figure out anything. As a red destiny, Su Yu was certain that she couldn't be that simple. So what exactly is the opportunity that belongs to Mu Qingyi? What exactly is her destiny related to? Chapter 63. Seeing Su Yu fall into silence, Yixuan felt embarrassed to interrupt and began to communicate with Master Wu. Teacher, teacher. The next second, Wu Lao responded softly. Yeah. Teacher, are you okay? How could there be something wrong with my master? It's you, my disciple. Didn't you lend me your strength last time? Is it really okay? Yixuan asked half believingly and half doubtingly. Disciple, you need to look further ahead. That is just a little bit of power. It cannot shake my essence, but you can. If your senior sister hadn't been using the power of the Xianshan Dao body to heal your injuries these past few days, you wouldn't have woken up until now. Senior sister, a warm feeling flowed through Yixuan's heart. These past few days, senior sister has been taking care of me. Well, not only did she use up her spiritual energy for you, she also applied medicine to your wounds, fed you healing elixirs, and also helped you. Teacher, please stop talking. The more you talk, the more uncomfortable I feel. Yixuan hung his head dejectedly. What, do you feel like you owe your senior sister? Are you still regretting your original choice? I really regret it, especially when senior sister said her final goodbye after being captured by that half-saint. I wanted to chop myself to death. Then if your senior sister asked you to leave your master's sect and join the Qingchen sect, would you agree? Yixuan was silent for a long time. If I hadn't made a choice at the beginning, I would definitely choose senior sister. But now that I have already accepted Master as my disciple, although I still regret it, I will still stick to my principles. Upon hearing this, old Wu couldn't help but sigh for Yixuan. Fool, idiot, it seems your senior sister's experience at the ruins still scars you. So now, the better your senior sister treats you, the more painful it will be for you if you can't fulfill your promise to her and make her happy, and the deeper your guilt towards her will be. Yixuan remained silent. It was indeed the case now. Disciple, there's no need to feel so guilty. Almost everyone faces sexual matters. If you truly feel you owe your senior sister something, then become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you protect her. You have too little experience. One day you will all figure it out. Yixuan nodded. He understood what he should do. I understand, Master, hiss, but why does my face feel a little sore? Every time his face twitched, he felt a strong pain, and Yixuan was quite suspicious that he had been slapped. A strange look appeared on Wu Lao's illusory face. You are such a good kid. You are taking advantage of me. At the same time, Su Yu came back to his senses, looked at Yixuan, and a smile appeared on his face. Junior brother, you are seriously injured now. Why don't we not participate in the four-sect competition for now? How about I stay here with you? Yixuan's expression froze. How can this be? How can my injury involve senior sister? Don't worry, senior sister. Although my injury is serious, I will recover soon. I know senior sister definitely wants me to win first place in the competition, defeat the so-called strongest geniuses from other sects, and prove my worth to the Zhan Yue sect. I will definitely not let senior sister down. As long as senior sister is with me, all difficulties are nothing. Su Yu was a little amused and helpless. It would have been fine if you hadn't said it, but now that you said it, he felt like he had a myocardial infarction. He just wanted to raise some fish. So how did he end up in this situation? There is no solution to this problem. Su Yu exhaled lightly. You should recover first. We will return to the sect when you are well. Let's take it one step at a time. If it doesn't work, he will turn back into the three-colored black monster and run away with the bucket. Yixuan nodded. After a long period of care and treatment by his senior sister, he was already able to circulate his spiritual power. As long as he can use his spiritual power and cooperate with Master Wu's treatment, he will definitely recover in a short time. In this way, Yixuan recovered for 3 days. He did not make any more appointments during these 3 days due to time constraints. However, that agreement must be fulfilled, and he planned to show his courtesy after the four-sects competition. Just discussing life with my senior sister. After this period of time, Su Yu was getting closer and closer to the middle stage of the Ascension Emperor realm. According to his estimation, there is a high possibility of a breakthrough before the 4 major competitions. 3 days later, Yixuan recovered quickly and was full of energy. The two of them traveled at full speed for 2 days and finally returned to Zhan Yue sect. As soon as Su Yu returned to her side hall, she was summoned to the main hall by her master Qing Chenzi. Arriving in the main hall, King Chenzi stroked his beard and said with a smile, "My dear disciple, have you gained anything in the past month?" Su Yu said, "Reporting to Master, during the time I was home, I have already broken through to the Ascending Emperor realm." Ascending to the Emperor realm? So fast? Even Qing Chenzi was a little stunned. 2 months ago, King Yi seemed to have just reached the nascent soul realm. This little disciple is so talented. I'm afraid it won't be long before she surpasses me, right? Good, keep up the good work. Qing Chenzi pretended to be calm and nodded slightly with satisfaction. Tomorrow is the day you will go to the Wanling Tai to participate in the 4-sect competition. Be careful then. The other 3 sects also have some talented people, some even reaching the Ascended Emperor realm. Disciple understands. By the way, did you return to the sect with Yixuan? Su Yu nodded slightly. How did you two meet? Did you make an appointment beforehand? Su Yu rejected it. No, it's my junior brother whom I met by chance when I returned from Lingcheng. Met by chance? Qing Chenzi showed a meaningful smile. Disciple, what do you think of Yixuan? Master is your master. There is no need to lie to me. King Yi had told him before that she had nothing to do with Yixuan, and he believed it. But after what happened with the leader of the martial arts competition, he would never believe that there was no ambiguous relationship between them. What a coincidence! My own disciple must be interested in Yixuan. Su Yu felt a little strange. Why did her master become so gossipy? Master, Yixuan is not my real junior brother. There is only friendship between us and no other relationship. Is he really not to your liking at all? Qing Chenzi stroked his beard and sighed. For now, I just want to cultivate the Tao, nothing else. Alas, I am just asking out of curiosity. It's nothing special. I support your ideas. Afterwards, Qing Chenzi gave Su Yu a few more instructions and ended the conversation. Su Yu returned to his side hall to rest. He was thinking about how to prevent Yixuan and Jai Ruking from fighting each other. Chapter 64. Night. Jiwang Palace. Under the bright white moon, silver light poured into a bamboo forest. Dressed in a white robe, Jai Ruking shuttled back and forth in the bamboo forest, with sword energy surging around him and cold light flashing. Finally, he continued practicing for about a cup of tea before stopping. His figure is like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a handsome appearance, and dressed in a white robe. He looks like the reincarnation of a sword immortal. Jai Ruking retracted the sword, looked up at the starry sky with her starry eyes, and a hint of tenderness appeared in her cold eyes for the first time. King Yi, in less than 5 days, we will be able to meet again. It has only been half a month since I returned to the Jiwang Palace, and half a month since I was separated from King Yi. That beautiful figure appears in my mind from time to time. This was the first time he missed someone so much. I also know the torment. He was thinking about whether he should find a way to bring King Yi into the Jiwang Palace. Xianxi, before the competition, should I go directly to Zhanyu sect to find King Yi? Wouldn't that have a bad influence on her? Shixian said calmly, if you want to just go find it directly, who can stop you? Jai Ruking continued, should I be more friendly when I go? That way I can win their favor and make them think King Yi and I are a better match. Speaking of this, Jai Ruking couldn't help but think. He has always been aloof and aloof. Although he is a member of the royal family and has extraordinary talents, he has never been kind to anyone. I don't know how to get close to people. Just as Jai Ruking was lost in thought, a graceful figure like a colorful butterfly came from outside the bamboo forest, stepping on lotus steps. The woman's face is reflected in the bright moonlight. She was only in her early 20s, with skin as white as snow and a delicate face. She was wearing a light blue dress, graceful and elegant, like a lotus emerging from the water. A pair of peach blossom eyes looked at Jai Ruking, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, like a halo of pearls, which could make countless men's hearts beat fast. Zhang Yuhan, in the early stage of the King realm, practiced water-based skills. She ranks first in the list of the top 10 beauties in Jiwang Palace, and is the #1 goddess in the hearts of countless disciples of Jiwang Palace. Ruking. Zhang Yuhan came to Jai Ruking and gently woke him up. Why are you here? We will set off for Wanlingtai tomorrow. The elder asked me to come and remind you in case you forget, Zhang Yuhan said with a smile. Jai Ruking shook his head slowly. I remember it very clearly. I heard that you've broken through to the late stage of the ascending emperor realm. Congratulations. I think no one can be your opponent in this 4-sex competition. Ruking, you are the undisputed #1 prodigy in the eastern Xushan territory. Zhang Yuhan looked at Jai Ruking with a glittering look in her eyes, a hint of tenderness in her gaze. Jai Ruking, the owner of the supreme body Qingyun sword body, even worships that person as his master. If he does not die in the middle of the journey, his chances of becoming a god are very high. At the same time, he is also handsome and unparalleled. Which woman wouldn't be moved by a man like this? Jai Ruking's expression was calm. Nothing this breakthrough wasn't unexpected. You are Jai Ruking. By the way, I've been having trouble understanding something in a sword manual lately. Ruking, could you give me some pointers? Zhang Yuhan looked at Jai Ruking expectantly, with even a hint of coquettishness in her tone. Jai Ruking shook his head, dismissing the idea calmly. I'm afraid not. I have something else tonight, so I'm afraid I can't give you any advice. No way. A hint of disappointment flashed across Zhang Yuhan's beautiful eyes. For some reason, he became very cold ever since Jai Ruking came back from visiting relatives. Although he was cold in the past, at least he would give some guidance sometimes. But since he came back, he has been keeping a distance from her. She was very confused. This made her feel somewhat sad. When Zhang Yuhan was feeling depressed, Jai Ruking seemed to remember something and suddenly asked, Do you know how to get closer to people? What did you just say? Zhang Yuhan suspected that she had heard it wrong, and her beautiful eyes widened. How can I communicate with others in a friendly way? Kill the moon sect. The next day, Su Yu, Yixuan, and more than a dozen disciples boarded the spiritual sail and headed towards the Wanlingtai. Su Yu, Yixuan, and others went to participate in the competition, while Xu Xian, Yang Yulong, and other disciples went to observe. Wanlingtai is located in Yunju. the border between the four major sects in Dongshuan territory. The competitions among the four major sects are usually held at Wanlingtai. The four sects competition takes place every 10 years. The participants are our Yue sect, Tianyuan sect, Wu Nian sect, and Jai Wang Palace. Each sect has 15 disciples participating in the competition. The person who poses the greatest threat to us right now is Jai Ruking from the Jihuang Palace. Rumor has it that he is the 9th on the Supreme Divine Body list, the Qingyun Sword Body. He broke through to the middle stage of the Ascended Emperor realm 2 months ago, and perhaps he has already reached the late stage. His strength is unfathomable. At the same time, he is also known as the #1 prodigy in the eastern Xushan territory. On the deck of Lingfen, a beautiful middle-aged woman in light pink clothes was explaining the situation of the four major sects' competition to Su Yu and his disciples. When she talked about Jai Ruking, her tone was particularly solemn. Jai Ruking, ranked 9th on the Supreme list, Qingyun Sword Body, close to the late stage of the Ascended Emperor realm. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the geniuses present changed drastically, even Li Tianjian, Jiang Yixiu, and others. Late stage of the Ascended Emperor realm, and it was the Supreme Body. They weren't even at the Ascended Emperor realm yet. How to fight this? Hit me on the head. You should know that the people with the highest cultivation level among those present are only junior sister Qingyi and Yixuan, who are in the early stage of the Ascension Emperor realm. Yixuan couldn't help but frown. Qingyun Sword Body, ranked 9th on the Supreme Body list. He is only in the early stage of the Ascension Emperor realm now. If his Dujanshan body can fight against opponents of higher levels, then naturally the opponent's Qingyun Sword Body can also do so. It seems that Jai Ruking may become a powerful enemy of his in the future. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? When measuring the combat power, Yixuan saw Su Yu enter a brief daze and couldn't help but ask with concern. Su Yu came back to her senses and slowly shook her head. I'm fine. Senior sister, are you worried that I'm no match for Jai Ruking? Actually, if we don't care about life or death, I'm just afraid that you'll fight him to the death. Su Yu had mixed feelings in his heart, but his expression remained calm. Junior brother, I have always believed in you. It's just a small competition. I hope you won't risk your life to fight the enemy. It's not worth it. Your rise has been short, but there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yixuan nodded slightly. He must listen to his senior sister's words. Chapter 65. Aside from Jai Ruking, Tianyuan sects Menyangyun and Wunian sects Kang Xiaolan, these geniuses, have all reached the Ascended Emperor realm. Menyangyun, ranked 123rd on the Supreme Divine Body list, the owner of the Scarlet Sun Divine Body. Kang Xiaolan, ranked 76th on the Divine Body list, the owner of the 5 Elements Holy Body. I heard there's a new rising prodigy, Ling Ruxin. She has excellent comprehension and is born with a pair of divine eyes. Her potential is even greater than the previous ones. The skills they practice are also imperial grade, high-level martial arts, and they are also opponents that cannot be ignored. The beautiful woman looked at Su Yu and Yixuan. The two of them were the main subjects of the explanation this time. Li Tianjian's expression froze. This was an old prodigy who was more senior than him and had a great reputation. They had participated in the last Tianjiao competition. You are now facing the human race's genius representing the entire eastern Xushan region. Don't be careless. But don't be discouraged. You are also the proud representatives of my Yue sect. With your strength, you are not completely without a chance. An old man in a gray robe walked out of the room, and his light voice fell into everyone's ears. He is nearly 60 years old, but he has a childlike face, white hair, and bright eyes. He doesn't look old at all. Hu Shu, the former second elder of the inner peak of Tianshu Peak, has reached the perfection of the heavenly venerable realm. 600 years ago, he resigned from his post and went to Wuchen Peak to comprehend the Holy Way. His qualifications are higher than those of the Seven Veins Peak Master. He is also the main person in charge of this 4-sect competition. Ling Fan traveled through thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, and after 3 days, he arrived at a prosperous wooden city in the evening. Wanlingtai is a place jointly governed by the 4 major sects, with strict entry restrictions. It is located deep in the uninhabited mountains. Macheng is the closest human city to Wanlingtai. It is located in the southeast, and there is no monster mountain range in the middle. The team arrived a day early, so they could only stay in Macheng for 1 night and set off early tomorrow morning. After Su Yexuan and other disciples of the Yue sect arrived in Macheng, They were taken to the high-level Chamber of Commerce to rest. Room number 9. Su Yu was sitting on the bed practicing. During this period of time, he has been refining the star buds, and is only one step away from reaching the middle stage of the Ascension Emperor realm. Although I feel upset, I still have to practice. However, when he had been refining for less than 3 hours, the feeling of depression in his heart still lingered. Maybe I can buffer myself in the first few days. But as the time difference was only 1 day, the irritability and worry became more and more intense. Taking Kyanfa, Ju was absorbing the Xingluo buds. Su Yu frowned for some reason and had to pause. He opened his eyes and sighed. The competition is tomorrow. What should I do to save the situation? Su Yu knew very well that when Yixuan and Jai Ruking knew the truth of the matter, it would not be possible for them to resolve it so easily. He knows them too well. Yixuan gave him warmth when he was in humble beginnings and continued to help him, allowing him to grow to where he is today. They have a lot of experience with each other. Su Yu couldn't be unaware of his love for her, and after experiencing the incident at the Tiansheng ruins, it was even deeper than she had imagined. If he knew that I had a fiancé and that we were still in an ambiguous relationship, how would he react? It's obvious without even thinking that he will fight Jai Ruking to the death. He remembered it clearly when he was in his side hall. He made a bold statement, saying that if he dared to mess with those geniuses, he would kill them. Yixuan has his own principles in doing things, but this matter seems to have fallen into his principles. Maybe on the surface Yixuan is not Jai Ruking's opponent, but his destiny is too deep, so deep that even Jai Ruking and Mu Qingyi are not as good as him. He might go crazy. The same is true for Jai Ruking. After spending a month with him, I know that he is a romantic and loyal person. Once he recognizes me, he will definitely treat me as his own. Perhaps after knowing this, he would not kill Yixuan, but he would definitely want to destroy him. The white-robed fairy adds to your destiny attraction, and that's no joke. Should I tell Yixuan in advance that I have a fiancé? That way he won't suddenly go berserk, be more restrained. No. Su Yu shook her head violently when she thought of this. If I take the initiative to talk to Yixuan, he will also be angry. Although I wouldn't lose my temper with him, I would be right in front of him at that time, and he might not be able to bear it if I suddenly gave him a domineering kiss or made some vows. Let him go and kill Jai Ruking. If you touch my brother, you can't touch me. And at that time, he would definitely strongly ask me to cancel the engagement. But he doesn't want to quit now, and he still wants to use this identity to get feedback. At that time, Yixuan would think that he liked Jai Ruking. In fact, it makes no difference whether you tell or not. There may be an extra domineering kiss or entanglement. Alas, tilde. The fish in the pond are about to disappear. Su Yu wanted to cry but had no tears. He didn't want the result to be like this. If Yixuan had successfully become his junior apprentice, there wouldn't be so many troubles. He certainly had no hesitation in breaking off the engagement. Thump. When Su Yu was frowning, there was a knock on the door. Su Yu was stunned for a moment and immediately got off the bed. Come in. The door opened, and a familiar figure ran in leisurely, looking anxious. Second senior sister. The person who came was Xuanxian, the second disciple of King Chenzi's lineage. Junior sister, there is some big news tonight. Xuanxian hurried to Su Yu's side and said with a smile, "What news has you so excited?" "It's the Jiwang Palace. I heard that the Jiwang Palace also arrived in Macheng tonight. They are now resting at the Heifeng Chamber of Commerce, not far from the Kidao Chamber of Commerce. Jai Ruking, that's the owner of the Qingyun Sword Body, the Supreme Body. He's known as the #1 prodigy in the eastern Xuan territory." An excited look appeared on Xuanxian's face, and she pulled Su Yu's shoulders and shook her. The physiques of the top 10 Supreme Divine Physique list, although they are not of the same kind, they can't help but be excited to see such a genius. And junior sister, I heard that Jai Ruking is incredibly handsome, like the reincarnation of an immortal. I don't know if that's true. At this point, she couldn't help but want to slap herself. Oh no, why should I mention this to my junior sister? She is now Yixuan's Taoist partner. After all, Yixuan is a member of his Zhan Yue sect. Wouldn't she be guilty if he poached her? The little junior sister has a clear sword heart, and Jai Ruking has the Qingyun sword body. They are both masters of sword cultivation. It is really possible. She was careless. She shouldn't have come to see junior sister. She was too excited. Alas, it would be great if his Zhan Yue sect also had a genius who possessed the supreme body. What? Jai Ruking is also in Macheng. P.S. Sorry, there is only one chapter today. I will make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 66. Su Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. The previous second, I was still thinking about Jai Ruking and Yik Shuan, but the next second he suddenly appeared. This is too sudden, isn't it? Yes, people from the Jiwang Palace also appeared in Macheng. Xuan Xian looked at Su Yu with a little doubt. Junior sister, why do you seem so bewildered? Do you know Jai Ruking? What does he look like? Is he handsome? A forced smile flashed across Su Yu's face. How could it be, senior sister? How could I possibly know him? Xuan Xian didn't feel any discomfort, but instead advised, Junior sister, for tomorrow's competition, I hope you will just do your best. Don't carry the burden of the sex honor on your back. If you have to carry it, let Yixuan do it. He may look unreliable, but he should be the kind of person who is not afraid of danger and has his own beliefs and can carry the banner. He will protect you, you just need to stay behind him. The junior sister is a delicate woman, and Xuan Xian doesn't want to put too much pressure on her. Su Yu chuckled and nodded. Maybe Yixuan was a little abnormal, but he was not a coward and would really fight if there was any trouble. Xuan Xian looked at Su Yu with a smile on her face and thought that she was excited and proud of her Taoist partner Yixuan, so she felt relieved. After all, they are Taoist companions. Yixuan will definitely take care of Su Yu in every possible way. If Su Yu knew that Xuan Xian believed from head to toe that he and Yixuan were Taoist companions and had slept together, he wondered how he would feel. The two continued to chat briefly, and then Xuan Xian left. Not long after, Su Yu's space ring suddenly vibrated. When his spiritual sense swept over, he found that it was Jai Ruking's token that was shaking. Feeling the information from the jade pendant, Su Yu felt mixed emotions. Does Jai Ruking want to see me? Su Yu took out a jade pendant from the space ring. This was given to me by Jai Ruking when we were in Lingcheng. It can be used for communication within a certain range. On the jade pendant, green spiritual energy continued to flow and gathered into a few words. King Yi, how have you been lately? Can we meet at midnight tonight? Make an appointment. Su Yu touched his cheek and thought about whether he should go to see Jai Ruking. Under normal circumstances, they would probably go in order to stabilize the other party. But if I sneak to the appointment at night and Yixuan and the others find out, the implications are self-evident. The fairy in white secretly met a man at night, which meant that the two of them must have had an affair. When Su Yu thought of this, she felt as if a basin of cold water was poured over her body, freezing cold. She immediately shook her head to reject it. Forget it, let's not go. It will be bad if we are discovered. Even if they met and fought in person, it would be better than being discovered while secretly dating Jai Ruking. This feels like cheating. Having made up his mind, Su Yu began to circulate spiritual power in calligraphy and painting. But the moment he raised his hand, the cyan font began to change again. King Yi, I'm here to see you. Wait for me. What the hell are you looking for? I haven't figured out how to deal with it yet. Su Yu conveyed the information in a hurry. Ruking, it's late at night. Please don't disturb the master's rest. We can see each other tomorrow, don't worry. After a moment's silence, the cyan font reappeared. But I missed you so much. I want to see you. Su Yu curled her lips. This guy is a bit greasy. It's typical that he can't say any sweet words and only knows how to express himself intuitively. Ruking, you are the #1 prodigy in the Eastern Xuan territory. You shouldn't be bound by emotions. You are my fiancé, this is not a bondage. King Yi, let's meet. I won't do anything inappropriate. We can also discuss some things about the competition. Su Yu was speechless. It must have taken a lot of courage for someone like Jai Ruking to ask for a meeting one after another. Finally, there was a pause of a few seconds, and the clear white font was transmitted to the other side. Good. The opponent responded immediately. See you tonight at Xiangting Lake at midnight. Throwing the jade pendant into the space ring, Su Yu sighed softly. Let's meet once. Since Jai Ruking invited me so sincerely, I decided to go. Anyway, Yixuan's room is far away from mine, so he shouldn't come to my room in the middle of the night. So he disguised himself and used the invisibility talisman to quietly leave the Chamber of Commerce. Heifeng Mountains. Backyard. After seeking Su Yu's consent, Jai Ruking's starry eyes showed a joy that was easily noticeable. Great, King Yi agreed. He immediately walked out of the backyard. When she reached the front door, she happened to meet Zhang Yuhen running towards her with the corner of her dress in her hand. When she saw Jai Ruking's hurried look, she was stunned. This was the first time she saw Ruking showing such emotion. I asked curiously, Ruking, I was just about to look for you. Where are you going so late at night? Jai Ruking glanced at her calmly. Go meet my fiancé. Zhang Yuhan's pupils suddenly shrank, her pretty face turned pale, and she took a few steps back in panic. What did you say, fiancé? You actually have a fiancé? Jai Ruking nodded slightly. Yes, I am already engaged, but I've never heard that you have a fiancé before. Jai Ruking said, I only found out about this when I returned home some time ago. This engagement was made when we were young. So Yuhan, I understand your thoughts, but there is no possibility between us. You're on your own. After saying that, his figure transformed into a green sword light and flew towards the sky, quickly disappearing into the dark sky. Zhang Yuhan stood there in a daze, mist rising in her beautiful eyes. So that night you asked me to change, it was for your fiancé. Ask her how to care for another woman. I have liked Ruking for so long, but I didn't expect that he already has a fiancé. The key is that he seems to like the other party very much. Although Zhang Yuhan had no intention of competing with others, she felt that she was no worse than other women. She was crowned a king in her early 20s and was the most beautiful woman in the imperial palace. Why didn't Jai Ruking even look at her? But he was so obsessed with his fiancée. Zhang Yuhan was silent for a long time and finally left in despair. Not long after, Su Yu asked around and finally arrived at Xiangting Lake. At this moment, Jai Ruking seemed to have arrived already. He was still wearing a white robe. His body was as straight as a sword, his face was as handsome as a jade, and he looked imposing. Su Yu had to admit that, as of now, Jai Ruking was the most handsome man he had ever seen. King Yi, you're here. Chapter 67. Seeing the figure he had been thinking about, Jai Ruking chuckled and flashed in front of Su Yu. You have broken through to the late stage of the ascending emperor realm. Feeling Jai Ruking's breath fluctuations, Su Yu was slightly stunned. Jai Ruking nodded obediently. I broke through the day after I left Lingcheng. After all, I had been stuck in the middle stage for a long time. How have you been since I left? King Yi, are you okay? His eyes were as gentle as water, as if they could melt thousands of miles of glaciers. Coupled with his stunning appearance, I'm afraid 99% of women in the world would be attracted to him. But unfortunately, Su Yu is a man. Su Yu's eyes slightly avoided. I'm fine, don't worry. You called me here today, is it just to reminisce about the past? After all, you are my fiancé, so it's okay to meet you. Don't you want to meet me, King Yi? Having said this, Jai Ruking's eyes dimmed. No, why would I not want to see you? You're so outstanding. Wow, this guy is still as straightforward as before. Su Yu felt a little ashamed. Jai Ruking continued. Tomorrow we will go to Wanling Tai and enter the Jian secret realm. The competition will be about hunting monsters and collecting Xiaolu water. Finally, there will be a free competition for the top 10. This kind of alliance is possible. By then, my Jiwang Palace and your Zhanyu sect will join forces, and it's possible to take all the top 10 spots. When Jai Ruking noticed that the jade hairpin he had given to King Yi was still in use, he felt a warm feeling in his heart. His gaze towards Amelia Su became softer, and he couldn't help but reach out and stroke her 3,000 black hair. If you want, you will be the first in the competition, and no one can shake you. I can even give you anything you want. King Yi, what's mine is yours. Su Yu was shocked when she heard that Jiwang Palace and Zhanyu sect had joined forces, and she didn't hear anything else after that. He found it hard to imagine that scene, and quickly waved his hand to refuse. No, we two don't need to cooperate. With your strength, Ruking, it's easy to take the top spot. It doesn't matter to us whether you get more or less. Jai Ruking frowned, but I want you to win the championship. I have to protect you in the secret realm. After all, not all the monsters in there are just for show. If you were hurt, how could I, as your fiancé and in the same secret realm, let this happen? If word of this gets to my mother, won't I be severely punished? There isn't much friction between my Jiwang Palace and your Zhanyu sect. We should be able to form an alliance after some communication. You are not helping me. You are pushing me into the fire pit. Su Yu complained in her heart, but said coldly, Ruking, you should have known when we first met that I only wanted to focus on my cultivation. Now I have no intention of discussing feelings. After hearing Su Yu's words, Jai Ruking felt like his heart was blocked by a stone and he couldn't refute it. Indeed, King Yi now really only wants to practice Taoism. Although he is her fiancé, he does not have much experience and has not established a good emotional foundation. Damn it, should he dig King Yi up and bring her to his imperial palace. This way I can be with her every day. Seeing the disappointment on his face, Su Yu knew that she rejected him because the feelings she expressed to him were not that passionate. It can even be considered alienated. So I quickly came to smooth things over. There was a hint of tenderness in his expression. Ruking, although I don't have any emotional thoughts at the moment, at least you are my fiancé, if nothing unexpected happens in the future. As she spoke, Suyu showed a complicated and slightly helpless expression. He looked as if he had no way to deal with Jai Ruking. In an instant, looking at the beauty's posture, Jai Ruking realized that he had taken a huge advantage. I'm entangled with the pure and innocent fairy Lengqing. Even though he was hailed as the #1 prodigy, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. For a moment, a strong sense of satisfaction and pride emerged in my heart, as if I had an innate advantage. Now Qingyi is his fiancée. Although she has no intention of having a romantic relationship, he is the one with the most advantages. In the future, that person will definitely be me. Jai Ruking became more and more certain of his idea. After all, Qingyi did not strongly oppose the marriage, which proved that it was very possible. Thinking of this, his heart was beating fast, and he couldn't help but hold Suyu's soft, smooth, and slightly cold little hand. I pinched it and instantly fell in love with it. This guy, is this what you said before about not going beyond the limit? Suyu's heart was full of racing horses. When being held, Suyu instinctively wanted to pull her hand out, but Jai Ruking increased his strength a bit, and it seemed that he didn't want to let go. Suyu had no choice but to give up. When he met Jai Ruking's affectionate gaze, he always felt a little depressed. However, there are some things I need to explain, so I can only say it in a gentle tone. Ruking, I don't want my current life to be disrupted. I'm devoted to cultivating the Tao, so can we keep our relationship a secret during this competition? After all, our identities are very delicate, and it will definitely have a huge impact. Hide our relationship? Jai Ruking's starry eyes narrowed. He knew Qingyi didn't like the attention. After all, it would have a huge impact on her, but this doesn't impress you. Seeing Jai Ruking still hesitating, Suyu gritted her teeth in hatred and leaned into his arms, pressing against his chest. In an instant, Jai Ruking's body trembled and his pupils suddenly contracted. The faint fragrance at the tip of my nose became stronger and stronger. When he touched the soft and delicate body in his arms, Jai Ruking felt that breathing became difficult. This. Qingyi Yu. Suyu's eyes were dim and her tone was a little sad. I don't want to be constrained, nor do I want to be criticized by others. If my life is subject to public opinion, then this marriage. Having said that, Suyu fell silent. Jai Ruking was obviously stunned. He sensed a hint of crisis and felt that what was going to happen next would definitely not be a good thing for him. So he hurriedly and gently patted Suyu's shoulders, his words full of favoritism. Okay, I'll listen to you. Everything is up to you. I will never reveal our relationship during the game. The worry in the depths of Suyu's eyes quietly faded. Did you agree? In order to successfully conceal our identities, can we pretend to be indifferent in the secret realm, or not know each other? Don't know him, Jai Ruking frowned. I'm afraid that won't work. If there's any danger in the secret realm, I can't possibly come to your aid without knowing you. Wouldn't that be even weirder? Chapter 68. Suyu sighed lightly and felt that what he said made some sense. Well, we'll just pretend to be indifferent. Also, some of my brothers and sisters in the Zhan Yue sect have a crush on me, but I'm so focused on seeking the truth that I don't express any feelings. If you see them trying to show me affection, just ignore them. With your strength and status, you don't need to worry about these things. After all, they are my senior brothers, junior brothers. I understand, Jai Ruking nodded slightly. It is certain that Qingyi has suitors, even more than him. If there really is someone trying to please him, he won't care as long as it's not too out of line. But if they cross the line, even though he was Qingyi's senior or junior brother, he didn't need to use too much force. But he also had to warn the other party to retreat when faced with difficulties. He believed that he could easily do it with his strength and identity. Everything is up to you. As he spoke, he hugged Suyu with a little more strength, quietly feeling all the beauty of the beauty. This was the first time Qingyi took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. It's really not easy. He had been fantasizing about this day for a long time. Suyu was held tightly by him. Jai Ruking was in a good mood, but Suyu was extremely tormented. How nice it would be if the destined heroine was held in his arms at this moment. Yixuan and Jai Ruking had both held it before, but he himself had never held it before. Half a minute passed, and Suyu felt that it was about time, so she immediately broke free from Jai Ruking's arms. There was a hint of disappointment in Jai Ruking's eyes, but he did not force Qingyi, but he felt a little regretful. Since we have the opportunity to hug today, there will definitely be many more in the future. However, just as they separated, in the distance, terrifying explosions echoed throughout the wooden city. As the wind howled, several powerful auras rose into the sky. What's going on? Su Yu and Jai Ruking were both surprised and puzzled. They swept their spiritual sense over, and their expressions changed. Thousands of meters away, the city lord's mansion seems to have been attacked. Is there an elder from my Jihuang palace there? This aura is exactly the same as that of the original Three Colors holy sect. Su Yu and the other person's expressions changed at the same time. They were both practicing god-level skills. Even if they were thousands of meters away, they could still find out the enemy's direction just by the breath they released. I just didn't expect to encounter this Three Colors holy sect even when I came to Macheng, and they even dared to confront the elders of the Jihuang Palace. What exactly is the intention of the Three Colors holy sect in coming here? After a moment of silence, Jai Ruking left and said to Su Yu, King Yi, let me take you back to Kidao Chamber of Commerce first. Su Yu immediately shook her head and rejected it. No, if you have something to do, go right away. You don't need to send me off. No, now that the Three-Colored Holy Sect has appeared, the situation is too dangerous. I must send you back. Jai Ruking's expression was resolute. King Yi, have you forgotten the accident that happened in Imperial City? It was my negligence that caused your precious jade hairpin to break and you to be hurt. I can't let you leave alone now. That incident has always been a pain in his heart. It was he who made King Yi feel heartbroken and grief-stricken. If he had the chance again, he would never make that mistake again. Jai Ruking, have you forgotten the agreement we made just now so quickly? Su Yu glared at Jai Ruking with some shame and anger. Good man, now you want to overturn my table after hugging me. Although this guy didn't mean it, this incident tonight will definitely attract the attention of Zhan Yue sect, and if Jai Ruking escorts him back, he will be discovered. This is tantamount to walking into a trap, like being caught cheating. Definitely not. Seeing Su Yu so angry and embarrassed, Jai Ruking was a little at a loss. Su Yu said softly and slowly, Ruking, you don't have to be so sensitive. My cultivation is now at least at the Ascending Emperor realm. Even the Heavenly Venerable has no chance of leaving me behind. But it's nothing. Now that something unexpected has happened, my sect will definitely come out to look for me. With them around, I'll be fine. Sensing the breath fluctuations getting closer, Su Yu said again, there is a celestial being approaching this way. Jai Ruking sighed softly for the last time, and without saying anything else, he transformed into a beam of green light and flew into the void. A word of advice before leaving. Go back quickly, I'll intercept them. When you return to Zhan Yue sect, please use the jade pendant to let me know that you are safe. If anything unexpected happens, send help through the jade pendant, and I will rush over as soon as possible. After Jai Ruking left, Su Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jai Ruking shouldn't have any problem dealing with Tianzun. At least even if he can't defeat him, he can escape unscathed, so there's no need to worry too much. And through this agreement with Jai Ruking, the risk of the secret realm competition will probably be reduced. By then he will use some tricks on Yi Xuan, and he will be able to conclude this four-sex competition perfectly. It's relaxing just thinking about it. I have to go back quickly. They must have noticed I sneaked out. Oh, Tilda, damn the three-colored holy church. You are wreaking havoc everywhere under my name. Sooner or later, I will come and settle the score with you. As he spoke, Su Yu also turned into a white light and left Xiangting Lake. He flew over the wooden city, and the sound of explosions in the center of the city became more and more obvious and loud. Su Yu sensed that several elders of the Zhan Yue sect were also heading towards the city lord's mansion. In less than a minute, 3 figures flew over from the horizon. Come for me. Su Yu frowned, 3 heavenly masters. How is this possible? He has the divine invisibility talisman to conceal his presence, so the heavenly venerable cannot detect his presence at all. What's going on? Well, when Su Yu tried his best to hide, 3 black shadows flashed by and blocked his way. There were 3 men in black robes. The leading man held an ancient compass in his hand. The compass was engraved with mysterious patterns and exuded a mysterious aura. And the compass needle always pointed to Su Yu. Tusk, this thing is really useful. I didn't expect to actually encounter someone with a special physique. The key is that we couldn't find her trace. We almost missed her. The man with the black-eyed demonic mark carved on his right hand narrowed his eyes slightly. She can block our aura. She must have a treasure above the heavenly venerable to shield herself. And there are only a few geniuses who can produce such a treasure. A cold and beautiful fairy in white. This must be Fairy Mu King Yi. the top of the Jade Immortal ranking of the Zhan Yue sect. Another somewhat bloated man in a black robe licked his tongue and stared at Su Yu with lustful eyes. I didn't expect it to be the legendary sword fairy. It's true that seeing is believing. There are only a few people like her in the world. Today is a lucky day for the three of us, haha, tilde tilde. Su Yubei pulled it out, his expression solemn. At this moment, my heart is filled with mixed feelings. The scene in the Imperial City in the past was actually happening again. What kind of script is this? Chapter 69. With his strength, he believes he can defeat the three people in the early stage of Tianzun realm if he gives his all. But it will take a long time, and the other party must be an ordinary heavenly venerable. But he felt that these three people were quite strange. The black-robed man holding the compass said coldly, "Let's take her back first. It will be troublesome if people from Jiwang Palace and Jianyu sect come later." The bloated and round man in black robe swung a black sickle in his hand, causing the chain to clang in the air. The black iron chain coiled around Su Yu like a spirit snake, as if it would lock him up in the next second. Su Yu's face turned cold, and the white crane sword in his hand surged, colliding with the sickle chain. Fire erupted with a clanging sound. Under Su Yu's powerful blows, the sickle chain's tendency to shrink was broken, and even tiny sword marks appeared on the chain. The bloated man's face twitched. Such a powerful sword intent. You are indeed a genius with a clear sword heart. You can deal with me with just the ascended Emperor realm. 9 Crows, Black Lion, you go confront her. I'll use this opportunity to entangle her. As long as she's restrained, I'll be able to seal off her spiritual power. The two of them were not vague. Now was the critical moment, so Tianzun unleashed his full strength. A dark shadow continued to spread and began to erode the space. A majestic and huge black spirit lion. Seeing the opportunity, the bloated man also poured black spiritual power into the sickle chain. The chains continued to wrap around and contract with clanging sounds. The strong sense of oppression forced Su Yu to use his innate Taoist body and immortal spirit. The sword intent that integrated the two forces split the black shadow and the spirit lion. Even the sickle was broken. Countless moves came one after another, but they were all resolved by Su Yu with swordsmanship. The three of Jiu Yu were horrified. They never thought that a mere ascended Emperor Realm cultivator could break their joint attack. Don't hide, attack with all your strength. Suddenly his expression became serious, and he revealed a dangerous look. The aura around him surged, and the vast spiritual power turned into 3 huge deadly blades that rushed towards Su Yu. This power, Su Yu's face was solemn. His body was fragile, and he would inevitably be injured if he was hit by this full-strength attack. He clenched his fist, his aura surged, and powerful force gathered in the sword. Just as the 3 light blades were about to stab Su Yu, a golden light flashed between heaven and earth. The golden light turned into a figure and appeared in front of Su Yu. His body was covered with dense golden patterns, forming a golden armor, and there was a faint roar of a dragon around him. The moment the powerful energy arrived, he punched out. A golden holy dragon swallowed the light blade. A terrifying energy ripple exploded, and the 3 men in black robes were knocked back 100 meters. But the golden figure stood still, bathed in the tide. He stood in front of Su Yu and blocked all the attacks without missing a single bit of energy. "Who is it?" Sensing the arrival of someone, the 3 9 Crows were shocked and became extremely alert. "Junior brother." Seeing the figure, Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The person who came was none other than his junior fellow apprentice Yixuan. After this 3 Colors holy sect caused a commotion, he would definitely come out to look for him without stopping if he found out that he was missing. Luckily, he arrived late. After enduring the damage, Yixuan ignored the 3 people of Jiuya and immediately came to Su Yu and looked her up and down. Finding that there was no damage, his whole body relaxed. There was a hint of anger in his puzzled look. "Senior sister, why didn't you tell us when you sneaked out? It's so dangerous outside now. Why did you come out alone? If something unexpected happens..." Yixuan stopped abruptly at this point. He knew that Su Yu had sneaked out. Perhaps he was too afraid that something might happen to Su Yu. He almost yelled, but he suppressed the anger in his heart. Su Yu couldn't help but lower her head. This was the first time he saw Yixuan so angry in front of him. If it was something like this in the past, he could just slap her. But since he had come out secretly for a tryst, he didn't have much courage to refute. "Junior brother, I didn't mean to do that. Let's just face the enemy first." Yixuan sighed lightly and could only agree reluctantly. But when he turned to look at the 3 people of Jiuya, his attitude changed drastically. The cold gaze swept over them, making the latter feel a chill, as if a ferocious beast hidden in the darkness was watching them hungrily. Damn, I can't scold my senior sister, but I can't touch you. Still want to touch her? All of you die. Countless golden patterns surged on his body, and Yikshuan attacked the three men without saying a word. Even when facing the powerful attack of three people, he did not flinch at all. Both his martial arts skills and physique have common characteristics. The explosive power is so strong that it is terrifying, the health bar is thick, the defense is high, and the damage is also high. The more you fight, the braver you become. Therefore, Yikshuan did not fall into a disadvantage when facing the three of them. He even exchanged injuries for them several times, causing the three of Juya to suffer heavy losses. Junior brother, I'm here to help you. Seeing that the situation had reached a stalemate, Su Yu immediately went to help. Yikshuan was able to handle the situation alone without being at a disadvantage, and with Su Yu joining him, he was like a fish in water. Soon the three Jiu were killed one after another. Macheng is in chaos right now. Senior sister, please come back with me first. Yikshuan immediately took Su Yu back to Kidao Chamber of Commerce. Su Yu asked, is there anything wrong with the Zhan Yue sect? Yikshuan shook his head. The sect is fine. Some elders just went to the city lord's mansion to investigate. I believe it will be resolved soon. However, that being said, even Yikshuan was a little shocked by the appearance of more than a dozen heavenly lords overnight. In the entire Dongshuan territory, probably only the four major sects can dispatch such a number of people. It seems that this sudden change is not that simple. By the way, senior sister, you sneaked out alone in the middle of the night without telling the elders. What on earth were you doing? Yikshuan looked at Su Yu in confusion. Based on his understanding of his senior sister, it was impossible for her to go out in such an unfamiliar place, let alone do it secretly. Su Yu thought to herself that it was bad, but she could only say calmly, I'm going out tonight because I've somehow found an opportunity to break through to the middle stage of the ascending emperor realm, so I'm going alone. Why else do you think I came out? Hearing this, Yikshuan nodded involuntarily. Indeed, considering his senior sister's personality, this was the only possibility. Next time, senior sister, you can take me with you. It's better to be cautious anyway. Sure, definitely next time. Not long after, the two returned to the Kidao Chamber of Commerce. Su Yu and other geniuses are the new representatives of Zhan Yue sect, and they also have to participate in the four sects competition. So they are strictly prohibited from participating in any sudden incidents in Macheng. Su Yu could only go back to room number 9. Because he was worried about accidents, Yikshuan moved directly from room number 2 to room number 10. Jai Ruking's situation is almost resolved. As long as he abides by the agreement, there shouldn't be any major problems. The only one left is Yikshuan. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Su Yu looked towards the next room. In fact, Yikshuan no longer needs any sweet treats. He listens to me now. During the competition, as long as he didn't communicate too much with Jai Ruking, he could treat Yikshuan in the same cold manner. After all, he had never admitted from beginning to end that he and Yikshuan were in a relationship. As long as we can get through the competition, we can all live in peace, and I'll bother them less from now on. I don't have to work so hard on acting anymore. I'm really tired. P.S. Sorry, I have a severe headache these days and am not in good condition. I will update once in the morning and make up at 10 p.m. Chapter 70. Room number 10. Yikshuan sat on the tea chair, looking towards the room number 9 next door, his golden eyes reflecting some doubts. It's really strange. Ever since senior sister failed to let me become her junior disciple, she has always felt a bit alienated and resentful towards me. But tonight it's a little docile. In the past, except for those crucial moments, she would more or less distance herself. Is it because I arrived in time tonight that he was a little gentle to me? It's possible. Yikshuan put his thoughts aside and didn't think too much about it. Teacher, do you think I am a match for Jai Ruking with my current strength? Wu Leadao said, most likely not. He also has the supreme body, the strongest sword physique in the true spirit continent, and is not much worse than your celestial body. His cultivation is 2 realms higher than yours. I think he should have awakened the Qingyun sword body earlier than you. No way. Yikshuan was slightly disappointed. In these 4 sects competition, perhaps only Jai Ruking could pose a threat to him. Teacher, you said that Jai Ruking also has a supreme body. Is it possible that he is also a person with great luck? Just like I have the help of you, teacher. Wu Lao pondered for a moment. That's possible, but if you want to know his secret, you have to meet him in person. Jai Ruking. Yikshuan nodded and slowly concentrated. He didn't know why, but he always felt that he would eventually have a real showdown with Jai Ruking. Room number 9. After a night of practice and successfully absorbing the star buds, Suyu finally broke through to the middle stage of the Ascension Emperor realm. Until the next day, the elders who went to the city lord's mansion also returned to the Chamber of Commerce. "Elder, what's the situation?" An old man in a yellow robe replied. "We have joined forces with the Jihuang Palace to completely eliminate the remnants of the Three Colors Holy Sect. The situation is normal, and the four sects competition has not been affected. No impact. In fact, Suyu really wanted to interrupt the game, and everything would be fine. Why did the Three Colors Holy Sect raid Macheng in the middle of the night?" Jiang Yixiu asked curiously. "They came here specifically to create chaos, and one of their goals was to capture the genius, but they never achieved what they wanted. All right, the competition is about to begin. The Jihuang Palace team has already set off for the Wanling Terrace, so we should leave too." After receiving the elders' replies, most of the geniuses did not take it to heart. The four major sects are already the overlords of the Dongshuan territory. They do not think that anyone can act recklessly in front of the four major sects, so they are now paying more attention to the four-sect competition. Those who emerge from the competition are undoubtedly the top talents in the Dongshuan territory. Riding on the spiritual sail, the Zhanyue sect rushed to the Wanling Terrace. After passing through mountains and valleys, the team finally arrived at Wanlingtai. It was an enormous square standing among the mountains, cast from granite. On the outskirts of the square stand ancient stone pillars and statues. "Looks like everyone's here." Hu Shu led the Zhanyue sect to the center of the square. In the square, there are three teams. They are the Jihuang Palace headed by Zhang Hongbo. Zhang Hongbo, the Earth-level Hall Master, who has reached the perfection of the Heavenly Venerable, is also in touch with the rhythm of the Holy Tao. The Tianyuan sect headed by Wang Yanghui. Wang Yanghui, a hermit elder, is a perfect celestial being. The elders of Wu Nian sect, headed by Qi Jing, are all Tianzun perfect. They were surrounded by a group of geniuses, and the elders who accompanied and escorted them. "Old monster Hu, it turns out that you are the one leading the team this time." Zhang Hongbo and the other two understood what was going on when they saw Hu Shu coming. After all, the circle of the four major sects in Dongshuan territory is so small, and they have profound qualifications, so naturally they know each other. "Haha, tilde 200 years no see, are you all doing well?" Hu Shu greeted the three of them. Jihuang Palace area. When the Zhanyue sect arrived, Jai Ruking's eyes were always on Suyu. He was about to express some emotion, but when he thought of the agreement last night, he restrained himself. "Zhanyue sect has arrived. I heard that there's a dark horse among this year's Zhanyue sect freshman named Yikshuan. He became the champion of the martial arts competition." "That's right. I heard that he awakened some kind of divine body and leaped 3 realms in just 2 months. Wow, that's not easy, tilde. Which one is Yikshuan?" "Look, it should be the young man with golden eyes walking in front. The fluctuations in his aura are unfathomable. Perhaps he has also achieved the Ascended Emperor realm. This one is really interesting. That person next to her must be Fairy Qingyi, who tops the Jade Immortal ranking of the Zhanyue sect, right? She truly is a beauty so stunning, rare in the world. I heard her talent for cultivation is also among the best, even comparable to Yikshuan. It's not just rare in the world, it's simply one of a kind." After the Zhanyue sect entered the scene, the geniuses from the 3 major sects began to whisper and look at each other. Even Manyongyun from Tianyuan sect and Kang Xiaolan from Wunian sect glanced sideways. They felt a sense of oppression from Yikshuan. The area of Zhanyue sect. Xuan Xian's gaze lingered on the geniuses of the major sects, and finally stopped at the figure in front of the Jihuang Palace. She tugged at Su Yu's sleeve excitedly. Junior sister, that guy is so handsome. It seems that he must be Jai Ruking. He really looks like the reincarnation of a sword immortal. I really like his type." Su Yu patted Xuan Xian's hand with a headache. "Senior sister, calm down. We can't lose face for our Zhanyue sect. We need to keep a low profile. But he's really handsome, and his cultivation is so high." Xuan Xian still held onto Su Yu's sleeve and refused to let go. "Su Yu." Yikshuan, who was standing by, frowned when he heard this and looked at Jai Ruking. When Su Yu entered the venue, Jai Ruking also noticed Yikshuan, who had been following Su Yu. Their eyes met for a moment. The fierce gazes showed no sign of giving in, as if 2 powerful kings' wills were focused on each other and competing with each other. The invisible aura spread faintly, creating a subtle resonance in Yikshuan and Jai Ruking. The golden cyclone and the green sword intent burst out uncontrollably. Start a confrontation. Yixuan and Jai Ruking's eyes narrowed at the same time. They could sense the incredible power in each other's bodies. What's going on? What's going on with Jai Ruking and Yixuan? Why are they facing each other for no apparent reason? What a strong sense of oppression. Even ordinary elders have never given me such a suffocating pressure. Jai Ruking versus Yixuan. Does he think Yixuan will pose a threat to him? Everyone present noticed something was wrong. Even the elders, including Hu Shu, paid attention. There were both the five elements' holy bodies and other divine bodies present. But Jai Ruking happened to have a subtle connection with Yixuan. It's over, it's over. Chapter 71. The area of Zhan Yue sect. Looking at the condition of Yixuan and Jai Ruking, Su Yu wailed in her heart. Now Yixuan is actually confronting Jai Ruking directly. They confronted each other without saying a word. What would happen if I went in? What's going on? The fact that there's no conflict means they haven't learned the truth yet. Is it because of the induction of the supreme body that they confronted each other? Did fate make them pay attention to each other? Thinking this way, Su Yu could understand. After all, Yixuan and Jai Ruking are both chosen ones by destiny, so it is understandable that they resonate with each other. But we don't know whether they are enemies or friends. Now these two people are not confronting each other because of themselves. As long as the secret is not leaked, there shouldn't be any big problem if they confront each other. Thinking of Su Yu, I couldn't help but shrink back. Jiwang Palace area. Zhang Yuhan's gaze moved back and forth between Jai Ruking and Yixuan beside him, and finally stopped at Su Yu beside Yixuan. Even she saw a hint of surprise in Su Yu's beautiful eyes. From the beginning, Jai Ruking's eyes have been on Mu Qingyi. This shows that he cares about Mu Qingyi very much, and it can even be said that he knows her. Because they were close, she saw a flash of tenderness deep in his eyes. Ruking, do you like Mu Qingyi? Could it be that Ruking's fiancé is Mu Qingyi from the Zhan Yue sect? How is this possible? Thinking of this, her eyes suddenly shrank, and even her steps became a little unsteady. What shocking news is this? He is the #1 genius in the Jihuang Palace, and can even be said to be the #1 genius in the Dongshuan realm. How could he be engaged to the top of the Jade Immortal list of the Zhan Yue sect? Why did it turn out like this? Zhang Yuhan's face turned pale, and he felt a dull pain in his heart. Faintly, when Yixuan was confronting Jai Ruking, Su Yu also noticed Zhang Yuhan's naked gaze and stared at him intently. What's going on? Who is she? Looking at Zhang Yuhan standing next to Jai Ruking, Su Yu's eyes were filled with confusion. Being able to stand next to Jai Ruking, I think he must be someone very close to him in the Jihuang Palace. But why is she hostile to me? Did she discover something? She likes Jai Ruking, and she is hostile to me because I am Jai Ruking's fiancé. But how did she know that I was his fiancé? Did Jai Ruking let the cat out of the bag? Su Yu couldn't help but frown when she thought of this. Oh my God, what's going on? Jai Ruking and Yixuan are facing off, and now it seems that Mu Qingyi is also facing off against Zhang Yuhan. On one side is the most talented and beautiful woman in Jihuang Palace. On the other side is the most talented and beautiful woman in Zhan Yu sect, the top of the Zhan Yu sect's Jade Immortal ranking. How exciting. It's beautiful and I love it. Fairy Qingyi, we support you. Fairy Yuhan, I support you too. Union sect area. Kang Xiaolan narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. Interesting. But Jai Ruking is the owner of the Qingyun sword body, a supreme divine body. Why would he face off against an ordinary divine body? For Kang Xiaolan, this was undoubtedly a contempt for them. After all, he is the owner of the five elements' holy body, and a genius in the middle stage of the Ascension Emperor realm. But he didn't catch Jai Ruking's eye, but instead paid attention to Yixuan. Next to him was a girl about 16 years old. She was wearing a blue and white floral dress with a sea blue silk sash tied around her waist. She looked a little thin, and she stood there as if a gust of wind could blow her down. There is a hint of broken beauty in her pale face, but her beautiful eyes are very lively. Looking in the direction of Yixuan and Jai Ruking, a faint morning light flashed in his eyes. She opened her mouth slightly. Yixuan is not a simple person. I can't see through him. He has the same kind of agitation that makes my heart flutter as Jai Ruking. Kang Xiaolan's expression froze. Even you can't see through it. Don't be fooled by this girl's fragile appearance. Her talent is undoubtedly the strongest in the entire Union sect. Ling Ruxin, the sect master's personal disciple, reached the half-step to becoming an emperor at the age of 16. She was born with a pair of divine eyes and a sharp mind. No one can escape the gaze of these eyes. With the help of the divine eyes and the exquisite heart, you have no secrets at all. He understood that Jai Ruking would not be spied on. After all, he was the supreme divine body. But what is Yixuan's reason? Ling Ruxin shook her head. Not only can I not see through them, I can't even see through Mu Qingyi who's beside Yixuan. Mu Qingyi, Kang Xiaolin was slightly stunned and looked at Su Yu. Although this fairy in white hid herself extremely secretly, he was able to keenly sense a sense of crisis with the help of his holy body. Mu Qingyi's oppression is even stronger than Yixuan's. So they all have their own secrets. Some are even comparable to the supreme body. Kang Xiaolin's expression was complicated. Ling Ruxin said with a half-smile, "Secret. Perhaps, but I discovered something even more interesting." "Oh, what's going on?" Ling Ruxin did not answer, but her eyes wandered back and forth between Su Yu, Yixuan, and Jai Ruking. Although she couldn't see through these three people, with her keen mind, she could sense the emotional fluctuations revealed by Yixuan and Jai Ruking. The three of them. There are melons, and they are very big ones. Disciple, this Jai Ruking is not simple. Inside Yixuan's body, the voice of old Wu suddenly sounded. Yixuan asked doubtfully, "Teacher, Jai Ruking's Qingyun sword body is certainly not simple, but even you are so surprised. Could it be that he has some other secrets?" Wu Liadao, "There is a being in him who is no less powerful than me, hiding the secret for him." "What, this guy has the same entity as the teacher in his body?" Yixuan's pupils suddenly shrank. "Mr. Wu is one of his biggest secrets, and the foundation of his rise. I didn't expect that Jai Ruking is the same. If this is the case, Jai Ruking's level of danger has increased significantly." "That's right, the Lucky Carries is extremely strong, far exceeding that of the true spirit continent, and even has far-reaching implications. And his Qingyun sword body was able to awaken to this degree. I think that person must be connected with the way of the sword. Kendo." Having said that, old Wu couldn't help but fall silent, and the ancient murderous intent flowed from Jai Ruking. "Is it the legendary immortal slaying sword, the first of the 4 supreme immortal swords?" Inside Jai Ruking's body, when Jai Ruking was informed of the situation by Shixian, his expression became extremely solemn. "Xianxi, there's actually a powerful person within him. Do you know his identity?" Immortal Slayer Sword replied, "I don't know. My sword spirit was completely excluded from the outside world once it was pulled there. I can't see anything at all. That person is probably even better than me." Above you, Jai Ruking fell into a dead silence. "That boy has tremendous luck and is protected by a mysterious and powerful person. The reason why you resonated with him just now is because he is also a supreme body on the supreme divine body list. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the fighting heavenly body. The 6th-ranked fighting heavenly body? No wonder." Jai Ruking felt mixed emotions at this moment. Immortal Slayer Sword said again, "Ruking, don't move Yixuan for now. Keep observing. Perhaps you are not the enemy." "Not an enemy?" Jai Ruking raised his eyebrows. "That depends on his wishes." The Immortal Slaying Sword fell silent. It didn't trace back to the other party's cause and effect, but the faint aura left on that boy. "That is the breath of Emperor Wu." "Emperor Wu, Emperor Wu. I didn't expect that even you would be defeated. Then where exactly is our hope for the future?" P.S. 1 chapter in the morning and 1 chapter at 6 in the afternoon. Chapter 72. The core center of Wanlingtai. A piece of azure sky stands in the center of the square, with ripples like water waves. A deacon elder stood in the center of the water curtain and shouted loudly, "The 4-sex competition will be held within the Jian's secret realm. The progress of the competition will be ranked according to the points. You have 3 days in the Jian's secret realm. During these 3 days, you can kill monsters and collect Xiaolu water to earn points. And the absorption registration is carried out through identity tokens. Only on the 4th day, the top 10 contestants will be ranked in the standings. These 10 contestants will then compete in a tournament to determine the top 3. Do you understand?" "I understand," all the disciples nodded. The old deacon added, "Actually, there are more than just these 2 ways to obtain points. There's also the method of robbing. As long as you have the ability to steal other people's points, then you can naturally take all the points from the target. This is almost the fastest way to obtain points." In an instant, a strong smell of tension emanated from the disciples of the 4 sects. Almost all the sects have become wary of each other. As long as there is an option of robbery, there is no doubt that they must be enemies, because they are each other's competitors. In the Jihuang Palace area, Jai Ruking raised his brows when he heard the result and cast a subtle look towards the Zhan Yue sect area. All right, the formation has been activated, and the passage to the Jian secret realm has been opened. Collect your respective identity tokens and go in. In an instant, the sky was filled with ripples of green water, and a strong halo of light flashed. The transmission channel opened. Kang Xiaolan took the lead in leading the Wunian sect's team into the passage. Immediately afterwards, the Tianyuan sect's team also entered the passage. Only Jihuang Palace and Zhanyu sect remain. Jai Ruking originally wanted to wait with King Yi, but when he thought of that troublesome agreement, he could only lead the team into the light curtain first. He didn't even dare to stay for too long. Su Yu and Yi Xuan looked at each other, and finally entered the transmission channel as well. The world spun around, and suddenly became dazzling white. Soon, Su Yu appeared on the bank of a stream. Green mountains and green waters, with clouds and mist all over the sky. The sky was dark, as if it was a foggy world. Su Yu's consciousness spread outward and found that there was no one around. The view within a radius of 50 meters was obscured by white fog. Dispersed, no one left. This Dabai really has no good intentions. The most common way to enter the secret realm and gain points is to join forces. There are only a few sects participating in the competition. If we gather them together and start fighting directly, we can get the results in less than a day. I think everyone should be dispersed now so that competition can be maximized. This cloud can actually suppress spiritual consciousness. Even with the divine-level skills that Su Yu practiced, his spiritual consciousness could only spread 200 meters. This will undoubtedly increase the difficulty of encounters between teammates. Let's take it one step at a time and earn points first. Su Yu put away his thoughts and began to explore the secret realm. At the foot of a barren mountain, Yixuan looked at the unusually quiet atmosphere and his eyes fixed. Gone, dispersed. Did the previous formation teleport randomly? Yixuan's spiritual sense spread out, and he discovered that the strange clouds and mist could block the expansion of his spiritual sense. Yixuan sighed lightly. It seemed that he could only take it slow. Senior sister is in the middle stage of the Ascension Emperor realm, and few of the geniuses who come in are her match, so he doesn't need to worry blindly. He represents the Zhan Yue sect, so he has to earn points while looking for his senior sister. After thinking about it, he transformed into a golden light and disappeared into the barren mountains. A swampy miasma area. Jai Ruking stood outside the swamp. It seems that everyone has been dispersed. His starry eyes drooped slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. So if I run into King Yi, it can be considered a coincidence. Doesn't that mean it's a violation of the agreement? After meeting King Yi, staying by her side can be considered as temporary cooperation. Well, that makes sense. Jai Ruking even had a better and better feeling about the rules of the competition. Without any hesitation, he transformed into a sword beam and disappeared into the miasma of the swamp. Su Yu left the stream and arrived at a flat ground in less than a cup of tea. The fog here is several times thicker than in other areas. In the center of the white mist, astonishing spiritual power waves spread out. Is this the Xiaolu water? Is this white mist the innate condition for the condensation of dew? Su Yu floated to the source of the white mist and found a thumb-sized drop of crystal dew floating in the center. Rich spiritual energy fluctuations spread from above. At the same time, a sound of breaking through the air was heard from a distance. A young man in brocade clothes arrived according to the fluctuation of spiritual power. Su Yu raised her eyebrows and looked at the other person. Judging from his attire, he was a disciple of Tianyuan sect. The young man in brocade clothes was originally attracted by the fluctuation of spiritual power here and rushed over quickly. But when he saw Su Yu, his pupils suddenly shrank. Qing Fairy King Yi. Oh my God, isn't this the one from Zhan Yue sect? Su Yubei waved his hand and said coldly, Daeyu, are you trying to snatch this drop of Xiaolu water? The young man in brocade clothes swallowed his saliva secretly. He smiled awkwardly and clasped his fists, saying, Fairy, it's a misunderstanding. Fairy, it's a misunderstanding. I'm not here to take the water of the rosy dew. I'm just here to take a look. Since the fairy found this drop of dew first, it is only right that the dew be matched with the beauty. Tang has always acted in an upright manner and would never take advantage of others. Tang is leaving. As he spoke, the young man in brocade clothes bowed, then turned into a shadow and quickly left. It's very fast, extremely fast. So you took back the white crane and took out the dew, looking quite strange. It's because you can't beat me. A person who is half a step away from becoming a king is not enough for him to kill with one sword. Shaking his head slightly, he didn't think much about it, but melted the dew into the identity token. It's just a half step to becoming the king. Now is the beginning and no one has any points, so there is no need to pay attention to it. If he runs away, he runs away. The token absorbed the dew in an instant. The azure light above was also stimulated. Rows of handwriting appeared. At the top are the 3 boxes of ranking points name, which are aligned. 160 Jai Ruking of the Imperial Palace. 140 Yixuan of the Moon Slashing Sect. 100 Union Sect Kang Xiaolin. 480 Tianyuan Sect Man Yangyun. 740 Mu Qingyi of Zhanyu Sect. Oh, they're so fast. Su Yu was slightly stunned. Jai Ruking first and Yixuan second. And while he thought for a moment, the points of both of them rose again. Facing these ever-increasing numbers, they are like 2 rising stars. Su Yu's face turned grim, and he also made some kind of decision. You want me to be your girl? You want to pick me up. Then I'm definitely going to take first place in this competition. Perhaps as long as my performance is better than the other 2, then they will no longer press me so hard. Even if there is friction between the 2, as long as one shows his achievements, he will show his intention to practice Taoism. The 2 of them should also be poured a bucket of cold water and restrain themselves. This was actually one of the steps he planned. After clarifying it, Su Yu set off immediately. Chapter 73. Su Yu embarked on the road of earning points. Passing by a forest along the way, he found 3 4th-level monsters. He easily killed them and absorbed their nuclear crystals, earning him 200 points. The standings came to 5th place. Continuing the search, half an hour later, a figure was found on a curved slope and rocky area. Is it you? Looking at that stunning face, Su Yu was slightly stunned. Isn't the person in front of me the woman who stood next to Jai Ruking and was hostile to me? After being introduced by second senior sister, she seemed to be the most beautiful woman in the Jihuang Palace, Zhang Yuhan. Zhang Yuhan's beautiful eyes narrowed and she became alert. She didn't expect to meet Mu Qingyi here. For a moment, the surrounding atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Although the other party was hostile to her, she was acquainted with Jai Ruking after all, so Su Yu was reluctant to take action. After a long silence, Zhang Yuhan spoke first. Fairy Qingyi, what is your relationship with Ruking? Su Yu paused, and from the other party's tone, it seemed that he knew something. He did not respond directly, but asked, what is your relationship with him? Zhang Yuhan didn't back down at all. She said bluntly, I am considered his best friend in Jihuang Palace. I met him when Ruking first came to the sect, and I have been with him for 6 years now. So what do you want to express? Su Yu chuckled. Zhang Yuhan exhaled and tried to calm herself down. You are Ruking's fiancé, right? Su Yu's expression paused. Sure enough, Jai Ruking had told her the truth, otherwise she would not have said this without any evidence. He had clearly promised himself. Was it before the promise? The fact that Zhang Yuhan asked herself this, coupled with her previous hostility towards her, showed that she liked Jai Ruking. It seems to be true. Zhang Yuhan's face turned pale. She understood her emotional changes. It is obvious that the person who spends every day with Ruking is me, and it is obvious that the person who cares about Ruking is also me. But now, a fiancé who is better than him suddenly appears from the sky. At first, she naively thought that Ruking was only focused on practicing at that time, so she would not engage in love affairs. But the more she thought about it, the more confused her thoughts became, and the more unwilling she became. I'm sorry, perhaps my presence has hurt you, but there's nothing I can do about it. After all, it's our parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. This was an engagement our family had arranged a long time ago, and I only found out about it at the very end. So you passed by Zhang Yuhan. Then it turned into a white light and disappeared into the sky, leaving Zhang Yuhan in a mess. It was indeed a ridiculous thing that Jai Ruking became his fiancé. After all, he is a man. A man becomes another man's fiancé. What the hell is that? Su Yu chose to turn a blind eye to the fact that Zhang Yuhan was not actively approaching Jai Ruking, because he felt that if Zhang Yuhan could make Jai Ruking's heart moved, then he would be completely in the dominant position. If Jai Ruking is almost exhausted, just cancel the engagement. Let these 2 lovers finally get married. But Zhang Yuhan failed to do so, and she did not make Jai Ruking fall in love with her. There was nothing Su Yu could do about it, but he couldn't directly deny Jai Ruking's relationship with him. If Zhang Yuhan knew about this and immediately passed it on to Jai Ruking, this only one of the 2 experience packs would get out of control. So this is not about stealing someone else's love. This was unexpected. He didn't do anything wrong to Zhang Yuhan. It's just that Jai Ruking didn't like her. After Su Yu left Zhang Yuhan, she went to score points again, as long as his ranking is higher than theirs, and he firmly expresses his determination. The friction between Yi Xuan and Jai Ruking will be diverted and transformed into motivation for cultivation. It took Su Yu half a day to obtain 10 drops of Xiaolu water and kill 4 6th-level monsters and 12 5th-level monsters. The points moved from 5th to 3rd. Standings: 1. 6,480, Jai Ruking of the Imperial Palace. 2. 6,250, Yi Xuan of the Moon-Slashing Sect. 3. 6,000, Mu Qingyi of Zhanyu Sect. 4. 5,300, Union Sect Kang Xiaolin. Su Yu looked at the standings and was delighted to see that she was ranked 3rd. After all, there is not much difference between him and the 1st and 2nd place. Go on, I have a feeling that Yi Xuan or Jai Ruking will be able to find me soon. Su Yu put away the token and continued to earn points. When he was about to kill a level 6 Earth Rock Bear, several figures emerged from the depths of the clouds and surrounded him. Someone from the Jihuang Palace. Looking at the clothes of the crowd, Su Yu couldn't help but frown. There were 7 people in total, led by Feng Hefeng, the second most talented person in Jihuang Palace after Jai Ruking, who was also in the Shengwang realm. Brother Hefeng, I think we should just forget about it. If so many of us were to attack Fairy Qingyi, wouldn't people laugh at us if this got out? Seeing Su Yu's face, the disciples of Jihuang Palace who were surrounding them from all sides began to waver. They had just sensed some movement here, and when they spied further, they found that it was Mu Qingyi from Zhan Yue sect. Feng Hefeng then had the idea that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They can surround Mu Qingyi and get her points. But after all, they just couldn't bring themselves to do it to such a beautiful woman, taking advantage of her misfortune. Feng Hefeng snorted coldly. Stop talking nonsense. If we take away her points, our Jihuang Palace will definitely move up a notch. You guys gave up this rare opportunity just because you were tempted by her beauty. In fact, he did hesitate, but when he thought that as long as he got Mu Qingyi's points, he would be able to surpass Jai Ruking, he couldn't help but feel excited. Mu Qingyi's points now rank 3rd on the list, and he is about to surpass Yi Xuan. As long as he gets Mu Qingyi's points, he can leap to the 1st place in one fell swoop and surpass all the geniuses, including the nightmare like Jai Ruking. Su Yu's eyes turned cold, and he immediately absorbed the nuclear crystal, then took the stance of a white crane. In that case, I'd like to learn from the masters of the Jihuang Palace. Superior, Feng Hefeng immediately signaled the disciples of Jihuang Palace to take action together. Oh, so many men actually bullying a weak woman, how shameless. Is this the style of the Jihuang Palace? However, something strange happened again. Just as they were about to take action, a crisp voice with a hint of teasing rang out. Everyone couldn't help but pause and look over. 2 figures slowly walked out from the white mist not far away. One was a young man dressed in black with a bronze complexion. There was a natural sense of majesty between his brows, and his aura was unfathomable. The other was a girl about 16 years old. She was thin, pale, and looked sick, but those eyes seemed to contain the stars in the universe. Kang Xiaolin, Ling Ruxin. P.S. The second update will be at 8 p.m. Chapter 74. You guys, you actually gathered together. Feng Hefeng's tone was full of fear. Kang Xiaolin, the strongest person in Union Sect, is currently ranked 4th in the standings. He was also the genius that the elders of Jihuang Palace believed was the most likely to threaten Jai Ruking. Ling Ruxin is the most mysterious and strange genius in the Union Sect. Now that these 2 people are together, even Jai Ruking would probably be a little wary. What a joke. If 7 of you can get together, why can't we, who are only 2? Ling Ruxin said disdainfully. Feng Hefeng's face darkened. Ling Ruxin, she's from the Zhan Yue sect, not the Wu Nian sect. She's also ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, and she's a huge threat to both of our sects. Why don't we team up to eliminate her first, then divide the points? That would be considered eliminating a major threat. What do you think? Bah, you. However, before Ling Ruxin could answer, a sharp sword light came like lightning. The ethereal sword energy broke through the spiritual defenses of Feng Hefeng and the other disciples of the Jihuang Palace. The vast majority of Jihuang Palace disciples flew backwards, spun several times in the air, and then fell to the ground in a mess, howling in pain. Feng Hefeng's eyes narrowed, and the green cyclone condensed and pressed against his front body. The clear sword light hit the cyclone and also tore a hole in it. The sword energy attacked his chest, and Feng Hefeng retreated 100 meters and half knelt on the ground. He lifted the corner of his clothes in front of his chest and saw a sword mark as big as a ravine embedded in his chest, with bright red blood flowing out. How is this possible? You are so powerful. He looked at Su Yu with his pupils dilated. He was in the middle stage of the Ascension Emperor realm, but this sword almost seriously injured him. With one sword, he forced back all the talented disciples of Jihuang Palace. Mu Qingyi's strength is so powerful. Hand over your points or face the consequences. Su Yu looked down at Feng Hefeng coldly, and he pointed at Feng Hefeng. And you want to steal his points? How funny. It's okay for her to pretend to be a white lotus in front of Yi Xuan and the others, and act like a delicate woman who is injured and needs care. But do you really think she is a vegetarian? Not far away, watching Su Yu kill Feng Hefeng and his group with one sword, Kang Xiaolin lowered his head and thought for a moment. In fact, with his strength, he could defeat Feng Hefeng in one move, but it would not be as easy as Mu Qingyi. In other words, Mu Qingyi's strength was no weaker than his, and was even slightly above him. At such a young age, he has reached the middle stage of the Ascended Emperor realm. He is indeed the third-ranked genius on the leaderboard. Everyone was stunned by her appearance, but they had no idea of her terrifying talent. Perhaps she might not be weaker than Jai Ruking. As he spoke, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Hey, senior brother, why don't you teach them a lesson? Why let Fairy Qingyi do it herself? Ling Ruxin, who was standing by, was not surprised to see Su Yu deal with the enemy so quickly and efficiently. Instead, she was dissatisfied with Kang Xiaolin. Kang Xiaolin was very helpless towards Ling Ruxin. Junior sister, I didn't expect Miss Qingyi to be so decisive. Besides, it's impossible for me to attack right away, right? I don't think we need to do this. Ling Ruxin glanced at him. What do you know? If you don't make a move, how can we win their favor? Wouldn't our entire trip be in vain? Don't forget our purpose. If you can make friends with Fairy Qingyi, do your best. Why? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Anyway, if we can make friends with Mu Qingyi, it will be 100 times better than making friends with Jai Ruking and Yi Xuan. Kang Xiaolin raised his eyebrows. Is it really that weird? Could it be that she has a secret that is even more extraordinary than that of a genius like Jai Ruking? Seeing Kang Xiaolin staring at Su Yu, Ling Ruxin's pale face showed a solemn expression. Brother, you're not attracted to Fairy Qingyi, are you? Don't, you'll get beaten if you do that. Junior sister, stop talking nonsense. Kang Xiaolin's face froze. Mu Qingyi was indeed beautiful, but he and she didn't know each other, so he wouldn't fall in love with her just because of her appearance. And just now, my junior sister said that she would be beaten. Heh, how many people in the entire Dongxuan territory can touch me? Kang Xiaolin laughed the instant he heard this. He is the strongest genius in Wu Nian sect. They are all geniuses. He possesses a holy body and is not necessarily weaker than anyone else. Ling Ruxin just shook her head and didn't say anything more. While Ling Ruxin and Kang Xiaolin were chatting and laughing, Su Yu's side was also coming to an end. Feng Hefeng didn't believe that he was no match for Su Yu, so he launched a counterattack again. Su Yu chopped his Dao heart with another sword. After collecting all their points, he ranked second in the standings. Standings: 1. 10,240, Jai Ruking of the Imperial Palace. 2. 9,850, Mu Qingyi of Zhanyu sect. 3. 9,030, Yi Xuan of the Moon Slashing sect. 4. 7,200, Union sect Kang Xiaolin. Yes, he has surpassed Yi Xuan and is only a little behind Jai Ruking now. As long as you work harder, I believe you can reach the top of the list. After driving away Feng Hefeng and his group, Ling Ruxin brought Kang Xiaolin over to congratulate them. Congratulations to Fairy Qingyi for being ranked second on the standings. I'm afraid it won't be long before the fairy reaches the top. Congratulations. Su Yu looked at the names rising above their heads and was a little surprised. In his sight, 3 large dark purple characters, Kang Xiaolin slowly rose up. Deep purple, the appearance of a true emperor. And this Kang Xiaolin's purple color is extremely deep. If he has the opportunity in the future, it is not impossible for him to break through and become a true god. As for Ling Ruxin, her talent is even higher. There's a hint of red mixed in with the gold. Gold represents the potential to become a true god. As long as one does not perish along the way, he or she will be able to become a god 100%. And it was stained with a little red, which proved that this girl who looked a little sickly had talent beyond the true spirit continent. She has the possibility of breaking through and ascending. I don't know what kind of reward I can get by investing in her. Thank you both for your help. These 2 people were kind to her and had a rare and high-level destiny, so Su Yu was naturally happy to interact with them. Ling Ruxin shook her head. Fairy, there's no need to thank me. We didn't actually help much. It's enough to have the intention. If I can't defeat them, you should also help me. And I don't deserve the title of fairy. You can just call me Kingy. Su Yu always felt something was weird about being called a fairy all the time. If even you can't be called a fairy, then what other woman in the world is qualified? Regarding Su Yu's appearance, Ling Ruxin instinctively thought that she was being modest. But through her delicate heart, she could really sense that hint of reluctance. At the same time, she also sensed the other party's kindness towards her. This made her very happy. She originally came here to make friends, but she didn't expect that the other party also had a good impression of her. What do you call this? This is called love at first sight. In that case, how about I call you Sister Kingy? Su Yu nodded slightly. Ling Ruxin came to Su Yu with a smile. Sister Kingy has been gaining points very quickly recently. Is she aiming to be #1? I do have some intention. Su Yu did not deny it. Ling Ruxin immediately pulled Kang Xiaolin to her side. In that case, my senior brother's 7,000 plus points can be shared with Sister Kingy. That way, you can immediately top the list. Chapter 75. Kang Xiaolin stared at Ling Ruxin with wide eyes. Junior sister, is there anyone who would betray his senior brother like you? It's not easy for senior brother to earn those points. I represent the Wu Nian sect. If I give this to her, won't my Wu Nian sect be at the bottom? Ling Ruxin's words also shocked Su Yu. He shook his head and said, Junior sister Ruxin, there's no need to be like this. I can take the top spot on the leaderboard on my own. Ling Ruxin thought for a moment. Sister Kingy, how about we come together? That way we can have someone to look after us. After all, more people means more work. Su Yu refused and said, no need for that. After all, we don't represent the same sect, so it's better for us to separate. After hearing this, Ling Ruxin didn't force it. Indeed, friction and disputes are likely to arise when two parties work together to earn points. After all, there are only a few sects participating in the competition. So she looked towards the southeast and said slowly, Sister Kingy, when my senior brother and I came here, I seemed to sense Yixuan's aura. He should have been in a valley half an hour ago, 20,000 meters southeast. You can go look for him there. It will be more convenient if we can act together. Yixuan. Su Yu was stunned. He didn't expect Yixuan to be so close to him now. No way. He didn't want to run into the two of them before he reached the top of the list. Thank you, Junior Sister Ruxin, for the reminder. Since there's nothing else, Kingy will take her leave. After chatting with Ling Ruxin for a few more minutes, she left quietly. Okay, after the Kingy competition is over, Junior Sister will come to play with you. Hey, wait, Senior Sister, you're going the wrong way. Yixuan is in the opposite direction. Seeing Su Yu heading in the opposite direction, Ling Ruxin immediately reminded her. Thanks. Su Yu thanked him, then turned into a white light and disappeared into the white mist. Junior sister, you seem to care too much about Mu Kingy, don't you? Kang Xiaolin was puzzled until Su Yu's figure completely disappeared. He had never seen his junior sister care so much about someone. In Wu Nian sect, she knew basically no one except her uncle and a few other disciples who she needed to get along with during the same period. He was very withdrawn, and his behavior was a little strange, not to mention how enthusiastic he is now. Ling Ruxin didn't deny it. Her deep eyes were fixed on Su Yu's receding figure. Maybe because she's beautiful. Another place. After being driven away by Su Yu, Feng Hefeng fled in a hurry with a group of Jihuang Palace disciples. We came to a rocky area and paused. Brother Hefeng, all our points have been taken away. What should we do now? Brother Hefeng, why don't we go find Brother Ruking? Let him avenge us. Although Mu Kingy is powerful, he is definitely no match for Senior Brother Ruking. As long as we tell him about our points being taken away, Senior Brother Ruking will definitely avenge us. Feng Hefeng looked unwilling. The points he had worked so hard to obtain were taken away just like that, and all his efforts were in vain. However, with their strength, they were unable to defeat Mu Kingy, so it seemed they could only go find Jai Ruking. Only Jai Ruking can deal with Mu Kingy. As they were talking, a streak of green light flashed across the sky. Finally, it transformed into a human figure and appeared in front of them. Brother Ruking, you came as soon as I mentioned my brother. Seeing the newcomer, the people who were originally on guard were ecstatic and came to his side in an instant, surrounding him like stars surrounding the moon. The person who came was none other than Jai Ruking, the #1 prodigy of the Jihuang Palace. He was originally on his way to look for Kingy and happened to pass by. When he met Feng Hefeng and others, He wanted to deliberately avoid them. But when I found out that something was wrong with them, I still came out to check out the situation. Feng Hefeng, what on earth is going on? Are you injured? Who did this? Jai Ruking frowned. He had some understanding of Feng Hefeng. He was a veteran in the middle stage of the Ascension Emperor realm, and there were not many people who could beat him in the secret realm. So it seems that someone is going to challenge his Jihuang palace. Light. Feng Hefeng wanted to say something, but stopped himself. He really couldn't bring himself to say in front of Jai Ruking that he had been beaten. Brother Ruking, all of our points have been stolen. You must avenge us. Yes, brother, we are so miserable. Brother, she's so arrogant. She said you're nothing in front of her. She looked down on you, so when we argued with her, she beat us all up. That woman is so arrogant. Not only did she hurt us, she also showed no regard for the reputation of the Jai Imperial Palace and snatched away the points we worked so hard to obtain. Brother, you must stand up for us. The disciples of Jihuang Palace wailed miserably to Jai Ruking. Stole all of your points. Although Jai Ruking knew that these junior brothers in the sect were exaggerating, they would not say so if their points were not really stolen. Suddenly his tone became a little cold. Although they were not very good, they were still people of the Jihuang Palace after all. Anyone who steals other people's points will be injured. No matter who it is, he must seek justice. Who did this, tell me? It's Mu Qingyi from the Zhan Yue sect. Yes, it was that woman Mu Qingyi. She stole our points and even injured us. Brother, you have to take care of us. That woman may be as beautiful as a fairy, but she's a vicious person. She even looks down on you, brother. She's so arrogant. Senior brother Ruking. The brief silence made everyone realize that something was wrong. When the three words Mu Qingyi were spoken, Jai Ruking's expression changed obviously. First he was shocked, then confused, and then his face turned ashen with a faint light flashing in his eyes. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. The suffocating feeling of oppression brought by Jai Ruking made everyone's heart tremble. Even Feng Hefeng's expression changed. Brother, what's wrong with you? Don't scare us. Could it be that senior brother has had a feud with Mu Qingyi? Senior brother, do you know her? Jai Ruking suppressed the anger in his heart. His face fell, and he spoke clearly word by word. I'll ask again, is the person who hurt you really Mu Qingyi? Yes, it's her. Everyone felt the change in Jai Ruking's mood. His tone became depressed, and some people even lowered their heads. Boom! The pressure of the late Shengwang realm burst out from Jai Ruking, and along with the power of the Qingyun sword body, it turned into a ripple and spread out. Everyone was shocked by this terrifying power, and their blood was boiling. If Jai Ruking had not restrained himself, he would have been seriously injured and unconscious. Tell me what's going on. Did she harm you or did you? Frame her. Tell me everything otherwise. As he spoke, the surroundings were filled with a thick green light, and everyone felt as if there was an invisible sword hanging above their heads, ready to take their lives at any time. It was indeed her who stole our points. Some people shouted unwillingly, but others explained tremblingly. Brother Ruking, it's like this. Originally, we ran into Mu Qingyi by chance, and we didn't have any friction, but what? But senior brother Hefeng took a fancy to Fairy Qingyi's third-place score, so he asked us to besiege her. In the end, we were defeated, and the fairy snatched away all our points. Yes, senior brother, what Yan Luo said is true. This is what happened, someone echoed. They finally understood that Jai Ruking cared very much about Mu Qingyi. Could it be that senior brother Ruking knew Mu Qingyi from the Zhan Yue sect? What was their relationship? Feng Hefeng. Jai Ruking's face was as gloomy as water, and he walked towards Feng Hefeng step by step. With every step he took, the terrifying Qingyun sword intent swept across like a violent storm. Feng Hefeng was forced to kneel on the ground. P.S. Chapter 2 at 8 p.m. Chapter 76. Feng Hefeng, how dare you snatch Qingyi's points? Has she been hurt by you? Has she been harmed? The unprecedented sense of crisis and oppression from Jai Ruking made Feng Hefeng feel extremely suffocated. He wanted to use his strength to force himself up, but was suppressed by Jai Ruking. Feng Hefeng was frightened. He understood that Jai Ruking was really angry this time. He even had the idea of killing himself. Feng Hefeng said under pressure, "No, she is not injured. We are no match for Mu Qingyi." Jai Ruking snorted coldly, and the green spiritual power turned into energy waves that spread out. It crashed into the disciples of Jihuang Palace, knocking them to the ground again. Jai Ruking stared at Feng Hefeng coldly. You should be thankful that she's okay, otherwise your life wouldn't be worth living. Thank you, senior brother Ruking. Seeing Feng Hefeng keeping his head down and not saying anything, a group of disciples came out to smooth things over. Jai Ruking was obviously in a state of extreme rage, but now that he was just teaching them a lesson, they breathed a sigh of relief. Both bitter and helpless. But there is no way, after all, they are the ones who are in the wrong. Brother, we are a little curious. What is the relationship between Fairy Kingi and you? To the extent that the owner of the supreme body, the #1 prodigy in the Jihuang Palace, cared so much about him, they thought the relationship between the two must be complicated. Jai Ruking hesitated to speak. In fact, he really wanted to tell everyone that Kingi was his fiancée, so that no one would be so foolish as to want to touch her. But he had promised Kingi that night to keep his promise, so now he could only keep his mouth shut. He shook his head slightly and said, "The time is not right yet. You will know the relationship between her and me later. But I must tell you one thing now, Mu Kingi. No one in the Jihuang Palace can touch her at all. If she is in danger, they must even take the initiative to help her. Do you understand?" We still need to help her." "No problem." The disciples thought about it for a moment, felt that it was okay, and agreed. At first, he had no choice but to cause trouble for Mu Kingi. After all, it is a pleasant thing to be able to get close to a woman with stunning appearance. Jai Ruking glanced at Feng Hefeng and asked, "Where is she now?" "When we met Fairy Kingi, we were in the southwest, about 30 kilometers away from here." A young man pointed to the depths of the white fog, indicating the direction. Jai Ruking nodded and said, "I'll go over first. You go find the other disciples of Jihuang Palace." Before the sound faded away, it turned into a green light and disappeared into the white mist. "Hey, senior brother, aren't you going to take us with you?" "Brother, why did you leave? We need you." Seeing Jai Ruking walking away, the disciples began to wail. Jai Ruking left just like that. What should they do? What happens to their points? What is the relationship between Mu Kingi and senior brother Ruking? Even Fairy Yuhan has never been able to make senior brother Ruking care so much about her. Some people pay attention to the points, while others pay attention to the relationship between Mu Kingi and Jai Ruking. After all, Jai Ruking is a well-known cultivation maniac in the Jihuang Palace. Apart from swords, he never cares about matters of the heart. Now it seems that senior brother has been pretending all along. What I'm curious about now is, if senior brother Ruking chooses Mu Kingi, what will senior sister Yuhan do? The other side. After saying goodbye to Mu Kingi, Ling Ruxin and Kang Xiaolin also embarked on the journey of earning points. But after half a quarter of an hour, they met a golden figure. Yixuan. Seeing the figure, Kang Xiaolin's expression froze. The person who came was Yixuan from Zhanyue sect. He instantly became alert and protected Ling Ruxin behind him. Yixuan was somewhat surprised to see the two of them. These two people could be said to be the people that Wu Nian sect should pay the most attention to. If his Zhanyue sect wants to win this competition, they are an obstacle that cannot be ignored. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little subtle. Seeing this, Ling Ruxin immediately pushed Kang Xiaolin away to express her goodwill. Don't do it, we are family." "One of our own." Yixuan frowned, somewhat confused. "That's right, you haven't met Sister Kingi yet?" Ling Ruxin asked curiously. She had shown the way to Mu Kingi before. Following this route, she would most likely meet Yixuan. Why wasn't Sister Kingi with Yixuan? "Senior sister, have you ever met my senior sister?" When Yixuan heard Ling Ruxin mention Mu Kingi, he also fell from mid-air. "That's right, we met Sister Kingi before, and we got along so well that we became friends. Before, when she left, I showed her the way so she could find you. Guide the way, but I haven't seen my senior sister. Is she okay?" Ling Ruxin smiled inexplicably. "Are you so concerned about your senior sister?" "Don't worry, she's fine. There are only a few people in this secret realm who can hurt her.